Is that right?
I can barely hear you.
You tried it. How about now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's like,
you're
I can hear you.
Better?
All right. Yeah.
All right.
Go
So
ahead with your
imagine
thing.
you were born. Let's say whoever we're talking to. What's his name? Who's the guy?
Dova King.
Dover. Okay.
Yeah,
so
I'm
imagine
arguing
you were-
below Earth as well.
Okay.
Well, not
let's
to
just
be
put it this way.
Yeah.
Let me just put it this way to you. If you were born on this earth, let's just
Uh-huh.
say, right, you were never told anything about the spinning ball, right? About people walking upside down in Australia or orbiting around the sun or any of that, right? You would just assume, rightly so. You would assume, rightly so, that your reality is as it seems, right? A stationary plane. That's all any of us ever experienced, 24/7. In the history of mankind.
Okay, well that's not true. But is this your premise?
Well, hold on, wait.
Premise?
I'm asking you if that's true. It's a question.
Well, no. First of all, wait.
If you were never told, this is the question.
Yes. But
if you were never told, anything about, never told anything about the ball Earth, you would just assume that it's a stationary plane.
Let's be concise. First of all, I disagree with what you're currently saying, but let's be concise. Is this your premise? Because this does not sound like a premise.
It wasn't something. It wasn't something to disagree with.
A premise can't really be a question. So are you not setting a premise?
Look, listen. Can you answer a question, or we can't get through this?
Do you know what a premise is?
Do you know what a premise is? The premise
yes.
is. If you
I'm trying
to. Dude, we're not going to get anywhere if you're going.
Yeah, I think.
Wait, hold up. New perspective. Listen. Let me see if I can explain.
Hold on. Nobody has to jump in. Wait. Unless you guys are the judge.
I don't need any help.
Nobody has to jump in. I'm trying to be very clear.
I don't want to have to mute people to moderate.
All right, go ahead,
Come to a common ground. Stop. Come.
Yeah.
I just wanted to ask a simple question. If you were born on this earth without being told anything about the spinning ball,
All right.
You were cutting in and out, Battle Mug. You were born on this earth without being told about being on a spinning ball. You would never assume you were, correct or no?
All right, listen. I will answer your question, but please let's set us a premise before we start the debate, because a premise cannot be a question. A premise is your position in the debate. So what is your position? It can be something as simple as I think the Earth is flat. It doesn't have to be anything special. What is your premise? Yeah, can y'all hear me?
Do you think that you're just setting up the grounds for how this is all going to be played out?
Listen, it's just like the very most simple part of it.
Answer one simple question. You were talking about the premise. I'm trying to explain it to you by giving you a scenario.
No, listen, your premise can't be a question.
Dude, you can't regulate what I say and don't say in this, dude. It's not how it works here, okay?
I'm not. Listen, I think your question.
Start off.
I think your question is completely valid. I will answer your question. Listen, I think your question is valid.
We don't have to. We don't have to have. This is the rules that a premise can't be a question. Let's just fucking answer the question, man.
I don't think you know what a premise is.
Dude, if you don't think I know what a premise is, you're in trouble, dude.
Real quick, guys. Just I know we use the word debate.
That's your premise.
We did use the word debate and everything. Try to bring conversation.
Stay out of it.
Listen.
Listen,
I understand, right? I will take your question. But first, please, for the love of all that is holy,
you guys
give a premise.
Man. Let new perspectives cover this.
Okay, how about this? Okay, we'll start with the premise. If I have to make a claim, I no longer believe that I live in a spinning ball. That's my claim.
Okay, cool. My premise is simple. I just believe the Earth is round. Okay. So, do you want to start with your question?
Or round? Do you mean round or spherical?
Sphere. A sphere. It doesn't matter too much. Yeah. Okay.
Well,
so do you want to go in? You want to go into your question?
A quarter is round, but it's flat, right?
Yeah. I know. So, do you want to go into your question?
Well, do you remember my question? It's very simple.
Yeah.
If you were never told about the spinning ball, you would never believe that. You would never think that's the case because nothing in your experience makes it seem that that's the case. Correct?
So that's your first argument, your leading argument.
It's not an argument; it's a question, dude.
Okay, but it's a question there to expose. Okay, so I'll answer honestly. Yes, there are obviously ways to figure it out because somebody looked and researched the fucking Earth and realized that it was a sphere.
I'm not.
And that's how we
the
came.
answer to my question.
Because
I'm asking
it
you to
is.
answer honestly.
So I'm saying yes.
If you were, I'm
saying
asking
yes.
you if
There
you were
would be a
never
way for me to
told.
figure it out. Yes. If I was never told,
I'm
yes,
not asking you if you can figure it out. Listen, I'm not asking you if you can figure it out or if somebody else figured it out. I'm asking you to answer honestly. If you were never told the theory that you're spinning and going around the sun and all of the things that the globe proposes, you would never assume that that's true because it has nothing to do with your experience. Can you answer honestly? Is that true or not?
Yes, I'm answering honestly. I'm answering yes.
No, you're not. Yes,
why?
You would never. So the answer is no. You would never.
No. I'm saying yes. I'd be able to.
So you're saying something about.
I'd be able to tell it's a sphere. Yes. There's ways that you can tell.
So
There's ways you can figure it out, yes.
list to me.
Okay,
all of the reasons
I'll tell you
that
exactly why.
Wait. Listen.
Don't raise your voice, bro. Don't raise your voice. Do not raise your voice.
You don't tell me not to raise my voice when you're talking over.
Chill out. You gotta chill out.
Over me, I'm gonna raise my voice, dude. I don't have mute capability, but it doesn't matter. Listen, the answer to the question is very simple. If you were never told about any of those things, would you assume that those? What about your experience? List the things about your direct experience that tells you that you're living on a spinning ball. Listen.
Okay, so did you just mute me? Who muted me?
No, you're not muted.
I did.
Go ahead.
Okay.
That's okay.
I would appreciate it. I would appreciate if you wouldn't biasly mute people. All right, but to go on.
Don't mute him. I don't need him mute. Okay, thanks.
All right, so
what list the things about your direct experience?
All right, listen. If you're gonna keep interrupting me,
experience has to do.
You're gonna keep interrupting me. If you're gonna keep interrupting me, I feel like you're the one who should be muted.
I will be silent till you answer this. But if you're just gonna go on with people figured it out and blah blah blah. It's a ball.
Well,
that's not the answer to the question.
Well, you realize the scientific. Wait, hold on. I think you're poisoning the well. I think you're poisoning the well. Do you know what that's?
You're trying to critique this, and you're not going to get anywhere. You're just worried about what I say or don't say instead of answering the fucking question.
What are you talking about? I'm calling a fallacy. I think you're poisoning the well because you just said right there that's not the answer to the question.
Or what?
I'm not.
Okay. Are you
I called a fallacy.
Are you interested to know if I'm right or not about this?
I'm interested in conducting a formal debate.
Are you interested to know? Are you just here to win an argument, or are you here to?
No, I'm not. I'm here. I'm here to conduct a formal debate under logic. You're here to spurg and scream at a 16-year-old. Chill out.
Okay, this guy's a troll.
Oh,
okay.
I suggest.
All right.
Yeah, I suggest someone. I suggest someone else.
Someone moderate.
No, not moderate. I'd like. Yep. This is a problem. This is a problem. I'd like to finish my sentence. I suggest that someone else talk to the guy and start over. Sounds like the guy that was speaking to him.
This guy's ridiculous. Someone else can.
That's what it sounds. That's what it sounds like. So appreciate it. Sounds like someone spoke up to say that they would. Okay, good. Please continue.
All right. Who am I talking? New perspective.
He's gone.
No.
Elijah, that was me, and I apologize. We were both trying to talk at the same time. I wasn't trying to step on your dick. I apologize. So who is it? It's
been a lot of that going around.
Who am I talking
the
to?
guy I was debating left, right?
I didn't. You disconnected me. Somebody just disconnected me.
It might be me, BattleRod. It might be my mic. I'm having a problem. I apologize.
All right. Wait, hold on. Am I getting a debate with someone else? Because this guy just left up the debate.
Dude, if you don't shut the fuck up, dude. I think if everybody would have stayed out of it instead of just 15 people trying to jump in at once, new perspectives wouldn't be right now. I realized somebody else had an opinion on moderation, but I was already moderating this. And I was trying to get you guys to just let new perspective do this.
I'm fine with that. The guy doesn't even understand what the question is I'm asking him, though.
I think he's obfuscating it.
Yeah, he's trying to say, oh, well, they proved it because of all these reasons that I was taught, instead of just answering.
Wait, hold on.
It's a philosophical question, bro.
You never even let me completely finish my question, so you have no way of understanding that.
Continue answering the question that I asked.
All right. Who's moderating right now?
What
Fuck's sake.
Who's moderating?
I am.
Okay, man. I've been muted 2 times where I wasn't even really raising my voice. Okay.
My God, man. Here, let me do this. I'll mute you again and tell.
You're cutting out a lot.
You, I'm moderator, battle mod, me.
You're
Regardless of
cutting
what
out,
others say.
Michael.
You did not know how to wait your turn to talk. Oh, I know I am.
Okay. So, all right.
Well, I'm gonna fix that. Give me 1 sec.
Maybe you need to reset your Discord or something. We couldn't hear like half of what you just said.
No. Oh my God, B-Car, man. Thanks,
All I heard was mute.
Denabia.
Okay.
You could continue to answer the question. If you remember what the question was, could you repeat?
Well, yes.
Would you mind repeating the question back to me before you answer, please?
Yes, of course. Would you mind not repeating like your shit every time you say it, bro? All right. So, what your original question was: if you were born on a planet and you were not on this planet and you were not told any of the theories about round Earth, spherical Earth, right? You would not be able to come to Earth. You weren't asserting it. You were simply asking, would you be able to realize, right, that this is not round? That was kind of what you were asking. Go ahead. Restate.
The question was, if you were never told anything about the spinning ball theories, you would never think any of that's true because none of it has anything to do with your direct experience. Can you answer that honestly? What about your direct experience tells you that you're living on a spinning ball? Nothing to do with the theories you've learned. This has nothing to do with the things that you could figure it out or any of that. It's just, would you be honest about it? That your direct experience make you assume that it's no. I'm not done talking. That's why I'm still talking.
You just asked a question.
I'm just saying, philosophically speaking, can you at least admit that you would never think that you're living on a spinning ball because nothing about your direct experience tells you that you are? Can you at least admit that to start off?
Wait, hold on. I have a problem with your argument currently because you are both making an assertion and asking a question.
Dude, it's not an argument. It's not an assertion. It's a question.
Hold on.
If you can't philosophically answer that question, you're not going to be able to get this, dude. It's about whether you can get this or not. It's not whether I debate right or not. Just get over it. Answer that. If you can't get past the first question and you can't philosophically admit that your direct experience, as well as anybody else's, would make them assume, without any of the theories that you're talking about with the sphere, that you're living on a stationary plane because that's all we directly experience. Any baller we argue with in here can at least admit that to start off with. But you're not even capable of doing it.
Hello? Okay, are you done talking for the moment?
That's when it's your time to talk, isn't it?
Yeah, you want to repeat the question again and then answer it, please?
So, first of all, bro, you just went on this whole little rampage, right, and threw a hissy fit. I am going to tell you this right now, bro. You have no room to be talking about, bro. You have no room to be talking about. Still at debating.
Listen, the way you're handling this
strategy is having your boyfriend mute me.
These two cannot do this.
Listen, the way you're handling this.
No, you did not. Say goodbye.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I know. Dude. All right, now let me continue this for him, actually, because I can answer your question honestly. No, I feel from direct experience you can come to the conclusion the Earth is round or spherical.
Yeah. Okay, so what about your direct experience? Nothing about what you've learned. Nothing about what you've learned. Nothing about looking at the stars, figuring all that out. What about your direct experience? That's your sensory.
My direct experience.
Your sensory experience.
Okay, all right. Now, they're actually, right, I'm probably sure you've heard of it because it was like made into a meme a bit ago, but there were 2 flat earthers who tried to prove the Earth was flat using their senses, right, and using apparatus, right, outside at night, right, using flashlights. And this experiment that they did came to the conclusion that the Earth was round using their direct senses.
Behind the curve shit.
Oh, it wasn't an experiment.
It
was a documentary.
Somebody made?
No. Listen, it was a documentary where the editor twisted everything that was going on. it wasn't an experiment.
Yes.
If it was an experiment, can you give me the abstract for the experiment? The datum? The
No,
data?
okay, you said it. Wait, you said it wasn't an experiment.
This guy's direct
That's what I said.
experience.
Okay, all right. Let me respond. Okay, I can
How
respond
was
now.
somebody-
Can you give me the... No, I asked for a citation on the experiment.
Right,
The
so
datum, the
I can
data,
respond.
the
The question was for
abstract, the
direct
prediction.
experience.
Fuck! I know what the question was.
I'm sorry, my bad.
I'm just tired of hearing about this Beyond the Curve documentary where no experiment was performed by Jaron.
Okay, all right, so
You guys
I can
should
respond
kick
now,
that
correct?
shit right in the dirt the minute idiots say it.
I don't
Bro.
think he's talking about that. I think he's talking
I
about a
agree.
meme where he said he was
No,
talking
he
about
is.
a meme.
He
where
is talking
flat
about the
earthers have two
flashlights.
flashlights.
He's talking
What,
about
the
Jared
laser?
and Bob and
The laser experiment. Is that what you're talking about, dude?
No, the flashlight test they did just to see.
Oh, okay.
It wasn't an experiment. There was no control, no variables, no abstract, no prediction.
Yes, there were
What?
controlled variables.
No, there weren't.
Yes, while they did it, right? Because I watched the documentary. It was actually
can I
kind
get-
of hurting my brain when
can I
I
get
watched
the-
it. But
can I get the
when
datum?
they did the experiment, they literally, while they were doing it, they were explaining what they were doing, explaining how it would prove flat Earth, and then the conclusion wasn't what they expected.
That'll work.
Well, from the
Bob
experiment.
Bob is in this server, you know.
Hey, you know what? Can I just go? Can I take a step backwards for you, just real quick?
I'm a little tired
Now,
of being
let me just
fucking
ask you this other
interrupted.
question. I'm
Yeah.
sorry, Battlemon. Let me just take a step back because you're kind of on a surface level of looking into this. It seems you've watched a Netflix documentary, and that's kind of all you know about it. So
No,
let me just
that's
ask you this.
just the specific thing I'm using currently. That's not the only
Okay,
thing
so
I know.
maybe you've looked into it a little more. Let me ask you this: if we're right and we're actually not living on a spinning ball, would you want to know that that's the case? Would you want to know?
What I want to, yes, I would obviously want to know what the truth is. I just simply don't believe it to be the truth.
Rather not know. No.
Yeah.
It's not about belief. It's not about belief.
Yeah.
Because if you were to find this out, it wouldn't be a belief. It would be something you realized, right?
Uh-huh.
Right. Okay. So realization it's made because you come to an understanding about things by learning, not just defending what you think you already know about where you live, right? So if you're here to learn, then this would be an awesome open discussion that we could have.
Yeah,
If
I'm
you're
here to
just
challenge my beliefs. Yeah, I have to challenge my beliefs. Defend my beliefs to challenge them.
Okay, so at least you admit that it's a belief that you have about the spinning ball.
A belief, yes. I don't. But all right, okay. I'll ask you this then, right? Are you certainly willing, right? If the Earth is like a spherical, like a globe that spins, right? Would you want to know that to be the truth, if it is the truth?
I thought that was the truth my whole life. I'm 48.
Right. I asked you, would you want to know?
Absolutely.
What do you think we're doing
Okay,
here?
sure. Then we can continue the conversation. Let's go.
Yeah. So are you under the assumption that we're here because we decided we didn't want to think it was a spinning ball and we just decided?
No, I thought it was just just a basic presupposition to say that if we're in here discussing it, then you wouldn't really need to ask me the question. I'm not here to put everyone else under my own beliefs, right? I'm obviously here to challenge my beliefs.
Okay, right. And so the reason I asked that first question, the other guy couldn't get around, and then you started talking about an experiment with the Netflix documentary, which has nothing to do with direct experience. The reason I asked you that is because your default reality is a stationary plane. All the ballers that come in here that are intellectually honest can at least admit that. We all experience a level of stationary.
Yeah, I'm saying that that's not necessarily the case. No, because there's
you didn't come up with anything that was your direct experience, your direct sensory experience that would indicate you're in a spinning ball. You didn't come up with anything.
That actually, yeah, okay. Then I can bring up something. Okay, then can I bring up something? All right, so I once hiked on Kilimanjaro. I'm not sure if you know what that is. I believe it's the second or first tallest mountain in Africa.
What country's in?
What?
I don't want to cut you off.
Okay, all right,
I do know where you're going with this. I have a friend who fought.
Yes, right. I'm saying that I can.
And then we're gonna.
Yes.
Everyone in here is gonna say, "Oh well, Neil deGrasse Tyson says you can't see it until certain, way up. This stuff's flat." You got a quote from him So then we go and talk about Neil deGrasse Tyson and whether you think he's somebody actually that you respect.
Yeah, no, but I'm not. I'm in no way taking what he's saying as fact. No, listen, I am in no way. No, hold up. You respect this. Wait, let me speak real quick. I'm not using anything Neil deGrasse Tyson have said, or like, I don't even know that I didn't know that he said all of that, right? I don't know anything about Neil deGrasse Tyson, right? What I'm saying is from my personal experience, I have seen the curvature of the Earth. I don't know if Neil deGrasse Tyson said he could if you do it. I'm not using that as my evidence.
No, we're using him as our evidence.
As a hostile witness.
Yeah,
hostile. Okay, go ahead.
He said that you can't see the curvature from a plane.
You can't see. Yes, you can see the curvature of a plane, but you haven't proven it's a flat plane.
You can't see the curvature from a plane, right?
Yes, right. But for that to be like a refute. No, hold up. For that to be a refute to what I'm saying, right? The presupposition would have to be it already is a flat plane, which is what you have to prove. That's not something we're presupposing.
You can't see. Listen, an aeroplane, not a plane, an aeroplane. You can't see it from the height of an aeroplane, 35,000 feet. Actually, Neil deGrasse says you have to be beyond a couple miles to see it.
Well over 120,000 feet.
Tyson. Okay, well, I don't see why you should take that as fact. I mean, actually, since you're applying
high altitude balloons that show it doesn't have any curvature as well.
Yeah, he is one of the leading astrophysicists.
Wait. Okay, hold up. I've read a lot of the channels in this server, and I've formed an opinion of how y'all apply skepticism. And if I apply skepticism to that statement, I'm like perfectly in line and perfectly consistent with the way you guys apply skepticism to NASA and Einstein.
Listen, dude, this is based in a real thing.
That's an opinion.
Yes, right. And I'm saying from my own personal experience, I have experienced like seeing the curvature of the Earth.
That's called anecdotal. It's not evidence.
Yeah, your
evidence called anecdotal evidence, right? You know that's evidence, right?
Your eye is very similar to curve, right? Anyway, so your eye is a liar in this sense. Anyway, so
my eyes are but no. What he asked me, the question was whether I have ever directly experienced seeing anything that could suggest the Earth is like a spinning sphere, and I then told him about my experience, which would lead me to believe that the Earth is a sphere.
So hold on. You looked out the window and saw this mountain, and that means curve. Is that what I'm understanding?
No.
I'm just curious.
That is not what I said at all.
No, dude, the easiest way to stop this off is like if we can provide video evidence higher than what you're at, where we do not see curve, then
what? Why?
Video evidence?
Yes, dude.
I mean, okay, I can provide video evidence. I can provide video
evidence. What did he see that made him say, "Oh my God, there's a curve"? That's my question.
I don't know why.
Okay, can I just take this back to the debate between him and I real quick? Because let me just say in response to that, a lot of us, including people on this panel, thought at one point that we had seen the curvature, and I think it has something to do with expecting that. There's first of all your eye can play tricks on you. The horizon has a seeming curve to it at times because of the atmosphere. Your eye actually has a curve.
Wait, why is that? Because of the atmosphere.
But regardless of any of that, right? As far as like being able to see the curvature, there's some things that we can go through with you in detail in here that show you that the radius that they claim that the Earth is falsified, right? And you'll have to go through those steps, right? To figure out that that's the case, right? Because there's laser tests that have been done now showing that
let me add something real quick.
True, right? So let me just
hold up. Can I add something?
Original question. Hold on just a sec, real quick. The thing I was talking about was your direct sensory experience. Seeing something that could or couldn't be the case, which is what we're talking about, is not necessarily a direct experience that I'm looking for. You at least can admit you don't feel the spin of the Earth, right? You don't feel the spin of the Earth, right? You don't feel it at all?
Okay, your question was whether I have directly experienced anything that suggests that the Earth itself, right, is a sphere that is spinning. And I can say, yes, I have used my senses, right, and seen something that can give me the incentive to believe the Earth is spinning. If you look at a building, like a large building from the ground.
I'm saying let's put that on the back burner for now, because there's a lot of technical things that we're going to have to go through to show you that the curvature isn't what they're saying. and I don't want to get
Okay.
into that right now. I'm just trying to establish a few things like about our direct experience. Like, if there's only one of two answers that are right about the reason that you do not feel the spin of the Earth. Either A, it's because you're not spinning, right? Or B, it's because you are spinning and you don't feel it, fill in the blank. Why is it that you would not feel 1,000 miles per hour at the equator in one direction, and then in another vector going 67,000
Okay,
miles per hour around the sun that's 93 million miles away, and they say the sun is going 500,000 miles per hour. Now, let me just tell you, 1,000 miles per hour, if you don't know already, is faster than what they say the speed of sound is, right? Now, they're going to give you, the only thing they say is, oh, one linear plane direction or one linear train direction doesn't really give you the feeling that you're moving as fast as that train or plane. Now, if that's good enough for you, then you're probably not meant for this discussion.
Okay, dude. All right. Now can I respond? You just like recited the Bible to me. All right. So first, let me respond to what you said earlier about the radius. The Earth is not a perfect sphere, so you can obviously debunk any sort of radius they give by giving another radius that is like alternate to it. And now for what you're saying now, yes, saying that if you are on a moving object, your speed, right, if this moving object is carrying you, your speed would be relative to the movement of said object. I don't see the problem with that.
Do you want me to explain the problem with that, or would you rather just...
Yeah, what is the problem? Oh, wait, actually, let me ask you, do you believe in gravity?
Would gravity need to be a belief if it were true?
No, because like the way you're arguing it leads me to believe that you don't believe that in gravity.
Yeah, but see, if it was a scientific fact, why would I have to say I believe in it? I'd be able to prove it to you, right?
Okay, so you agree it's a scientific fact?
It isn't.
No, I'm saying the way you
It
phrase
isn't.
the question is interesting, because they've made science into a faith by getting you to believe things that aren't scientifically provable. And then you're saying,
all right,
well,
so
I believe in science.
I'm not
you should
simply
believe in
believing
gravity.
that.
If gravity's-
No,
gravity's
that is
real,
not what I'm saying.
If gravity is a scientific fact, then you have to tell us the experiment that proves it is.
Okay,
And
okay,
we debunked
dude.
it. And if you
All right,
go- if you go to-
dude.
go to the
Okay, dude. All right. Let's keep it civil. All right, let me speak now. All right. When I asked you if you believed in gravity, I am not suggesting that gravity is something you have to believe in or have faith in. Okay, that's not what I'm saying, right? Because there are people that can simply just not believe 1 + 1 = 2, right? Belief, if something is a fact or if it's wrong, right, that does not necessarily influence a person's belief. Now let me respond to this gravity point.
Okay, if you're arguing semantics,
Wait, hold on.
first of all, you're going to get nowhere. Wait, just real quick.
What?
I sent you a list of links. In case this gets out of hand and you're just like obfuscating and just trying to win the argument rather than try to figure it out. If you're going to do that, someone's going to get rid of you at some point. Because if you're just trying to obfuscate and just like...
I'm not. When implies that I'm doing that.
Hold on, wait. Let me just tell you. I sent you a list of links that'll help you out with learning about what we're talking about. It takes time, bro. It's not something...
Okay, wait. So I think...
Guys.
Oh my god.
This is turning really negative. Wait there a second, in perspective.
What?
Turning very negative.
Bro.
You're just talking over each other, so I'm stopping, all right?
Yeah, so why don't you just shut up for a minute?
Just be quiet.
Whoa.
Right, you two are going to either do this properly or I'm going to take over or someone else is, right? Because I'm not, like you two have obviously already got a problem with each other for some reason. Just
I'll take over.
drop the animosity,
You know what?
please, and take turns and actually let the guy speak and back and forth, because give him the rope to hang himself. He doesn't know what I mean.
I was trying to explain to him the reason that I called out the way you phrased that is that we all assumed that gravity was a given fact, right? And that we all thought, oh, they must have figured out. And obviously you drop a pencil,
No, I
right?
didn't.
Oh, okay. I'm saying we did. We assumed that gravity was a fact, right? We all did, because we all believed what you did, right? And then
Okay,
we
wait.
looked
Who is
deeply
we
into
all?
it.
Well,
All the people on this panel.
I try.
Okay.
Okay, we all believed it at one point, right? But then we looked
Uh-huh.
into it intensely. We looked into it
No.
intensely because we didn't want to just believe something. We wanted to figure out if it was true. And we found
Okay.
out there's no experimental evidence for gravity. And that
There's no
density is all you
experimental
need
evidence
because-
for gravity?
Yeah, do you think there is?
I mean, that's not what I'm claiming. All right, so can you continue, or are you like done? Can I like?
Go ahead. No, go ahead. What were you
All
gonna
right,
say?
so even if
Not in the day.
I'm actually not even sure about what you're trying to argue here, or what you believe is the alternative for gravity. But there are multiple theories which do take like certain scientific facts into account. And all right, bro.
Finish, please.
All right, so there are certain theory, even like the theory of relativity. I'm pretty sure.
Hold on.
And
Can I
theory,
just really quickly?
No.
You need an alternative.
God, you guys are making this so painful.
So hard.
You just listen. If you want to beat these people, all you got to do is let them finish what they're saying, man. They give you it, and then
beat
when
me.
he's done
Wait,
talking,
weren't y'all talking about me only doing this to win the debate?
Why the fuck are you still interrupting me, dude? Shut up.
But why are you being so aggressive? I've been civil. Listen.
He's calling out
it
the
is-
people on the panel
Shut
that are
up.
interrupting you. He's not being aggressive towards you. He's trying to make sure you get a
It's
chance
not
to talk.
civil to interrupt other people when they're talking. This is not
Okay.
civil. Only in today's world can you say, dude, don't talk while I'm talking. I'm the moderator. I'll just kick you out of here.
Okay,
I'm
I'm fine of being the victim of like biased moderation.
Dude, he's protecting. He's trying to get
He's trying to let you speak. He's trying to let you speak, right?
I'm trying to tell the panel to let you finish what the hell you're saying, and you want to attack me while I'm doing it. I'm the moderator. If you refuse to be moderated, then you just don't need to be speaking here. So would you guys please just let this dude finish what he's saying? You're making this so painful, man. It doesn't have to be this way. You're making it that way.
Oh my.
Hey, go ahead, bro. Go ahead. You just defended
Finish what you were saying, guy.
All right, so I'm gonna assume, what's your name again? New Perspective, that you do not believe that the theory of relativity is valid in any way.
That has nothing to do with gravity, by the way.
It has nothing. Yeah, it does.
Why don't we stick to gravity? The theory of relativity.
Okay. All right. So then I'll just like lay it out for you then, instead of like calling it just what it is. So you are aware of like the theory that matter creates kind of like indentations in space and time, or like warps space and time to the point where.
Yes, I'm familiar.
Okay, then. All right. So, do you believe this theory is credible, or should be taken as at least just that, like a theorem or fact?
Okay, so this does have to do with gravity, in that we're going to go into the
That
different theories of gravity, which is Einsteinian gravity compared to Newtonian gravity, right? Einsteinian gravity supersedes Newtonian gravity, right? Newtonian gravity is objects are attracted to each other, right? And then the Einsteinian gravity is a warping of space-time, correct? This is what you're getting at, right? Space-time, right, is the warping of space-time is what causes gravity, right? Time's a concept, correct? How do you warp a concept?
Yeah, I'm sorry, but you are kind of like lagging a bit. But how do you warp a concept? Do you believe?
Yeah,
okay, all right.
If time is a concept,
Hold on. Time is a concept. Time is a human concept, but there is also linear time, right? And linear time is like interweaving with space. That's what we get space-time from. Space-time, right? There is a concept of space-time, but we also assume space-time exists physically. Space-time is not a concept.
Let me just tell you, I was a huge Stephen Hawking fan. I would highlight every other sentence in Universe in a Nutshell and Brief History of Time. I bought both color edition hardback copies of both books so that I could be proud of the things that I thought I had learned. So I understand this, right? I used to love to talk about how wormholes would connect the two quadrants of the universe.
Wait, why is any of this relevant?
Because I'm very familiar with what you're talking about, and I think a lot of people coming here assuming
then
we've never heard
to
these
it.
things before. That's what I'm responding to, dude. I understand the concept of time being linear, but that's not provable.
What?
And it is a concept that is a way of describing something that is totally unprovable. And
What?
and it's
No.
totally
Okay. No, that
totally
is all right.
against
All right.
Okay,
No,
go ahead.
that's
Continue on.
not what.
Continue on.
You said a concept is something that an idea that is not provable. Is that what you just asserted?
No, I'm saying time is a concept. How do you warp a concept? You can assert that time is linear.
Okay. All right. So
How
then
can you
that
show
just
me
means
that?
you did not. Okay. All right. That just means you just did not listen to what I just said. All right.
Wait,
What I said was-
I listened to
let me finish.
No. Wait, no, you just.
Dude, let me finish.
No, dude, I'm not going to.
He's trying to help you.
This is silly. So listen, you made the claim. I heard what you said, and so you made a claim anyway. So the idea.
No, why are you interrupting?
Listen,
he's moderating.
I'm not, mate. Listen, I'm trying to help this out because it's coming to like a weird point. So you're talking about this idea of linear time. There's a concept of a concept, and one thing might be real. We assume it's real. Like this, we is not a collective, right? There isn't any validation for it. So the issue is you're making that claim. So how does that look? So
assuming what I said, why not just let me say it again or reiterate?
I'm asking you to explain what that looks like, buddy.
No, and I'm telling you that is not my claim. That is not my position. That's not what I said.
Space-time is a concept also, period.
You're strawmanning me. I never said that. Okay, let me explain what I said one more time, okay? I'll try to reiterate it so it makes more sense, right? Yes, time exists as a concept. There is the human concept of time, right? The human concept of time is not the same as spatial time, right? Like temporal time, like dimensional time, right? We assume with certain theories that time exists in the fourth or fifth dimension and flows down to our third dimension, right? That is not the same. No, that is not a concept.
It is. It's an abstract concept.
Why are you interrupting me?
Of man. Don't ask me why I'm interrupting because I can.
Oh, so
yeah, don't presume you're here and you're some special guy who gets to be the only one speaking, dude. You're really starting to piss me off. Why are you asking me why I'm talking on my own platform?
No, why are you interrupting? I don't mind if you talk. Just don't interrupt.
No, I just asked you a question. Answer it.
Bro, why are you? No, you are completely ignoring.
Either you answer it or you're done. Why are you interrupting me while I'm the moderator on my own platform, telling me to shut up? Why are you doing this?
All right. Can anyone else in the VC? Can you sympathize with me about how biased this is?
They can, but it's not going to do a fucking thing for you. Answer it. Why are you being rude?
Okay, so you admit to being biased. Okay, dude. Okay.
I'm not being biased. I'm tired of your rudeness.
No, all right, I'm rude. All right, so
I'm reacting to the way you act.
What is your question, sir?
Why are you interrupting me when I try to moderate my own platform?
What? Because you interrupted me while I was speaking.
Yeah, that's the purpose of moderation. So
no, you weren't moderating. You said you were literally arguing against me.
Well, when I got to stop to argue against you, yes, I can't moderate now, can I?
You literally stopped me in the middle of me asserting something.
Okay, prove physically. Hold up.
1v1 between me and New Perspective, which.
Listen, he asserted space-time is an abstract concept. Now what you need to do is give citation to make it a proven physicality. Go.
That's what I'm responding to. Okay.
Citation.
All right. So basically, right?
Not your opinion.
Oh my god.
A citation. You do know what a citation is, right?
All right. You can let me speak now, correct? Like, there's no problem with me speaking now.
I could have let you.
You're not gonna interrupt me. You're not gonna strawman me. You're not gonna get loud and start disrespecting me.
Listen, you're done. Take a seat. I don't know where the hell you think you're at, but you're not there.
Hey, let me just say, if this guy's still listening, the whole intent that I would like to start with somebody like him is that we're not here to win a debate. We're not here to win an argument. When they come in looking at trying to concern troll about what's being done with every single sentence and who's doing what to who, that's what the problem is, dude. If you're here to learn and find out if you're right or not, you have to be able to listen. And this is a deep philosophical topic that most people just can't handle. And I don't think you're ready for it. I sent you the list of links. Yeah, I sent you the links. You can look at those videos and then come back with some education.
You know that. You have to take it into consideration that they can't handle it. This guy comes in. He's obviously very young. You got to dumb it way the fuck down, guys. Way the fuck down. You got to dumb it down. It's let him unspill his whole story and then walk him back over it after he's done.
But he's asserting theoretical physics as true, and he doesn't.
I know, but let him assert it, right?
The truth be told, we're not here for the people who just want to make it all hectic and not have a civil, normal conversation. That's not what we're here for. This isn't what we built the platform for. If he can't be civil and reasonable, then why even waste our time?
No,
Was that enjoyable?
No.
Excuse me. What was that enjoyable for any one of us to listen to? Does it make our platform enjoyable?
Nope.
That's all we need to worry about.
The thing is, it goes with the territory.
Doesn't.
This topic
I know.
causes
But my
panic in
point.
people.
Go ahead.
And they get panicked about every little thing that people say because they're afraid that they're not right, and you can hear it in their voice, and they're scared that this is that whatever they've learned in the theoretical physics not being provable, which is a concept he couldn't even understand. So it's like he couldn't, because if he had to acknowledge the theoretical physics and the multidimensional stuff is not something that is even allowed in the conversation because it's theoretical, then there's nowhere to go with it.
No, I agree 100%. I don't dispute it at all. What I'm saying is that this guy's level of intelligence and his level of manner of respect is what you're gonna get. This is the new fucking generation. So I know this isn't what we want to do here.
Bro, you're preaching to the choir. We've been doing this for years.
I know. I've been talking to people for years. I haven't moderated. I'm not trying to listen. I have never been able to argue
we didn't
any
build
points
this
with
platform
anybody.
yesterday or last year.
I know.
That's what I'm saying. We know
these
this.
kids.
We know this.
So I have a question then. So if this platform is not for them, can we just? I mean, why do we go through this? Can we filter that out from getting to this point?
For people that really want to know.
This was very painful.
Really want to know.
It's a filter process. What's up, Indio?
Who's gonna whine about why we're doing this? Just fucking click leave server. No one's making you here.
Yeah, it's a filter process, bro.
I heard you complaining yesterday, the day before. No, I don't know why you're complaining. Go make your own Discord if you want to.
Are you trying to ban a whole generation?
I'm not trying to ban a generation. It just seems like you guys, you want them to suddenly understand because you're throwing logic at them.
No. We're allowing you to have your go to debate, but you're a part of the filtration system. You're one of the layers. You guys aren't very good at setting it up. Do you understand?
It's not you guys. I didn't do shit. I'm being targeted here.
Listen,
I don't know how this happened.
We're not targeting you. There was a question there I never got to answer. So it's a filtration system, man. At a certain point, if they haven't got it, they're just not going to get it. They're here for one reason and one reason only. We've done this for years, bro. We're not here for those people who just want to ridicule, troll, and play victim. We're here for the people who can actually have a civil conversation. Now, if you feel like you can save some of these people that we just silenced, you're more than welcome to take them to another VC and talk to them.
I know that. I wasn't implying.
We're not being harsh on it. It's just we know we have a quality standard for the live stream, bro, and we're going to maintain it. Strictly.
Let me ask you a question. Think there's anything anybody on this server could have said that would make him honestly look at the information we have?
Maybe.
You're asking me?
Think about the cat. Yeah. Do you really think that?
I do. I think that the opportunity to plant a seed by making him realize this is the thing. He does not. It's the trust. That's the thing that they have to break first, is this trust. You have to show them that they can be lied to at this level, because that's the impossibility that they know they're arguing from the right position when they step off. They know they're right from the beginning because of that trust. That they have the authority.
That's why I tried to get him to. That's why I tried to get him to admit, or at least say that he's interested in finding out if he's wrong or not. And I sent him the links and a nice message that goes with it. So I let him to water. I can't make him drink it, But we don't want to have
whoever said I've been in here.
It's coming in and trolling, and just trying to concern troll. You try to keep that to a minimum. But I'll give you props. This guy, I'll defend him because I talk to him a lot since he's been here. Cool guy. Dirt. But just the way it works around here is takes a little getting used to. We're not here just to have a frantic argument with people that have no understanding of the topic.
Right, I know that. But you just spent 20
believe
minutes.
When it comes to the children, hey, I'm being honest with you guys. This isn't that this is just something I like to personally talk to the children, because I don't think anyone in here has, not anyone, that's not the right statement, but a majority of us that are maybe even smarter than me or know more than me, I'd rather talk to the children because for them, I care more. My mom was a teacher. I think this is the reason that sometimes I can level with children, and you know, so I personally didn't like the way you were doing it. Exactly. And I softly tried to stop it early. If this place was what you thought, I would have just shut you up and took over the conversation, because that's the thing. That's my pet peeve with everyone else in here. But as a moderator, I can't just do that. That would be an overreach. I let you do your thing. So please don't critique the moderation in here again.
It was me arguing with him, by the way. I don't know if you're the new perspective, not Dirk. Dirk was the one you were just talking to. That wasn't the guy.
Yeah, I want to know who's got a problem with me so I can tell them to go fuck themselves real quick.
Please don't do that.
Who was it? Honestly.
You're a good addition. You're a good addition to this thing.
Oh, I can listen.
My name is.
I stay here as long as it's
My name is.
Listen, I know who you're on about. I wouldn't go there. You're just going to get permanently banned, mate.
Listen. Don't speak for me. My name is Eli.
Hey, let's just stop it right here, man. We're not here to point fingers at each other.
I told the guy straight up I didn't like his tactic.
I'm going to get it out so everybody hears it. We're not here to point fingers at each other.
Are you done?
Yeah, I'd like it to go back to the topic, what we're on, Flat Earth. We spend enough time on how we do it, how you do it, how I do it.
All right, buddy, do you know my name? I spoke my truth.
Oh, I didn't. That's why I asked. I got
Elijah Freeman. Elijah Freeman. There you go.
I'm not telling anybody what to do, Elijah. That's my point. I'm not trying to change anybody's way of thinking.
No, the only purpose for me giving you my name is so you knew who's speaking about you. That's the only purpose.
Okay. Now, go back to you.
All right.
I don't think he was referring to you, was he? Was he?
I'm literally confused now. I'm honestly confused at this point.
You're on about someone that said something about you earlier, right? Not Eli.
Yeah, because I was sitting. Yeah. I was just trying to voice my opinion, and I got told I'm tired of how I'm trying to change things, and that's what I heard. And I don't think that is that personal attack out of nowhere was justified.
Yeah. Well,
never mind. I didn't do that. Then that wasn't me. Never mind.
Yeah, okay, that's not who I was talking to. I apologize.
It was me, and I'll tell you why. But a lot of people.
Who's me?
Even worse.
We have a lot of people that come in here. First of all, we've been overrun by fake flat earthers. That doesn't mean you're one. Right. One of the telltale signs of one is they immediately come in and start complaining about the way the debates happen, the way we treat Globers, what we should say, what we shouldn't say, and quite honestly, like a big red flag, because you haven't been here that long. So
fair enough.
Think of this, dude. Like this is like been here quite a while. We've been doing this every day for quite a while. Even if you've been here like a month, you're seeing a small piece of the entire jigsaw puzzle. Rendering opinion, I think you should like stick around and check it out, because we have waves of people that come here and do different things.
I want to stick around. I want to check it out. I want to learn all you guys. I understand the knowledge is deep. I get it. That's why I'm here.
What I'm saying is your sample size isn't large enough to render a judgment.
I'm not rendering a judgment. I was making. All right. I'm not gonna. Indy, I respect your opinion.
Okay, this particular person. Think about this. Think about that whole dialogue between New Perspective and him. What did you learn? What information was transferred? What did anybody on YouTube learn? What did anybody, anybody learn about anything?
Well, they learned
that, nothing.
Yeah,
absolutely. His word count was like 10 complaining words to 1 word of like actual argument or debate. Some of these people just come in here just to waste time. They're here to make sure that information is transferred. They're just like throwing their body into the gears of the machine just to stop the machine from working.
Yeah.
So my perception of him is that's what he was doing, because like we've had Who was it?
A ton of it, I'm sure.
Charlie.
I'm sure it's endless.
Oh, you remember Charlie the other day, right?
Like day before yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday.
Not spelled all the way out, like CHARLE or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he spent a lot of time. Like, it's just a thing, right? We go through like.
Believe me, I am the most paranoid motherfucker on earth. You know how many times I shouted out the government agents listening in since I've been here? Believe me, I get it, and I'm not holding that against you. I get offended when people fucking start jumping on me for trying to help, and I don't think that I was overstepping the basics of just trying to get people to please be understanding that I get it. You get a lot of shills, but that kid's young. I think that the odds are that he's probably just arguing from stupidity, and I wanted to open his mind. And I apologize.
Real quick, in your defense, you told us that. You told me at least that you didn't even like try to debate it for like 16 years, but like for a long time, for the last like 4 years.
I missed that, dude. I'm sorry. Can you say it again?
You've known about this, and you haven't tried to argue it, and you're trying to. So it feels frustrating for you at this point.
Coming in very low.
You're trying to get it out of your system. Okay. Well, I'm in it. You said that you haven't argued this for a while, so I can understand you're frustrated and you want to be a part of the whole scene really quickly as far as like arguing with people and making sure that people get a chance to talk. But you'll get used to it. It's just there's a couple people in here. If you say fuck off, I know you're East Coaster, so and he's also said he's an asshole.
Listen. And honestly, you could kick me out of here right now. I'll go find something else to do and somebody else to talk to. I'll be like, that sucks because there's a lot of people in here, but it's not going to change the way I talk. If somebody jumps on my back again, I'm going to tell them to go fuck themselves. That's just the way I am. So I apologize in advance.
I'm just saying, be careful with it in here because it's not worth it, really.
Oh, yeah. Listen, everything is cool, man. Listen, you're fine. Listen, everything is cool. One thing I should tell you is one thing we don't do is we don't like air a dirty laundry in the live stream. So if you have like a problem, like we have, you can DM a gold member, you could, there's other ways to do it. We just don't like to air the dirty laundry in the live stream for one.
Okay.
I should be doing this or that. So just for future reference, if you do have a legitimate complaint, man,
listen. I don't remember telling anybody what they should or shouldn't do though. I was just offering an alternative, man. That's all. And
well, yeah, I know you weren't commanding, but it's like an unsolicited opinion.
Yeah, right. The way it works is this. Very simple,
I heard somebody say, does anybody else want a shot at this guy? And I said yes. And then...
You'll know when I need advice.
No, it wasn't you. It wasn't you. I heard another moderator jump in and say, this isn't working out. And I said, I agree. Can I take a shot at this guy? That's where this all started. But it seems like this is a waste of fucking time, so I'm going to shut the fuck up now.
Well, my comment was only in reference to you saying that there's a better way to handle it. I mean, yeah, there might have been.
I misspoke. That was me misspeaking. I didn't mean it like that.
It's fine, dude. Everything is cool, dude. Like, no one's mad. You're cool. Not an issue. The only point is if you do, like in the future, if there's an issue, because we do have people that go off on children for no apparent reason, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And don't realize that they're children, and we don't like that either.
Yep.
So if there is an issue, feel free to DM, lead mod, admin, anybody. We just don't like doing it in live stream. You notice we don't talk about other flat earthers, right? We don't come in here and we don't talk about Mark Sargent, and we don't talk shit about, Eric Dubay. It's just, we're trying to stay focused on flat earth and stay out of the fucking drama and the intrigue and the interpersonal dynamic nonsense. That's kind of a thing we do. I'm not saying you're doing any of that. I'm just saying, like, we have a method to the madness.
Yeah, that's why I kept interrupting. I felt the dude was just wasting our time. We're no longer on the topic, and we're spending more time on his feelings than anything else. So the most important thing here is to relay information. And with a guy who wants to play victim nonstop, how do you relay information to anybody?
The first step is to stop him from playing victim, I guess. That's because otherwise, or the alternative is to move on to something more productive with your time. But I didn't see,
Yeah. That's my job here. I'm only going to allow I'm only going to allow so much of the time on live stream to be wasted. I try to be light and but when it has to move on, it's time to move on. 9 times out of 10, I'm the guy that forcefully pushes it. And it doesn't mean I'm mad at anybody. I love everybody here. We're all giving up our own free time to try and do the same thing. I'm just the guy that's not going to allow us to waste our time.
Oh, in that guy's defense, the dude that left was being interrupted a lot. But on the other hand, he also wasn't answering direct questions. Or was he presenting any evidence for his claims? So, like, you're stuck between a rock. Everybody wants to jump on him because, obfuscating. So that triggers everybody. They want to jump on him. So it ends up in this, like, snowball that grows and grows and grows, and it ends up into a shit show on the live stream.
Melee.
Yeah. I mean, it's not just his fault; it's everybody's fault. But they come in here and try to do that intentionally. They come in here and intentionally try to trigger people. So they can go, these flat earthers, man, they're all a bunch of assholes. As if dude was an asshole, therefore the Earth isn't flat.
Yeah. It works both ways. Like, as soon as they start concern trolling, people in here will start to feel a certain type of way about what they're saying, and that makes people jump in. They know what they're doing. And that's what we're saying. Just, but when anyone wants to make a comment about the way it's being done, it needs to be done in private, because then that just undermines the way everything's being done. And then they're like, oh, that's an in then. They're like, see, this guy agrees. Like, and it feeds it, right? So it's just about getting them off that mode as quick as you can, if you can. I
used to have a meme that said, I can't lose a debate if I get banned. There's a lot of times when they start, like, they come in with their gotcha, and then when that fails, they don't know anything else, and then they just,
resort to that.
Try to get banned because, at least they didn't lose.
Exactly. When you got good information, though, you don't get annoyed. You don't do stupidness, right? You just present your good information. So if you're getting banned, then you're pretty much lost.
Welcome to Jamrock.
That movie, I rented it, and I don't know what happened, but I watched it, and the end scene was like, it was like B-roll shit. It wasn't even a finished movie. That Samuel L. Jackson movie you just threw up there. Like, CGI wasn't finished.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It doesn't get. I haven't seen it yet, but it doesn't get great ratings. But it's just kind of interesting for. I mean, Richie from Boston just put out a video talking about this. I guess a lot of people were doing videos on this movie. It's kind of like a zombie movie, but it's the people are they're like controlled through their electronics, like their cell phones. Anyway, there's gonna be a test tomorrow. Like, from FEMA is doing a test with your phone and radio and TV, and they're saying like you might have to like reboot your TV, like unplug it for a little while and plug it back in and shit. So not that it necessarily is anything, but there's people saying like just basically unplug everything before you leave tomorrow morning, because you probably don't want if there's some kind of download or something like that, because you should never have to reboot your TV unless there's some kind of like operating system, like
upgrade.
You know what I mean?
Lou, is that local to you?
That's everywhere in the United States tomorrow.
Oh man.
Yeah, that sounds like a big download.
It's actually worldwide. Worldwide.
Okay.
It's a worldwide emergency alert.
Yeah, so wrap your phone in a few layers of aluminum foil tomorrow afternoon or something. I don't know, but
you could turn off the settings for the emergency alert too.
Suckers have cell phones.
I'm about to lose internet and power. Got a storm blowing through here, and the lights just dimmed twice. It's probably gonna cut my router out.
It's a bad storm. Yeah, it's here too. Very bad. It's super. It got super black, super bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, I lost power for like an hour and a half on Friday too.
What's up, Elijah?
What's up? What's up? How you doing?
Great.
Hmm.
Guys, my handler wants you to keep talking about this event thing. I don't know what that means.
It almost looks like they're trying to like measure the effect of like the conscious mind sometimes with this stuff, because they're like constantly trying to, I don't know, I think maybe, or the interaction of, you know, the frequencies that, you know, around us between our sort of like thought patterns and stuff like that. Like if you have a grid of reference of like part of the, you know, Earth's fields, and then you start to look at it and study it, and then see if it interacts with, you know, humans in any way. I know they're interested in that. Just like phone testing could be something to do with that. Who knows?
I'm going down to the theater now. I'm gonna start in about 5 minutes if anybody wants to watch the movie. So going down to cinema. See you guys.
See you, brother.
Yeah.
Well, now that that's all over.
Good night.
Okay.
Hey, Bob. Uncle Bob. You know your mic's open, right?
Oh crap! Sorry about that. I thought I was muted there. Hopefully, I wasn't on there too long.
No, I unmuted you.
Oh, okay. No problem. Did you have a question for me, or just to say hello?
No, I was just letting you know you were unmuted. Somebody had you muted, and I undid it.
Okay, perfect. I'm just hanging out in the sun with my dog.
So, how's everybody's day going?
Slow and hot.
Slow. Exactly.
Is the air in the Midwest all soup like it is out east? I don't know how it is in like by the shore, like in New York, but or down by the shore, but it's soupy as hell and by the mountains out here.
Nice. Yeah, I know my title says NYC, but I'm actually in Florida now.
Florida. Have you met the infamous Florida man?
Who's that?
I see him in the paper all the time. Florida man has arm bitten off by raccoon. Florida man, you know.
Oh yeah.
Falls through roof.
Oh yeah. Oh, there's tons of them. I've met some interesting characters down here for sure.
Oh, Michigan man. That's new. There's the new contender. Michigan man has entered the battle.
I could give a more uplifting one. Michigan man catches baby. Most of them will be, you know, Michigan man exonerated of murder. Michigan man goes to prison for triple murder, for triple life. Michigan man blows something up. Michigan man builds bomb and gets caught. Michigan man on vacation in Florida. Looking for Florida man.
No, it doesn't say that.
I like the Michigan Man ones that are talking about Gretchen Granholm.
Isn't did she get recalled or something? What happened?
We're impeaching her. We already took her executive authority. She won't be making no mandates anytime soon that anybody has to follow anyway. She doesn't have that authority. Impeachment, baby.
Impeachment. When was the last time a governor got impeached?
I'm not sure.
Don't they usually just step down first?
A lot of them will. A lot of them will. We beat her in course like. It's intentional murder in our opinion. I mean, you're gonna build it. If you're gonna build a wall, stand on top of that motherfucker, right?
Well, that would take integrity. You're asking a lot of a politician.
Mm-hmm. No mandates aren't laws. You're right. What is this?
Oh, that's why they need all the Hewlett. Oh, don't worry, guys. Space is real. The balloons are for the telescope. It's okay.
You know, each state has its own constitution, right?
Yes, sir. And I know that I don't think anybody enforces it. It sounds like you guys are trying at least.
Trying to teach people what chains bind them so they can break those chains. You're all down by law. We're all down by law. We need to take back our original authority. Just naturel. There is a higher law than the law of the land or the law of the sea, admiralty law, maritime law. There's a higher law than all of them.
Do you think we're going to get to a point where they're going to admit it, or do you think reality and we're going to have to force it on them?
Well, it's going to become blatantly apparent. We actually have 4 constitutions in Michigan. Date back to 1835, 1850, 1908, and 1963. The one that all Michiganders need to pay attention to is that Constitution of 1835, Michigan Constitution. It's the foundation and basis of all your rights if you're going to be a citizen of the state of Michigan and not the U.S. of A. A Michigander first.
That's good for the goose. It's good for the gander.
Yeah, it depends on what route you're taking. If you're just going to jump back to I'm a man and no person have a party over me, or you're going to go back and try to get the original civil contract of your state together and unify with your statesmen and stand on a common ground and still hold true to a social contract. That's up to you.
Mm-hmm. Depends on how far back you want to bring your lifestyle. Do you want to go back to being a single family unit, or do you want to have a community?
In a sense, yes.
I mean, even though you live in an area with other families, and you call that a community, you're really only relying on your family in any real form without a state. State's that contract, right? We come together when we have to, we help each other.
States are formed by civil contracts, yes. So are communities.
But when I said state, I didn't mean state as in I meant the community as well as a state. I guess that's like a township or a
Well, it starts with a city, state, a civil township, all that. Those are all social civil agreements, wherein all men have equal dominion over Earth. But when in a social agreement, you agree that you will all relinquish a portion of each of your rights so that all people may enjoy more rights or equality. That'd be just, and we should just go back to the natural state of man until the scales of Libertos are adjusted properly again. And the natural state of man is war, not only by Thomas Hobbes, Aristotle, Eratosthenes, William Herschel, all these people. They twisted their knowledge into science when they were natural philosophers. Reading the book of God, book of creation, natural law, were the laws they observed in God's creation. They had to attain all that. All these people have dissertations and books written on natural law, ecclesiastical law, Levitican law, and natural law. It's all the same. You could call it God's law. It reflects the Torah. Man is Leviathan, We're the beast of the great deep. When you look at us all as a whole, mankind is a tyrant, a bully, a giant. Crack. Everybody in Jaw can hear your conversation.
I'm not having a conversation.
Oh, well. What's coming through your mic?
It might have been somebody in his background speaking, getting picked up.
Yep, Lou started the movie. Anybody that didn't want to miss the movie, it's in Cinema One.
What movie are they watching?
Cell. Cell. Cell.
Cool. Thank you.
Is that Jennifer Lopez?
No, that was Cell though. That was Cell, but way back in the 90s. This is a Stephen King book adaptation, but Cell was a good movie. That what you're talking about?
Yeah, he posted the cover for it a minute ago. Let me find it. I'll repost it.
That was young J-Lo.
Yeah, it's got Samuel Jackson in it.
That was when J-Lo was hot and fine.
Personally, I think J-Lo was a dude, but hey, that's just my opinion.
Don't fucking do this to me. Don't. I don't want to hear this shit. I know it's probably likely at least one of my bank chicks is fucking gotta be a dude at this point, and it's driving me nuts.
Bro.
Marilyn Monroe.
Celebrity crush.
Yep, Marilyn Monroe.
Madonna.
Yep.
Marilyn Monroe was a dude?
Yeah, and your dad was.
No fucking
And
way.
your dad was.
In my opinion, yes.
Dude, you check. You just me and Pam were pretty serious about our trans investigations, dude. Like, you know, like you see thorax coverers around, bro. You know, belong to say. All I'll say.
There's exceptions to every rule. Anatomy is not 100%. However, when you have 8 or 9 red flags, it's time to get a test done.
So what were the major outlying factors that led you to understand that?
Common sense.
Well, but what specifically?
All right, so I'm gonna have to ask you to be more specific then. Can you rephrase the question?
What are you talking about? What?
Yeah, that Marilyn Monroe was a dude. Yeah.
He's gonna probably post you like.
Biology.
Yeah, that's okay. I'll take a look.
Yeah, maybe not. Well, we know that people transition fairly commonly today, right? You accept that?
Sure.
So, do you think it's possible that it's been going on covertly prior to that?
Oh yeah, I don't put it past it. I don't put anything past anyone.
Okay, as long as we're open. Okay, good. As long as we're able to work on that premise, then okay. So you're aware of biological factors that differentiate male and female, right? They're biological. For the most part, other than the abnormalities, then you're going to conform to these, right?
Sure.
So then it's just a matter of if you see a woman with gigantic proportional hands, with shoulders that are gigantic, with a deep, deep voice, who have no hips and an Adonis belt, and you see what I'm saying? Why?
I have a question.
Go ahead.
How do solar eclipses work?
Nobody wants to cover his most remedial question. The same way they work on a globe, bro.
Yeah. God damn it. Don't put J-Lo in the chat like that. What are you doing?
Yeah, if J-Lo's a fucking dude, it's like this world is fucking ruined.
Eclipse, if your question about eclipses
Hang
was
on.
honest, you have to go ahead.
As long as you don't say nothing about Jessica Alba, I'm good.
I do like me some Jessica Alba. The whole world is crumbling around me.
Oh no, you guys don't know. Come on.
I've heard Jessica Alba's name though.
Okay, the kid had a flat Earth question. Can we move on from this?
Yeah. All right. So you got to understand that when you ask us what is an eclipse, you're asking us with a picture in your mind already of what the eclipse is. Is that safe to assume?
Nope,
that you have an idea?
I'm not assuming anything.
No, I didn't say that. I said when I say eclipse, does your mind conjure any image?
Not really.
Or is that okay? So the word eclipse means nothing to you then?
No.
Okay, sweet. I know you're pretending, but we'll try. All right. So basically, when you look up in the sky at the moon, this is solar eclipse you asked, right? Not lunar.
Either.
Double checking. Okay. We'll go with solar eclipse. You're looking at the sun, and the moon starts approaching, and then suddenly disappears for some reason. But then the sun becomes eclipsed, right? You see that the moon passes into the realm of the sun, and they overlap. Yeah, when you're looking at it from where you're standing, and then it continues on its path, revealing the sun behind it. That eclipse, that's what we call an eclipse. Have you ever seen that?
Yeah, there was like one a few years ago.
Okay, so now you do understand when I say eclipse what I'm talking about. You've seen it. Okay.
Let's just assume I haven't though.
But you just told me you did. So we're going to go with that assumption instead. I don't like assumptions. So if that thing in the sky is an eclipse, okay, what I'm going to tell you, your question is what is that? I'm going to tell you it is the moon passing in front of the sun. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Okay, what about a lunar eclipse?
Follow-ups? That would be the opposite, where the sun is now on one side of the horizon usually, and the moon is on the other usually. And then you look at the moon, and suddenly the moon starts turning red from the top down. That's what we call a lunar eclipse.
Well, is it a lunar?
Have you seen that one? Have you seen that one?
I've actually not seen a lunar. Has there been a lunar?
Look one up. They're cool.
Right, but a lunar eclipse occurs when the moon is.
Why are you telling me what it is? Hold on, wait. Why are you telling me what it is? You just asked me what it was.
No,
you said you didn't know what it was. You said you didn't know what it was. Why are you telling me what it is?
That's what it is, right? So it's casting.
Oh, so you lied to me when I asked you.
Yes,
we're not going to be honest with each other. Why aren't we going to be? Oh, you deceived me. That's not very nice.
Guys,
why would you do that? No, I know. I should tune it down, but you can see that the argument here, young man, is that you deceived me. Why would you do that?
That was kind of funny when he said I deceived you. He said it so like
trickery. Okay.
I did. So honest.
Okay. Anyway.
You are an honest liar, though. I'll give you that. Why, though? Yeah. Why did you do that to me, young man?
I'm pretty good at poker. Okay.
That's has to be proven.
Yeah. Okay, that's not the point, though. A lunar eclipse. Okay. Continue.
So you're going to tell me what it is now. Go ahead. Make a claim.
No. Okay, no. You tell me what a lunar eclipse is.
No, you.
The question becomes: Does an eclipse prove either model, flat?
No, that's not what I'm asking. I'm just asking how it works in the flat Earth.
No, I'm asking that question. I didn't ask what you were asking. How does an eclipse prove either model? Go.
Me? You can't answer my question with a question. Are you like cats or dogs?
I'm not answering your question. I'm asking a question. Well, what?
Right.
Come on, kid.
And I'm answering your question with a question. You like cats or dogs?
It doesn't. That's the answer. And I
you don't like either?
You're just
ignoring my question.
It's just too difficult for you to deal with, Parsi. Like, don't.
Yeah. I just answered.
I
both
thought
your
I was. I
questions.
thought I was doing
said
okay.
It doesn't
Never mind.
prove either model, and I like cats and dogs. I like all
You like
animals.
both? What breed?
I have a bull.
A bull? Bulls are cool. I love bulls.
Ready, guys. Let's keep the topic to flatter. So
I'll tell you what. Come on out to the farm, and I'll let you pet the bull. You can even milk.
You have
it
a farm?
if you know how.
Ready.
You want to milk?
Bro, that's so cool.
Of course
You
he does,
wanna milk
Party.
the-
That's where we milk your mum's titties, bro.
Oh.
Stop being a troll.
Oh, do they keep your mom there too?
No,
course, man.
seriously though. Do you want to milk the bull or what?
Like you
Bulls
have
have got-
cows?
Bulls have got great odds. Man.
What do you farm?
I live on a farm.
For the milk.
Predominantly it's a dairy farm, but I grow whatever the hell I want. If you name it, I probably grow it if it grows in Michigan.
Oh,
From
you ever make
apples
cheese?
to celery, on occasion.
Oh my gosh.
I live around Amish people. I prefer to barter with them, let them make the cheese, and then barter back for some real Amish cheese. But hey,
Yeah, smart.
Is Amish cheese any good?
Parsi, it sounds like a condescending.
No, that's like a real. That's a real. I'm not trying to act condescending. I'm sorry if I come off like that, but
No, but I'm asking. I'm saying, like, why do I get that sense you're speaking with in a condescending tone?
I don't know. It's my voice.
Bro, listen, bro. He was considering milking my bull. I know. How can he be condescending?
True.
You don't.
Solid point.
You don't milk
Solid
the
point.
bull unless you're that little college student that's going to school for veterinary thing, and I want some semen to freeze and sell to somebody else. Then
You can make a lot of money doing that.
and he'd like you. That girl and me are the only two people that get to go in his cage without getting challenged. You go in there, he'll run you right over, dude. I wouldn't let you in there.
Is he like a big dog? Like a big boy? What's his name?
He's a
It's a
bull.
bull. Not a
Yeah,
dog.
what's his name?
Flat Earth,
Bruno.
you guys.
You didn't name your bull?
I said Bruno. He's actually a prize-winning bull too.
Like,
not technically, Josh. Not technically.
damn, bro. Okay. Like, so, do you breed? Like, do you ever butcher your animals? Like, do you kill them?
Only on a Wednesday.
Like, you make steak or something? I'd want some steak, fresh steak.
I
That
have
sounds good.
animals butchered, but I don't do it right here on the farm so that the other livestock know it.
Yeah, you shouldn't do it at the same location anyway, really.
A bull is a sire. It's a mature male bovine. But a cow is generally a female.
Yup.
So
Yeah,
no, a bull is not a cow.
You butcher
cow
the
is a
bull.
Yeah, a cow is a fully grown female of any domestic breed kept to produce milk or beef. That's a cow.
So, is your mom? No, that's a bad question. I'm sorry.
My mother's passed away. I didn't hit you with the mother joke.
I'm sorry.
You don't want to play the dozens with me. You'll leave here crying, playing the victim.
Yeah, honestly, dude, like, that's probably not,
No need to be rude.
Yeah,
I'm not trying to be rude.
Okay.
But like,
but you are a little bit. Let's be honest.
I'm not trying to. I'm being rude.
It's all right,
So you're
kid.
just-
Don't
so
worry.
you're
Just
what you're
try
saying
to keep it
is
in
you're just
mind. That's
naturally
all. We're
this
just
way.
asking you keep it in mind. No mom jokes,
Okay,
that kind of stuff.
okay.
Just be nice.
Okay.
We should also keep it to the server topic. So flat Earth.
Wait, didn't someone else just say okay, never mind. I'm not gonna get into that.
Fuck all y'all mothers. I'm joking. Right, let's get the troll out a little bit. Right, dude, the eclipse thing though, right? Like, you get why he's asking that question back to you though, yeah? Because
What is he asking? Wait, what was the original question?
Yeah, remember to do with the eclipses. If it doesn't affirm any model, it's not really relevant to the topic of the shape, right, of the actual.
Right, but I'm just interested in it. Like, I was interested in his cows.
No, but that's just the
milking
answer,
his
bro.
bull.
It's not,
Like,
listen, that's just the answer to the question. It's not like a gotcha or anything like that. Like, I'm just saying that would be the answer to the question, right? Do you get that? We can talk about milking the bull in a minute. For sure. 100%. We can talk about the equipment to do it and everything. You have to get like a fake system, for the bull. Because you're on about milking a bull, which is, yeah, different than milk from the others, right? Bam, well,
What's that model with like the Scorpio and the Sagittarius and Cancer and all that stuff? What's it called?
Astrological.
Oh, it's astrology, right?
Astrology, yes.
Okay.
It's an astrological reading. What about it?
Nothing. No, sorry, I lost the word for a second.
Yes, a moose can be a cow.
Truth Prevails dropped some links up there for you, dude.
All right.
About eclipses. If you go up to like 51 minutes past the hour. The first
Hey, if it's not a big deal, can somebody go over a lunar and a solar eclipse? What's the difference? I'm a serious question.
Oh, can I explain it? All right. Okay. So
Sure,
a
if you
lunar
think you
eclipse.
can, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So like how, like it's relative to where we are. Like so for example, like a lunar eclipse is when the Earth is in the middle of the sun and the moon. And then, like, you know how Earth casts a shadow on, like, there's obviously a shadow cast onto the moon, right?
Why is that
like,
obvious?
Okay, well, I guess that's not obvious. But,
Man,
hold on. I don't know
Man,
how you would explain it. It's a lot easier with a diagram. Here, I'll just send you.
Have you heard of a Stellanellian eclipse?
No, I have not.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna hear me say a lot of things that are gonna make you think I'm trying to be a jerk to you. What I'm gonna say to you is that you need to be very careful about what you say when you say "I know this" versus somebody told me this and I am assuming it. I'm gonna remind you a lot that you're doing it because you're gonna do it. Don't take it personally. It has nothing against you. It's just you're gonna do it, and you should try not to.
Right, but I've seen a solar eclipse and like the
You can't explain a solar eclipse and a lunar eclipse.
Hold
I
on,
can.
guys. He's a child. Let's remember that when we're dealing with him.
Okay, buddy. Okay, buddy.
You didn't mean it condescendingly.
No, that's kind of patronizing. I'm not gonna lie.
Not really.
Excuse me, I'm a father. I will say young adult if that's what you prefer. But I refuse to let people jam pile on a younger person.
All right,
You have a
thank
problem
you.
with that.
I love you.
Can really feel the emotion in
The
that.
left hanging there, dude. You know, but
he just
he's talking about.
I left him hanging.
Yeah.
That's for your mom and your dad, son. Not for me. Stranger danger.
Right.
No, that's all right. It's only the internet, you know. It's not. Be careful, Halsey.
Did you grow up on a farm? Like, is that something you'd like?
You should look at the
to grow up
eclipse.
on a farm.
You should look at the eclipse here. Did you look at it?
I feel like that'd be so cool. Yes.
You don't grow up on a farm. There's no such thing. You just stay like you're a child, like you know, like you know, like it's hard to grow up on a farm. Trust me, man. It doesn't happen, like you know. Stunt your growth.
Yes, I grew up on a farm. Fuck what he's talking about. I lived on this farm my entire life, except for my years of service in the Marine Corps.
Oh, thank you for your service, bro. That's actually really sick. I'm in I'm in a program that does that shit. So.
JROTC.
Yes, sir. Okay.
I wouldn't advise you to go into the military service, but if that's your choice,
Avoid the Marine Corps at all costs, young man. Take my advice.
Okay.
Go in the Air Force if you want any chance of survival.
Just don't tell anyone to go into any form of armed forces in here, please. Like, listen,
that would be my advice.
Yeah,
mine as well.
I know the GI Bill. Listen.
All right. How am I going to pay for college, though?
Hold on.
Use your brain. Find an idea.
So the GI Bill does sound nice, but when you give up your conscience and the ability to sleep well at night for it, it's not worth it. If you get deployed to war straight out of boot camp, then you're on the battlefield and you have to weigh somebody else's life over yours, even though they might not have meant you harm in the first place, but now you're in their country.
Yeah, but there's other jobs in the military that don't involve.
Well, there is, but
You have
That's
very
not
little say over
entirely
whatever's
true.
going to happen to
That's-
you, son.
That's not entirely true. The structure not entirely true. The structure of the military as it stands and as you would go into it might not be the structure in which you end up in if there was a full-scale conflict.
You can be listen. You can be a mechanic in the middle of a combat situation. It doesn't matter. You can be a comms
There's a lot
officer.
of.
You can be a comms officer, and if we need you, we're going to give you that fucking M4 and a pair of boots and tell you to get the fuck home.
Exactly.
Yeah, but there's a lot of.
You don't have a choice in the matter. You're there to follow orders.
There are a lot of supporting roles, but
what about when they change up the structure
get
from
ready for combat, then you're going to get ready for combat.
Exactly.
Or
and
go
you
to
also
the
have
brigade.
your natural skill, dude. Like
The priorities of your commanding officers are mission accomplishment and then troop welfare. You are the second priority.
This is what people don't seem to understand is there could be a reshuffling and restructuring of the way that you're put into your unit anyway, in the sense of like you could end up with an Israeli type system in America overnight, believe it or not, if there was a real full scale combat.
Well, anything could happen, I guess.
That's the predominant thing that happens. That's the thing that happens a lot in it. You know, they start putting people that are good at certain jobs naturally in those jobs. They don't let you choose.
I would say get a job, get a Pell Grant, go to school, and work towards increasing a career. Work towards your career.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Right. Okay.
That's what I told my old children, and they really don't even have to go to work. They can just take over Dad's company, same as I did.
Nice, man.
That's what would be ideal if you thought about it.
Start your own company.
Do farmers make a lot of money? Is that a thing?
It does
They can actually.
Farming,
I know it's none of my
farming
business.
is not my living. I live on a farm. I maintain a dairy farm because it was a dairy farm when I inherited it. I make my living off heavy equipment repair, fleet vehicle repair, paving highways, byways and city streets, and a salvage yard. So my career is paving, asphalt paver. That's where I make my money. The farming is just a way of life that I've always been around. I long to come home to from the Corps, so I maintain it because I like
and
it
it's an
that way.
it's an intelligent one as well, because like he's no longer beholden to like the food trucks bringing you food. He can feed himself.
I don't know.
Exactly.
Yeah, but I don't think you want to eat cheese. But
I probably.
But if one had to be in a beneficial position, he's in a more beneficial position.
Yeah, I go out in the garden and get whatever I want and put it all on top of my burger.
Oh, you grow your own veggies too?
Yeah.
Damn, bro, that's sick. Are they better than store bought stuff?
No.
Yeah. Yeah. What do you mean, no? Yeah. Hell yeah. I don't use as many pesticides as other people do in chemicals. I rotate my crops and I use fertilizer that's not full of chemicals. Compost I make myself.
Oh, I was talking to a biologist, and he was talking about biodiversity. He was talking about how it'd be a lot more sustainable to grow like a bunch of different crops that need different resources and produce different they produce different byproducts into the soil, so that the farm is kind of in a way self-sustaining. But
yeah, that makes sense.
I don't know.
Biodiversity.
Yeah, so if you're making compost out of tomatoes and then you're making compost out of corn, you don't seed the cornfield with the corn compost. You use the tomato compost to seed the cornfield, and vice versa. Because what chemicals this plant takes out, that plant leaves in or puts back. So it's called orgoponics or organic. Well, we already do organic systems. Bioorganics.
Bro, farmers, I respect you so much. Like, farmers do so much cool shit. It's crazy.
A really cool.
Not an easy life. You got to work hard.
All right, boys. I gotta go. I'll talk to you later.
Later.
Yeah, it's definitely not an easy life.
No, it's not. I have an escape artist goat.
I quit trying to lock my oldest male up. I quit trying to lock his ass up. He just
tie a goose to him, man.
You get the hell of a
horse, jump over the fence or something like mine used to.
yeah. It's a hell of a fight if he knows you're trying to get him back in that cage, bro.
Oh, I know. I had all the
I just got pygmies.
All right, so what was the alternative way to get that kid into talking about flat Earth for real? Was there one, or was that failed from the start?
Well,
I think it's like he has to be curious enough to ask a question.
Yeah,
right? If he's just asserting,
wasn't ready.
Yeah, he wasn't ready.
A lot of people don't like to do it the way I do it. They get pissed off and they say, "Hey, move it back to flat Earth." But when you're talking to children, it's good to bring it back down to Earth and show them you're just a human. You're not some dumb flurper or some fucking label that they give you. That you are a human.
You're talking to
have
kids?
An education.
You're younger than us, aren't you?
I have children. So when we see each other as human beings, it's easier to have a more civil conversation. When you put them on this, you're a fucking Goldberg and I'm a fucking flur, automatically you're a label, not a person. So
The Earth is round. The Earth is round. The Earth is round. The Earth is.
so
like on cue.
There's no reason to treat a man with civility unless you believe he is a man.
Right.
Agreed.
Okay. Anyway, so like we can have differing beliefs that are like I could say I don't know what's a super dumb belief. The sky is
thought you had to go.
or whatever. I did. I brought my friend in here though. Okay.
Okay, so you're back now.
I am back. How are you?
Nice. Welcome back.
Okay.
You were saying we could have different beliefs and stuff.
Right. Like I could say the sky is pink for whatever reason, and you could still respect that belief, right?
Well, I would point out to you that it isn't. I would say that's not a belief. I would say no, that's not a belief. That is an abstract.
If by pink you mean blue, then yes. Yes.
Okay. But still, do you see my point? Like you can. That's not a productive conversation if I were to just or if you were to just say the sky is blue, right? Like you'd have to say go outside for once in your fucking life, touch some grass, you know.
But if I called somebody a bitch ass motherfucker, right? But what I really mean, right, is my dearest friend, right? Like
if
who's
by
going
bitch ass motherfucker you mean blue, then
Yeah, but you have to, it's just differentiating between what parts of your speech are subjective versus what parts of your speech are objective.
Hey, can someone give my friend speaking terms, please?
Communication would be difficult if we.
Hold on.
Who is your friend?
Venzy, Venzy. He's towards the bottom. He's the second to the bottom.
Yeah. Venzy. All right, so let me just say, if Venzy gets in here after I mute him and he says the N-word, 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 you know, I'm gonna have to.
The Earth is brown. The Earth is brown.
Responsible for it a little bit, you know.
I'm responsible for him. Am I babysitting you, Venzy?
Yes.
Yes, sir. No, sir.
In the flat Earth Discord.
On your word. That's okay. Yes, those are socks. I thought everybody knew a moose was a bull moose, a male moose, and a female moose was a cow moose. I thought everybody knew that a cow was just a female bovine.
They should.
Do you not know cattle are bovine?
Moose don't move. Moose don't move. Yeah. Cows move. Yeah. Why are cows not called
cow
moose?
Isn't a
Because they
breed.
move.
Neither is bull. Cow isn't a breed.
What sound does the moose make?
Neither is bull. There's a bull moose. There's a bull deer. We call it a buck. We call female a doe, but they're deer. So
do you know what they
cattle
call
are
them?
Bovinian. Cattle are bovinian. They're bovines. We teach this when we had the 4-H club come out to the farm.
So when you
city kids.
like, let's say you say like you have a group of cows and bulls, right? Would you call them all cattle?
Yeah.
I might refer to the entirety cattle. Yes.
That's an English word, right? Like. That's an English, that's an English word, right? Look it up.
What are you saying?
No, I'm asking my friend, can you look up the word cattle? It's an English word. And then we'd have to go by that definition, right?
I
Well,
think
the thing
the
is,
Earth
this
is flat.
cattle has another sort of connotation to it, though, right? So, like, if I had a group of bulls or young bulls that were intended not for meat, I might not call them cattle, right? They have a different sort of purpose behind them, right? So it's not a definition of what a cow is or anything like that, right? It's a different form of term. It's like
it's the context that you use it in, right?
Right, but like if I'm
Cattle
saying
are
if
my
I'm
beast of burden.
okay,
They walk for miles. Their hooves are hurting.
Others are squirting.
Did someone say that they think that the Earth is flat?
But the
Did I hear
human
that?
resource it is cattle. If you think about it, that's what is managing the resource of human versus cattle. Animal is, you're still being herded like cattle, right? You go to work, then you go to your cage. Then you go to work, then you go to your cage, and you just keep doing this until you die, like cattle.
It's actually-
they go.
okay, so if you were talking to someone from like the city, right, and they referred to like a group of bulls as like a cow, right, you would obviously know what they mean.
No, I'd say that one there's a bull, that one there's a steer, this one's got his nuts, that one don't, that one over there's a cow, the other ones are heifers.
No,
that's a dog.
What's that?
That's a dog.
Dog.
Back on Mars,
On what Bond was
we
saying
call
though
those
about
dogs.
the whole cattle, it's interesting that they have the term chattel, which is very similar to cattle, but that's the actual legal definition that they have for people is chattel.
The only difference is food. We're not used for food.
I don't think we eat people. Or
I'm
milk
just
them.
trying to figure out what this has to do with flat Earth.
You can milk anything with teats.
Yeah. Can I milk you?
Oh yeah.
I've got teats, Greg.
I have nipples, Greg. Can you milk me?
If you want, I mean. Okay.
So the Earth is flat and stationary and geocentric.
Okay, that's
The
debatable.
Earth is flat.
Well, then
Vince,
you
don't
should
start.
You should pose a debate point so that way you can go.
Okay, lunar eclipse, right? The Earth is in the middle. Is casting shadow on the moon. How do you explain that not being a flat shadow, like a line shadow? How do you explain that?
That's horseshit.
Who says it's a shadow?
What?
Right.
Come on, man.
Why would we have to explain something that we're not claiming? Like,
When you look at
Oh,
the
you're not
ground,
claiming
it's
that?
I'll
flat,
solve this
not
in a second.
round.
I'll solve it in a second. You could just
When you look
overtalk
at the
it.
ground, it's flat, not round.
What's flat?
The ground.
The ground is flat.
Yeah.
That's not a okay. I would
Well,
like
you
to
claim it to
revoke
be a
his
shadow.
talking terms.
Prove that it's a shadow.
So he's asking why the shadow is circular. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's going to be a big no-go, Dano. 1 second.
What?
It's going to be a no-go. Your little point is going to go up in flames in 10 seconds.
Oh, you're gonna beat me with facts and logic?
This is the worst case scenario.
This isn't going to go very well.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Live stream main chat. You're screwed.
I have a quick question.
You're screwed because this is casting this flat piece of plank is casting.
The
a
GIF isn't
circular
loading. Give me a
shadow.
second.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you see this flat piece of plank right here? It's casting a circular shadow.
Oh.
No, it's not.
Yes, it
yeah,
is.
Oh, that might be the angle. That might be the angle, though.
Yeah, bro. That's covering like half of it.
Yeah.
Okay, that's not a productive conversation.
Yeah, it's not a productive conversation. When
The point is that
Okay, shut up
the
before I
object
milk you,
that is
okay?
being covered, the object that is being covered is circular, so the shadow is going to be circular no matter what the shape of the object trying to cover the object being covered.
Yep.
What if we put the plank all the way in the middle of it?
Doesn't he have to prove that it's a shadow to begin with?
Yeah, he does. You're right.
Can you put the plank in the middle of it?
They don't know.
Like what would happen then?
Yeah. Can you validate it scientifically, a lunar or solar eclipse?
All right, so first you have to start with the formula Ma equals, or I guess you could say Ma. You know what the Ma formula? Ma formula?
Ma?
Yeah,
What the hell are you on?
The Ma and Ma, the Ma formula.
It's not. Who's laughing?
It's Mandarin for turning. Yeah, it means turning. Yeah, ma.
Yeah, the Ma formula.
No, I said scientific evidence. The hypothesis.
Right, it's a formula.
Yeah, hypotheses.
Can you at least ask me what the formula is?
Hypotheses don't contain formulas.
No.
Just ask me what it is.
The MA formula exists.
Yeah.
You want the formula?
Kiwi.
Everybody wants the formula.
Kiwi.
No.
What?
Kiwi.
Not.
I hear you.
Hey,
Yeah.
Kiwi.
Just ask what it is. Come on.
I'm listening.
So I can tell
Go
you.
ahead. Somebody's saying QE.
Me. It's me. Okay. I could be wrong here. I hope I am, but it sounds like we have a couple of scientism believers. They don't know what real science is.
Oh, that's what we got.
Okay, can you explain what it is?
Oh my
It
goodness.
sounds more like
Your
college
pants,
kids
Venzi, Harzi.
who just
What's
started
math?
to learn something. Like they're probably just covering it in school, or they just learned something and want
No,
to show
just
you.
tell me what it
Hey,
is.
Mom,
Explain it to
like,
me. Teach me.
Look what I did, Mom.
Here's where they're not going to tell you what it is. Bong, let me just interject real quick. Here's where they're not going to tell you what it is. You came here, right? No, we're telling you we know what it is. And they can quickly tell you, but we'll never know if you ever knew. So he can go second, but you have to go first and explain what it is to us. Because we already know the answer. You can always just like piggyback off
Well,
of
no,
someone
I
else says.
just want to learn. You know, I'm here to learn.
But if we
So-
tell you, how will we know what you even knew in the first place?
Well, why do you have
Well,
to
he's
tell
saying
me
he doesn't
what
know.
you know based off my knowledge? Like
We don't.
in
We're not
math
using
class.
your knowledge. His explanation will be
This
clear
is-
and concise.
This
Well,
is how
yours-
I know you're not here to learn. What is the radius of the globe Earth?
I don't fucking know. Tell me.
That's
I'm here to
how
learn.
that's how I know that you're not here to learn, because you would have known that by now. So you're
No,
probably
not
here.
necessarily, Bong, because
that's not true.
90% of Glovers don't know the radius of the Earth. They believe
Okay.
this is something they don't know anything about.
Right.
Well, here's the
So-
thing. I'm here to learn, right? Obviously, in
So-
math class, I
so
don't
Reminder
immediately.
alert. Reminder
You
alert.
don't know.
He is a younger adult.
Again, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, the troubling part is when I said science, he immediately came out with a formula. Do you
Yeah, and the
understand
Ma
that?
formula.
Do you
Look,
understand?
okay, ask me-
I wasn't
ask
done
me
yet.
what it is.
I wasn't done yet. So stop interrupting me. So I'll say it again. When I said science, you immediately came out with a formula. When mathematics, you interrupted me again, didn't you?
I said right. Ask what the Ma formula is.
Stop.
Shut up.
Trolling. Please stop
Can I
listening.
say something real quick? Okay, to the young men that are in here, welcome, by the way. So QE is he's gonna tear you to shreds if you guys don't. If you just chill. You know, when he's talking, just wait for him to finish. You know, if you have a question when he's talking, write it down. That's what I do a lot of times. I write shit down when people are talking. So yeah, this is a really serious topic, that whether or not you know what science is.
Just try to remain respectful. Sorry.
Yeah.
Now let him explain why a formula is not science. Yeah.
Thank you. I try to be concise. I try to be concise as possible. I don't like the monologue, so I'll just keep it brief. Again, as soon as I said science, you brought up a formula. Mathematics is not science. It has nothing to do whatsoever with science. My evidence for that is in live stream voice text. It's self-evident, but I know you probably need some support other than me, so that's why I do this. So we'll just go to the king horseman, Richard Feynman. Listen closely. Mathematics is not a science from our point of view, in the sense that it is not a natural science. The test of its validity is non-experiment. So does that solve things?
Okay. Can I rephrase?
Not ask them what's the Ma formula.
Ask me what the Ma formula
No,
is. Please listen. Just ask me.
What? Air, I'll tickle your fancy. What's the Ma formula?
No, he's gonna
Shut up! I will ban every one of you.
Oh my god.
Okay.
I will move you back down
was
to
I muted?
VC
Okay.
verified.
Yeah.
Can you not hear me?
No, you were
You better
Yeah,
hurry up
okay.
and get it out quick, kid. They're getting ready to lynch
It's
you.
mass times acceleration.
Oh, that's been falsified by the same gentleman I just provided
By
you a
who?
reference for.
Now let it happen.
By just relax. You see that gentleman that I just posted? Have you ever heard of Richard Feynman, by the way?
Richard Feynman?
Yes.
Pretty big name.
Richard. Okay, can I look him up really quick?
Yeah,
yes or no is the question.
I mean, the question was, do you know him? And you can say, no, I haven't heard of him.
Is it just FIMAN?
FEYNMAN.
Well, 25 minutes after the hour is when Quantum Eraser posted the citation.
Oh my God! It's going to take 2 hours to cover this, isn't
Yeah,
it?
he's a physicist, right?
Well, listen. Quantum doesn't need a seeing eye dog, please. Thank you.
Oh boy. Okay. Obviously he does because
he asked me a question. He asked me who it was. I said he's a physicist. Okay.
Can we? What about spheres? Does that matter? Like, does that matter to you?
Wait a second. Before you red herring
We covered the Maui.
Before this point gets red herring, everyone calm down. He said that F equal ma. Number one, that's not science. Number two, that comes from Newtonian mechanics, which has all been falsified about 106 years ago. But specifically, F equal your Ma formula. Say good night.
Good night.
At 28 minutes after the hour from the Feynman lectures, they're kind of on the echelon of credibility on the highest rung.
Oh,
so,
okay. I'll take your word for it.
Don't listen to Feynman. He's an idiot, though. That's my opinion. Don't bother. Just that's what they're saying. Yeah.
Even though the law F equal ma is false, it's over.
Okay.
You want to know why?
Why?
You can't. One reason is you can't define M.
M?
Yep.
I can define M.
You can. With citation, please.
It's a bad joke. Can I tell the joke though?
No,
it's a really bad joke. Okay, fine. I won't tell it then.
Yeah.
Well, you just prefaced it as a bad joke, so why would we want to hear it?
Okay. It's a really bad joke.
Oh my God.
Sorry.
He isn't going to stop until he gets it out.
So the Ma formula is dead. Your mathematics and science is dead. Do you know what natural science is?
Natural science?
Yes.
Like biology?
Biology's one. Can you define not biology?
Geology?
Geology is not a natural science.
Yes, it is. Well, no, I guess it wouldn't be.
No, it's not.
Genetics, chemistry.
No, genetics. That's another one.
What else?
Not chemistry.
Oh, God. I'm sorry. Listen, my brain is just filled with this joke right now. I can't think straight.
I'm telling you, he wasn't going to stop until you get that joke.
What's the joke? What's the
No,
joke?
please. I'm begging you. I'm begging you, Quantum Eraser. I'm begging you.
Do you understand why geology is not science?
Why?
Because it doesn't follow and can't follow the scientific method. So that's a problem. Because if you can't formulate hypotheses to then test with experiment, then you're not a natural science. Just like Richard Feynman just told you above, if it's untestable by experiment, it's not natural science. To have experiment, you need hypotheses,
observable science,
and geology. Here, let me just do this all one fell swoop. Paleontology, anthropology, archaeology, geology, evolutionary biology, whatever that is, and yes, I'm still laughing. Theoretical physics, astronomy, cosmology, and astrophysics are pseudosciences by definition.
How so?
Because they can't formulate valid scientific hypotheses.
Can you give me an example?
Can I give you an example of non-existence? No.
Yeah, you can actually. That's very possible. You ever watch a magic show?
That's illogical.
Yes.
So, for you to confirm that they do, then you have to provide a scientific hypothesis for any one of those disciplines, a valid one. That's how you win. Or else you lose.
I can tell you that there are these little microorganisms that we call the force, right? But I can't really demonstrate it. You know what I mean? I can tell you there are gnomes pulling things down, so they don't float off into space.
What?
And we call it gravity.
Bong.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go back to your bong. You're throwing red herring off my friggin' point.
Sorry. Okay, my bad. Go ahead.
Now, you can't formulate valid scientific hypotheses. I can't provide non-existence to you because that is a fallacy.
Okay.
Two of them. Shifting the burden of proof and then forcing me to provide proof of non-existence. Those are both fallacies.
Okay, thank you. You made your point.
You're welcome. Okay. So,
what do you do?
In order to what do I do? I expose pretender clowns for a living. So,
pretender clowns? Am I a clown to you? Clown down?
I did not say that.
Am I a jester in your court?
So please. You confirm it? Oh my god, it's like fucking
everyone just stop now, please.
Okay, I'm gonna mute. I'll let you make your point. Everyone else shut up. This man is important.
This man's important. Hold on a second. Let me get my wife in here 1 second. Hey!
I wonder if I leave the nitrous oxide bottle open.
No. So the point is simple. I said all those are not natural sciences because in natural science, each claim has to be validated by experiment. Now, paleontology, anthropology, archaeology, geology, evolutionary biology. Remember, I'm still laughing and whatever that is. Theoretical physics, astronomy, cosmology, and astrophysics. Neither one of those disciplines can provide me just a scientific hypothesis, just one, in their entire history.
Hey, I have to pee. I'll be right back, okay?
That's really
unless you want to listen.
I'll take it. Crack somebody up. Okay, stop off. Your cookies and milk will be on the desk on your way out.
Damn it! It looks like the muty crack rabbit ran through this motherfucker. Everybody got muted. About damn time.
Who was that guy that was just talking? That kid.
That was Parsi.
Parsi.
So, anyways,
and do you want to take a shot at the title?
Right. Thank you all for waiting quietly while I'm back. Okay.
Oh, we're back.
Oh, I forgot to wash my hands. I'll be right back.
Somebody's losing it, man.
Yo, this kid's a comedian for real.
Wow, this is fun. Well, let's see where this goes. I'm very intrigued.
Oh yeah, this kid's a comedian.
Benzie, what's up with you?
The moon.
Oh, he's got a sense of timing. It's deep. He's gonna be good.
I don't even know what the question on the board is. Is he going to have to provide a scientific hypothesis?
He's not interested, QE, at all.
I'm sorry, my hands are wet. I can't put on my headset, but let me dry them off.
He just wants. Okay, all right.
Okay,
we might have to give him a listening pass.
That was a joke. I understand. I actually did wash my hands though.
All right, now don't be jerking nobody around.
I'm not jerking. No, that was a joke. It was funny. You guys left.
Yeah, we all. I was cracking up.
All right.
Thank you.
Are you gonna give us a hypothesis? I bet you don't know what a hypothesis is.
Right? I do know what a hypothesis is.
Okay, go ahead. Floor is yours.
Okay, so here. Let me just look up the definition really quick.
Oh no! Oh no! We got a Google Earther.
So you know the formula M8, right? That's my hypothesis, right?
Oh my god, dude!
No, please! I swear to God! If I don't get this out, I'm not gonna get over it. No, please. Quantum, I'm begging you. I'm begging you.
Jenny, mute yourself. Holy shit! All I hear is laughing.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I have to admit that her laugh is infectious.
Okay.
It is.
So we don't want to hear about any MA. This isn't friggin' amateur night. All right. What is a hypothesis?
A hypothesis is a question that you test for. Something like that. Incorrect.
Yeah, it's not a question.
Statement?
A question's a question.
Okay.
A scientific hypothesis. Go ahead.
Correct. Okay, so my hypothesis, right?
Scientific hypothesis. You say correct. Did I say it correctly?
No, I was replying to my own message in my head.
All right. What's the scientific hypothesis?
I know. Ooh.
Ooh, you in the back.
Ooh, me. An
idea
that proposes a tentative explanation about a phenomenon or
Are you cheating? Do you have Google?
Observed in the natural world. No, I haven't educated.
Did you show your work?
No, he hasn't educated.
Okay. Yeah, I agree with his definition.
It's a tentative explanation of a phenomenon, natural phenomena observed, intended to be tested.
Correct.
Yeah, it's actually incorrect.
That is incorrect?
No.
So we're going off your definition? I agree with his definition.
Okay, just relax.
Listen.
It's incorrect because it's incomplete. It's not specific enough. A scientific hypothesis is a special kind of prediction that forecasts how the independent variable will affect the dependent variable. Hyper-specific to the point, that is correct.
See how we work together to get to the point.
Yeah. Now, Mike's definition, I'm not going to say it was incorrect. It is correct. It's ambiguous. So I wasn't going for ambiguous. In science, we're highly specific. So that's just not to punk them out.
Correct.
That would work for 99% of the time, except for me.
I knew it wasn't a full explanation, bro. I wanted you to be able to get to your point.
Yep. Thank you.
All right. Okay.
So being that a scientific hypothesis is a prediction that forecasts how the independent variable will affect the dependent variable, you're going to have to identify in the hypothesis of those disciplines we discussed a few seconds ago. When you post a hypothesis, you're going to have to identify both the independent and dependent variable.
I already got too much homework, man.
Is that your final answer?
Yeah, that is. Can I give you my hypothesis, though?
So my point still stands that you don't know what natural science is.
So we're doing, you don't know anything, so your belief is invalid?
No.
You didn't say anything.
You want to have
natural science.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not. I'm just saying that you're woefully inept in the subject area.
Okay.
So your belief, I don't care what you believe. This isn't a belief forum. We deal with empirical evidence here. Beliefs are for religions. This isn't a religious forum. Follow?
So, did you talk about scientism yet?
Here, don't forget to take notes. I'll send them to you in your DMs. Cool.
Oh, do I have to use Cliff Notes, like Emily format?
There will be a test.
There will be a test? Bro, you didn't. You should have said that at the start. Is it weighted?
No, it doesn't matter. We'll just ridicule you if you don't know the answers. It's cool.
Is it Quizlet? Is it Kahoot? What kind of test?
Of course, it's weighted.
Isn't that cute? They think there's going to be a test. Aw, no.
It was a joke.
I don't.
You have to. Okay, you have to critically think through this here. Okay, this isn't you just parrot and take a test. I mean, you gotta. There's no like multiple guess, right?
Is this a multiple choice? Is it a spoken test?
Hypotheses and tentative meaning.
You're not grasping the gravity of the situation.
But
okay, I'm sorry.
The weight of these questions, man.
We could just summarize and say a scientific hypothesis is a suppositional prediction of a natural cause and effect relationship. How about that? Is that good?
Yep.
Okay, let me just write that down. Let me write that down. Be quiet.
Hypothesis is.
How do you spell hypothesis?
Hypothesis.
How do you spell hypothesis?
Hypot.
Quantum.
Hi and pop.
I'm asking you. I raised my hand. How do I raise my hand? Hold on.
Somebody's losing it again. Is that Jenny?
HYPOTHESIS.
Okay, thank you. Hypothesis. I forgot the rest.
So it's a predictional supposition into a natural cause and effect relationship.
Natural cause.
Yep.
Okay.
It's a supposition, right?
Do I have to write it word for word, or do I have, like? Can I paraphrase?
It's very important. Predictional supposition. Yep.
Hypotenuse.
Not a hypotenuse.
Get high on hypotenuse, man.
I want to get high on hypotenuse.
Whoa!
You know, Venzi, be quiet. Okay. Do you know what that's from? That's from those two guys. You know,
predictional.
Someone in Peely. Yes, I wrote it down.
Yo, Parsi, if nobody's pointed this out to you yet, Parsi, you have a pretty good natural sense of comedic timing.
Thank you.
I would hone that in.
He's awfully obtuse with his hypotenuse.
Obtuse? I like to be right angle, 90 degrees. Get it?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
It's a nerd joke, but yeah, I get it.
He should be or when are we gonna do curvature with him?
He should be
the longest side, though.
Bro, I feel like I'm getting tutored right now. Can you guys help me with my math homework? I have geometry.
Yes, that's exactly what curvature is. Yes.
Okay.
I found a way to go to free open mic night and practice his routine on everybody.
You'll see how funny and witty you are with curvature.
I think Rosie should be our new resident Glober. He should be our new resident Glober.
No,
bro, do I get like the top role? Am I above admin? Do I get to delete the server?
No, you don't. But I already gave you a role. I gave you the globe role.
No, you have
Google Earth.
Cover this, guys. Listen, guy. I gave you link perms. If you post a pornographic image or some gay shit, man, I'll be the one to ban you myself.
Yeah,
I don't post porn. Ask Fancy.
Okay.
He doesn't. I want to use the Google Earth and.
You guys want to see? Someone drew this for me. It's pretty cool. Stop pinging me in general, you fans. I know you like my
behavior.
Okay.
You have all the comedic content.
Do you like that? Someone drew that for me. I'm in a video, a YouTube video. I know you guys don't care.
Funny
Sorry.
little heart desires. You know how
Google
funny NASA is?
NASA?
You know how funny NASA is?
Bro,
NASA
someone sent this
funny,
image
dude.
of like a dog pooping with like a guy named like Globe Earther, and he put NASA on the dog.
That's a meme. That's a meme.
That's a meme, Mario. Okay, yeah, that image. Yeah, exactly. And can I just say, I think that should be illegal. That image right there. No matter what text is over it.
That's what I said. But you know what? Fire Earthers gonna do whatever the fuck they want to do.
What do they take?
No, can you ban him for that?
Though,
if I posted that, if I posted Flat Earther and then like I posted retarded people,
there is a video.
I would get banned for that.
No, in space.
Listen,
right?
here's the difference.
That should be deleted.
It doesn't say retard in that image. It just says you'll eat a mile or shit to see where it comes from.
I mean, that's just memes that come from everywhere.
It's not our fault you're in love with NASA.
Bro, I would literally fuck Elon Musk in the ass. I'm not joking with you either.
And see, this is what I mean. You're like,
listen. Oh wait, am I not allowed to say that? Sorry, I'll leave.
Yeah, you can't just say stupid things because you're little. Okay, like that's not how the world works.
Okay.
You're on double secret probation, brother.
Sometimes you're gonna get in trouble, man.
Dogs taking a poop work on a flat Earth, not on the globe.
Do I get detention for that?
Do you guys spam the lobby much?
Really?
No, I don't think that's enough.
Okay.
Do you think
what were we talking about?
in this lobby is actually gonna read all that crap?
Bro, I can barely read. I read at a 5th grade level. Come on.
How funny NASA is.
Let me change how quick this. I'll make it fucking a minute before you guys can post again.
A good idea.
Make it 3 minutes.
How about 10? Let's just call it 10. What?
Huh?
Get off, moms. Get off, moms. I just got off yours. Tell her to make. Look, we'll tell that woman to make me a turkey pot pie. And shut the fuck up.
You're like. Okay.
No, actually, the correct quote. Hey, the correct goes. Shut up, bitch. Go make me a turkey pot pie. That's how it goes.
That's
How do you know that?
That's way better.
On her dresser.
That's way better than a sandwich.
Vincent, do you want to play Apex?
No.
Yeah, let's play some Apex.
All right, I can multitask. Don't worry, guys. I won't leave you.
Yeah.
Funny.
Just can't take-
Hop on.
We'll just put you on mute and just let me know when you want to jump back in.
Okay, I can mute myself. Thank you
Or
very
just
much.
mute yourself. All right, Parzi. Good luck and have fun.
What do you guys think about black holes?
Yeah.
Your mom, sometimes.
Oh,
Oh,
You walked into that one, dude.
Wow.
You did that to yourself.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Like that one?
I heard
Is black hole
behind
Temperature's different in here.
Okay, I have a genuine question. Is
I just made
Earth
that
the
up.
only one that's flat, or is everything else flat
Sometimes,
as well?
well, the Earth and your mom is flat.
Good question. Actually.
No,
Yeah, but your mom is round.
Double whammy, man.
Listen.
Okay.
Hold on.
Chill. You need to calm
Hold
down,
up.
son.
Hold up. I'm in there. Do all things in nature look the exact same, or are everything different? Does everything have to conform to everything else?
I mean,
This
everything in
is a cer-
space.
It's
pretty much the
symbiotic.
same. Everything is a ball in space.
Listen. Actually, you've never been to space, so you can't verify that's true.
How do you know that?
Because I know you've never
That's
been
science.
to space.
Well,
Have
that's
you?
why I wanted to talk about curvature.
I have been.
earlier,
I've been on a.
Guys.
I went to. You ever been to Florida? Well, that's a stupid question. I went to Disney World, and then we went to the Space Center there, and I saw like the big old rockets there.
Oh my gosh, I've been there.
It was
too, but
really
I didn't
cool.
go to space, guy.
Bro,
You didn't go to space? I just like hopped on a
No.
rocket.
So
almost
basically
everything in
what-
space is like a ball, other than asteroids and shit.
Listen, so basically what you're saying is if I walk in the forest and all I see in the forest is trees and squirrels, I can say, man, I must be a squirrel, and fuck, I live on a tree.
I ate dinner with an astronaut.
Well,
complicated rock.
the logic is
I
comparable.
ate dinner with a squirrel.
On a
Hey,
tree.
Michael. So that question that that question that he asked, that's a question that's been propped up by the mainstream, quote unquote, as you will, to ridicule the idea of flat Earth. So it's just not anything logical, and there's no critical thinking whatsoever to it. And you know that's what they teach in public schools. So that's why.
Wait, what did I say? What did I say?
No,
It's the
I
Flat
did.
Earth Society. Okay, you
But
guys
is there an
heard that?
answer
It's not you.
It's-
It's not just you. It's everybody.
Wait, what did I say that was wrong? What did I say? What, like, can you quote me?
Calm down for a second. He opened up a complete whoop ass point, and you guys are just chasing his tail. So,
yeah,
you want me to let you know what it is?
Yes.
Yeah.
You said you've been to space and all this space. What do we usually ask people? Not you two guys, Parzi and the other one. What's the next question, guys in the room?
How can you have a vacuum of space, a low pressure system next to a high pressure system, without a container, so that it doesn't disperse into the low pressure, it doesn't equalize into the vacuum of space?
Entropy.
So Parzi, what he's asking you is, how do you have gas pressure without a container?
How do you have gas pressure without a container? Okay, there's this thing called an atmosphere, right?
Yep.
And the
That's a
atmosphere.
paradox. Stop.
No,
for a second. Stop.
let me
I'm gonna have to
continue my
stop
point.
you.
I let you continue your point.
I'm
It's
gonna
only
have to
fair, man.
stop you.
It's-
Shut up.
Okay.
Atmosphere is a contradiction, a paradox. Because
Only 'cause I love you.
Means air. Stop. Atmo means air. Air is a gas. Sphere is a shape. Gases have no inherent shape. So, that's a contradiction. Back to my question. How do you have gas pressure without a container?
Those spheres don't exist.
Do you have an atmosphere?
Oh, here we go again. Didn't I just deconstruct? You're about to go on mute.
Me?
I just deconstructed that. The atmosphere is not the answer. Show us gas pressure without a container.
That's our only answer.
The air. It's like air in a tire.
You can say,
the
I
air,
don't know.
The air
I
in
don't
the
know.
tire is
Hold
not
on,
the
guys.
container.
Can you let him answer, QE?
Yeah,
I don't think he understands the question.
We got 5 different people trying to moderate here. That's the problem. I've asked them 100 times to stop.
Yes, I feel like I'm getting ganged. I'm sorry, I can't use that word.
No, just answer QE's question. Everybody else shut up, please. Please.
Okay. So your question was, how can you something gas atmosphere no container, right? Basically.
The atmosphere is a contradiction in terms. We want an example of gas pressure without a container. Simple.
Okay, you ever like hold in a fart? Quantum? This is a real question.
I'm gonna
No, this is not a joke. This is not a joke question.
I'm gonna put you on mute. Okay.
It's not a joke question. It's not a joke question.
The intestines are kind of like.
I'm trying to answer your question, but I'm trying to get to my point as well.
How about a can of soda? How about you use a can of soda for your example?
Just mute his ass and ask the question again.
Hey, let Quantum Eraser handle this, please, guys, for the next minute or so or whatever. I know it's spiraling, but just let him do this, please, guys, please.
Ask you one more time. I don't want to know about farts. I don't want to know about anything else. I want an example. So does everyone. We'll shut down the server, by the way. Get Indio online. We want to know how you can have gas pressure without a container. In other words, show us a tire with tire pressure without the tire. Go.
You can't.
Thank you very much. That implodes the entire heliocentric model right on its face.
Okay, can I please continue now?
Yeah,
Listen, I swear to God, this is not a fart joke, okay? I'm literally I am so serious right now, okay?
I bet.
I swear on all things holy and great and good in the universe, right?
Holy shnikes.
Holy shnikey, right? Okay. So wait, what was my original? Okay, so you know how like okay, can I use a burp instead?
No.
I can't use a burp.
You can use a burp, but you still have a container.
You know what I find really interesting about this, Quantum Eraser, and I don't want this conversation to stop. This guy, since people have been talking, it's just like, oh, we like your jokes, and he thinks that he can get away with this. But I want him to actually address what you're talking.
I'm trying to. What do you think I'm trying to do?
No, you're just making more fart jokes.
But
it's not a fart joke.
He's like legitimately.
Let me remind you, he's a kid.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know that.
I have to keep reminding people here so they don't treat him like he's an adult or talk to him anything like that.
Right, I got you. I've been adjusting.
All right, I'll come back when we can have a productive conversation. I'll talk to you guys later.
Sure.
Okay, bye.
Oh well. I was trying to help everyone lead it to whatever. Not that I'm the best at it or whatever.
It's all right.
Yeah.
No,
you were all right.
that was another one of his jokes. He's gonna be back in a second. That was him.
Funny guy. I get funny sometimes, It's
Hey,
okay.
No.
I wonder.
No.
I wonder
Dude.
if when he comes.
Never
Oh, sorry.
mind.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Jen.
Oh, something that came to mind that maybe I don't know if you guys thought it would be helpful to bring up. Remember how NASA they had that where they got a hole in the ISS and they used fucking was it really Flex Seal that they used, you guys?
Oh, it was duct tape and freaking spit and whatever.
Okay, and then and then the picture that they showed us coincidentally looks identical to, I believe it was like an album cover. I think Karen B did a video on that. So I think those boys are confused because they're fanboys of NASA.
Well, there was a new launch into space today. For a resupply of the ISS.
There was.
It came up on my Facebook Live.
He's back again.
I know he's back. Welcome back.
No, just ignore me. Just ignore me. I'm not going to talk.
No, cool. That's okay. If you don't want to talk, just listen.
Oh, he's not going to talk.
That's okay.
Mm-hmm.
Jenny, I heard that when that hole happened in the ISS, let me circle the drain of the sewer also. Somebody told me they plugged it with their Johnson.
Or
I don't know. And then that picture that they gave us of the black hole, I mean, it's just stupid.
The one was an album cover that some astronaut posted and said it looked like this.
Okay.
At least that was the
But
apologetic
still.
for his post. It wasn't a NASA post. Some astronaut posted that picture.
We're supposed to believe that they used duct tape. Is that what you guys said?
I thought it was bubblegum and a finger first.
Shit. It wasn't Tom Pettit. Wasn't Tom Pettit asked what the emergency procedure would be, and he couldn't answer it? I don't even think I have the clip, but that dude is just so weird. He's definitely weird.
You guys.
What's up, Benzie?
Who's it hanging?
Any thoughts about the subject?
Hanging?
I said, any thoughts about the subject?
What subject? Math?
Flat Earth?
Flat Earth? Oh, I don't believe in flat Earth.
Okay. Why?
Because telescope.
So what do you see through the telescope?
So
I'm sorry, my bad. I'm like having a brain fart, bro. Alright. NASA, dude. The ISS. ISS.
Come on now, tell him he can't verify any of that crap. Don't get quiet like we.
Is anyone going to say anything? Can I talk to him? Vinzi, can I talk to you?
That's what I was wondering.
Yeah,
start a conversation and not Benzi. Hey, Benzi, how do you verify that ISS is actually where they say it is in those images?
I mean, I can't verify it because I can't see it, but I know it exists.
Yeah, verification is where you physically verify that a thing exists and it's where it is said to be.
I'm not a millionaire. I can't really go up into space, but I'm pretty sure.
I'll tell you from
like I'm pretty sure there's like satellites.
You don't have to be a millionaire. I'll take over. This is back to the same question. You don't have to be a millionaire, Benzi. I asked you a question. Can you show gas pressure without a container? This is going to destroy the ISS. Just hold on.
No, you can't show gas pressure without a container because it just floats out.
Yep. That's called entropy. It's the second law of thermodynamics. Now, the ISS is purportedly in 10 to the negative 6 torr. That's a second law of thermodynamics violation. That means they're in Narnia. They're not there. See how easy that was? They can't be there.
Vince, you ever like cold in a fart?
Yep, you're off. Bye. You understand, Vince?
Sorry, one second. Like a lot of background.
This is really sad, but I'll tell you what. This guy's gonna actually either come back or listen to the live stream later and
They've been here for a minute, bro.
Yeah, but he's talked to flat earthers for a couple of hours now. So I mean, it's not like he's going to talk about his the
Benzie
one that
or
just was bringing up farts.
Oh, sorry.
I want to muted.
To be specific, was it
Keep him
Benzie or
muted.
Parzi?
Listen, I just muted Parzi for that nonsense. Keep him muted. Do not take him off mute. The only one,
man. If he's still here, yeah, go ahead.
The only one that can do that is Mike. So don't take him off mute. So Venzi.
Yes.
And sorry to cock block you, Mike. I wanted to get to the point.
You're all right. You're all right.
I wanted to get to it quick. Do you understand what I just said?
What, fart?
No. You just agreed that you can't have gas pressure without a container. Well, the ISS is allegedly in 10 to the negative 6 to 10 to the negative 8 torr value. That's vacuum, space vacuum pressure. That is impossible next to gas pressure on Earth. So, therefore, they can't be there.
Can you write that out? Like, can you write that out? I've got.
If it doesn't exist, then you can't be in it, right?
Yeah, but I think I have like a really similar question on my math packet. Like, can you write that out?
Yes. Go ahead. You guys can continue. I'm writing it out for him.
So, what's up?
Chilling. You seem pretty reasonable. Like, you're actually willing to ask honest questions. But I think Parzi's just more interested in the joke instead of like being genuine. You know what I mean? And the thing is, everyone can sense that.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
We do love a good joke right now. And
Yeah, I love a good laugh.
everyone does, but some people are a little too serious at the wrong times, and then joking at the wrong time.
You guys play Minecraft?
I don't.
You know
I
the
have
end?
with my child.
Yeah, you know the end in Minecraft?
Yes.
You know how if you fall into the void, it says you fell out of the world?
Yep.
I think you know where I'm going with this. Is that what happened to, like, Christopher Columbus?
Well,
Did
no. I mean,
fall out of the world?
Can I not be interrupted when he was asking me? So, listen, Christopher Columbus, he didn't even set sail to prove that he wouldn't fall off the edge of the world. I don't know how that shit got attributed to him. He went to find a new route to where? Anyone?
America, India. He went to India to avoid the tax of Constantinople. Just trade for spice.
He was just trying to find a new route to India. He didn't believe he'd fall off the edge of the world. And he wasn't trying to prove he couldn't. And then only thing he did is sail from one continent directly over to another and then up it. So
this is really interesting to me, Michael, because
the concept of a sphere and a flat Earth had nothing to do with Christopher Columbus.
It had nothing to do with it at all. No, Istanbul, it's Constantinople. It's Istanbul.
What are you talking about? They told me this in school.
Come on. No, it's like
I don't know why.
It's rhyme.
I don't know why. Well, actually, the reason why they've taught us this is to. My bad. No, the kid was asking.
I wasn't replying to what you were saying. That's all I'm saying.
My bad. I mean, do you want to continue your conversation with whoever was asking the question?
Hey,
I don't want to interrupt you, but if it's just something based on everything that everyone's been talking about. Some of the abject history of what they tell us about how these countries were created or whatever, especially since you're bringing up Christopher Columbus, and the story is that he was going to sail to the east and find India. I mean, this is not. I'm not under the influence that the people that sent Christopher Columbus over there, he actually was working for someone, right? They were paying him, gave him soldiers and ships and everything to sail east to find India, right?
Sorry.
This is the story. But I just don't really believe that story.
So quick question. How can you... Okay, so this is a pretty popular formula I've heard, but it's circumference times diameter, so it's C times D, so the C times D formula. How does that relate to, proving the
hold on.
Earth? Yeah.
Well, okay, cool. So if you believe that Earth has a circumference and a diameter, you're going to have to show us how those numbers were devolved.
So
where did they come up with these numbers?
Okay, so the C. Okay, so it's hard. It's a bit hard to explain, but okay, so
it's actually not. I mean, I can tell you. I can tell you how they came up with the numbers, but I want you to tell me how they came up with the numbers.
I think basically, I think. All right. So I think they just they took C. They took C for circumference. They took D for diameter, and they put them together. And I think basically all of that ended up as or equaled was D's nuts.
Well, hold on, bro. All right, so these nuts came up with the diameter and the circumference. I mean, once you have the diameter and radius, you have the circumference, right? So I mean, it's a simple geometry, right? Hey, you can just joke around all day, but here's something that you should consider. I know you don't know. And that's why you're making a joke about it. You're making a joke about it, but this is really fucking serious. Because
what is serious?
What they claim about Earth.
What?
I mean,
okay, why isn't it like a waterfall? Like, why isn't the world?
What he needs are some updated jokes. I
mean, so what? Why do flat earthers take this so serious? In your opinion?
I mean, why do you take everything so serious? Like,
I don't.
What?
Well, don't you? Why don't you?
Why does your mom take you seriously?
Wait. Why don't you take this serious? If what they're telling us about Earth is wrong,
he's a child.
No, I get that. I mean, if you don't take...
Well, it sounds like you're getting a little frustrated, bro. He's just a child.
All right, cool.
All right, back to my point earlier about how there's like a ton of... How are there a ton of balls
You handle
in space?
this little shit. I'll take care of this little fuckhead.
No, he's not a fuckhead. He's not a fuckhead. He's a kid. But anyways, like I'm saying, I'm just saying, why do you think adults like us, I mean, I'm almost 50 years old... why do you think that I spend time here online talking about this?
Helio, the only expert on nuts here is Bong. He's expert on coconuts, so let him speak to the child. Go ahead.
Oh, so he wants to. He wants to.
Yeah.
I mean, why do you spend your time roasting children online?
This stupid little shit.
Yeah, I get put in a basket.
Holy shit! You're like, you said you're almost 50.
Get better fucking jokes.
You're the one who came in here,
dumbass.
You're
shut the fuck up.
literally swearing at a child nonstop. That's so funny.
All of you
I
guys.
will slap. I would slap the shit
All
out
of
of
you
you
guys.
if you were in front of me right now.
All right, we need a goofball.
All right.
Okay.
Let's take. let's take it down a notch, guys. Come on.
How?
Yeah,
Like,
some
look at
people
that.
is claiming that that he's using a voice changer and he's not really a child.
I really don't care what
that
they're
could
claiming.
be true, but it doesn't matter.
I think we should have
I don't give a shit. Just take it down a notch.
I think we
I'm
should.
not gonna spew any more shit, but like, I just wanna, talk.
Okay, well, let's talk about the evidence for flat Earth, and let's do that instead of you just being.
So
how about everyone deal with this a little bit better, because this is literally ridiculous. Like, what are you all doing? For fuck's sake.
Okay, quick question.
This is not a video. This is not a gaming server. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
It's not a place to talk.
All right.
It's very specific what we talk about here.
Sir. Quick question. Can you unmute my friend
Don't
Rondi?
fucking call me sir, you little shit.
Oh my god, I'm sorry, dude. Can you unmute my friend Rondi? He's like an adult.
I don't mind when young people call me sir. I actually, that means they respect.
Is Rondi Parsi?
They're calling you an asshole. That's
Rondi isn't Parsi's friend. He's serious.
Hey, Bong, can we quit? All right, so you want to let Royal for Rondi take over?
Yeah,
for you?
Roy for Rondi. Yep.
Tell them they're trolls.
Yo, hello. Yo, I actually want to hear the case for it, dog. Like I've been so curious about it for a long time. Like that's why I'm here. Huh?
Yeah, would you give me 1 second, please? Would you give us
no
all
problem.
the opportunity to make that decision on our own, Bong? I mean, I generally don't like to label people when I haven't even heard them speak.
Yeah, let's have a little patience with the new guys.
Trying not to get frustrated, but it's getting very hard.
Go ahead. I'm just throwing my 2 cents in there. Sorry, guys.
Oh, he's just a kid, man. He's funning and having fun. That's what they get on the internet for.
I think he's hilarious myself.
Well, sure. I mean, a lot of people find our Discord through other servers and stuff, and they say, "Hey, let's go over here and talk to these flat earthers," and that's pretty much what they're doing. Of course, they're going to be like, "Oh," because they don't, they think flat Earth is dumb and all that kind of stuff. Of course, they're going to make fun of us or whatever.
I think he was taking what you're saying serious until you stopped being serious and you just started ridiculing him. And I think that would be true even of a mature man. When you start ridiculing me, I'll just tell you shut the fuck up.
What's good, Roldy?
I'm not a kid.
Did you read what was wrote down for you at your request?
Yeah, I'm reading it. This is gas pressure. Okay.
Do you want to read that out loud and tell us?
Yeah, thanks for interrupting me, bro.
It's here. I'll reply to it so everyone can read it. But I've just got to put that. Like, just back to the main point. Why do you think the Earth is flat?
It don't work like that.
Yeah, but I just want to know like one. I don't know one.
See, the whole thing is that we don't think it's flat. It measures flat, my friend.
Okay, why do you know it's flat?
Well, because they give you the measurements of the globe Earth, and we went out and tested it and measured the distance, see if there's supposed to be some kind of curvature. Listen. There's supposed to be some curvature, right? In other words, Earth's supposed to fall away from you a certain amount of distance, and we've measured quite a bit of distance with FE core. With lasers and measured and it hit a target and where it's supposed to be at least 400 feet of curvature.
Okay. So wait, if you walk around, let's say this is theoretically, but let's say if you walk, you have one bridge starting at, well, I don't know. This is all theoretical, so just take this with a pinch of salt. But think about it. If you take one bridge from, let's say, Canada, and you go take that bridge all the way to wherever, Japan, and across the Pacific Ocean, across all of those places, how would that would if you walk that would wrap around, right?
Yeah, imagine if you were an engineer and you built a bridge that long. Try to imagine how you would design it if the Earth was a globe.
Awesome.
If I could put in all railways.
What is up, man?
Wait.
You asked me a specific question to me, and then everybody decides to butt in.
My bad. Go ahead, Elbow. Answer his question.
So, anyways, were you trying to say how do you circumnavigate? In other words, but I understand what you're trying to say with the bridge, but pretty much the way you circumnavigate it, everything points towards the north. Your compass, right? You use a compass. Let's say you go travel west. Every time you will have to pretty much, if you're gonna build a bridge, you will always have to wrap it around in a circle because everything goes around the north. If you're going west, every time you go, let's say 500 miles, you're gonna have to deviate right to continue north, right? To continue west. So you have to keep deviating because it goes around a circle. The compass always points north. And that's the same in a globe compared to a
really quick question. Can I have
Rondi
image perms really quick?
No.
Oh, I just need to send like a map.
You can send me an image. You can send it to me and I'll post it for you.
All right. So with this, that's loading.
Matter of fact, if you look at what Truth Pabel just posted, Truth Pabel just posted a gift of how, in pretty much you will have to wrap around.
Okay, if you, but if let's say you don't do that, right? Let's say if you take that map I sent you, you go from that left side of the equator all the way to the right side. You would just like this is the Earth basically just flattened out, right? So if you were to make a bridge across the equator from one side to the other, then that would just send it.
You can post now.
Okay, you can post it. Yeah,
if you see that equator, you would just go from one side to the left side to the right side. If you just did that, you just made a flat one. How would that
so pretty much what you're looking at is pretty much a projection, right? So
it's the
right. You don't travel in that way. Your compass always points north. So in other words, you really travel with a flat map. Meaning, look at what again Truth Pabel posted at 16 minutes after the hour.
Yeah, that's what you got to show him. Listen, when you travel that equatorial plane, you're heading one way it's east, the other way it's west. On a flat Earth, east or west is just a circle around north, and north is the center.
But that would just be looking at it from the top. If you took that map and folded it around, you would just be looking at that map from the top. It would just be. So what if you take?
He gets it.
So what you get is east-west circumnavigation is viewing from the top all the way around the outside of the continent.
Okay, but
all
you see
continents are grouped together and they can be seen from the top of your globe. So east to west, even on the globe, east to west is just a circle around north or south, depending on which way you view it from.
All right, so you see the map Jenny sent, right? That's that scene from the top. If
it's the same, it's an AE projection map, dude.
On the very edges, where the whatever Antarctica, whatever that shit is, that would just be the equator.
No, that's not the equator.
No, because that's seen from the top.
That's not the equator's in the same place.
Then what is it?
Here, you got to look at a real AE map to see it. That you'll have one tropic around the north. You go further out, you have another. The equatorial plane will go halfway through Australia.
Okay. Sorry, I'm starting to realize now my question was pretty bad because you're saying you would just walk around in a circle, and basically what I'm saying is you would walk around in a circle. We're just seeing it from different angles.
Yes, that's what I would point out.
Okay, sorry, that doesn't prove anything on my part, and that doesn't prove anything on your part. But
it doesn't prove anything on our part either.
Yeah. Exactly. Okay, what experiments prove that the Earth is flat?
Not experiments, because it isn't a science question.
Okay, sorry for my term, but
so it's fine. It's fine. Well, we have measured. This is me. Pretty much, if you want to find out the shape of something, what do?
Tape measure.
Right, you measure it.
Yeah.
So that's pretty much that's what you have to do if you want to see, want to have find curvature of the Earth, because they tell you how the distance, right? It's to give you a radius, and from that you could determine, how much curvature some location has to have, right? Between how many miles, whatever, right? So with that information, you go and measure if there is curvature, if the target you put at a certain distance is not being hit by a laser. Which means pretty much a laser pretty much flies straight, right? I mean, not flies, but lights up. And every time it lights, it's a straight point, correct?
So if you shine a super bright laser around, you shoot it.
Yes, let's say 20 miles
from one side.
Miles.
Would that wrap around the back of your head if it went all the way around the world?
Pretty much. Let's say it was let's say your head, right? And I put a target on the back of your head, right? And I put a laser in the front of your head.
I'd probably be shot then.
No. I mean, not at your head, but like trying to hit the target that's behind your head. It will miss the target, right? And it will fly over it.
Only if you're a bad shot.
A laser is gonna wrap around your head.
I'm sure you could assassinate me with that laser.
I'm not saying that you can assassinate someone with a laser, really.
Dog, if it's a laser at the back of your head, it's probably a sniper.
No, listen. Let's say if I put a target, right? A target meaning a piece of paper, right? In the back of your head. Let's say, and I put a laser in the front of your forehead, right? To try to hit the target in the back of your head.
God damn.
Listen. Hold on. So if I put the laser, would it hit the target in the back of your head? Like if I put it around it? I mean, if I point it towards it, it would miss it, right? The laser would go points towards the top. Am I right or am I wrong?
What?
So I put a laser, right? The laser pointer. Look at this guy's bald head, right? You see that guy? Right. Yeah. You put the laser on his forehead, right? And you put a target at the top of his head. Would the target hit? Did the laser hit the target, or would it just go over it?
The laser wouldn't go anywhere.
Hit the target, right? It wouldn't hit the target. The light pointer, the laser light would not hit the target. It would just go over. Correct? Let's use a ball because you're thinking about getting shots. Let's use a ball.
Really quick question. Could you unmute Parsi for a second? He's not going to troll. He's not going to troll.
Stop. Listen. All right. So you put a laser in one spot, right? Right. Let's put a laser. We have put a laser in a location on Earth, right? In a certain amount of distance, the Earth's curves, so that pointer does not hit the target in a globe Earth, correct? Because the Earth is curving.
Okay. Laser don't curve with Earth.
Exactly, right? So it has to. So when you point the laser,
line, it doesn't get affected by the gravity.
Why would gravity matter? What are you talking about?
Hold on, stop.
It's not like a laser could go into orbit.
Yeah, right. The laser would not curve around the Earth. It will continue in a straight path. Correct?
Right. Okay. Parsi, yes.
Correct?
Sure.
All right. Great.
Parsi wants to make a comment.
Stop. I don't give a crap about his comment. I'm talking to you right now. We can talk to Parsi in a minute.
Yeah,
Parsi can wait.
Yeah.
So if I point a laser on Earth, because if it was a globe at a certain distance, it would not hit the target, right? Let's say 20 miles. It will miss the target because it's supposed to curve. Correct or not correct?
It would, if you aim it at the ground.
If I aim it straight.
If you aim it straight where?
To the target, like a level. Like let's say if I were to aim it on Earth, on a flat level plane, or towards, let's say water. Water's always level. Let's say if I aim it across the ocean or a lake or whatever.
Okay. Yeah.
Right. It's supposed to keep going straight, and if it's Earth curves, the laser's supposed to miss the target. Correct?
Yeah, you're right.
Right.
You're right. I agree.
Okay. So we have done that, and it doesn't.
All right,
bro.
cool.
Give your damn dog that bone.
All right,
And
I'm gonna go.
cops us
I'm gonna go
outside.
back on mute. I'm gonna go back on mute.
You
Can
keep
you
a knocking,
give Parsi a
but you
chance?
can't come in. Parsi's not getting a chance, bro.
His dog knows the earth is flat. He's trying to tell him. He's trying to tell him.
No. He's actually like trying to ask a genuine question here.
All right. So, what's your dog's question?
Okay, here we go.
He's like, why you letting these flat earthers just roast you? Anyway, I'm just fucking with you, bro. No, man, it's really good that you found us and you're asking really genuine questions. And yeah,
Parsi, go ahead with your question, will you?
Okay. Like like high tide and low tide and how that's connected to the moon.
Yes.
How does that
be
work?
Tied to the moon.
Right.
Well, how does it work when they said the moon pulls on all the bodies of water on the planet, but we don't see that high and low tide in a uniform manner like we would if the moon was pulling on it. And nowadays, most scientists are leaning towards the hydraulic nature of underground flow of water as being for high and low tide, and moving away from the moon having anything to do with it. So, how do you answer that?
Hydraulic what?
The hydraulic nature of high and low tides for the gathering and flowing of underground aquifers. Do you know what an aquifer is? Maybe you're just not equipped to cover this topic.
I know what an aquifer is.
So Google the hydraulic nature of high and low tide. So most scientists today are leading towards hydrolysis as the leading cause for high and low tide.
Hydraulic brakes, like on a car.
Yes, and the hydraulic
actually a really good point.
Of underground flowing rivers, streams, and aquifers, and the heating and cooling of those. So when the sun's out, the ground is heated, water starts to move underground, and as the sun goes away, that ground cools. It doesn't move as much. It's less active. There's less input of kinetic energy. It causes hydrolysis, which forces water from underground aquifers out into the large bodies of water on the earth. This is what the explanation, the new mainstream explanation for high and low tide. That the moon thing, that is old as it gets when it comes to high tide and low tide.
Can you send me like a link to this? Because I looked up.
For it. There's a reason for it. If the moon was pulling on this, we'd experience high and low tide, not only on the oceans and the seas, but on the Great Lakes, and the inland ponds and the inland lakes, and we don't. So obviously it can't be the moon pulling evenly on the planet because of its gravity. And besides, it's a Newtonian fact. One, push, pull, push, pull. With relativity, that push-pull thing is thrown right out the door.
You called it hydrolysis?
Yes, I did.
Like HYDROHYSIS, I think.
Oh, I'm trying to spell to get you a link, and you're trying to confuse me.
I'm not trying to confuse you, man.
Where's Antarctica?
It's an ice wall.
Oh, it's an ice wall. Okay.
Actually, they call it an ice shelf.
Is that what prevents water from falling infinitely?
Well, on flat Earth, if you really think about it, on flat Earth, Antarctica is in every direction.
It's south. Just like it is in the globe. It's south, isn't it?
Yeah, but technically, if you pick any direction from where you're standing and continue straight till
not really, because if you continue west, where are you going to end up at?
I'm not talking about continuing west. I'm talking about continuing in a straight line.
Continuing south, yes. No. Anywhere south, just like on the globe.
Well, on flat Earth, if you just continue west, you're not really walking in a straight line. You're apparently magically constantly turning to the right.
You are too, unfortunately, because you'll never go in a straight line anywhere. You're always deviating to the north, deviating west. I mean north. You're following the north, regardless.
Yeah, but you can use the reckoning to compensate for that, right?
Called magnetic declination. Where you at, Farzy? Here's the link for you, Farzy. Hydrology. Hydraulic sciences.
Is this a Rickroll?
It's a Britannica.
Oh, okay. Good.
It starts you out with the hydraulic sciences.
Where did you put it?
You put it in
live stream. In
I
live
can't see
stream
the
voice
channel.
text. So that's just a beginning. You can see live stream voice text. I gave you the gladiator role. Who took his role, dude?
Yeah, they took all my roles, or they took the important
I'm
ones.
a little tired of people over trumping what I do, man. I'm gonna start demoting people for it. I'm really not playing. I can see the audit log further back than any normal mod.
Yeah, bro, I don't know.
My stuff again, and if you do, worry about when I find out you did it. I'm starting to get
They
frustrated.
took my image prayers and stuff too. I don't know why. Like, it was probably a good reason. I don't know.
And then tomorrow you'll be like, why don't we have anybody to talk to? Christ, man. Hold the fuck up.
Yeah, bro, I don't know.
Anyway, that's a good place to start on the topic of the hydraulic nature of waters.
Yeah.
The flow of water on Earth.
I still can't see it though. Like, I can't see the link. Can someone send it to me? Like,
oh my
in
god,
general?
India, that is hilarious.
Maybe? Okay, never mind. Oh, thank you.
Yeah, about mod. We need to have a chat about how we can get some a different kettle of fish about the place. This is bad.
Oh shit, my brother's in trouble. I'll be right back.
I'm seeing it as well.
So most of the scientists are leaning towards the hydraulic sciences and explanation for high and low tide. They're getting away from the moon and tidal locking bullshit.
Yeah. Yeah, man, they need to get away from that basically because it's really basic. You know, it's not looking at everything else that is potentially involved with high and low tide. We don't see a correlation, do we? Like, why don't we see a tsunami wave every day? You know, leading edge of the
Why
sphere.
I mention this is because one of our rules or standards is that people try their hardest to keep up with the up-to-date mainstream theories and arguments. So you don't have to explain why the moon affects the tides when modern science doesn't say it does anymore. Or it's not 100% the only cause of this or that.
Yeah.
I mean, they can't even say that's the cause anymore because it's,
well, what they say is, listen, what they say now.
Wow. Okay. Appreciate it.
What? Sorry, I've not been speaking. Elba, come on, bro. I've been pretty quiet, mate. All right. I'm just saying, literally, it's between apparently the sun and the moon. That's what they say now, right? It's like a figure of eight type movement almost. They say like a hula hoop.
Nanalema?
Right. That's what they're trying to say. That's what they're trying to say.
Has anybody heard of underground seas?
Yeah, the seas underground,
which circulate through the world, the oceans.
Yeah, the aquifers cover that.
Okay, so did you mention that? I just popped in. Sorry.
Yeah, an underwater ocean or body or lake. It's just an aquifer of a different size, each one. There are large underground aquifers of water. Yeah.
Right now, is that what you're?
That's what we're covering. Hydrology covers said to be 22.2 million billion gallons of water that exists under the soil.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, good.
And that would include the aquifers and underground waterways would include all of that.
We can throw out the moon, right? Because if the moon was present, wouldn't it pull the water up, making the tide recede?
It wouldn't because
they'd all be uniform, and we don't see that high and low tide is uniform. That's not what we observed. It would all be uniform to one side of the planet, or the side that the moon's on would have the greatest pull. So they'd all go to the right, or if the moon was to the left, they'd all go to the left. But that's not what we observed.
But isn't that Newtonian gravity and not Einstein?
It is a Newtonian concept. It's time to force them to make all their theories adhere to a relative world, not a Newtonian world. There is no push-pull. You can't have your cake and eat it too.
Well,
That's
yeah,
right,
exactly.
man. You can't have both ways.
All right, I'm back.
What about dense water? What about dense water as well, right? So we potentially have this idea as well of, you know, these aquifers, and we have highly pressurized water, right? That is, I've seen a video of this where it acts like a barrier, for instance, right? So when we have this as well, we have potentially a different thing that would be interacting with this whole system, right? So they don't really know what's going on when it comes to that stuff. You know, the tides, they just tried to explain it a long time ago, very rudimentarily, and people just accepted it, right? And that goes all the way back to Newton in the 1700s, this stuff to do with the tides. It's very, very basic. So it's not a controversial point, little dude. Like, it's just a thing that has to be looked into a lot more, right? Energy input as well into the water itself. You know, sunlight, right? How that dictates it. We sort of see sporadic nature, don't we, with water itself? The way water moves and flows. It has its set routes and paths, right?
Oh, hey, I'm sorry to interrupt.
You can go. Go.
Oh, okay. Is it okay if we invite one more person who actually has like a degree in physics?
You can invite whoever you want.
Okay.
Bring them
Thank you.
all.
Oh, one more request. Can I have access to chat so I can like see links and stuff?
You should have access. Don't you have the global?
Oh, I do, but I didn't.
You do now.
Okay, thank you. Love you.
Yeah, this kid jokes a lot, but he's actually reasonable.
Yeah. He's smart as well. He's got a good
you
brain.
can tell he's not a dumb kid. He's a smart. Yeah, he's a smart kid. He goes in the system, and this is how he acts because of that. If it wasn't for that, he'd probably be a fucking genius.
I'm already a genius. I'm Elon Musk.
Declare it, bro. Yeah, don't compare yourself to him, though. That guy's an idiot. You do know that,
That's
right?
a moron.
He's a moron.
No, that's an inside joke with Roddy. Sorry.
Next, you'll be saying you got a 100 IQ. And
You don't want to do that.
All right, I've got a point. to make. Hold on. Okay, so what is this image in live stream voice chat? So I want to know more about the hydraulics and that shit.
Hydraulics? What?
How's that your point?
Whatever. Yeah, whatever you called it.
Hydrology and high and low tides.
Yeah.
Just search that. Do a Google search. I already said you know how to search. Can you see live stream voice text? Here,
Yeah, all right. Let me look.
I'll write your search out for you.
Parsley, don't claim shit like that, mate.
This is a give a guy a fish free for a day. Show him how to
We
fish.
can look at the tidal datums from NOAA. Tides and currents. National Oceanic Tides and Currents. Meteorological, hydraulic, and oceanographic conditions.
Hey, quick question. Does water like slowly? I'm looking at an image right now. Does water slowly like flow off the earth if like some
No, you're
ice
looking at
ball
it.
melts?
Listen, you're looking at an image. We don't say the Earth is a flat disk. More
What
like
is
the
it?
floor of the universe. We don't say we're not flat Earth society. We're not saying you live on a disc, third disc from the sun, rising up all the time. No, we don't say that crap. Like I said, maybe the floor of the universe, possibly infinite, but it would take that's speculation. It would take an infinity to prove infinite now, wouldn't it?
Okay, I'm reading an article right now that's showing that, that it's honestly like a disc and shit.
Yeah, that's called propaganda.
I just covered that. That's not us. That's Flat Earth Society, and Flat Earth Society is actually a bunch of Globers who got together.
I sent in live stream voice text.
A bunch of globe believers got together. Yeah, I know. And this is where a bunch of Globers got together and said the best way to beat Flat Earth is to actually act like them. Make our own Flat Earth Society. And then say the dumbest shit in the world, so nobody even believes it when anybody talks about it.
Excuse me, I have a question.
Please don't keep posting that. We don't like that on our server. We're not Flat Earth Society. We don't believe in your dumb ass shit.
Okay, I do have a question though. So obviously, this is kind of a more of a yes or no question, not like an in-depth thing. This is like a supplementary question. Do you guys believe in gravity?
We don't really. We observe the same thing you do. Things fall, yes, but we don't. We don't deny gravity. We deny the given cause.
Okay, so
Matt, can I say something real quick?
These guys are floating.
Can I say something real quick? Like when you read an article about flat Earth on the internet, right? You may think that article is more credible than the people you're speaking to here. And when the people here tell you that article was written by propagandists, public relations people, I mean, you're reading that article and you think that article is more credible than what we're saying. But what we're saying is science and things you can prove, and what you're reading, is propaganda. Like that, it's a disc in space. Why does Barack Obama, the president, promote the Flat Earth Society? Why does Vsauce and YouTube promote the wrong thing, controlled opposition, and ignore what we're saying? So you have to listen to what we're trying to say instead of reading what other people are saying about what we're saying. You know what I'm saying? I just wanted to think about what you're reading and what you're trying to figure out here. Right?
So what's up with the other
Are you trying to listen to what people say, or are you trying to figure it out for yourself?
Okay, so what?
Okay, before you continue, there was what would you think would be floating?
Me or him?
No, him. Yeah.
We can deny the given cause, and we're still going to observe the same phenomena. Nobody floats.
So what's up? What's up with the other planets, though? Are they all
other planets?
Are they round? Or are they
what are planets?
We're not talking about the other planets. We're talking about the shape of Earth.
Yeah, but if the Earth is flat, then what about the other planets? Are they flat as well?
Well, that's not really a logical inference. Before we can make that inference, we'd have to see similarities between the two, because we know things can be different in nature. They don't all. Nature isn't uniform. Everything's not the same.
Well, you have an explanation, and you have CGI and videos that detail that explanation. But when you really look at it, in any way you can look at it, all you see is a light in the sky. You know what I mean? So you're asking for a replacement for an explanation from a world that is not even real because no curvature. You know
Mars doesn't exist.
No, it's a light in the sky, isn't it?
Hold on.
No, Australia doesn't exist.
Can we go one at a time?
It's even better. The moon isn't real.
I actually would like to continue.
Calm down, dude.
Benzie, can you have a normal conversation? I mean,
Benzie's a good kid, but he's kind of autistic sometimes.
That's all right.
I have multiple mental diseases.
I gotta fight 10 people to be heard.
Like brain rot.
Can you not blurt out things you're implying as if people have said them? Nobody said this is fake or that's fake, and it's really kind of annoying.
Yeah, and some of us in here are autistic. and listening.
Look, it's a light in the sky. Okay, that's what you know about it. That's what we know about it. If you look at it through a telescope, that's what you're gonna see. You're not gonna see what they show you on TV ever.
About fake liberal news,
right? So when you say
earlier,
what are planets? Okay, there are 7 wandering stars that they call planets, and they name it after their gods, the Roman gods. And that's what we know about them. Everything else is a story that you saw on TV, CGI that they told you in school. They lied to you in school. Can you believe that? Your teachers aren't liars. The things that your teachers teach you and what they were taught is a lie.
I'm glad you corrected that because I was gonna tell you, well, lie, requires intent. Yeah, exactly. It isn't what the teacher didn't lie to you. They just teaching you what the curriculum tells you to teach them. Tells them to teach you. So
and they believe the same lie too, anyway.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you have never gone to what you call planet. They showed you this, like Juan was saying, through images, which you cannot validate for yourself. So let's not go to where we cannot validate. Let's stick on Earth, or we can measure or tell you about it, or figure out if there's any curvature. Which y'all have not done that, right?
All right, I'm trying to be respectful here, but I'm trying to also get a point out. So,
get your point out.
Earlier you said that we should. You're talking about like articles online and what you're saying, right? Well, when I read an article, anything online, right? They obviously cite sources, and those sources have sources. So, where are your sources at? Is basically what I'm trying to say.
On what topic? Because give me a second. Battlemaw just told you about the hydrolysis, right? And he gave you a source, did he not?
Yeah, he did.
All right. When Quantum Eraser was talking to you, did he not cite you citations from sources?
He did. I don't remember, but
those are the links Those are the links he posted from Scientific Backgrounds and Datums in live stream. Yes,
he did post stuff.
A source of information.
So whenever we speak about something, we're gonna give you sources and actually video evidence and they've been posting. When I was telling you about the laser, they post you a whole PDF about the actual measurements and testing.
You were talking to Venzi about that.
Yes, but I was telling you that they did post sources and whatnot in the live stream. If you've been keeping up,
weren't we just talking about like CGI and stuff and how videos can be altered?
Oh, they tell you. So I mean, pretty much what we were saying, that they give you images and CGI stuff. They actually do give you that from NASA.gov. They actually tell you that they paint these stuff.
I was still talking, but thank you.
Okay, sorry.
What I was trying to say is you're quoting something as a source, but then when I quote the same, like a video as a source, right? Obviously that's discredited because you don't think that my video is a source. So why would I think that? Okay, just shut the fuck up for a second, Bonk.
That's what I wanted to address.
You interrupt me every single time, please.
Well, I wanted to address that before you spoke because
let him finish.
Because QE.
I feel
listed a bunch of pseudosciences. Okay, and that's what we're talking about. So science, of course, there are sources for science, but pseudoscience doesn't. What source can you quote for it?
One ring to rule them all.
All right. I don't know how I can get a word in without being interrupted by someone.
Come on, stop.
It's really.
Look, we're talking about what people tell you.
Here, really. I mean, I've got the authority to do it, and I keep threatening people, but they still do it to me nonstop, bro. I mean, I got to be the nice kind rather than just go through the crowd kicking people like pawns.
Yeah,
I give more respect here than I get. That's a given. But that's because I genuinely care for all these people, and I wait till I can be heard, and then when I get heard, I'll take my time to let them know how rude they're fucking being to me. I don't have a problem with that.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So if you want to finish, go ahead.
Okay. So you were talking about like pseudoscience and that stuff, right? Long, you just said something along those lines. Yes, like my sources are pseudoscience or something.
What kind of source can you quote for the curvature of the what source can you quote for the curvature of the Earth?
Well, we're talking about video evidence right now, so obviously, okay.
A geometric shape. That's what we're talking about.
Right. Okay. But when you bring up evidence, right, and you're talking about video sources, obviously I have video sources that I can show you of like from space, from the ISS, right?
It's not our evidence.
But
It's not our
without a
evidence.
container, there's no space. We already went over
Our
that.
evidence. Yep, our evidence is not a video source. Our evidence is the real world that you live in water.
Okay, can you cite that source for me?
It's called water.
Water? How is that a source?
Water. Because water lays
What
flat
about gravity? We're not playing like Yu-Gi-Oh here.
Well, that's what I mean. That's a pseudoscience. Quote a source for pseudoscience, and then we can start there. Then, like, who are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
Are you talking about Newton, or are you talking about Einstein? Are you talking about the new theory they're developing for gravity? Because nobody knows what it is.
Bong, I can. I have the definition for pseudoscience if you'd like me to read it, or I can post it, or both.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Okay, let me post it.
What I'm saying is, you don't have to cite too many citations. There are plenty of citations for real science and physics and things we can prove, like water being level. But pseudoscience, well, those are all theories. You can't verify any of that stuff. You have to believe what people tell you. People who have money and resources that you don't have or can never have to do the things and say the things that they say that are so ridiculous.
Yeah, they're unfalsifiable, right?
Right. I guess.
Yeah. So in other words, you can't go out to ISS and actually prove.
I mean, if you train your whole life, you technically could.
The question is the geometry of the planet you call the Earth. That's all you need to focus on is curvature, because if that doesn't exist, nothing else exists.
Obviously.
Exist.
What? Just because? Okay, let's say for a second I did think the Earth was flat, right? That doesn't disprove gravity at all.
Right. So you misunderstand gravity. You think gravity is.
I was still making my point. Can you please be quiet for one fucking second? I mean, come on.
Can you at least listen for 1 second? You're the one who lacks knowledge.
Bro, they're calling me a kid, and you're over. Okay, never mind. That's sorry.
I'm trying to explain to you what you're trying.
I'm apologizing to you. I'm apologizing. Can you accept my apology?
That's fine. It's okay. I accept it. The point is, this thing we call gravity is not what you think it is. Okay, it's not. And we're not saying things don't fall down. We know why things fall down and why things float. But this idea of gravity, because you don't understand how gravity works on a ball. Right, you're not really grasping what we're trying to tell you about.
What you're saying, I don't grasp it. Yeah, you're not. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're throwing a lot of shit.
Could I ask you a question?
This is now a Q&A. The comms are open.
All right. So, what do you think gravity is?
What do I think gravity is?
Yes.
I think it is the gravitational pull of an object towards another object.
So you think that's attractive mass? So you understand that that's been debunked 6 years ago? Is it?
How has that been debunked?
I have to stop
by Einstein.
How?
I hear what you said.
Einstein.
Right.
Relativity.
Yeah, it's no longer.
How come fat people don't have their own gravity then?
No, stop. So it's no longer something pulling each other. Is an effect of the bending of space time, the uneven distribution of mass. It's no longer a force pulling an object to another force. I mean, an object.
Well, it's not force. It's more. I'm sorry. I'm losing my train of thought again. But to my original, what was I going to say?
No. You said that it was an object pulling to another object, right?
Yeah, there is no
an object being pulled to another object. Yeah, because of its density. It's density.
Yeah,
so the more dense an object is, the more mass it has. So, like, for example, a black hole has more density than say, like.
He already told you with some relativity. No,
he told me that. He told
you're mixing. Listen, you're mixing black hole theory with relativity and special relativity, okay? So black hole theory comes from special relativity. It's just it's an effect of the warping of space-time by the uneven distribution of mass. So there is no push, there is no pull. It's an effect, not a cause.
Right.
So all that Newtonian, the entire Newtonian world that was built around this thing attracts that thing and that thing attracts this thing has to be dismantled and rebuilt in a relative universe. And we never observe that. There isn't relative explanations for everything. You live in a half relative, half Newtonian theoretical universe called Narnia. So,
or maybe more.
A lot of these guys aren't very good.
It's called the old.
A lot of these guys aren't very good at condensing their points and throwing them right out. And for that, I apologize.
Michael,
a lot of them.
I'm just getting brain damage from this conversation.
A lot of them have been doing this so long, they assume they already know what you're saying before you say it, and that's why 9 times out of 10 people don't get to realize what they're saying. It's not your fault.
Michael, wasn't the old heliocentric model created before gravity was quote unquote discovered?
It was.
Isn't that weird?
How is that weird?
Copernicus designed a perfectly balanced spherical universe of balls rolling around all over the place without even a force or any phenomena to hold it all together on track, on course.
Okay.
But then again, Copernicus believed in God. He was a natural philosopher. And he was studying
Ptolemy.
He was studying the great book of God's creation.
Gravity wasn't invented when Abel fell on a fucker's head.
Ptolemy was a position. Ptolemy was a position, an astrologer in Egypt. Ptolemy wasn't a person; it's a position. The Ptolemaic model was made by astronomers in Egypt. It's a title.
Here, what I think.
Ptolemy.
Okay. So
you think the Catholic Church tells you the truth? Yes.
Okay, you don't have to talk all the time, Bong. I mean, come on, man. Like,
spit it out.
I'm sorry.
I actually just
starting
noticed.
To get to that point.
Wrote in Jenny's profile, it says the aim of an argument or discussion should be not victory but progress. It's kind of ironic.
What's ironic? That you can't prove curvature, that the Earth curves like a ball?
No, that you're trying to win this argument instead of make progress.
We're not trying to win anything.
That I'm trying to win. Look, it's been 5 years. No one has been able to prove curvature, okay? Not NASA, not nobody on TV, nobody has come here. People cannot prove that the Earth is a ball.
It's not your fault, son.
Venzi, you have to understand, we came in here to do a little trolling, but like at this point,
you guys aren't listening to what we're telling you. You guys are just
I am listening to what you're saying.
Okay. Are you? So why are these questions? Aren't there better things to do, better games to play, better books to read, movies to watch, things to do? I know that it's a pandemic,
I'm interested in the way you think. You know? Like what brought you to your beliefs?
You're supposed to ask Bong this.
These are not beliefs.
You're supposed to say, yeah, there's better things to do. You got a sister, Bong? What's up?
Nah, she's probably ugly.
I do it. Fuck it. Does she make it? Well, hey, a good sandwich makes up for that, son. You'll get older. Yeah, a good sandwich will get you over a lot of
young to understand that, though, right now, Battlemon.
A lot of humps and hurdles. Pun intended.
Yeah, I guess you just have to close your eyes sometimes.
Cooties. Right now, everything has cooties.
You know, it's like being in a church, man, or a religion. All right, like you don't even question what you believe in. You just believe the people who are telling you these things, right?
You don't know anything about me, bro.
Like if you think about it, you'd probably think, why would people? Why would school teach me something?
You literally know shit about me. Okay, obviously I'm in this Discord for a fucking reason. Okay, I mean, like I do question stuff. I've questioned a lot of things. I've come to my points that way. Like you don't fucking say that shit. You don't know anything about me.
Hold on.
I'm sorry.
Hold on. Bong, Barzy, hold up. I got a point I want to put out. I've been here I don't know how long, and I've never looked at Jenny's profile so hard that I noticed it said the aim of our argument is discussion should be not victory but progress. I'd like to say that kid Benzie, he was checking Jen out so hard, he noticed it on his first day. His first day.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
He was all blowing up Jen's image and all that shit.
All right.
You got an Instagram?
Sorry. That's
How old are you, kid? How old are you, kid?
Old enough. Old enough. Okay.
Old enough. All right.
Okay.
Right on, bro. Right on.
Boss. Servitude. Wrong servitude. Yeah.
I'm gonna change my evil ways.
Why don't you know the radius of the globe yet?
You play an instrument?
Parsi. Why don't you know the radius of the? Why don't you know the Earth radius of the Earth? Both of you.
Why don't you know your mom's weight?
That goes across.
I'm sorry.
So you're not here to learn.
So sorry.
So
I
you're not
am.
here
But
to
like,
learn,
that's
right?
just a stupid question. You've asked me that question
What
two
do you mean
times.
why is it a stupid question and you don't know the answer?
Because if you can't remember my answer before, why should I answer that question again?
I would mention the Earth.
You know why? Do you guys know why that's important? You know why?
I'm sorry, it's funny.
It's all good. It's all good.
You didn't
It's
hear
all
me
good.
the
I like.
first time. What said?
Dude, I would measure the Earth, but the last tape
It's all
measure
good.
he's going around your mom, bro.
Why do you,
dude, I'm sorry.
Why do you think I keep asking about the radius? Why do you think we talk about the radius of the Earth? Of the globe?
He's got a good point with the radius. So you say it's a globe, but you don't even know how big it is. And you'd probably tell us that the globe is just so big and we're so small, we're like ants on a beach ball. But you don't know the relative relationship of size because you have no idea how big a ball they say it is.
Here's the thing,
right now.
It's so big.
39958. That's the radius.
Yeah.
3,958 miles.
Be so big that it would look flat, right?
What's the
how big would it have to be?
Are you asking these things for a response, or are you just
for
saying
it
that?
to look so flat?
Hey,
at 128,000 feet, it still looks so flat. How big would a fucking ball have to be?
I don't know, bro. How big are your balls?
Exactly, which is why it's important to know the radius. Right?
Okay.
I'm telling you the shit, and you're believing it.
Okay. Okay. Here's the thing.
Right. So the way you do that, whether if it was 140,000 feet, listen, there's formulas that you can use. 140,000 feet, right? You can work out roughly, where something's supposed to be, how big something is. You can work out different things using formulas, right? They have numerical values to them, and they would. This basically what Bong's been trying to get you to is, effectively, is that you yourself, in your own experiences of things you've observed in your life, you would have looked out, across oceans, and you would have seen, a horizon, and like a ball, right? As a Sagittarius.
You're gonna take a bad shit. I'll be right back.
Hey guys, I have a question. Sorry.
What's your question?
The last time because
why is that kid such a I can take over the conversation if you'd like.
Yeah, you know what happened? You were not being concise. Bored him to death, Brad.
Telling you, man, long trolls.
Guys.
Oh yeah, for sure. But hey, man,
good trolls, but not that good.
Bong, you don't know how to talk to kids, man. That's all it is.
They're not kids.
Dude, these kids are kids, bro. What do you mean?
That
kid is a jerk.
No,
they're in troll. They're in troll.
Hey.
They're possessed by trolls.
Bro, Joshua Matthew over here is asking some deep questions. Do you even know what the Earth is, dude? Holy shit.
Yeah, do you even know what the Earth is?
Dude, no, we live on Mars, man.
Do you even know
Oh my
what planet
god. Dude, we live on Mars, bro.
All right, someone has a question.
Joshua, you're gonna turn their brains into eggs.
They're demons that sound like they're teenagers.
Hey,
but
Bong.
they're not.
Oh my god.
No, they're just little shits that need to get their ass beat.
Their brains are gonna turn into spaghetti.
They're just really bad gamers. That's all.
Well, then that means it would be purposed for something useful.
Is God flat?
See, I told you, Josh. I told you, Josh. Look at what you got and
Let
done.
me tell you.
Yeah,
Let me tell you. This whole entire universe is flat.
Bro, I feel like
the
Well,
ecliptic
when we
plane.
say the government has a model out there called Flat Earth Society, like you don't even, you're not even paying attention to what we're saying. All right, you're
Bro,
just like,
I feel like my
just
head
like,
was.
let me
dipped into
just
a
say what I
fucking
want to
deep
say,
fryer.
and then my friends can laugh, and I can have it on YouTube, right? Let me just say what I want to say, and pretend I'm listening when I'm not even. What's the radius of the globe?
Hold on, Jenny was.
so I
hold on,
can't
Jenny.
figure it out.
I'm again wrong with the same question.
He doesn't know.
Adam, I just said it like 3-4
How
times.
am I supposed to fucking tell, dude? Like, how do you want me to figure it out? Take a tape measure across the world.
You know what's a
Like,
radius?
do you want me to take a tape measure across the world?
Do you know what's a radius?
Yeah, I
What
went to
is a
school.
radius?
It's half of the circumference, bro. It's circumference divided by fucking.
No.
Man,
How about you
I
just
feel
Google
like
it?
my brain is
What
dipped
about,
into
how
a
about
deep
you just
fryer, bro.
Google the answers to the questions? Yeah.
What?
Just Google it. How about that?
I didn't think of a response to your question about gravity.
A straight line from the center to the circumference of a circular sphere.
What's pi? What's pi?
3.14159.
Bro, I love pie.
Alright, what were you gonna say about gravity?
What's your favorite type of pie, though?
Hold on.
So you know like how at like a carnival they have those like spinny rides?
The graviton?
Yeah, the gravitons. Those things are so fun. You ever been on one?
Yeah. Oh yeah, plenty of times.
Right. So it's spinning you against the wall, right?
Yeah, you know what that's called though, right?
Yeah. Centrifugal force.
Yeah.
That's called a.
What is gravity
circus
supposed
machine,
to be
or-
according to I guess Newton? I guess.
Huh?
What is gravity supposed to be? Is it centrifugal or centripetal?
Centripetal.
Right. It's just it's pulling inwards, so it's not the same, is it?
Exactly. That's my point.
What's your point?
You just made my point.
No, iterate your point correctly.
Yeah. Please.
Okay, I'm eating the ice cream sandwich. Give me a second.
Yeah, don't eat your mom. Cool. Hey, your mom ever taught you any manners?
No, apparently not.
Nope.
Okay.
That's
So
why my nephew can have
Stop
his way.
smacking your lips around, bro.
sorry. So you know
that's
how
hard. It makes it sock you harder.
okay.
Bro, Parsley, we have so many fans in the live stream chat.
Don't call them
amazing.
fans. They're admirers.
I mean, amazing, beautiful
See
people.
what this is about?
It's about attention.
Dude,
we're so popular.
If the Earth
I
is a
don't know
globe,
which one
why
it is,
do-
Jenny.
Why do we see the same stars in the sky every year?
Why?
They're in
Oh my god,
So-
Horacio, I'm gonna mute you if you keep smacking your lips around.
I'm eating. Okay, I'll mute.
I
When I'm
don't
eating.
give a shit
But,
if you're eating.
bro, I'm gonna eat out your mom later. But my point that I'm trying.
Oh
Get
boy.
off, Mom. I just got
When you
off.
finish eating, let me know.
Oh God.
So anyway,
Shit.
Jenny wanted to ask
I
a
guess-
question. Please let her ask a question.
yeah. So I don't know if you pay attention to the voice text right now, but so which song that ODD has where it has the Red Hot Chili Peppers song from it, Space May Be the Final Frontier. But it's mainly
Californication. Californication.
It's called Dear NASA.
It's Dear NASA?
Yeah, I'm a huge ODD TV fan. I know like most
Okay,
of his
is
songs.
it on it's not on YouTube or
Yeah, it is. Here it is.
Okay. Does anybody mind if we play it?
Yep, I'm on.
Just like as a little intermission.
Yeah, sure, go for it. I have it on my own channel.
Okay. All right, so hold up just for a brief moment.
Better than these two trolls.
Wait.
for sure. No.
Groovy is not in live stream. Someone moved it. Do you want me to move it back in?
Please.
Let me do that.
Good call, Say. Thanks.
Oh, it doesn't let me. I don't have the permission. Someone who's a mod has to do it.
Where is it at now?
It's in Livestream 2. Just click it and drag it.
Yep. Well,
it's the purple groovy.
did somebody move it already?
Yep, it's in now.
Okay, thanks. Coming on my phone. All right, so coming at you is some ODD.
Oh yeah.
Ever dreamed of going up to outer space? Or maybe meeting other beings from another place? Have you ever wondered what it's like on other planets? Then you watch a science show and come to believe you understand it? You feel empowered by the knowledge and you feel enlightened. Listening to Bill Nye and Neil deGrasse Tyson. But then you wake up and you start to see the obvious. Life is just a lie and this whole world ain't what we thought it was. NASA's missions to the moon were never completed. They just filmed them in a room and people believe it. I used to wonder what it's like to be an astronaut. Now when I see them acting, I can't help but to laugh a lot. They give us cartoons and they claim that we live on a ball. But it's flat and it's not moving or spinning at all. Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go.
I'm back.
History has been rewritten by winners of wars. The Jesuit order, Khazars, Freemasons, and more. They pulled the veil over our eyes and it's time to awaken. Through organized indoctrination, our minds have been taken. It's time we take our power back and we rescue our people. The Vatican and the bankers are like Resident Evil. They may have had the greatest plan that was ever concocted, but Illuminati never thought that they'd ever be spotted. They're manufacturing reality all in our heads. They tell you if the earth is flat then you'll fall off the edge. But if it is a spinning ball you won't fall off it then. And gravity is our imaginary magic friends. Why is water always flat when unmanipulated? Why are pictures of the earth computer generated? Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go. have to pack up all your stuff and go.
Never sleep again, 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 never sleep again.
Well, there you have it.
That was amazing.
That seems to be a different version from what I remember hearing.
Really?
Yeah, it was a little bit different. I mean, he has an uncensored version of it.
It's like a
yeah.
He also sounds good live, in my opinion.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, ODD's great. But I want to ask you something. Flat earthers or whatever. Do you feel like, and I think I brought this up a couple of days ago, like people will come in here and, when it's happened tonight, they just have this pompous attitude. Doesn't matter what flat earthers say, they're not really necessarily paying attention to what we're saying. They're like, doesn't matter what they say. Everybody knows the earth is a globe. It doesn't matter what they're saying. So I can just make up anything that comes to mind for me. I mean, even if they're somewhat knowledgeable about theory of relativity, like we were talking about earlier, but most people aren't. So it's just like, here's their attitude. It's like, I can really just play around with the flat earthers because they're obviously wrong, and I know they're wrong. They don't have any evidence. That's not my point at all. No. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that's anyone that's doing that now. I'm just saying we often experience this. It's like they don't have any evidence for the globe or flat. They just think that they can say whatever the hell they want to say. And they're obviously right because they're on the right side, because everybody knows the earth is a globe.
Right, but the thing is that obviously they think they're right if that's their opinion, right? Like, obviously I think the earth is a globe. And I'm obviously here to prove my point, or at least validate my point.
It's not because they think the earth is a globe. It's because everybody knows the earth is a globe.
Right. Exactly. That's their perspective, right? Then you should be able to bring like arguments into that without having to interrupt them at all, and still getting your point across to the point that they won't be able to have a comeback eventually.
Yeah. Yeah, well, it just depends. I mean, you're also going to have to, if they come in totally ignorant about the topic, then people are going to get frustrated. And
so you can teach them.
Yeah. I mean,
educate them, right?
Yeah, you're gonna have to find people that are willing to do that.
Is it a flat
it is what it is.
It's a globe earther about their own, what they think, what they're claiming to believe.
But the thing about that is, if they do believe this, right? Obviously, the beliefs can be challenged, and if they don't immediately have a comeback, they can do more research later and figure out their beliefs on any subject, like God, the Earth, like if the sky is pink, like you can do a lot of different things to prove your point, right? And
if you're willing to learn about this topic, would you come here? To be honest, I
came here to do trolling, and now I'm having a productive conversation.
This is the best place to learn about this topic.
Now you're saying that the shape of the earth is like God. It's like a religion. It can be whatever you want it to be. It's not really a definite sphere. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Is that where you're putting this topic in now? It's a faith-based belief?
Well, no. The Earth is a spheroid. It's not completely spherical.
So why compare it to things like God? Things that you can just, it can be whatever you want it to be. If it's a sphere, then it should have curvature.
Right, but I'm trying to compare it to an issue that like we can all
But it's
relate
not
to. That's like hotly debated.
And that's not
Hold
that
on,
kind of
hold on.
issue.
You know, the Earth is a
I
sphere.
think this is the second time I've heard them say that. Earth is a
It's a
spheroid. So is it smaller north to south than it is east to west? Is this
Well, it depends where you. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I was gonna tell.
No,
I don't even think we need to go that far. I mean, the thing is that you need to validate that, right? How do you validate?
I'm just curious about why he says that. I'm just really
sound like a smart guy, man.
saying that.
You sound smart, man. You know, the airplane
thank
pilots
you.
that fly around above the Earth, they don't say the Earth is a sphere. They say it's flat. They don't gotta point their to the plane downwards. But when they're going, they just keep on going. They move their plane upwards. They never point it downwards. They never say the Earth is a globe. It's all flat out there.
Right, but the thing about pilots is they have to calculate for the Earth's the actual Earth's rotation.
No, they don't.
Like for example,
does that.
well, not
Supposedly.
please don't.
Sorry, let him finish. Let him finish. I'm sorry, I interrupted you. Go ahead.
No,
you're
it's fine.
exactly right. Let him finish. Tell us how they calculate.
Okay, so like for example, right? If you have a sphere, right, and you were to do three 90-degree angles, you would end up in the same point. But if you did that on a flat surface, you wouldn't.
I thought we were talking about pilots.
Right, pilots. If they were to fly, because obviously, if it was a sphere, they could do.
Pilots don't do that though.
Yeah,
What are you talking about?
You can't look, man. You would assume that is what pilots should be doing, right? You would assume they would be doing that.
I wouldn't assume that.
Would
Mike,
assume-
Do you think pilots are trying to prove the
that
globe by flying across
autopilot.
the globe and 90 degrees? Go ahead.
You would think that the autopilot is accounting for the curvature, right, of the Earth. That makes sense, right? But that's not how pilots fly planes.
Pilots fly from one airport to another. They don't freaking try to figure out.
Right, but we're not talking about the semantics about it. I'm just saying if we were to
we're
prove
definitely
that the
talking about the semantics because you brought up it's semantics. You know.
Okay, but what I'm trying to say is on a spherical plane or a spheroid or whatever you want to oblate spheroid if you want to get specific.
If the Earth was a globe, then
right. If the Earth was a globe, you could do 390-degree angles and end up in the same place. But on like a flat surface or a circle
actually,
or whatever,
that's not true. You're actually just fucking this up because if it was flat, you do 390-degree angles and end up in the same place. If it was a globe,
you could do 390-degree angles and end up in the same place on a circle.
No. See, somebody told you this argument, and you're messing the argument up, bro. It doesn't. Nobody does that. For one thing, nobody ever does that. But for another thing, I mean, airplanes just go from one airport to another. And would you ever get on an airplane with a pilot that wasn't going to travel from one airport to another?
That's not the point. The point I'm trying to make is that if you were to test this theory, right? Huh? Excuse me?
What do they call that? The 390.
What is that?
What do they call that?
You're quiet. Hold on, I have to turn you up.
Yeah, Mike, your mic's a little bit low.
Yeah, I almost overtalked you.
Yeah, I turned it down because I didn't plan on using it. It's a little too hard to talk in here right now. If you do get in, you don't get to finish. It just gets annoying. What do they call that route or that turn that you're talking about?
You mean like 390-degree angles?
Yeah, great circle route. You know, it's possible on both flat or a globe. I don't care what other people say. It is geometrically possible.
It's a
90-degree angle turns above any surface and end up where you started.
It's actually 360-degree angles.
3 left turns. Yeah, you go back where you go. Right?
Anyway, I'm just.
Well, no, you'd have to if you wanted to end up in the same place on a flat plane, you would have to do 490-degree.
No, actually, no, you wouldn't.
Battle Pass. I think he's trying to make the argument of a triangle with greater than.
I'm just pointing out everybody doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about.
Yeah.
What makes you say that? What?
You want to argue?
Because you said 90 degrees, and I know it's 60 degrees, right?
You really need to chill out. Like, come on.
Sometimes, dude.
Like Helios, like
shut up.
Go get a drink of water. I mean, but yeah. So, can you repeat what you said?
It's possible on any shaped surface as long as you're hovering in the air above it to do the same route and end up back where you started. You're in free space, Euclidean space, above any object.
Right, but
you could do that over a square, and you'd end up right back where you started. It does improve shape.
Right, but like at cruising. Sorry. Bong.
Yeah, you're going in a circle. Don't talk to Helio like that.
That's why
Fucking
it's called
troll.
a great circle route. Fuck.
Okay.
I can't believe these people for years have been saying you can't do that on a flat Earth. Well, first off, planes don't fly on a sphere or on a flat Earth. They fly in fourth-dimensional Euclidean space where you're free to do whatever.
Fourth-dimensional? You mean three-dimensional?
3, 4. Euclidean space is 4 dimensions, right?
Well, Euclidean?
Euclidean, yeah. 3-dimensional objects in 4-dimensional space.
Well, we live in a 3D, like that's technically 3D, right? X, Y, and Z. Well, wouldn't you have to have another point for that? X, Y, Z, and I think it would be. I don't know what the other one would be.
Yeah, how do you do that on a curved surface on a ball?
What do you mean on a curved surface? Do what?
On a basketball.
How do I do 390-degree angles? Like how do
you do Euclidean math X, Y, Z on a ball?
What do you mean by Euclidean math?
Hey,
see, this is why Helio is frustrated with you because you keep talking out of your ass.
I want to ask you: are you aware of any time in recent history where someone has done the test you're talking about, and for some reason the terms that you're using for the test? You actually probably you're just kind of talking out of your ass about some test you heard from some globe debunk site or whatever. Now this triangle, triangles and you know what an equilateral triangle is?
I do.
All right, so what does an equilateral triangle add up to?
An equilateral triangle?
Yeah, the angles. Equilateral triangle.
Yeah, each one is the same. Is it the one where all of them are the same?
Yes, they're all the same. Yes.
All right, man. I'm not going to argue with you if you're getting that.
All right. So all triangles add up to a certain amount. They call it degrees. What on a flat surface would a triangle? All of the angles, what would they add up to?
Illuminati confirm.
Hold on. I want freaking, what the hell is this? Parsi, what does, it doesn't matter what shape of the triangle. Doesn't matter if equilateral or freaking,
all of the sides of an equilateral triangle add up to 60 degrees. 60 plus 60 plus 60. Yeah, I Googled it. What do you want me to do, bro? I don't know all this.
Because you're just talking bullshit.
I'm not a textbook. What do you want me to do?
I want you to quit being dishonest.
How am I being dishonest?
Because you're talking shit when you're just ignorant about what you're talking about. What I can tell is that you're talking about some videos from the globe proponents, and you come in here and you really don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, well then inform me.
Okay, well that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to help you out, bro.
Yeah, you got to listen for that.
That's exactly what I'm doing, but don't insult me while you're doing it. I haven't insulted you.
I'm not trying to insult you. I'm just pointing out.
That's exactly what you're doing, though.
Oh, well, if you feel insulted, I don't apologize because you, for the most part, a lot of people like you that come in here will say, oh, well, I know I'm right because I heard somebody say this on a video, but I don't actually know what I'm talking about, but I know I'm right because you guys are flat earthers and you're wrong.
Have I said that?
No, but you know, for the most part,
that if you drew angles on a sphere, it wouldn't like you would on a flat earth.
Yeah, but he didn't even know what a fucking equilateral triangle is. So
yeah, so like I mean, you did kind of just like come in here and say that this only works on a globe and not on a flat earth.
And then he's asking me why I'm giving him shit when he came in here and told us that he knew.
What you're going to learn here, you're probably going to also learn in school about geometry, about spheres and radius and size and curvature rates and all that stuff. So
you guys seem pretty smart. You want to help me with my math take-home quiz?
You need to be more respectful and stop interrupting everybody. Everybody here likes you. Otherwise, you would have been gone.
You need to go take a shit real quick before I continue. Right.
I actually do have to take a poopy, but I can wait.
Let the moderators mod.
Just go, man. Take it to poop.
I'm sorry.
Nobody's gonna ban him because if they do, I'm just gonna unban him. He's just a child, man. You guys need to keep that in the back of your mind.
So, well,
you can call me. You can call me Parsi.
Hold on, dude. Hold on. This is why I don't bring.
Hey, man, just go take a poop.
No, everybody, let Mike talk, please. Let Michael talk. Your mic is really low, Michael. Can you increase the volume?
Yeah, we can barely hear
you. Repeat it. No, I would like people to just be quiet enough. I don't have to yell.
Okay.
This is a child, and I would like people to remember that. There's a reason I don't let my child come in here, even though she wants to make a profile in here, because I don't want to end up so mad at you motherfuckers. I want to drive to where you are and slap you in your teeth.
I'm down with that.
I'm being as nice as I can about this. Really, I don't like being put in a basket with people who just curse out children when they obviously know it's a child. You can go ahead and lean on your maybe it's a voice changer if you want, but it's idiotic.
No, this kid is actually a kid. You know, yeah. So I'm down with on that. I'm down on that.
He's a smart ass, but he's a smart ass. But he's one of the ones that can figure it out, so it's worth the effort, you know.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, he was talking about the equilateral triangle, but then when I asked him to give, what if he knew anything about the equilateral triangle, then he didn't know. I mean, it's like go ask your math teacher about the equilateral triangle.
Just he needs to be convinced, because right now he's like, well, why wouldn't somebody have figured this out? That's what's going on in his mind. He just hasn't said it. Why hasn't? It's one of my elder.
That's not if that was going on with. I mean, come on.
You don't even know it. You don't know it. It's
no. I mean, no. You're literally putting thoughts in it, like in my mouth, like what?
No, Jeff.
Don't put your shit in my mouth. Come on.
I take it all back. You're right. I'll take that shit right back. And
I mean, for all you know, I'm cussing you out of my head. I'm calling you a fucking idiot. I mean, come on.
This kid is a little shit. That's what I told you.
You're right. I take all that shit back.
He's funny, man. He's definitely funny.
Yeah, nobody here is calling you a stupid ass.
The ass is like, yep, I'm about to ban his
I know, but just don't.
You trust your government?
I trust them to a point, yeah.
Do you trust your government?
Do you hate your dad?
What point is that? At what point is it?
How much do you think? I have the mic for a second. How much
it has nothing to do with the government.
About the government? Really?
Nothing.
Only what he sees on TV, just like foreign people who talk about American government and politics all the time.
I know. I wanted him.
He only knows what he sees on TV.
Yeah, I've had my own experience with the government. Yeah, of course, but
he's not a grown person, and I understand why he gets mad when his ignorance is used against him for ridicule. He's just a child.
Yeah, that's it.
Respect that, dude. Meet him on his own terms.
He's an agent.
So of course he trusts his government, right?
He's an agent. I told you.
No, I'm a Russian spy.
No, so you do trust your government, right? To that point. Well, you don't think they would do anything.
Why would you ask
to what point? To what point?
Why?
You're saying to that to what point do you mean?
No, don't worry about it. We continue.
No, I am worrying about it. I'm asking a question. He should have a response.
They make mistakes, right? They make mistakes.
The government, yes, the government, the government gets a lot. Okay,
they're humans, right?
Right, yeah.
Because Edelmod is never gonna see when your ass.
Don't you think it would be important?
So you better.
Can I?
Don't worry, I have an attitude.
Can I get one sentence out, man? One.
I have him at it. Don't worry about it.
Don't you think it's important that you check things for yourself before you just assume that it's true?
Isn't that what I'm doing right now?
I know, but that's it. I get that. You're doing a good job.
Hey, I'll tell you what. In my opinion, just from listening to you talk, the hell's your name again? Parsi. Talking to people that could be your father, people that are old enough to be your father, the attitude you have with them, we don't really respect you for anything. I mean, it's just kind of like, why the hell should we give any respect to you when you don't even respect our wisdom and experience? So, Parsi, if you want to learn anything or teach anything to us, why don't you just freaking open up and have a conversation with us?
Cussing me out for the past hour. Like, how am I supposed to fucking respect
I got your back, Parsi.
I don't respect you.
Exactly, Parsi. Exactly. I got his back. Because it's true. Because he's a kid, and you got to teach him with respect in order for him to give you respect too. Come on, what's up?
I get that, and I didn't cuss him out. So anyway.
Yeah, but you've been saying shit this entire time. You've been talking shit. Okay.
Why doesn't he open up?
Talking shit.
Every time he tried to talk, didn't get to finish his damn sentence. Why doesn't he open up? Maybe because he's not allowed to. And that's not just children that's happened to. It happens to every person that comes in here. And then we got people sit here and go, why ain't we got no one to talk to? This is
why does your microphone, Michael? Why does your microphone keep getting softer and softer? We can barely hear you.
Stop talking over him. What the fuck are you doing, Hilo? Come on.
I was gonna say I can barely
Shut up,
hear him.
Parsi.
I was saying,
Yeah, Parsi.
I can barely hear Michael. That's all I'm saying. I want to hear Michael. I can just barely hear him.
You talk to Helio like that again, I'm gonna fucking
while
mute
I'm
you.
talking, you just start talking over me. That makes it where no one can hear me at all. Just
I think
to
some
say,
people
We can hear you good now, man.
The obvious.
Could I ask you a question, Parsi?
This is why I don't have a debate. But I've been told, quit letting this shit stop me and do what I know to do. So wait your turn, or else.
All right.
Yeah. Parsi, I've been trying to ask you this question for like 10 minutes, bro. I'm just going to ask it now. Like, do you believe in aliens at this point?
I need to restart it. I'm sorry. I've been on Discord for like literally in 2 hours.
No stress.
Okay.
You just cut him off, Parsi, and it took him 20 minutes to even get to open his mouth.
That's fine. He's going to come back. No,
I'm sorry, bro. I hate that myself, so I hate it when other people have to deal with it too. But that's from our lack of moderation. You sit here and fight about being the only person to talk, rather than moderate and make it a pleasant experience for everybody that comes here. That's why we don't have people to talk to. 15 people jump on one person. It's like throwing a goldfish in a tank full of piranha, man. Come on.
All right, I'm back. Hello?
Definitely overwhelming. Hey, Parsi.
We keep repeating it and repeating it and repeating it.
So I wanted to just throw something out to you because I understand. Sorry, Ben, I'm for cutting you off. I just wanted to ask you because
just stop. You can't just cut Battlemont off, bro. Ask him after Battlemont finished speaking.
Bro, he was literally finishing his sentence, and this is the 15th time I've tried to ask Parsi.
Can you just let the man talk? Yeah. I mean, come on.
I would like to actually stimulate a conversation, bro, rather than the back and forth of, no, I want to talk. I'm really sorry for speaking over you. Just get better. I'm starting to get stressed out about it.
Metronome.
Parsi,
you're cool.
Do you believe in aliens, bro?
Do I believe in aliens?
Who told him to go?
Yeah.
told them
Okay.
to
Do you
go?
believe that the U.S. government is now fucking confirming aliens? Right.
Do I believe? I think that there are
They've released
unexplained
statements.
objects that they have released statements on. I cannot confirm or deny that there are.
The hell do you two think you are?
Yeah, that's
Like,
fucked
really?
up.
Who the fuck do you two think you are?
Wow.
Fuck, dude. Ow.
Hey, Indio.
How guests listen? This is how guests act in people's houses. They just go run in and talk over the owners. No, that's not how they act. Not how the people are going to act here either. Right? Mike was sitting there telling people not to talk over. The dude interrupts, talks over, and then continues to talk over. So that shit's going to stop and kick the fuck out. Get it? Got it?
Yeah,
Good.
I'm a big proponent of using the listening pass only tag.
So as
Like
long as
really
everybody
instead of a
heard what
ban.
Indio said, I'll go ahead and let these guys get back to their conversation.
Obviously, I didn't hear what you said.
I
we're
know,
saying.
bro.
They were about
Listen,
to
I
take
was
the
in here
combo in a
3
whole different direction. Go ahead. Go
I
ahead.
was in here,
Indio.
yeah, to aliens. Yeah, I know. This isn't the alien freak. So, literally, I was in here. What was that? 3 hours ago, Mike, and the exact same thing was happening. So
yep.
Yeah. So this shit's coming to an end one way or another. Oh,
Literally, I'm not
we're
gonna
gonna
lie.
be
I'm
unmuted.
disgusted.
This isn't. We're not going to talk about fucking aliens. Okay? Not even illegal aliens.
Damn, so I can't talk about my mama.
¿Qué pasa, amiga?
What's up, Indio?
Parsi and Metronome. Flat Earth server.
I actually find that really insulting because the whole point I was trying to make
No one
is
cares
that
about your feelings. No one cares about your feelings. Cry to your fucking mom.
dude, can we have a discussion or do you just want to abuse people?
Yeah.
You haven't seen abuse. Okay?
Yeah.
Dude, I have no. You just seem really angry, and I'm just trying to have a talk with the
I
other
am
person in
angry.
here who
That
seems like they
fucking
want to talk.
someone's sitting there telling you not to talk over people, and then you talk over him. Oh, he's
Hey, Leo,
instructing them.
you are literally the person who. Whatever, mate.
I defer to Indio on this. Go ahead and talk to Indio.
Yeah, you're talking to Indio, the admin of the server.
Whatever. It's neither here nor there. Whether I was mod or gold or whatever.
What I saw Metronome is you trying to divert the entire conversation to something that none of us want to talk about. So
I don't think that's fair because you won't let me finish a sentence, Helio. And my actual point was
all right, were you going to talk about flat Earth?
Exactly, I was. Let me finish a sentence. My point to make to Tazi is that he's very young and that he gives absolute faith into the government.
Oh my
and that
God.
ridiculous notion that they've just admitted for the last 30 years they've openly lied about.
Who unmuted this dipshit?
Your buddy there, Parsi, is banned, so you don't have to worry about him no more. So carry on.
Yeah, and all I'm trying to say is that was just the perspective I was trying to give to him.
Can you take that
why
one?
you trying to help out the little kid, with the adults? We told him that we're adults and we don't necessarily want to, whatever. What's your point of being here, Metronome? I mean, what do you want to discuss?
Well, I'm willing to participate in open discussion. I do actually want to discuss the
Flat Earth. Flat Earth.
Yeah.
Have you ever talked to anyone about Flat Earth before?
Hey, man, why are you coming at me so abrasively? You're actually the person who I
Like, seriously, bye. See ya.
You've got like that.
Bye, Felicia.
Christ,
Bye,
dude.
Felicia.
How you guys putting up with that shit, man? This is like, it must be something in the water or something because like I said, I was in here 3 hours ago and there was someone doing the exact same shit. Like all they did was spend time complaining.
Yep.
Ask him like, what do you want to talk about? Talk about flat Earth? No, I want to talk about
this, man.
My feelings.
I've sort of been.
Anyway,
I've been.
how's everybody else doing?
Gobsmacked.
Hey, Indio.
Much
I
better
want to
now
know.
that you put a period on my sentence. Thank you.
No shit. Put a fucking exclamation point.
Hey,
Pretty good. I'm making a cheeseburger, a bacon
Sorry, go ahead,
cheeseburger.
Jenny.
Indio, can we get a bye Felicia tag? Would that be okay?
Bye, Felicia.
And that meme was hilarious.
Mhm.
They flattened the perv.
Oh, they flattened the perv. Yeah, that's funny. As hell.
Had to post that.
I was like, yeah,
Think of what the dude
that's
get that
good
guy
too.
to quit, man. That guy's shameless.
Mm-hmm.
Up to 13 people or something. Like
13,
13
hey.
chicks. Yeah, something, man.
Yeah. With these numbers, 33 cases, new cases in every state, 13, 22,
Donald Trump just says
11.
grab him by the pussy, and he's freaking.
Don't touch my cat.
Dude was grabbing him by the pussy.
My cat don't like that, damn it. That's not my cat. That belongs to the dog.
I think, there are people trying to raid our servers, so those kids, yeah.
Yeah, and they have a little
Oh yeah.
have a little thing going. It's like it's not like you're not doing this randomly.
Mm-hmm.
Hey
It's definitely
Indio.
a pattern. What's up?
So somebody in the live stream asked, "Can we play some music? Do you want to recommend one?" Did you catch that? Indio.
We're having a conversation at the
Do you
moment.
copy?
We can wait.
Well.
Oh shit! I was talking. I was muted. I didn't realize it.
Can you play?
No, I have no recommendations.
Can you play Kai's rap?
Okay, wait. I guess there's a conversation going on. My apologies, everyone. Please continue.
Let me hear Mrs. Musk's rap when you're done talking.
Okay. Give me a link.
Ro Jogan, VC verified.
Mm-hmm.
But somebody was saying there was a conversation going on. Can you?
Yeah. Hey, what's up, bro? You there?
Yeah, I'm here. What's up?
You want to go ahead, India?
Yeah. Well,
what was that?
What brings you to the server? We're just curious. We're here to talk, Globers and stuff that aren't all worried about their feelings. So,
no, I'm just
emotionally stable, right?
Listening. Huh?
You're emotionally stable, right? To worry about your feelings.
Yeah, I am.
Okay, cool, sweet, man. That's one for you already.
Yeah,
What
I'm all
brings you to
good,
the
man.
server?
I'm just here listening to what you guys are saying. I like to hear it because it's interesting. Yeah. You guys talk a lot of truth and share a lot of cool pictures of like artwork and flat earth and stuff, and that's why I come, just to come and chill and just listen, pretty much.
Guys, listen. I don't think people realize the shape of the earth. Like, it seems like such a lame, mundane topic, but it's actually a super interesting topic because it touches so many things. It touches history, politics, science, geography, travel, you name it. It touches everything.
For me, sorry.
Yeah, just go ahead.
For me, it touches geometry and just how flat Earth relates to a lot of organic shapes we see in life, like a pine cone or a seashell or like an apple. Just like how it all relates together, just the geometry of it, and that's what really interests me. Like what they say, as above, so below. How things could be like things could be like a Mandelbrot, forever going, never ending. Like, that's just what interests me about flat Earth. Just the geometry of it.
You're not wrong.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. I just don't really know what the truth is. What shape the Earth is or where we live in. I just like to speculate and come up with theories and just research a lot.
Well, we start with what do we actually know? Like, say we separate what we know versus what we can speculate about, and what we know, very little that we can actually prove. So we know that the Earth appears flat and motionless. Our senses, we know that. That's incontestable fact. Globers here think that they're running around thinking that they're experiencing the Earth as a ball all the time. Ask them, when do they experience the Earth as a ball? They actually they have a hard time actually answering it because they think in their mind that this is something they've actually experienced when they know they've only ever seen it on the idiot box, in a picture, or in a book or something. They've never seen this with their own eyes.
Right.
I'll believe that if you get on a big metal dick and go to space, you'll see a ball Earth. It's just like, we know is the way the Earth appears, right? Flat and motionless is the way it appears to us. If we start from there, and then we build upon our knowledge. Now that might be wrong, but you got to prove it. Okay, are my senses wrong? Right? Is what I'm experiencing, is that wrong? So you go test it, right? You test it using objective methods. And the objective methods that have been shown so far demonstrate that senses aren't wrong. Your senses are correct.
Right.
There's no measurable surface curvature. There is no measurable motion to the Earth. Period.
Yeah.
We've asked Globers for years to show us. Like, give us the demonstration, give us the experiment, give us the measurement that shows this motion, this curvature, and none of them have it. Like, they all appeal to, well, there's this thing called gravity, or this, like, I have this theory, or I have this concept, or I trust these other people that said that they went somewhere and they saw it, so I believe them. This is the globe position, and it's so weak. They don't understand how weak it is. When they come in here and try and ridicule us, I find it actually funny. Like, God, you can't pick mine. You haven't actually thought about it for 2 seconds.
They get so angry, man.
That should be a red flag for them right there. It's how emotionally invested they are in it.
Yeah, I know,
Why do I care so much? Why do I think flat earthers should drink bleach? Like, why? Like, this is my problem.
Yeah, when I learned about the perspective matrix, about how objects don't actually sink below the horizon, but instead our view just can't see that far with our eyes. And when you zoom in with the camera, things start to rise up. The perspective matrix. That's what really opened my mind up a lot. I was like, wow, this is interesting stuff, And so they say,
it's funny, man, that they, like, if you think about the globe and they show pictures of Earth, right? They're never a perspective view. They're always like the orthographic side view, like it's a blueprint or something, right? Like the solar system, the Earth, whatever. Who's ever seen anything from that point of view? That point of view is just a concept, not reality.
Yeah.
You see it in perspective, right? In a projective geometry. The light from outside of our body in 3 dimensions is projected onto our retinas, and that's how we see. A long time ago, got the idea that, make a side view and that actually represents reality. I mean, perspective, but let me say this, a lot of people don't know this, but perspective drawing is relatively new. Started with kind of Da Vinci. There was a guy before him that kind of taught him. I don't remember his name off the top of my head. So that was new, and then when it became mathematically kind of supported, it was sometime in middle 1800s. So it's called homogeneous coordinate system. Get too technical on that, but it didn't even become mathematically rigorous till well after the globe concept was around. Before we actually could say, yes, this is exactly how it works. And that's just in a pure geometry, as if everything was just pure geometry. But we know that, in reality, there's air, sunlight, different things which affect your vision. But none of these things were taken in consideration or even known about when the globe idea, was first forced onto humanity. I say forced because it was forced.
Definitely. Yeah, 100% was forced.
Fucking China, dude.
It's not even really been around that long, has it, either? The globe. Like, let's face it, it's like, well, the
That's
idea.
a universal concept, man. The Chinese believed the Earth was flat up until the late 1800s. We're not globe earthers.
Exactly.
Dirty Brits, did your thing. That's what really, like, if you think about what happened, the Europeans went around the world, said, we have this globe idea, and, like, Mayans, you're flat earthers, kill all you, burn all your books. Chinese, we're gonna, kill your emperor, make him run away, like, and go to all these countries, all these lands, and we're gonna kill all your knowledge keepers.
Yep.
We're gonna end that, like, I've actually seen, there's actually a book from the 1500s. It's about Mayan astronomy, but it's Mayan astronomy. It purports to be written by a Mayan, but it couldn't have been because they were flat earthers, and it's written from the heliocentric, viewpoint. It actually forged the book. Because the Mayans made the most accurate astronomical predictions, at that time. Better than the heliocentric model. How did they do that?
Yeah.
Do you, Indio, do you think that China may be like one of the last holdouts on like knowledge, that like not being influenced by like, I don't know how you would word it, but not being influenced by like Western knowledge or like globe knowledge or stuff like that? Is that why they're trying to like infiltrate China and there's all those anti-Chinese movements like Free Hong Kong and stuff like that? Or is China, they're all along with it, or I don't know if I'm wording it right.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I wouldn't know. India's got to be in a close running because those dudes hold on to the past like crazy, man. They won't let go of the past. They're still like running around worshiping weird stuff, taking pilgrimages for the last 5,000 years, and still doing the same thing. They came up with a lot of astronomy. What was that?
They're not as influenced as like over here, like where the majority of people are influenced to think one way. Maybe like India and maybe China's not like that.
I wouldn't know, man. China's kind of like a mystery. I've always wanted to get some Chinese people on here and like learn maybe their history or even some Indians, but
they say they come from dragons. Barrier.
Yeah. I always just thought it was weird how like Western media like always tries to be anti-Chinese, like they want to like get in there and like influence them and kind of like draw them away from how they already think. I just always thought that was weird. Wondering like maybe they're trying to like influence them.
Pursuit of power is not weird. It's very predictable. Control people's viewpoints. Obviously, look at the globe flat Earth, man. If you control people's worldview, you control what they do, how they behave, what their goals in life are.
Yeah, Indio, I've always said if you don't know where you are, how can you possibly know who you are?
Or what to do.
Yeah. Right.
Or who's really in charge?
Hey. That was. Free beer for everyone.
The Dragon Emperor. Right? Dragon. With, like their gods and stuff. They don't have gods, but spirits.
Well,
Speaking of not knowing who they like, we are, they are, whatever. The Chinese people's language has been formatted like numerous times from the colonization, quote unquote, of their land, and so they have lost so much history because of like colonization all over the world. The imperialism was awful, and it destroyed so much history.
So that's why you should learn Wing Chun, because Wing Chun will teach you a lot of Chinese. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Way of thinking. Like, seriously, yeah. Wing Chun, yeah.
In the globe model, it's a pretty good trick. I mean, think about it. We all experience a flat Earth, man, but everybody will directly deny their own experience, or we're just strangers, man. Because you got to think, astronauts, NASA, you know, school teachers, people that write the textbooks, they're all strangers. Right? Write shit down and people believe it. You have your personal experience to compare it against. You're like, you know, who am I going to believe? My own lying eyes, or you know,
dude,
or
it's so
stranger, and people believe strangers for some reason.
It's so interesting hearing astronauts talk about their experience in space, because they're so clever in the way they make up lies about the globe and about being in space. They're so good at lying. It's so interesting.
This is funny.
It's just interesting too.
Well, yeah, they're actors.
The script,
they're paid.
Yeah.
I'm going to show you a picture that an astronaut. Okay, so India or the Philippines has, you know, some of those South Pacific islands. They have a lot of flat earthers on the ocean, so it's not much of a surprise. So there's one. I think he's from Indonesia. I'm going to show you a picture. This was his proof that he's supposed to be an astronaut. So, flat earthers from his home country. That's from the Purple Globe. And this is what he sent. This is what he sent.
No way.
Proof that he sent publicly to prove the flat earthers from his country that he actually was in space in the Earth's globe was this image.
Oh, wow. That's. I mean.
No,
there's photographers in Indonesia. I'm pretty sure there are Indonesian photographers that would have called him out.
Crazy fisheye.
All right, what the
crazy
fuck,
fisheye?
What continent is it supposed to be?
Like, if NASA's doing it, anyone can do it. Right?
I think that's the Nile Valley. That's the Nile River.
Ooh,
the Nile River is like the size of Texas right there.
Jeez Louise. Would you look at that?
Indonesia.
He sent that as proof. Like, this is my. I'm going to publicly say this is my proof. This fucked up image.
Okay, well, see, somebody like that, they just need to be led to the psychiatric unit, and, you know, when they're admitted, you just had to tell them they're a fucking coincidence theorist.
I'm wondering if they're trolling, man. If it's serious. Is this guy trolling?
Oh, my God.
If he went to space, he's an astronaut. This is the best he can do, is this? Like, seriously? This is the best he could do.
Like NASA, like Sun, right? I mean, like... Just like NASA does.
Selfie of himself, right? You could have took a selfie of himself, you know, with everything's like, that's this.
Yeah, man, that picture is super exaggerated. The Earth is not that. The Earth is not a globe like that, you know? It's obviously a fisheye lens.
It's obviously not a photo. It's a photo he got from the internet.
It's an image.
Yeah, it's an image they got from the internet.
Right.
Photoshop. Whatever.
Yeah, Photoshop like crazy.
Well, From the International Space Station, you're only supposed to be able to see 3% of the Earth.
Show me. Let's go. Let's check right now. Come on. What? Drive me nuts. I don't know what you need.
Okay, how does that fit into the moon now being in Earth's atmosphere as of 2 years ago, I think?
Nobody knows about it.
What the hell was that?
Nobody knows about the moon being in the Earth's atmosphere anymore. And when you tell people, they're like, "Whatever, you made that up, you silly flat earther."
I need to find that link then. You know, like the photo that they have of the astronaut allegedly.
Sorry.
Oh no, go ahead, man.
If they randomly throw out new nonsense every once in a while that contradicts something, they can say, "Look, science is doing what it's supposed to do. We figured out where we made our mistake. Here it is. This is why our gravity equation didn't work before when the flat earthers started pointing it out to you. Now they got to spend 5 years convincing why this is impossible, and then by then we'll have our new bullshit lined up."
This is what a black hole looks like, and this is what a hole in the ISS looks like. And this is how we brush our teeth on the ISS. Look, water everywhere in the ISS. Isn't that amazing? Waterproof technology. Computers and stuff in the ISS.
Oh, and the women on the ISS, they should really do a sponsorship for hairspray. That would really be good. Be really
That's what we
lucrative.
do. That's why.
How do they collect all the dust and skin and hair?
What?
That's disgusting. We don't talk about that. Yeah. That takes care of itself. We're in space, remember? All kinds of magical forces acting against.
That would be a huge problem after all these years, wouldn't it? It would be like everywhere because they don't open it up and air it out. It's just collecting. It'd be grime everywhere. In every
Boy, it helps to seal the ISS. All those little cracks and holes that our engineers missed. Yeah, it kind of like fills it in. And it sounds disgusting, but it actually gets really hard and turns into this strong fiber, dexterous fiber that we don't have on Earth. Yeah, but here in space, there's all kinds of magical forces that we're
What do you
experiencing.
do when there's a leak?
Flex seal.
Got a leak? Flex
Hummer, of
seal.
course.
Flex seal. Fix that leak. You got a leak in your ISS? Flex seal.
We've got space
Oh wait,
plumbing.
there's more.
Special space plumbing equipment for.
Your bong won't ever shut up. Fix it with Flex Seal. Flex Seal that mouth and you're all good.
Hey,
Your bong got a crack.
Wait.
Fix it with
Wait,
Flex
there's
Seal.
more. You break the bottom of your fifth bottle? Flex Seal.
I'm only saying what they say. That's all I'm.
Space may be the final frontier, but your mom's is my final destination.
I'm just putting it in layman terms.
To prove how strong flex tape is, I saw the ISS in half.
Waka.
Stuff like Velcro.
I'm gonna play something with the Groovy Bot real quick. Talking about leaks.
What happens if you get a leak on that? Then you have a leak. And what you would do is lose air. Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off, and then there's probably a plan. I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require
Mechanism.
He's got the right stuff.
He's on drugs.
You got the
man.
right
Dude is-
stuff,
That
baby.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
I can't imagine he survived the pressure test or the G-force test. Like can you imagine him strapped to a chair?
I would have just said
Gravity
space plumbing.
lobotomy.
Fuck it. Space
Yeah.
plumbing equipment. that only NASA has, and make up some kind of really big term to explain some of the, the mechanisms.
Mechanisms? Why I got her
Space
tied up
station,
in the basement.
how does it regulate its temperature? It's in the middle of a vacuum. Right? So if you know how a thermos works, there's a vacuum on the thermos, right? So that it doesn't lose heat or cold, depending on what you put in it.
Yeah.
This is what the International Space Station is in. How do they cool it off or heat it up if they dissipate heat in any way, shape, or form?
Yeah, and it's connected to
Isn't it
the
like 1,000 degrees?
Gargantuator. Yeah, and the Gargantuator is connected to this accelerometer. Mater. It's space plumbing. It's space plumbing equipment. We're working out the terms. But the coffee machine works.
Hey.
So when a Go believer doesn't want to believe that, they'll just say, "Oh well, the materials and everything are just so advanced that it can deal with everything," and they just put it out of their head.
NASA. Hey man. NASA.
Is it just me, or have you noticed like the amount of space propaganda accelerated? Like it's even like I noticed it accelerated a year ago, but now it's like unbelievable. There's like go on say Zero Hedge or Slashdot, man. Something like 10% of the stories now are something to do with space. Ridiculous.
Aliens.
Crazy.
Like NASA's got its own like office in every.
Nothing to do with the oceans. I'm just saying.
This has nothing to do. Okay, so here we go. I'm on Zero Hedge. I went down 6 posts. One asteroid heading to Earth has enough precious metal to make every person alive a billionaire.
Well, why don't we do that then?
When's that getting here?
Let's do it, NASA.
Yeah, when's that one getting here?
If everyone was a billionaire, it would be problems. Like who's going to worry about
nobody will be.
I know that, but
you won't be able to buy anything. Like no one's going to be at that job.
You don't need to. You're a billionaire.
And once everyone is rich, no one will be rich.
More stories. Here we go. Here's another one. Elon Musk wants to put advertisements in space.
Wants to what?
Advertisements in space. I don't know, like an orbiting billboard or something.
Come on, man.
Carving logos on the moon.
Advertise? Oh my gosh, that's so
Look at that flamethrower he was working on.
I'm pretty sure he ended up selling it.
Okay, so wait. He wants to advertise how exactly?
In space.
Right.
Yeah, he wants so companies would pay him.
They'll probably
because
just
it would be
sell
his
you-
stuff in space to advertise in the sky. Call it the sky, space, the moon,
Use
like the stars.
CubeSats, and each CubeSat is going to be like a pixel, right? And they're going to create a giant, like TV screen that's orbiting, and you'll be able to pay to have your advertisements in space.
Oh boy.
I can't wait for someone to hack that shit, and you got some ass
Damn.
Pornhub shit up there.
That would be hilarious.
Imagine watching a sunset, right? And all of a sudden these ads start popping up next to the sun. You're like, what the fuck is going on here? Like in the real world. Like no sunset is safe anymore.
Oh my gosh. Okay, here we go, man.
It's an opportunity
Here we go.
to sell whatever it is you're selling. Can you see the possibilities, like the things we can do now, like with the technology, we can advertise your company next to a sunset. You know what that means? That means this whole family will be watching your ad next to that sunset. Yeah. Isn't that great? Isn't that amazing? Aren't you excited?
Give us money so we can do it.
Dude.
That's why we go to
People like seeing ads on YouTube.
Are you tired of paying too much money for ads on YouTube? Introducing Space ads. Elon Musk has made it possible for small businesses like you. Global.
The funny thing about all these space stories is they have nothing to do with nobody, right? They have no practical use to any human being.
Costs a lot, though.
Yeah, so it's just these constant stories. I mean, I always say this: you could pick any random profession, like plumbing, and what if they just like showed like plumbing stuff all the time? You'd be like, this is crazy. There's only 500,000 plumbers in America. Like, why is that job so important? Where they're showing advertisements? Well, there's only 500 astronauts in 60 years. Like, why is that profession so fucking important? And we got to see it 24 hours a day. There's all these red flags, man. I don't understand why Globers don't see them. Like, if you don't know you're being propagandized, like your head is ass very far.
I got a favorite meme for that.
It's a religion.
They could just show that out in the middle of an ocean where we're not supposed to go, like in Antarctica. They could tell you that they're building that tower in Antarctica today, and everybody would believe it. They'd be like, "Oh, it's amazing. We're going to send people up to space in Antarctica." And they were just biased.
It's a religion the way Hitler was a religion. I mean, not Hitler, but any dictator or what do you call it? Stockholm syndrome. It becomes religion to them, and they're blinded to everything. It's hard to get in.
What fucking materials are supposed to be made out of that can take those stresses? Like,
It's called unobtainium.
All of it. Like, don't smart people look at that? Don't smart like engineers and material scientists and shit like that look at that and go, "This is fucking ridiculous." When they see the amazing feats.
Yeah, they do. Then the programming takes over.
Yeah, I know, but now that
how many engineers saw 9/11 and know that shit's impossible?
Well, I remember seeing a lot of like documentaries with engineers talking about it, and then I remember shortly after seeing people claiming, I didn't check into it, like go look for death records, but claiming some of these engineers either disappeared or died, and then everybody shut up.
Well, any material science or engineer should know that 9/11's a bullshit.
Yeah.
How does aluminum cut through steel? Think about it for a second. Like, the plane was going so fast. Newton's laws of motion doesn't matter which one is moving, right? Well, the plane could have been standing still, and the World Trade Center could be going 500 miles an hour, and it's the same physics. They're just reversible.
We could demonstrate.
So if you had a plane, if you had a plane on a runway, and I threw the World Trade Center at it, would the plane just stay there and cut into the World Trade Center?
Oh, it'd be like swatting flies with a Woody.
I've heard the counter argument. Well, the aluminum was moving so fast in comparison to the steel. I know, but you could test that too. Why don't they just take an aluminum bullet and fire it at a plate of steel and see what happens?
It doesn't have the strength.
Disintegrate?
Nothing's gonna happen. It's gonna basically disintegrate.
That's a bad
aluminum is gonna just
argument saying that it's a bad argument saying the aluminum's moving in the building standing still, because it doesn't matter if the building's moving or the airplane's moving or both of them are going 250 miles an hour at the same time towards each other. It's irrelevant.
But they don't want to do the mental work to figure that out, so sometimes you got to just show them.
That's why I said every engineer in material science that is like taken basic laws of motion physics should know instantaneously that is a dumb argument.
Well, maybe the $2 trillion that went missing was used to pay everybody off, or whatever amount of money it was the day before.
Shut up, nigga.
Oh.
Egg team.
All
It was kind of like the beginning.
Yeah, King, back again. Check it,
Hey,
check
does anybody
it.
want to listen
Put down for people in the ears. It
caused
here. These two bongs when you're getting busy. Whoop, there it is.
Anyone?
It caused a sequence of events. Like, first of all, your rights started removing your rights. Because traveling and terrorism, and now you know what I mean. And now, yeah, and it's gotten a lot worse. But the frog that's sitting in the water that's boiling, that's getting hotter and hotter. Like, it doesn't realize it's about to boil and die.
Right.
It just so that's what
it's got to be slow. Though.
It's all about. Yeah, it's one of those events that start off.
Didn't I just ban you, punk? You could compare the aluminum hitting the tower to shooting a knife with a lead bullet in the casing. The soft lead doesn't tear apart the bullet. It cuts right in half when it hits the knife. I've seen it done more than once.
Yeah, I've done it.
Yeah, I got a handful. I got a handful with a vise on it. I made my own to do it. Because I seen that shit on TV. Man, I probably shot 60 rounds down yard before I hit it. But hey, I hit it.
9/11 was supposed to be going 455 miles an hour. That's 880 feet per second, and that's the speed of a BB gun, pellet gun. What do you think? If I took a BB, I could shoot it through a piece of steel? Think about it. So if you go on like YouTube, because I did all this research way back, you can look up 50 caliber BMG armor piercing round, and like you can't even get through like 3/4 inch plate.
Nope.
So, and some was like some of the box columns were 2.5 inches. That was at the top. Some of the steel the shear strength was 110,000 psi shear strength to shear the steel, 110,000 pounds per square inch. It was some strong ass shit. It wasn't like some weak, steel.
It takes so much energy to cut through that.
I don't like to have that scrap job, yo.
Other than a tin can.
You have to turn aluminum into energy. It's when energy form beam.
The aluminum is transferring the energy.
Hey, Teflon. You could have Teflon coated the plane, and it wouldn't even have helped it slip through the pores.
The engines might have punctured that outer wall and bent some of those girders, maybe, if it hit it at the right spot.
I'm not digging that either.
No, they flipped it right before they hit it.
It wouldn't have looked like the Roadrunner running through a fucking mountainside.
Actually, the engines are made out of titanium. They might have penetrated. I doubt they'd go through, but they might have like embedded in it. Everything else is just rivets. It's just aluminum that's riveted together.
In Detroit by Metro Airport, they had a engine fall off a plane, and it only went through the roof and landed in the top story. It didn't even blow through the second story into the front room. And luckily, all the kids were downstairs watching TV rather than in that room. So it only went through the roof. It did go through the roof, the attic floor, and then into the upstairs. And this is wood. This is a wood-framed house.
All right.
Well, how fast was it moving?
All right. So does that mean if a bird can take out a plane
from about 1,500 foot, 1,500
if a bird can
pretty fast, yeah.
If a bird can put a big dent in front of a plane or take out a plane engine, then that means if a bird is flying fast enough, it can take out a building. Huh?
Nah.
What? What are you talking about? Birds take out airplanes.
How many foot?
Willis.
Let's take out buildings. Yeah.
I'm gonna have to give Bong a Willis. We need a Willis tag.
So,
Visible time.
what's wrong with that logic?
Always
Huh?
be on some shit, don't he?
That's the logic.
The fires that supposedly, I mean, there's 19 consecutive bullshit elements to this story, and nobody questions it. It blows my mind.
It could be
The way
22.
it falls.
Who knows?
What's that?
No, I'm just saying 19. It's always these numbers.
And then the building next door, nothing hits it, but it decides it's going to fall all the way down to the ground. It's just, and the shadiness. That's where I find. That's what I'm like. I'm not a physicist. I'll have to really, spend weeks and months looking into this to determine if this is true or not. I don't want to bother that. I want to see if there's other things that raise red flags that should verify that they're full of shit. And
You mean
just
like
the
not
amount of
having-
witness testimony is
Wait.
crazy.
You mean like not having a hypothesis?
You mean it looking like a controlled demolition?
Hypotenuse.
That's called a coincidence.
I gotta stop you right there, dude. That was talking before Bong. I mean, you gotta stop, man. You gotta know what science is, and I'm not trying to patronize you or anything, man. But so yeah, I just hope you stick around. It's cool. I mean, am I right?
What? I missed the point.
It looks.
I guess I could rewind the live stream.
It looked like a controlled
sorry?
demolition, then.
No, it's all good.
No, I didn't. No. I'm sorry, as in I didn't hear you. Could you repeat it?
No, it's all good, dude. Go ahead.
Are we still talking about the bird? You guys know that birds can take out buildings? Because planes can take out buildings. And birds can take out planes.
Willis?
If it goes fast.
What you talking about, Willis? Willis!
Isn't that amazing?
Damn it, buddy.
Should ban birds from flying.
So yeah, I don't know what this bird business is, but
I don't know. Lobby's toxic as usual.
Box cutters, too obvious. I mean,
I'd have
pencils.
bust your ass. You said I'm gonna die, and all you're holding is a box cutter. I'd have broke your neck with my bare hands.
hey, Michael, tell everybody.
Did the Liu Kang. Fatality.
Right. All you need is to just yell at people, and that'll pretty much get them to fly a plane into a building, right? I mean, do you really need a box cutter?
Tell them what, Jan. Tell them what.
Just yell at him.
Michael, tell everybody in lobby that we're all a bunch of Dunning-Kruger victims, and they need to come in here and tell us how it is with the globe. That's what they need to do. I don't think that'll work out too well, but okay. I don't know. It's an idea.
What it be like?
Yeah, they need to
what
tell
it is. That's what it is.
Yeah, what it is,
what it
bro.
Is. It was what it was, and that's what it shall be.
Science? Do you science, bro? Do you science, bro?
What it
picking up what I'm putting out? 2 peas in the bucket.
What's going
Take
down?
to the stage.
What's cracking?
All right, let's see how they can science.
Crack-a-lackin'.
Ask them if they can science.
What's good?
Can you science,
I did one
bro?
DC voice verified. I don't even see him now. I think he split. He's like, oh shit, I better get out of here. You want me to put my money where my mouth is?
All right, somebody needs to. Hey,
Hold up. Nables, you in here? Oh, he is. What's up, Nables?
welcome.
So continue. Let's continue the conversation here, then, Nables. Prove to me somebody. Verify. For empirically, come on. You can't speak. Yeah, I unmuted you. Don't tell me it's 2021 and you ain't got a mic.
You've got the power.
I have a mic.
Hey, what's up, man?
Well, let's do the damn thing then. What's up? Poppin'. Let's do it.
Shit, you got me quick in my boots right now, bro.
I'm not trying to. I just want that empirical scientific proof that a man or a woman has been to the moon. I'll wait.
Wait, what? What do you mean by
Give
that?
me something tangible.
Did he
Something
just do
tangible
that?
I can hold on
Did
to.
he just-
Give me some proof.
Oh, okay,
Some proof.
all right. I'm
You
gonna
do
blow
know
your
what
mind.
proof is. You do
So
know
when we
what proof
went to the
is,
moon,
right?
we took a video of it. This is gonna sound completely mind blowing, but we actually
What?
recorded the whole thing.
Who's
I
we,
know
man?
this is
Here.
crazy.
Hold on.
You and your
Why
homies?
should it? Bong, hold on. Why should I accept your video as an intelligent man? I know video can be altered. So, and people can lie.
The technology required to fabricate the moon landing wasn't evident in the 60s.
Oh no, you and Adam are full of shit. It absolutely was there.
No, it wasn't.
Anybody want to tell them? Okay.
Parallel light ray, you would need super special lasers that.
Well, no. Because there were multiple different shadows going multiple different ways, and it was just setting light. That's all you. Stanley Kubrick invented shit that would have done it. It's in the museum right now. Adam was full of shit when he said that the technology didn't exist to fake it. We'd been producing space movies since the 50s. What are you talking about?
That's not what. Bro.
He said super special lasers.
Listen, dude,
SSLs.
you shouldn't listen to Adam. Adam's a moron. He's just on the boob tube. He's fat, he's ugly, and he's stupid.
Michael,
What the fuck are you talking about,
Michael,
dude?
the person you were talking to just now.
Adam ruins the moon landing hoax. That's who said.
that.
Yeah, that's where you got the ideal that the lighting wasn't available. But Stanley Kubrick actually had the lighting. It's in the
The
museum.
Earth is
right
round,
now.
come and see.
We can prove for a fact that the technology did exist to fake it.
Do you have a source that says that he was actually able to simulate parallel light rays?
Well, that's the problem. See, we can demonstrate multiple images where it's not parallel, it's converging. We have varying shadows. Shadows going left, shadows going right, shadows going straight up and down. Listen, that's not from parallel light rays. And parallel light rays isn't even a part of Adam's argument. I don't know what you're talking about.
It is. So you didn't watch the video.
Yeah,
So tell me-
parallel light rays don't
Hold
exist.
on.
You can't demonstrate it.
If light propagates from the sun in parallel rays, why would every other light source be convergent? Why would we need a special technology to make parallel light rays? That's the question.
Because of atmosphere that's not present on the moon?
Oh, we can polarize the light with a filter. We do this in projection TVs. We had this technology in the 60s. Light passing through the atmosphere is called polarization. I swear you guys jump on these trains and you don't even know what you're talking about. You're not equipped for this argument.
None of those explanations mean anything if the Earth is not curving anywhere. If there is no curvature to the Earth, right? If water,
Oh my
if the ocean
God,
is not
Bong!
curving.
Why are you obfuscating the conversation I'm having? Why are you changing the subject?
I'm saying the
I love to destroy.
explanation.
Adam destroys. He's an idiot. I like tearing
He's
him
saying,
apart.
He's a fat loser.
But the point is,
Doesn't sit on
you
Discord.
you only need parallel light rays because you're claiming that
can't
the
even
Earth is
hear
a
you,
ball.
Because of Bong. No, he wasn't. We were talking about the moon landing and why it couldn't be fake. Because we couldn't produce parallel light. Well, if the sun produces parallel light rays, why wouldn't a light bulb?
I think I mean parallel shadows. Sorry. So it was something about that, but it was.
It wasn't parallel shadows either. But there are multiple images that show that you have shadows going all different ways, which proves there's more than one light source. But on the moon, the actual moon, there would only be one light source, one angle to it, and one angle of shadows.
Sure.
I mean, I can Google that shit and find an image for you right now if images were scientific proof. But I already told you, an image isn't a scientific proof, so I'm not going to use one.
I don't know how to what you want me. You want to run an experiment that we went to the moon? That's not.
No, I want you to accept the fact you have no empirical scientific evidence to prove that anybody went anywhere. You just accept it on faith.
No.
Scientific.
Empirical? Yes.
Empirical? No. Empirical can be tested, repeated.
I don't know how you want to test.
How do we test your anecdotal statement of an astronaut? I went to the moon.
I don't.
How do we test that? How do we repeat it?
Way to test it. It's not a well-formed question. Like
that's right.
That's like asking. Prove you went to France scientifically. Like.
Oh, I know it is. So you just have to accept it on an amount of faith. But hey,
no,
I could listen. If you said you went to France and you had pictures of it, I could actually go to France and test that and repeat the pictures and all that. So I could validate whether or not you went to France because it's right here on Earth.
Someone had pictures that they went to France. You wouldn't believe that they went to France unless you went there yourself and then retested.
That's not what I said. What I said is if you didn't believe they went to France, you could test it because France is right here on Earth.
Is it? Can you prove that?
France is not in space.
Well, there you go. You could.
France does
All
not
you
violate.
have to do is travel to the place they call France.
Going to France does not violate the second
So now
law of
travel to the moon
thermodynamics.
and prove to me somebody actually went there.
Personally, I can't travel to France either. I can't
None
afford
of
it.
us can. Oh, well, I could go to France, but I can't go to the moon.
And so can Jeff Bezos because he's rich. But I can't go because I can't afford it. So money is the only limiting factor here.
The only reason I can't go is I'm not paying idiots for a con job. Take me to low Earth atmosphere and
So you're here to argue for rich
a
people?
zero-G airplane ride that I've already rode on in the military. I'm not gonna pay some idiot for that.
So you believe rich people because they're rich?
Yeah, that's not what I said. I was making sort of an equivalent statement about proving France exists.
Yeah.
And he's like, "Well, you can go."
You're saying only rich people can prove the Earth is a ball, and you only have to believe them.
I didn't get that either.
You couldn't prove that rich people could go there either.
That rich people could go to space.
You'd have the exact same problems that you do with just proving an astronaut went there.
Well, if someone goes to France and I'm like, prove you went to France, and they have themselves in France and videos of them in France with French people,
That's a false equivalency because you can go to France and you can
I can't go to France
and experiment. What? Anybody can go to France, dude. You keep saying you can't. It is available. You don't have the funds to do it.
Correct. I don't.
Then shut the fuck up, loser.
What the fuck is this? You just waste time on Discord all day doing this shit? Come on.
What the fuck are you doing?
Today
Fuck
I
off.
actually decided to try and have a few conversations, and I'm getting the same old, but I'm still trying.
I mean, I don't understand so what we're talking about here is there's a place.
France is a bad.
Go to the place. And I'm saying I can't go to either place. I can't go to France to verify it's actually there, and I can't go to space to verify it's actually there.
So you can't
France
prove
doesn't
either one of them
violate any
actually
laws to
exists.
get there.
But I trust people who have gone there because there's
Here
photo
we
and
are.
video evidence
Now,
of them
here we
doing it.
are at what I want. So you concede that you just accept what they say to you about they went to the moon. You accept that on faith. It's just a belief.
All beliefs are. I mean, there's a difference between a belief
dude,
and a justified.
Listen, you don't lose by saying this. You're just accepting the truth. I didn't win the debate. You're an honest person, and you're just giving
losing,
the honest.
dude. I'm saying that you're
truth.
I'm saying that you're saying something that just simply isn't true.
Well, it is the truth. None of us can test this. We can't empirically test
What
this.
do you mean test? How do you test someone going somewhere? What does that mean?
How do you test anything, dude? What are you talking about?
Okay, but you're talking about an event, like someone going somewhere. How do you test that?
And you're talking about believing the reality of where we live based on.
No, I'm asking you, how does someone test that they go somewhere? Like, how do I test that someone went to France? What does that mean?
Well, just like France, you said they had images. I could go to France. They could say, I took, and from the Eiffel Tower, I got images. I could go to the Eiffel Tower and I could test that.
And if you could afford to go to space, and if you could afford to go to the moon, you could do that.
True. This isn't true.
Absolutely true.
That's why Verizon Galactic still owes people fucking money.
What are you talking about?
What am I talking about? Listen, there's no commercial flights to the fucking moon. What are you, a moron?
There are commercial flights that are lined up.
No, they're not.
Yes, they. Never heard of this.
If it maybe doesn't prove shit. You can't use what might happen in the future as a proof of something in the now.
I'm not using it as proof the moon exists. I'm using it as proof that there are people who can afford to go to the moon and will.
If they go, when they say they're gonna.
I think 2 years from now, 2-3 years.
You sound like Jerry from. You sound like.
God damn it, Paul.
Sound like Jerry from Rick and Morty.
Okay, cool.
You know Morty's dad.
The point.
Jerry, you sound exactly just like him.
Thanks, man.
I know, right?
But
Cut
I'll
that
take
shit
it.
out, dude. Yeah.
Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is that it doesn't make any sense to say, can you test someone going somewhere?
You know what also doesn't make sense?
What?
The fact that you said in chat that gases aren't different from solids. Like, that makes no sense.
I said only in the space that they cover. Did you read the second part?
Solids have a fixed shape, gases don't.
What do you mean fixed shape?
Solids have a fixed shape and a fixed volume. Gases have neither
What
of
do you
these
mean
properties. It has a definite shape.
What do you mean definite shape? These aren't terms that scientists use when they describe something.
Are you serious?
Like a sphere?
Are you serious?
You know, a sphere is a shape.
Give me a.
So, you mean
Scientists don't say fixed shape or no inherent shape.
These aren't well defined. No,
dude, you're just wrong.
They refer to their
astrophysicists
What did you just
say pear shape.
graduate to 10th grade or something?
So
do they say
Yes or
chubby?
no?
in the
Bong silence.
they refer to their
About to get mad.
they refer to the they refer to like the potential energy between specific atoms. Like that depends on how close
Listen, that's just one form of physics. We're talking about the difference between states of matter, and yes, they are specific about inherent or fixed shapes.
Okay, so what do you mean by fixed shape then? Do you mean that the atoms don't move?
A solid in the state of matter is a solid.
It's
formed into a fixed shape.
You're just repeating yourself. So what does a fixed shape mean? What is that?
He means that the bonds are strong.
No, I mean this dude, son. Come on. Isn't it apparent by now?
What's the shape of my heart? What's the shape of my love?
So fixed shapes adhere to states of matter, and it means it's locked in a state of matter in a fixed form and shape that will not change unless acted on by an outside force. That's science. You just want to be an idiot, go ahead and be one. Don't waste my time while you're doing it. I didn't need a K. I made a statement, not a question.
Hey, what's the shape of the universe? Is it a ball too?
It's flat. I've heard a lot of they say the universe is flat. Haven't you heard them talk about that, Bong?
Why is the Earth a ball and the universe is flat?
Yeah.
Why then? Yeah.
Like, I want to know that.
Yeah, because that's racist.
Who's
in my
Pop?
opinion? Yeah.
Pop Sci. Must be a typo. Oh, Popular Science. Yeah, yeah. Your brains get twisted, or they just turn into zombie brains or something. Who knows?
And it's on the movies. It's everywhere now. I mean, the space.
Going to Mars.
Yeah, the idea of
How can people? This is how people don't critically think. I mean, so how can we be done going to the moon? If that was the case, we should have a live feed of our Earth. We should be able to go outside and wave to you guys and shit.
Dig this here, Nables. Since you have a third grade acumen in science and physics and chemistry, I brought you in a tutor. You'll explain what fixed shape means in states of matter. Maybe now you could pass the 11th grade, bro.
Are you saying thick shape?
Fixed.
Oh.
F is in Frank. I is an Ivy.
I thought it was thick, like, never mind. I'm sure he's trolling. No, never mind. Sorry. Pear-shaped, right? Like, yeah, chubby. Yeah, chubby. That's a good word. Chubby. Chubby is a good word.
Pear-shaped.
Yeah. Sphere is not a good word. That's, no. You say spheroid, it can be any kind of sphere. But if you just say sphere, that's not how gravity works.
Are you being furious?
Well, all the spinning, and stuff, that's causing the
atmosphere is an oxymoron. Gases have no fixed shape. Atmos is air. Sphere is a shape. Air has no shape.
Gee, what a surprise.
Moron.
The English language, yet again,
I'm not trying
it doesn't make sense
to do nothing. I just live in reality, Nables.
I think spheres and gravity have a direct correlation and causation relationship. Yeah, that's what I think, because that's what gravity tells us, right? It's God. It's what holds everything together.
Does their model have an explanation for selective gravity yet? Like why it skips over shit and pulls hard some places than other? It's very selective, that gravity they use.
It's racist.
Oh, wow.
Gravity, it favors a certain people over another kind of people. Yes.
That damn racist gravity, it let white people float while it holds your brother down.
Exactly. Yeah, gravity is holding a lot of people down.
They be moonwalking on the air and shit. Jesus. Bam! Mic drop.
If you know what I'm saying. Holding me back, holding me down.
Gravity be letting white boys walk on water and shit. But the brother got to sink.
Yeah. Not like hold down the fort, holding you down. No, it's more like holding you back, holding you down, like with a boot on your face.
Nables, you're unmuted. You could open your mouth and say that, cesspool. It's just listen.
This server is
there's no bad areas. There's only bad people, and this server is just a viral place. Full
Yeah,
of
you get
people.
banned for nothing here.
Isn't it amazing? Isn't it great?
That wasn't your fault. You just got caught up in the mix, bro. Mabel's
Yeah, I know.
just a disingenuous fuck who just wants to argue the definition of every word and obfuscate the entire point. So, I mean,
English
you can call
is
me
my
a
third
cesspool.
language.
That's cool. You're entitled to your own opinion, but the only reason you're allotted that opinion is because we're not
Yeah.
face to face.
Guy who
And that
talking
is
about-
100% certain.
He wanted to talk about the oxymoronic nature of atmosphere. Like what?
Oh no, we're so far from the original concept that we're so far off in the weeds that I'm not even gonna fuck with you. You're hiding in the bush waiting to jump on a kid. I think you're a tree jumper.
So you're
Why?
because you wanted to jump on.
I'm gonna call you Jerry.
I don't need to ridicule you. You do a good enough job on your own.
Why'd you say
Jerry?
Yeah,
College
you do.
didn't have a definite shape.
Your
No, that's
parents
true.
must be proud.
Wait. Here's what do you guys not believe in an atmosphere, or do you not do you think the Earth is flat? I don't get it.
They believe in it. They're not that dumb.
Do you know what the Flat Earth Society is? The model. for
Yeah,
Flat
I know what the
Society?
Flat Earth Society, but I thought you guys
So,
didn't believe in the Flat Earth Society.
That's one thing you are qualified to speak on, Nable's dumbness.
Imagine
Oh.
the Flat Earth Society, right, is the government or a bunch of globers, right, just making fun of the idea of flat Earth, and you don't know anything about the flat Earth or what flat Earthers think. Why
Let
don't you
their
just-
kid sound familiar, Bong?
Yeah,
What's up, Bong? You remember me?
of course.
Hey, we got
Yes.
Shida Baker. What's up, Shida Baker?
You're the funny kid, right?
so funny.
You're the one Indio banned for.
No, he's not. No.
Oh.
No, nobody banned him.
I got banned, but
So we got like 3 new people here.
Yeah.
We got MBMba. This new kid, 2.0.
How do you say his name?
Where'd the other guy go? I just unmuted his ass. Now I gotta look at the audit log. I'm muting
Mbiemba?
you again, Funk. Yeah, that's one of them.
Mamba.
Yeah.
Chadbaka. Where'd Chadbaka go?
Mamba. So do you understand? Yeah, what's up, man?
Yeah.
Here you go. Good, welcome. So what brings you here, Mamba? Mavamba?
I'm just here to listen, really. Just here to listen.
What are you gonna listen to, dude? There's nothing of substance.
I know.
So yeah, so that's Jerry. You know Jerry from Rick and Morty? You know Morty's dad? Yeah, he's always saying
you
a
seen the
bunch.
new episode of Rick and Morty? That was pretty good.
Yeah. I don't watch that shit anymore. Yeah, what I'm saying is he's always saying a bunch of negative shit. So don't listen.
It was actually pretty good. No,
He's
Jerry's
probably gonna get muted.
It's an atheist show.
Yeah, that's why I don't watch
not
it.
really an
show. It's just like a TV show.
They recognize the existence of God in the show. Like Rick has literally fought God. So I
Yeah,
don't
be
think
quiet.
He
Yeah,
didn't.
whatever,
He didn't
Jerry.
fight
Shut
God.
up, Jerry.
He fought a Zeus. The big difference there.
Oh yeah. Well, a God. Okay, he fought a
Bro,
God.
you don't even watch the show. Don't talk.
Do you think atheist shows show God to make fun of him?
In a few
No,
episodes.
they're talking about killing God.
No, a few episodes ago, he was like, "We found God," and Morty was like, "Yeah."
In the very
It's a show
first
about. It's a show
said-
about the propaganda is about multi-universe, alternate universe, obviously. So yeah, that's propaganda, space, and all that bullshit that they teach you, show you in the movies.
It's
Yeah,
sci-fi.
it's propaganda.
Scientists don't recognize
I
the
don't know.
multi.
I enjoy it.
I enjoy it too. It's really actually a really fun show.
You can enjoy
Yeah,
something.
because you're a nihilist, and Rick is a piece of shit, and you probably think Morty is a loser, his dad. Yeah, of course.
Right.
Like, you don't watch
No,
My Little
for you,
Pony and
right?
expect to see flying ponies, you know?
The
It was
writers
made
of
for
the
you
show want you to
if
hate
you
Rick.
like it.
Okay, dude. I don't think
Yeah.
you're.
Anyways, the whole show is full of shit, so it doesn't matter who's in it.
Sure
Just
thing, bro.
characters that they're not real, right? You know what a character is?
Are we really
Character is
debating
like
a
a
TV
demon.
show right now?
When,
That's
when you
crazy.
write a character into existence, right? People believing that shit, like, you know, bring that character to life, especially the viewers, the audience, or the fans of a certain story. So, whatever, man. Like, have you seen that movie with the Ball Earth on it, where Darth Vader and the Dark Force and the Good Force and all that shit? Yeah, a lot of culture behind that shit, right? Yeah.
Star Wars.
Oh, it's called religion. Yeah.
Okay, it's a movie. I don't care what you want to call it.
Yeah. So is the Globe. The Globe is also a
science
movie.
fiction.
It doesn't exist in exactly. The Globe is science
Yeah.
fiction.
Good luck. Good luck coming to the scientific community and proving
This isn't
that.
even a debate anymore.
Oh, well, who gives a fuck what the scientific community thinks? They have to say what they're fucking told to say and paid to say.
Wait a minute. Good luck debating that. Are you serious? Neil deGrasse Tyson's the one that turned down the debate, not the flat earther Eric Dubay. This is on Joe Rogan. This is recorded history.
Nobody even listens.
Like we're scared. Any day you bring any astrophysicist or any kind of specialist in here with a whole bunch of letters after his name, we'll pay him to stick around for 3 hours.
Really? Are you serious?
Yeah.
How much
I'd
you
be
pay?
willing to pitch in. I'd be
Let me get a professor here.
I'd probably donate $1,000 to his charity.
Donate a
Just
grand?
for-
You give him a grand? Like, to save
They're not going to risk their reputation for $1,000.
I'm not the only one.
You can't pay
there's-
them
Or
enough.
something, but nobody notable.
Say what?
Do I have your word that if I get an astrophysicist in here?
No, I'm saying a legitimate, popular. You can't just get somebody who, did astrophysics in, the 1950s and he's in a, a dementia state, right? I want like a popular, at his prime, like Michio Kaku, right? I would
You
like.
want someone who just graduated?
No, not someone who just graduated. We're talking like top of the top.
Okay, how many years experience?
Dude, someone famous, like a well-known.
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
No, cream of the crop is what he's saying.
Someone someone the scientific community respects and will listen to.
I don't think there's
The
anyone.
creme de la creme is what that would be, actually.
Gee, too bad Einstein's dead. We'd ask for Einstein.
Oh, man.
Dead. So
His prices would be too high.
Price? I don't give a shit about price, man. There are questions that he can't answer that he's only going to tell you stories about. You're just going to believe him because you think he knows what he's talking about.
Say anything. So you
You just believe stories. You know what? It's like a religion, man.
It is. It's called scientism.
Right? Like, think about it. Like,
Scientism.
you have this comfort inside you knowing that there are men out there, right, that you believe are benevolent and are doing their best to progress man forward, right? Because you think this is their job and this is what they do. So you have this comfort, right, of believing that these men are doing what they're doing and they're telling you the truth. That's a religion.
No.
Especially when what they tell you doesn't match anything your senses tell you. It doesn't match
We're back to
anything
this. I understand.
you know is natural science or is real science, and you also now have to take another leap of faith to believe the things they tell you because you can't prove it.
Buddy, my senses tell me that
even
apples are red, even though I know that's not true.
Even Globers are admitting that Newton was wrong.
Listen, you have to understand that.
When we say we see it to be flat, observe it to be flat, water is level and
I think
flat,
I'm ready to
right?
go to bed.
You will say
Mike,
what?
I'll talk to you later.
All right, good night.
Bye. I love you.
You might say, so apples
you a
are
kiss
red.
goodnight.
Good. We call it red, right? But when we see that the water is not curving, especially with
Just
such a
be
small
quiet. We're not
radius.
talking about this.
Can you go to
Go
sleep?
ahead.
I'm not talking to you.
Can you tell me? Can you tell
Can
me?
you go to sleep? You want to get muted? You want to get banned again?
Oh no! It's gonna ban someone.
So if we were on a ball, the reason why there's a horizon is because there's a plane beneath us that extends forward. Okay, the plane of the water. It's extending forward, and that's why there's a horizon in front, right? It's this floor where we're standing on. If we were on a ball, the floor would be curving away, and that horizon wouldn't be right in front of us because the floor would not be extending forward. It would be curving downwards, away and down. Therefore, the horizon would be below us. You would never see a horizon at eye level. And level and flat wouldn't exist. 90-degree angles and straight lines wouldn't exist. If the Earth was a ball, well, they would, but then it would be obvious that you were on a ball, and to prove that you were on a ball.
Hey, is your name actually Bunk Sol?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Yep, it's a cool name.
Oh, is it actually your name? Because I'm no man. Seems kind of, if it's not.
Everyone here calls me Bong. Yeah, you can call me Bong if you want. You can call me Batman if you want. I mean, I would prefer Batman. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. You Batman? Yes. What is it?
Bro, you're being racist. You can't do that. This is cultural appropriation.
Yeah, so you know what I'm saying about these balls, about these the horizon, and how if we were on a ball, you'd be looking down at the horizon because it's a ball. Especially why we ask about the radius. Now it's like a way smaller ball. No matter how big the ball is, there will never be a horizon at eye level because it's a ball and not a plane. But that's not what we see. We see plane, a horizon, because plane. So senses.
Yeah, you're right. The horizon should be lower than eye level.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Alrighty.
It's awesome, man. I mean, it's simple, but you never think about it. We always pay attention to this bullshit they show us on TV, both disappearing over a ball and hills and cars.
It makes you
think about it.
Believe a lie.
Dude, when do you think it'll be accepted again that the Earth is flat?
Never.
I wasn't asking you.
Well, I don't care. It's never gonna. He can lie to you, but it's never going to be accepted. Especially once we start going to like commercial trips in space, it's the flat Earth movement will be finished.
You don't know any physics.
Okay.
You don't know what you're talking about.
I don't think. I mean, commercial space flight. That's just an economic thing. That's not physics.
Well, as long as I'm alive, the flat Earth movement will never be finished. Are you saying I'm gonna die?
So you're saying if you yourself saw the globe of the Earth, you would still believe it's flat?
No. Hell no. Why would I do that? That would be stupid.
That's what I'm saying.
If there was curvature, of course I'd believe that the Earth is a ball because if there's curvature. But because there's no curvature, why would I think the Earth is a ball?
So then, yeah, that's why I put the flat Earth movement.
Right.
Give it.
So here's the thing: if the Earth was really a ball, and if you were to put me on a spaceship and fly me up, right, then this is what would happen. The horizon, somewhere along the way, the horizon is going to start dropping down. I don't know how high that is because at 128,000 feet, the high horizon doesn't fall down. It doesn't drop down. It stays right there at eye level, like it's a plane. So now I'm assuming the Earth is the size of the galaxy, maybe. Just, I mean, for the horizon to still be at eye level at 128,000 feet. Holy shit, how big is this ball? So what are you saying? You're saying that eventually You're saying that the Earth is the size of the galaxy?
No, what I'm
How
saying
big
is like
are we talking about here? Yeah.
I'm saying when commercial spaceflight becomes a thing, and it will.
Okay.
I'm saying you actually yourself had a chance to see the Earth, and let's say it was in fact spherical. Would you ditch flat Earth?
Of course, but you know what's more interesting is what I'm trying to say is that first of all, the Earth has to be the size of the galaxy at least in order for the Earth to be a ball. Because at 128,000 feet, it looks flat. Even Neil deGrasse Tyson says it's flat, and his fucking scale of his beach ball is bullshit. So. Yeah, hell yeah. But how big is it though? Are they see? Because now, in order for me to accept that, I have to first accept that it is at least the size of the galaxy in order for it to be a ball. That's the problem.
Okay. I don't know how you arrive at that. But.
How are you going to show a ball with the radius of 3,959 miles? How are you going to show the relationship, right, as you go up? Between the horizon and you increasing in elevation and that ball dropping beneath your feet as you go on.
I don't know what you're asking. I'm sorry.
How can there be gas pressure without a container, Jerry?
Is this a different question from the one that, because like I don't want to be a dick
that's
to
the second point. Yeah, that's the second point. But the first point is that the Earth is not curving in respect to its size, its radius. You can't ignore the radius, and that's why I keep bringing up radius to people. Is because it's a certain size, and if you were on a ball of a certain size, there's a relationship. When you jump, when you go up, what happens to the horizon? It'll drop down in respect to its radius. And the Earth being so small, right? Like if you were a foot off of the sea level, 1.225 miles away is where your horizon should be, meaning nothing should be beyond that. That's the horizon, the geometric
So when you
horizon.
say, and not to cut you off, so when you say horizon, do you mean where your eye line is tangent to the globe?
Where the sky, like if we were on a ball, it's where the sky meets the ground, which is the geometric edge of said sphere. Okay, the actual edge of it.
That's just an intuitive understanding, though. But
okay,
the way
see, now we're going to ignore the size. All right, now you're going to say there is no relationship between the size, the radius, and what we see. That somewhere along the way, when we go to space, it's just going to pop into existence. Poop! It's just going to fold into a ball.
No, I'm not saying that at all. What I'm saying is
ignoring the size of it, man. Like the size of the ball, the radius.
Well, I'm not. Okay, someone told me to look in chat.
I'll post. You guys post Black Swan. I'll post this.
But the quote unquote sky doesn't meet the Earth anywhere. Do you mean like when the specific gases get close to the Earth?
Jerry, take a picture, okay, of the sky, like facing sideways, okay? The place where the picture turns from blue to whatever the color of the Earth is, that is the horizon.
Right, so you're talking about when your eye line becomes tangent to the globe. That's what happens when your eye line becomes tangent to the globe. The sky cuts off.
That assumes that the Earth is curved.
We're already giving.
There can still be a horizon if the Earth is flat.
No, I'm not saying that that's not the case. What I'm saying is, in this case, right?
Okay,
he's saying
how
that
can your line of sight be tangent to a flat Earth?
I don't think you're understanding. What we're talking about is if the Earth were a globe, right, and we went to space, he's saying that it would have to be at least the size of the galaxy. I'm saying that that's not the case. So we're already giving the fact that the Earth is a globe.
Well, this is what I mean by you're ignoring the size, the radius of said globe, because you have to take into account the radius, the size of the globe. So first you have to explain why we see so much farther, why it appears to be a plane, why it appears to not be curving, at all.
Oh, that's because of how large it is.
Okay, and this is where the radius comes in. When you say
Sure.
because of how large it is, this is why we brought the radius in, and this is the 1.225 miles. It's way too small. That's what the Black Swan is showing. Because
No,
of
I
the
don't agree.
radius because we're told that this is the radius. Okay, even if I increase the radius to, like, I try to increase the radius to 10,000 miles, it doesn't change. That horizon will never come up and meet and be level with my eye. I will always look down at it, even if and then there's the 128,000 foot. Like there was a camera inside looking out, and the horizon was there at eye level. Neil deGrasse Tyson had to get on TV and explain it away with the beach ball, saying you're 2 millimeters off of this beach ball. The point I'm making is that what you were told is a lie. That if you were on a ball that's so big that it would appear flat, that's a lie. That a ball will never appear flat, no matter how big it is or how small you are.
Can I try?
So here's probably the best. Hold on. Here's probably the best way to demonstrate this.
Right.
So like, do you have like a computer or anything? If not, that's fine. Like, so go to Desmos, like .com. Like, it's like a graphing calculator, and then put in x squared. You don't have to know what this means. X squared plus y squared equals 1. It's just like your standard circle. And then I want you to zoom in on the circle and notice how far that when you zoom in, the line starts to become straight. But when you zoom out, it's curved. But when you
that's not the point. That's not the point. Of course, it's going to look straight.
And
it's going. Wait. It's going to look straight.
Can you stop fucking interrupting him? Go ahead, Bong.
I'm not interrupting.
It's going to look straight. If you're on a ball, it's going to. And you look around the ball, it's going to look straight, but you're going to be looking down at a horizon. And when you jump, that horizon is going to drop immediately, and you're going to notice it. And if you go on a plane, it's going to drop way even more, and you're going to be looking down at a circle, which is the circumference of a ball you're supposedly supposed to be on. That's not what you see in the real world.
Okay, so my response to that is when you say horizon, I take that to mean that when your eye line is tangent to, or again, we're giving the Earth a globe. So when you say that the horizon drops, I take that to mean that your eye line, when you go up, that your eye line, because in order for it to stay tangent, it would have to go down. Is that what you mean? Because otherwise, I don't know what you mean.
You would be looking down at the ball that you are leaving. Yes, the horizon all around you drops down because ball is beneath you. That's not what we experience. We experience the horizon stays at eye level, which means that's a plane. The surface of the floor is extending outwards.
That's not what that means, though.
That's what. Listen. Okay. Look.
So when the horizon stays at eye level, it's because the horizon is defined as when what you're looking at is tangent to the globe. That's what it's defined as.
Listen, and now you're ignoring the size of it.
No, that's not how the horizon is defined.
No one defines it like that.
No, it's where the sky and the ground. It's where the sky and the ground appear to meet.
That's how we intuitively define it.
If you.
That's how everybody defines it.
Intuitive about it. That's the definition.
But when you actually think about what that means,
if you say that, then you have to change something in the equation, which is the size of the ball. In order for that to be true, the size of that ball must increase to match what you're saying. So now you're saying the Earth, right? In order for what you're saying, for the horizon of a ball, on a ball. Okay, if you're on a ball and you're seeing the horizon not drop, in order for it to stay a ball, you have to increase the size of that ball. Now you're talking about increasing it to the size bigger than the galaxy, because that's the only way you're going to have a horizon that doesn't drop. That's so negligible, is to increase the size of ball.
There is another definition for horizon: the limit of a person's mental perception, experience, or interest.
Theory.
Okay. That's what it means for your eye line to be tangent to the ball. Because when it's tangent, you can't see anything past the tangent point.
Tangent is just straight. That's just a straight line to the observer. Straight line from your eyesight. 6 foot, 5 foot, however long. tall you are, straight line to the point where the sky and the ground appear to meet, or the sky and the water if you're looking over water. Ocean, Great Lake, whatever.
Okay.
It's an apparent position.
First thing you should do is laugh at the radius of the globe because it's way too small. And now you have to accept that you've been lied to. It's a way bigger ball. But we're saying it's not a ball.
Okay.
How do you explain that you can see more than what you should be able to if the Earth was a ball with the radius that they say it is?
So I don't think that is the case.
Okay, then you tell me how much you should be able to see with 1 foot of elevation.
Right. It's simple
I'm not
geometry, bro.
I will give you time. Go look it up.
So simple geometry, does that account for like atmospheric effects that affect how we see
Listen,
things?
Jerry, I want to cover this. Atmosphere can shorten the distance to horizon. Geometry will dictate the absolute point where you'll no longer see anything because it starts to drop behind curvature.
Right, but we have this thing called non-Euclidean geometry, which accounts for the fact that we have
I know this.
You
But
think
that's not what we're
non-Euclidean
addressing.
geometry accounts for the Earth?
That's not what we're addressing. Line of sight predictor would have refraction calculated into it and geometry.
What else?
You cannot do that. You cannot use non-Euclidean geometry.
Height
to
of the
work with
observer,
things,
the height
that
of the object
exists.
being observed, elevation.
And
It's
every
not real,
atmospheric
alright?
effect,
No, just refraction.
just refract. But I think there are more atmospheric effects that affect how we're able to see, though.
Most of them are all refraction, just different cases of refraction. Lumen stooping, sinking, towering. Heat distortion, that's mirage, that's covered by refraction, all of which are covered in refraction. Now, depending on whose curve calculator you use, they'll apply a constant to this. When a constant doesn't apply in a fluid medium, non-uniform medium, the atmosphere isn't a uniform or constant medium, so you can't use the constant and equate refraction in it. You have to absolutely go by the data you get from the ambient conditions, because ambient conditions is what dictates refraction. Humidity, dew point, temperature, fog, rain, sleet, snow.
Right. So my question is not really about that. It's not about refraction specifically. It's about, in order for it to be scientific, it has to account for all variables that could, affect your result. Does it do that?
Refraction doesn't do that, so thank you. It's not scientific. I agree. It's just refraction.
Effects are observed to affect where we view things. So that's not true.
Listen, if you're looking over 5 miles, when you need to know the ambient conditions over the entirety of the 5 miles, to say you covered all variables.
Yeah. Okay, so if you cover,
but instead, the refraction calculator for Earth gives you a constant and alters the radius through this constant.
Okay, I don't know that it does that, but
oh well, maybe you should have studied it before we ventured off into this topic. Then,
I mean, I guess, but
we can always revisit it at a later date. That's not a problem with me. I'm a fair man. I'm not going to presume to teach you every concept in it right here and right now.
If you're able to discern between pseudoscience and real science, theoretical ideas that you can't really prove or unfalsifiable theories versus natural law and what your senses tell you, right? If you can separate the two, you'll have an easier time. But then you still have to accept the fact that you're being lied to.
I don't get this senses argument. Like, my senses tell me stuff that isn't true all the time.
Measurements require us to use our eyes, okay, our ears. We even build equipment that help us observe things our eyes can't see. Okay, like measurements require us to use our eyes. Observation. Do you know what I mean by senses? Like,
So what you mean is just
cameras.
Okay. When I
they're all based on our eyes.
When I hear you say like senses, I take that to mean like when I see a red apple, right? My senses are telling me, hey, that's a red apple, but in actuality, It's not red.
Okay. What matters is what we agree. What matters is this. When we both see,
there are black apples.
If we look at a red apple and we look at a red car, and we look at a red-headed woman, right, and we say all these things are red, then we are agreeing that this is the color red, and this is the word we're going to use.
Would an apple of any color still taste just as good?
Right.
Nah.
Same thing. The same thing applies with a sphere. When we say this is a sphere, right? Like this basketball is a sphere and it has a certain size and it curves, right? This much. This is the rate of curvature. We're saying this is what a sphere is, this big, right? All right, let's play some basketball.
All right.
See? That's what we mean by senses and measurements, observations, and tests. All right.
So I disagree in that we haven't measured curvature. I think we totally have.
Citation?
Okay.
Hold on.
That's what I thought too.
Can you give me a citation on that measurement? We've been waiting for one. I've been waiting like 6 years. The measurement of curvature, and not just some hypothetical quantification of shadows and assumptions.
So what is it that you want then?
Measurement.
A measurement of curvature, not some guy that had 10 assumptions like Aristophanes' wells and the sticks, because we already know that quite a few of his assumptions were wrong to begin with. He assumed that Alexander and Cyrene lay on the same longitude, and they didn't. They don't. We know that. He was wrong as hell. His science was so rudimentary, I don't know why people still quote it. He assumed all light comes in parallel. He assumed if all this crap was true, then the angle of the shadow would equal 1/50th of the radius of the Earth, and he doesn't give any bridge on how he got to that ratio. So then all he had to do was times the shadow by 50, and he had the radius of Earth. They call that an experiment and a measurement, scientific fucking thing in it. I don't know how the hell that's science.
Assumption. That's a crazy assumption. I would never let anybody assume that light rays can be parallel. You know what I mean? There would be a whole bunch of people against it, but this is what they teach today. This is what they could, because they control what is being taught. But pretty sure a lot of people were against that ridiculousness.
Well, hold on. He said he was going to get us that citation. Let's let him go Google or.
Well, now I'm getting a new one because for whatever reason you don't believe light rays are parallel, even though that's been demonstrated.
Well, so, who believes that? Who believes that?
Wait, hold on.
Listen. Did I say that was a part? Listen, did I say Aristophanes was wrong about parallel? All right. Or did I say that Aristophanes was absolutely wrong about Alexander and Cyrene being on the same longitude line? I mean, they couldn't calculate a stadia. They walked it with a horse. They walked it with men. They couldn't even accurately calculate high noon. How would he know he took both measurements at high noon in both places on two different latitudes? And if the assumption was based on the fact that they were on the same latitude, then absolutely he was wrong, because they were not, and we know it.
I think that's why it's an approximation. But now that we have more refined tools,
no. I use approximation every day of my life, and I can I can trust that the amount of error in my approximation is minuscule. That's why it's an approximation. Now, outside of that, the amount of error in his guesswork is just guesswork. It couldn't even be called an approximation. I'd say roundabout. It's a roundabout somewhere around about what he was talking about. But the shit he was talking about was wrong, and we know it for a fact.
I asked, what has NASA, what have we done today to prove curvature, to measure the curve? Well, if you ask NASA, they're going to say Eratosthenes did it. And that's not good enough. have they been able to redo this? Like when was they should have been
That
able
old
to
dude
redo
been
it?
played out 1772. But
they haven't. Right.
Why
Right.
do
They
you
haven't. So. Yep. Go ahead.
Why do you think the light rays are parallel?
Yeah, I'm not really educated on the physics of it, but considering it's consensus in physics, I think that's reason to trust it.
Consensus isn't
It's not consensus.
Yeah.
It's not
That light rays are
consensus.
parallel? That's consensus.
Yes, that's not
consensus. Is not science.
So
just
since
because you say it doesn't mean it is.
fallacy.
Just
Have you
because you
seen
think
light
it would
rays?
be.
Argumentum ad populum, buddy.
Hang on.
Popularity doesn't
Cite
mean
it.
shit.
Have I seen light rays? What?
Have you looked at the sun's light rays? They are not parallel.
Jerry.
So because of the distance that they are from the sun, they are parallel.
I'm going to drop multiple links on Eratosthenes and his bullshit. We'll start with the mystery of the stadia. What is the stadia and how do we measure it? So if we couldn't get an accurate baseline, what could we assume from anything of his assumptions?
Not sure. Again, with more refined tools nowadays, we could probably make a more closer measurement.
No. Light will never be. Light rays will never be parallel because light will never.
Listen, hold on. Add the fact that they couldn't establish a baseline to the fact that Cyrene and Alexander were not on the same latitude or on the Tropic of Cancer. He assumed that they were both on the Tropic.
So then nowadays we can just pick two things that we know are on the same latitude, even if that's not the case, which I don't know that.
Well, you could, but you haven't. So Eratosthenes was wrong, and that's just 2 points.
But he wasn't the only.
That's not the end of the conversation. I know, but he used the same formula.
Light rays are shadow. You know,
And
they
all
are
those-
shadows anyways.
Listen, at the time they used it, the first assumption was Earth is a sphere. The sun is a sphere. And the sun's an infinite distance away from the sphere of the Earth, and its light is parallel by the time it reaches here.
How can you calculate the radius of the Earth with this method?
I would like one person to build the bridge on where he came up with the ratio that the shadow at high noon on the Tropic of Cancer, which he wasn't on the Tropic of Cancer, would be equal to 1/50th of the radius of the Earth. Where'd he come up with that? Nobody can actually build that bridge. That's just guess.
I think that has to do with it has to do with some geometry. So with transversals and stuff.
Well, obviously it's ratios and actually it's ratios, but I would like to see the bridge. Nobody's built it.
What bridge?
Well, you still have not explained.
We don't know how big a ball it is, but this here shows that it would be 1/50th equal to the angle of the shadow at the Tropic of Cancer at high noon, even though we couldn't accurately account for that, and it wasn't really on the tropic. And we really don't know where the sun is, and we assumed Earth was a sphere.
Yeah. You can't measure the radius, the curvature of the Earth.
Hey, how many assumptions does it take to make a math problem?
Oh, those just require axioms.
None.
No, dude.
They're not
No, that's
axiom.
not.
Axiom is an apparent truth, and none of them are.
Which is an
apparent.
assumption.
No, it's not an assumption. An axiom is not an assumption. It's something that's obviously true. It's a foundation. You start from what is apparently true and build off that. That's an axiom.
Right. So if we take
Like the fact that you are uneducated about this topic.
So if we take Euclidean geometry, for example, it seems apparent that two parallel lines will never converge or diverge. But if we reject that axiom, we get non-Euclidean geometry, which actually describes reality better than Euclidean geometry does. So that's not
tools in abstract. They're not reality. Those are abstract concepts built.
What is?
We're showing you
what is. What are we talking
geometry?
about? Euclidean geometry. It's an abstract. Yes.
We're not trying. We're not trying to go out.
Hold on, Bong. You think math pre-exists man?
No, I don't.
Think geometry pre-exists man? Are all constructs of man abstract?
Yes.
There you go.
Okay.
So what are you
There
arguing
you
about?
go.
We're just. I said it's an abstract construct of man. You just agreed.
We're
Make
not.
it
We're not asking
any
you
less
to go
able to
out and
predict
measure
reality.
the curvature of the globe, right? The curvature of the globe has been
Answer
measured.
this question, man.
Oh,
I didn't
yeah,
hear
sorry,
what
go
you
ahead.
said.
Go ahead.
So whether or not it's an invention doesn't make it any less useful.
Oh, it's useful as a tool for quantification, but it doesn't build a reality out of abstract concepts. You can't build
Yeah,
concrete
it
out of
does.
abstract. No,
It's
you
able
cannot.
It's able to
That's a
model
logical fallacy.
reality.
You cannot build the concrete out of abstract. Abstract constructs, you can add as many of them as you want together, but you won't get one concrete principle out of it.
This is crazy. You're saying you're asking us to believe there's a unicorn
cut out.
standing
That's
in
called
front of
bong.
us
That's not lag.
because
That's bong.
math. Listen, listen
hold on,
to-
Bo.
I'm sorry. This is what you're asking us to go with, man. You're asking us to believe that there is a unicorn in front of us because you have the math. And we're saying there is no unicorn in front of us, no matter
They
how
don't
much
have the
math.
math. They
you
don't
show
have
us.
the math.
You don't have the unicorn.
They don't have.
Okay? You don't have the
No,
unicorn.
but we do have a globe.
Where's the unicorn? Where's the curvature? Where's the curvature?
Hey,
If
hey,
math
can I
and
say something real
curvature,
quick?
Where is it?
Just
ahead.
about assumptions, because in engineering, okay, the stuff we assume, we are allowed assumptions. Some, okay, maybe one, two is a lot. But however, they're always assuming something to not exist. Like if you're designing an engine, we always assume friction is just non-existent. However, it's the most thing that kind of holds back everything. It makes shit melt. However, we neglect it. When we do problems, yes, we neglect it. And it works out fine because we can, fudge factor it later on. But we assume things that are real to not exist usually, or like assuming an adiabatic process. An adiabatic process, it's a process that happens so fast where there's no time for the heat to transfer because heat transfer requires time. So, technically, it does not fucking exist, right? There is no such thing as an adiabatic process, but there is, right? If you do it fast enough. But even if you do it fast enough, you will still have heat transfer, right? However, it's negligible, right? So that's why we can assume stuff you can assume a adiabatic process here for this problem, right? Even though knowing it's not true. So usually in engineering, our assumptions are to simplify the math because we're removing reality from it actually by including assumptions. You know what I'm saying? So I just wanted to point that out. In engineering, it's kind of the other way from what you think. Our assumptions are to simplify reality by removing stuff, remove air, remove friction, remove everything. Let's just focus on one thing. Yeah, that's it, man. That's all I was going to say.
So, listen, dude, you don't understand that's fallacious reasoning. That goes against the laws of logic.
Okay. How?
I just showed you how. I give you the citation of the reification fallacy. These are logical fallacies.
So when you say abstract
based on the law of logic.
I don't think abstract things are non-concrete. That's not how I'm using the term
abstract
here.
Belief or hypothetical construct. So Eratosthenes is a hypothetical construct that's quantified.
But those are concrete.
The abstract belief is your belief that math is reality. So it's misplaced concretism. It's fallacy. It's faulty reasoning.
So a few things here. One, I didn't say math was reality. I mean, there are people that believe that. I'm not one of them. I think it can model reality. So if I can come up with some
what we known reality, we can model it. Not the unknown.
So you can model math. I don't think it's fallacious to use it to make measurements. Number two.
In this case, they weren't making measurements. They were trying to model the unknown. From a state of ambiguity, they gave concretism to an abstract hypothetical ideal and called it an experiment. Ruled science over it for years as if it was an experiment or direct measurement.
It was a pretty direct measurement, but
it's illogical. It's not. It's quantification. Is quantification a measurement?
What do you mean by that?
Well, you quantified numbers based on a hypothesis. You hypothesize if that, then this, if that, this is that true, and this is true, and then we can just multiply this angle of the shadow 50 times, and bam, there's a radius. Not one piece of that is concrete.
Why not?
It started on the assumption Earth was a sphere. There was no proof Earth was a sphere. Then it went to the sun is infinitely far away and all awesomely bigger than the Earth, and they're both spheres. We didn't have any proof of that. The light that reads here,
so we know.
No proof of that. They're both on the Tropic of Cancer. No proof of that. What do you mean? I'm lost. I'm lost.
I mean, if you, dude, write down a list of this and treat it like a physics problem.
Well, it comes from the Catholic Church, so you know what the Catholic Church taught you or wants you to think about those things in the sky.
The rest of the logical world understands that you cannot build the concrete out of abstract.
So
it goes against the laws of logic. Obviously, you never studied the laws of logic.
So I have. You're taking abstract to mean non-concrete. As I've said, I don't take it to mean that.
No, I take abstract as it's colloquially defined, and it isn't concrete. It's abstract. They're almost two different sides of a coin, brother. What are you talking about?
That you're taking abstract to mean non-concrete, a negation of concrete. I'm not. I think abstract objects are concrete.
I'm taking abstract as it's defined.
Which is non-concrete.
Existing in thought or as an ideal, but not having a physical or concrete existence. Words are defined for specific reasons.
So you can't.
Well, then you disagree with the definition.
So no, I think thoughts are concrete, which would make abstract objects concrete.
How the fuck is that?
Yeah, nice try, but it's not working. Thought is not concrete.
Can you prove that?
How could it be, man? How could it be?
Yeah, I think peanut butter pickle and mayonnaise sandwiches are awesome, so that's a concrete reality. Prove me wrong.
It's a state of mind that exists, which I think
I got a better one. Jerry, you're actually a woman, and you owe me $1,000.
Now you're limping around on a broken fucking leg. You're limping around on a broken leg. That's all. Can we get a good foot?
Still not the point. So you do implicitly take abstract.
Listen, I'm using. It's not about thought. I'm using the word as it's fucking defined. You're using it other than it is defined in a context it's not defined in. Therefore, it's meaningless. Your sentence is neither coherent or your sentence is neither coherent or cohesive because the words are used outside the context of the definition.
You're muted. What the fuck you mean, son? Hold on. That's not how this shit works here. What the fuck you mean you're muted?
You're a moderator.
Hey, he said.
Let me unmute him.
He said thoughts are concrete. You're taking abstract to mean non-concrete. Is that not the way it's colloquial defined?
Just tell him about the muting bit, man. If you mute him locally, you're just gonna talk over him, and then I'll just mute you. You know what I'm saying? So don't mute Battle Mod locally, right? You don't have the power in here to mute a mod, dude. So it's don't say, "Oh, you're muted." It's no, you're not muted.
Talk over me, you won't hear the warning before you get banned. So it's all good to me. I'll just ban you.
I mean, if you want to get banned,
well, no. Please don't ban me.
Jerry, hold on, guys. Jerry, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, I just use the word as it's defined, and you use the word outside of the definition, and you apply your own definition to it. Why don't you just concede to that? Because that is the axiom here.
So I'm not. If an idea isn't concrete, then it's abstract. Do we agree?
I'm using the word as it's defined. All that is covered in the definition. If it said existing in thought or as an ideal but having no physical or concrete existence, that implies that thoughts and ideals are not physical or concrete. Does it not?
Which would make them non-concrete. which means that it's defined as something non-concrete. Oh my god.
Okay, what is your point?
That's what I
Jerry?
said.
No, it's not.
I'm actually.
What is
fine.
okay, what's the point, Jerry?
Abstracts are not concrete.
Yes, they're not. That's how it's defined, and you didn't want to accept that.
Okay.
No, he's trying to spin the table now.
Yeah, man, you didn't accept that shit. Whoa.
You said thoughts and ideals are concrete.
Right. I'm saying that.
Heard that shit with my fucking ears, man.
You're using it as to mean non-concrete, which is how you which you just said. You're taking abstract to mean non-concrete.
Nobody
That's
cares
how
how
it's
many.
fucking defined.
Nobody cares how many apples are on a
That's
tree.
how every
right?
dictionary is. Come on, dude, you're not helping. That's how every
they're
dictionary
taking them to mean
on Earth.
non-concrete. I don't think that ideas are non-concrete.
I'm not taking it. I'm not taking it. I did not design or come up with the definition. I'm only using it as it's meant to be used and defined.
I
And
think
it's
you
proper
guys are
grammar.
agreeing.
Grammatically correct. No, he's trying to bail out.
I'm not trying to bail out.
Backpedaling.
So since you
Back me up, Sirius.
you've used the
Back me up,
definition of
Sirius.
He is, man. He's mailing.
existing in idea or thought.
Yo, my guy. Wait,
You know what?
Jerry.
This is so fucking irrelevant. Oh my god. This is
Exactly.
literally-
That's it. Thank you. Let's bring it back to thank you, bro. That's all I was gonna say. I was gonna tell you what's your point, and let's move on. So now,
I wanted to make a point real quick before we finish. Let me just the point is language, right, is a description, is communicating an abstract idea to somebody. So like I said, like I don't care how many apples are in the tree until I have to share the apples or tell somebody how many apples are on there. And then we're going to need some kind of system, right? And we'll say this is 20. All right, there are 20 apples on this tree. You see, it's abstract until you got to use it for something. And it's a tool, language, communicating.
Yeah, I totally. It exists as a thought. So I do believe that numbers exist as a thought. We use like symbols to communicate number.
Describe
but I don't
reality, right?
Sure, yeah.
Describe things that. So if we say this is a number that describes the curvature, the size of the globe.
Yeah.
What now? Well,
That's what
now?
we were talking about. Yeah, it was geometry. Then you went to abstract, and this is where the point got lost. So thanks, Mong, for bringing it back.
Well, yeah, because it's a descriptor. It's a description, right? It's a descriptor of something, right? Language. Therefore, when we say this is the value of the radius or the size of this ball that we live on. See, now math is useful. But then when you ignore that radius and keep saying things like, well, it's too big to see, or these other things are causing, now math is not useful. So now you can't use math anymore as a descriptor if you're going to ignore that.
Well, we were specifically talking about like measure or its curvature, not quite like, it's too big to see or something. That's
already a measurement. There's already a measurement, and a lot of things are based on that measurement. Gravity, exploration of space, NASA, all these things are based on this radius, on the size of this ball. That's the problem. It has to be true, or else it's all lies. It's not a ball.
Okay. Does anybody want to talk about I don't know. Some people think that an atmosphere can't exist because it doesn't have a container. I've always thought that.
Why is this not why is the curvature not an interesting enough topic for you to talk about?
Because it doesn't seem to be going anywhere. Because every time I talk with the battle mod, we talk about like measuring the curvature of the Earth. And when I try to sort of take on because he says like, how do you know light rays are parallel? And then it just sort of devolves into a different.
Well, let's talk about the atmosphere.
Why can't we trust the math or something? So,
I only jump in then when I need to crush one of your premises.
Okay, look, bro. So some people think that. Bong, I'm not. So I get what you're saying. You're saying that it stops being useful if we use it to describe certain things. Actually, I don't know what you're saying. Sorry.
We're saying the Earth is not a ball because the Earth is not curving at all. It appears and measures and is assumed by all trades, professions to be flat and stationary, not moving. That's the problem, yeah. So I don't know why that's not fascinating, because if I was a globe earther and I found out that curvature didn't exist, I would be a little worried.
Well, I mean, I think so. Barring just pure measurements, I think that the pictures that we've taken and the people that have been there are enough. But let's get to the atmosphere, because some people seem like
my guy. I am waiting for any math problem you throw at me. I'm like,
all right,
just anxious in the background with a calculator and piece of paper and pen. It's like, let's go.
All right, I got you. Bro.
So you talking about the atmosphere.
Take
the derivative. It's all for X. Okay, go.
All right. Take the derivative. Listen to me closely.
Okay.
Take the derivative of x squared plus y squared equals 1 with respect to x.
Okay. Why do you want to go calculus? But derivatives are easy. But why?
Okay, we can.
Are you testing my differentiation skill?
We can do some linear algebra.
Well, we can integrate. Why don't you take the integral of sine? Yeah, right.
You can't do
sine
geometry
theta
though?
squared plus. Oh yeah, sure. Let's go. Come on, man.
But
All
what
right,
about
let's get serious.
geometry? Like
something related
how
to
is
Earth.
it-
You know what I'm saying? Instead of
how
just
are
tossing
you able to
abstract
do
math out there.
calculus and you're not able to do geometry, basic geometry?
No.
Geometry.
Can you? Can you calculus? Or you just
I can do
tossing
calculus.
out derivatives? Okay, cool. All right,
You
then.
can't do basic.
We should be able to get to the
spherical-
bottom of this pretty easy.
So, in regards to the atmosphere, people, I don't know why you guys say this, but you're saying that I guess that the air would just float out? Is that what you're saying? What
are you saying? Are you saying it wouldn't?
No, it would not. It would not float out. It would just violently and rapidly expand until it touches the boundaries of space, filling and equalizing the entire space available.
Can I agree?
And because of this is the only fucking theory you're allowed to say, and because of the bending and warping of space-time, thus this layer is stuck on the surface of Earth. Do you agree or disagree? Do you have any other way out of this? Go ahead.
Only because.
Disagree. Okay, this is your story, by the way. But go ahead. Tell me your version of it. If this is not from outdated or something.
So the reason why, it's a gradient. So the atmosphere is very dense here, and as you go up, it becomes less and less dense until eventually you reach space, which is where there is very little to no atmosphere. That's how space is defined. That's literally how it's defined, where the atmosphere is so thin that atoms are not really bound to the Earth. That's literally how it's defined. So I don't know.
That's how gas is already defined in any chemistry book, anyways. Just gas, not space, not this nothingness.
So,
You can
what
define
is
nothingness.
what is keeping the atmosphere from violating the second law of thermodynamics?
Gases.
Anyway, I don't know what that means.
A container. What's keeping the gas from expanding out into the vacuum of space? The gradient, the pressure. Yeah.
So it's a gradient, but the reason why that gradient sort of stays in place is because of some sort of downward force that prevents it from going out. We call that
sort of downward force.
Is it gravity? I'm just guessing. Is it gravity?
Yeah, you could call it gravity.
Cool. Got lucky. Yeah.
Fucking guess, bro.
So what's the upward force?
Gravity is a part of it. We know it's a gradient.
If gravity,
the vacuum of space does not suck at all. That
does it push?
For not understanding what a vacuum is.
It wouldn't be a vacuum.
Exactly right. So a vacuum is a pressure where you have lower pressure than the adjacent area. Right? There's no such thing as a vacuum. What the fuck is a vacuum? I don't know. As an engineer, it's like, what? Low pressure, high pressure. That's it. That's it. That's what I'm paid to do. Low pressure, high pressure, low temp, high temp.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck your vacuums. I don't know. What's that?
Vacuum.
Let me see your pressure gauge. Oh, okay.
It's a carpet cleaner.
They can make it like so. As you were saying, they don't have.
It's a low pressure device. It's a machine, right, that spins this impeller on a shaft to create this area of low pressure, mechanically induced low pressure. Thus, entropy happens, right? Yeah, you get shit flowing from high pressure to low pressure to equalize. That's how you vacuum anything. Vacuum cleaner. There's no vacuum.
And in outer space, it's just It's just empty space. That's how it's most simplistically done.
Correct. And what we're saying, how come the gas didn't expand to fill the void? That's the second law of
gravity is part of it.
Entropy.
Enter gravity.
No, it's not.
The God.
I'll prove it to you from many textbooks.
Why is gravity not part of it?
Right.
They define gases. Okay, I got you. In chemistry, they define gases. All right, by the gases, liquids, by the kinetic energy, right, between the molecules, the bond between the molecules, and it's determined by the kinetic energy, which is determined by the temperature. So you can take a piece of iron, you can turn it into liquid iron and iron vapor, and now, right, temperature, pressure, those two things, parameters, boom, cool. You can do that with anything, any material. So what gases are is when the material has almost no bonds between the molecules, and it's free to move from gravity. That's what I'll post a fucking chemistry textbook right now. Many textbooks, according to the kinetic theory of gases. Hold on. So when you go against it, you go up against the kinetic theory of gases. What's up?
No, the battle is that your bicep battle mod?
Dude, come on, man, that's a red herring. Yes, that's his bicep.
Fucking gravity. In regards to chemistry, in regards to
you tell me gases are not affected by gravity?
I'm trying to answer this question.
They're not. They're not.
Hey, pay attention, man. Cyrus is
I'm trying to answer
something.
Oh, I know. I'm just trying to confirm what he said.
Staring at fucking other dudes is junk.
So if you scroll up, someone posted a picture of the second law where the low pressure air and it'll move to a place of high pressure.
Yes.
Or something like that. So
high pressure will always it'll go from high to low. Temperature will do the same.
Sorry.
And if you ever want to make it so, just stick this in your head. This is a law of the universe. We found it this way. We don't know why. We found it like that.
Yeah.
So
I'm not denying that.
For temperature will always right now I'm drinking some hot coffee, right? What's happening? Because it's hotter than the ambient, right? So whenever we're talking thermal or anything, we talk about a system. We must define system, what kind of a system, and boundary conditions, right? So just step one, we already skipped it, and we really can't. We must talk about system. Boundary conditions are here. Well, I'm saying we, in general, whenever we discuss this type of engineering shit is kind of skipped. And for my left brain is I have to define it because it's thermodynamics. I have to define it. Otherwise, I'm not doing thermal. I'm just it's philosophy at that point.
You cite me somewhere where gases don't get affected by gravity?
So
yes, I can.
So in regards to this, let's say you have a system of high pressure, and let's say this system is enclosed by a tank or something. So that tank is made of atoms, and those atoms are what we call solids. So those solids are going to prevent those atoms from sort of getting past the barrier.
Depends on the gas. Correct, but it depends on the molecular makeup, because hydrogen seeps through aluminum tanks. So aluminum can't hold back hydrogen. We know that.
So if it's
that idea,
whatever gas that we're looking at, if the gas has properties such that so that the forces that interact with the tank, it can't get through, then we're gonna call it a container. There might be some gases that can.
It is. Call it. You want to be real sharp? It's a boundary. Call it a system, and these are the boundary conditions of my system. And you label your boundary conditions 1, 2, 3. And I need several things: the temperature outside the boundary, or the temperature of your boundary. Well, you have to have them.
Well,
what do you mean you don't have them? Then you're not talking about a system. Then you're just talking abstract ideas. It's fuck, we can't do anything. Go ahead.
You're not letting me finish. So let's say we connect this such that there's no boundary. So we have an empty tank, very low pressure, and we connect the tanks so that the boundary is eliminated. There's a bottleneck to where they're connected. That, as you know, those gases are going to just pour into the empty tank. Second law of thermodynamics, right? You agree?
Cool. Yeah.
So you got two tanks. You kind of pipe them together, and you opened up the valve, and they're going to equalize. Yes. Yep.
Yes.
Cool.
So we agree on that. Yep. Now, what I'm going to say is that the reason for this is that the forces that each atom exerts on the other, in this case, the forces that the solid tank would exert on the gases would push it in the opposite direction, so that it didn't escape. That's not the case with. That's not the case.
You're talking about like the container must be strong enough to hold back the pressure. Is essentially what you're saying.
Have connected tanks. In the case where you have connected tanks, that's not the case because there's no atoms that are going to push it back. So since there's no atoms that are going to push it back, the
whoa! What do you mean? How? You have a. Okay, the fact that you have two tanks or one tank, okay, this is still one system. I model this like as an engineer, a circle on my piece of paper. Your two tanks, it's irrelevant because what are you trying to do with your two tanks? What are you trying to demonstrate?
We've agreed up to this point that we have.
I'm still agreeing, really. I'm just trying. I fail to understand what you're doing with the other tank. That's it. Because once you connect the two tanks and you open them up, it's one tank. So you just made the volume bigger. Like, do you know the relationship between volume, temperature, and pressure? I can break it down for you.
That's just philosophy, okay? We can consider it one whole tank. We can consider them two separate tanks that are connected. It's irrelevant. The physics works out the same.
Okay, which is what? What's the physics? What's
those atoms in the first tank, the one that's filled with gases, are going to pour into the empty tank.
Yep.
And the reason for this is because the net force that's acting on those particular atoms is positive in a particular direction, in the direction of the empty tank.
Okay, they're it's omnidirectional though. If you're going to model the individual atoms which we cannot attain the radius of that are floating inside the container,
are you pouring it? What's going on with this gas? Are we pouring it? How is it moving?
It's going to immediately get to the other wall of the other tank.
That's what I mean. Some gas are denser.
The atoms that were originally pushing. So the net force. So in the case of the tank, if it were to go right to the edge of the tank, it's not going to be able to get past it because there's a force between those atoms that's pushing it sort of away from them.
It depends on the gas. It depends on the gas because some gas that are denser, like the sulfur hexafluoride.
Hold on, I'm still lost because I'm trying to understand his diagram because again, I'm sorry. Like my stupid engineer left brain likes diagrams. I turn all the words. If I cannot turn your words into stick figures, guess what? It's actually just philosophy. Believe it or not, if I cannot turn it into a diagram and work it out, it is actually just philosophy. So what the fuck are you doing with your what force, what line? Explain to me, man. I can't imagine this shit.
So I can't post pictures to describe what I'm talking about. So I can't really diagram it for you.
Okay, so you have two tanks. All right, so let's just skip all this. You got two tanks, you pipe them together. Imaginary valve, okay? For now, this is of course horseshit. Now let's open that valve. So what are you saying here? What are you telling me?
Literally, just be like the environment. You can just open a valve, and it's going to pour out of the valve.
It doesn't pour though with gases. They don't pour out like water. They expand because gases are like a jelly. You can compress gases.
You know
it's not fucking. You know the difference between liquids and gases. Liquids are incompressible. Gases are compressible. Do you even know that?
Are you gonna let
liquids are incompressible? Gases are compressible.
We agree that the gases are going to escape. So I don't see the issue.
Yes. The way they're escaping is fucking horseshit. In your mind is like you think they're just gonna pour out like a hose. No, dude, they just go.
I said pour.
It spreads out.
To mean escape. I'm not saying like water. Like again, this is a dumb semantics debate. The point with space is that the reason why it doesn't.
Hold on. Before I'm gonna mute you if you don't shut up. Did anyone here does anyone else think this is a semantics debate? What I'm presenting?
No. I think he doesn't know how to use words, and he's instead of just
pour,
correcting himself,
fill. whatever word you want to use. It doesn't fucking matter.
Expand. We're talking about elements and their forms and how they behave. And if you use the wrong word, it's not semantics, it's you being ignorant. Use the right terms, man. Please.
Use a different word, you get a different definition at the end.
Who cares about semantics, dude? Fuck semantics.
Are you satisfied now that I've said expand?
Go on.
Okay, go on. So we know that gases will expand out of some container, and we know that the reason for this is because the net force acting on the atoms is in a specific direction. Did you know that, or do you need me to break that down?
Depends on the gas and the temperature.
You're choosing your words. You're complicating. You're overcomplicating your words to make like your statement sound like smart as fuck. But what the fuck are you saying? Is what you're saying is there's higher pressure outside. That's what you don't want to say. So it's like, why are you beating around the bush?
Is that when you have a system of high pressure,
the omnidirectional flux is due to high pressure moving towards low pressure.
It's going to go to the system of low pressure because the forces that are preventing it from moving are not present. But for whatever reason, you're not getting that. And I
get it. You're saying it's the container. I get it. Is holding back. Yes, the steel structure of the vessel.
Listen,
100% is holding back the pressure. Yes.
Pressure is force over area. You got a whole container. It's all area. It's all pressing omnidirectional on the flux state. You open and remove a portion of the area by opening the valve. Now all gases are pushing against area and creating pressure, except for the gas in front of the missing area. There's no area to push against, so obviously they break through. Force is omnidirectional. You removed area by
Dude, that's why I said net
opening
force.
the valve, giving direction to the omnidirectional flux of the gas. Yeah, I know.
That's why I said net
just being a little
force.
disingenuous
The
with
net.
it. So the only
I
reason,
said net
the only
force.
reason they move in that certain... I'm trying to finish, Jerry. Bear with me. The only reason it moves in that direction is there's no surface area for it to push against, allowing it to flow.
Right. So the net force is in a particular direction.
Not true. It's omnidirectional.
Oh my
But
God!
there's no
I know force
surface
is
area.
omnidirectional, but the net force.
Listen,
the total
thermodynamics. It's closed, open, closed system. You open a valve. It's now the weakest link. The pressure buildup seeps through the weakest link, and it's that simple. High pressure goes to low pressure.
Yes, because the net force is acting in the direction of low pressure.
The flux is omnidirectional of all the gas. The only reason it floats is missing surface area.
What net force is, and then we'll continue.
Shut the valve. What happens?
Tell me what.
It's omnidirectional flux.
That's not what net force is. But tell me what net force is.
It fluctuates.
Yeah, that's
omnidirectional because that's all it's allowed to do while it's contained. I know what the net force is. I know what kinetic energy is. I know
what's a fictional force.
He's modeling thermodynamics.
You don't release potential until you remove a certain. Yeah, I know. Listen, you give it direction when you remove surface area and give an orifice for it to flow through. You dictated the direction with the orifice.
What is net force?
And it's entropy. Entropy. Like,
what
if you took that same? What if you took that same tank?
Keep repeating it, man. I'm not gonna.
What if you net force is summation of all forces. How about that, Apple?
Goddamn.
Right. Until someone can define a basic physics concept like net force, we're done.
Shut the fuck up, you piece of shit. Get the fuck out of here, Jerry.
Or a vector sum. He just said it in rudimentary words. It's a vector sum of all forces acting on a particle or a body.
There you
go. To it. You gave vector to that force when you removed surface area, and you created an orifice for it to flow through. It still doesn't make what I said wrong.
Cited me the thing about the gravity.
Not wrong. You're removing a vector.
I'm trying to debate this shit too, but I got you. I do have the picture.
Open the vector with the orifice.
So when you remove a piece of the tank, you're removing.
We gave it a new vector with the orifice.
which gives a new vector, yes. And that new vector is in the direction of the lower pressure. So now that we agree on that, because it's so fucking obvious, we can get
agreed on it
Remove your brain
from the beginning. We just stated it 4 different ways.
Cool. So now that we have accepted this, we can go on to why the atmosphere doesn't spill out into space.
Hold on. Accepted what? Whoa. Reverse. The fuck you're talking about?
I know.
What did we accept? I was pissing, dude. What the fuck did we accept?
Force that is acting on the particle that is in the direction of the lower pressure system.
So you're modeling this from the microstate. Why are you modeling the fucking system for the microstate, by the way?
That's why I said omnidirectional flux. Controlled by the opening orifice. You gave vector to it when you opened the orifice. But it has omnidirectional possibility. Kinetic possibility. It's omnidirectional. All you got to do is open up a hole in any direction and bam, you gave it vector.
It's always whatever, dude.
Jerry, stop opening.
It's always
your orifice.
omnidirectional with gas. It's gas collides with area, collides with surface area, collides with each other. The force is always omnidirectional. There's no vector to it.
I accepted
what
that, but
when you pop a tire, right?
Yeah.
You're in atmosphere. What happens when you pop a tire? It deflates. The air escapes and it equalizes.
Through the
Imagine
orifice.
would you even have a pressure if there was no container to contain the air gas?
Well,
the compressed gas.
No, you wouldn't have a gradient either.
Containers are just
you need pressure.
Containers are just air is not a container for gas, dude. Gas is not a container for gas. Gas is not a container for gas.
You can
gas is not a container for gas.
You don't need a container for pressure.
Yes, you do.
Yes, we do. Yo, let me spit something out. There's some basic fundamentals that are missing.
Look at the definition of it.
All right. This guy.
So what happens in gravity, man? Like, you're supposed to say gravity is the container of gas.
Well,
Now you sound
Hank. Yo, Hank. Yeah.
Formula for
volume only
pressure. P equals FA, right? Pressure equals force applied over area. Let's look at the formula for gas pressure. Pressure equals force applied over area. What is the area? It's a surface area.
Yeah.
Not just an area, an open area wouldn't give you no gas pressure.
You don't
it needs to be a surface area.
You don't have to have atoms that form a shape in order to form a shape. Does that make sense?
Atoms don't. No, dude. What the fuck are you talking about?
If I have a pipe or something, right? Those are atoms.
That's a big shape.
A particular volume. But we can still make
You're talking about flow. Dude, I studied fluid mechanics. I studied thermodynamics. I can tell that you think you know something.
You're a flat earther, which that tells me enough.
Why don't you test my thermo knowledge? Why don't you test my actual knowledge?
Thank you. Goodbye.
Flat earther.
What? Listen, he's wanting to listen. You want to compare non-constant pressure to constant pressure. You want to blow air through a pipe and say that's air pressure. When we're talking about pressure under containment, there's no air pressure when you're blowing air through a pipe, dude. It's just fucking ludicrous.
Let me test this.
Jerry,
he thinks he's a smart ass. When you garden hose, when you squeeze the end of your garden hose to make the water shoot out further, did the pressure increase or decrease inside the water hose? Go ahead, run. Go ahead, motherfucker. You think you get this, right? You think it's a basic question, no math. Yeah, man. You gotta mute him. Let's see if
Jerry, did you hear the question? Can you hear him?
What was the question?
I'm mute him so he can ask you this simple question.
Okay.
Come on, man. You gotta quit bringing your feelings into this. We're not mad at you. We don't hate you, Jerry.
Cool, man.
We're attacking your premise, not you.
Cyrus.
I'm gonna attack your fluid mechanic skills.
Hold on,
You're free to ask your question.
When you have water flowing in a garden hose and you squeeze the end to make the water shoot out further, did you increase or decrease the pressure in the garden hose? Go ahead, answer.
In the garden hose?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, did pressure increase or
decrease?
This is a system.
This is a model of a system. You have to define, is this open or closed? Go ahead, tell me. Is this an open system or closed system?
In this case, this is open because there's an open-ended garden hose. Because it's able to leave the enclosed system that you've made.
Well, be more specific. There's a very specific definition for it. And if you can't give me that definition, you're right there, but you're not accurate enough.
Okay, why does this?
You're close. Well, it does matter. You're about to find out why. Cool. So it's an open system because there is mass transfer. Phenomenal. You got that right. Carry on. Pressure. What happened in that system? Increase or decrease of pressure?
So you've increased it because you've closed part of the system. You've closed it off to being able to remove the water.
So it increased, is what you're saying?
The pressure increased.
No, pressure remained the same all throughout the entire time because the end is open, so the pressure is zero because that's how pressure is defined, asshole. So now you don't know your fluid mechanics, right? What you did is you increased the velocity because you decreased the orifice. So now what happened now? Something must pick up in the balance, right? In the holy trinity of fluid mechanics, the velocity picked up to conserve the mass flow rate, right? M dot. If you're familiar with M dot, if you know what M dot is. If the pressure was zero, if M dot is conserved, pressure never fucking changes. It's only when M dot stops. It's like, oh shit, now you have resistance. Now pressure is going to go up. Boom. But M dot, you must slow the flow. But no, it's just the velocity increased at the nozzle.
You've changed the area.
If the pressure was zero, the water would not come out.
Velocity increased.
Well, even still, the reason for why, in Earth the atmosphere doesn't pour out is because the net force. The reason is because the net force. Let me be clear. Atoms do leave the atmosphere. This does happen. This has been observed to happen. But the reason why there isn't like just a mass escape of gases is because gravity pulls it in, and so the net force acting on the direction of outer space is negative.
Correct. Yeah.
Going into the direction.
Wrong. Wrong.
It's
not.
What would the upper atmosphere really be comprised of if there were such a thing? It would be comprised of hydrogen or helium because they are the lightest of all gases.
And that's why they escape the most.
They do, in fact, escape.
Yeah. It's on the moon, yeah.
It's not much. They do, in fact, escape. It's not much because of gravity.
Are you sure about that?
Yes, they do, in fact, escape, but not much.
Anyway,
I mean, you sure did seem sure that you could close off the end of water and generate pressure without a pump.
So, anyway, ocean.
Anyways,
you want to talk about something else?
My hose thing is a fucking trick question. I know that. That's the only reason I brought it up.
Experiments.
I want to talk about the net force.
On cartoons.
The amount of net force that's acting on a helium balloon. You know, the helium balloon. Like, what's happening there? When does gravity start acting on it?
Always.
Right.
Always.
It is.
Yeah, so what's the net force? All right.
It's only going up because it's lighter than the atmosphere.
Yeah, how do you account for gravity?
Why would it go up if it's lighter than the atmosphere? What does lighter even mean? Less massive? Why do you less
lighter
massive?
Than the other gases, lighter than the noble gases, lighter than nitrogen, lighter than oxygen, lighter than air means lighter than the average mixture of air at sea level.
Sure. So when you say lighter, you mean less massive, right? Because weight implies gravity.
No.
I'm saying a helium balloon still goes
gravity.
Up because I'm saying a helium balloon still goes up because the atmosphere is heavier.
Shut up. Define gravity. Define gravity.
Such a fucking asshole. Anyway.
Define gravity.
You can define it in mechanics.
You invoked it. Define gravity. Let's see if you know what the fuck you're talking about.
in Einsteinian mechanics, I don't know the proper name for it. In general relativity, it's defined as curvature of space-time, which leads to objects altering their path. But that doesn't.
Right, but it has to do with the speed that it's moving as well, right?
It matter for calculation.
Yeah, time dilation.
Yeah.
So,
I agree
so
with
how
you. That's
how is it
modern
affect?
academic definition.
How's it affecting the helium balloon?
Oh.
With the helium balloon, helium balloon is filled up with helium, which is lighter than the atmosphere, so it goes up. It's still affected by gravity.
That would mean
It
helium
goes up.
lower than the other
Less
gases.
massive. You mean less massive because weight
It would be moving
implies
slower
gravity.
than the other gases, if that were the case.
No, weight does not imply gravity. How does weight?
Yes,
Go
it
ahead,
does.
I know.
No,
Why?
weight
Because they
weight implies how
because
dense
MA,
substance
right?
is.
Yes.
Depends on how small
I'm
a
about to
mole
dance
is.
around your fucking MA with my KX motherfucker Hooke's law. Ha ha! That's how we
This is the
all
same
measure our
troll,
weight
man.
on Earth. We use Hooke's law to measure weight. We don't use Newton's. Your scale at home, your bathroom scale uses
Weight
Hooke's law.
is
You know
literally
that.
defined as
organic
mass
chemistry.
times the
Yeah.
acceleration due to gravity.
I'm not gonna spend the whole week on the same troll, guys.
No. It's the KX, bro. Deflection of the
gotta
spring.
move these trolls along faster.
Times the spring constant.
Process.
That's how we measure weight. We'll always do it day in and day out.
First thing you need to do is get a haircut, like shave it bald, and shave it all off,
A haircut? What the fuck are you talking about, Long?
and then get
I'm trying to listen.
I'm impressed
clean
with
pair
myself.
of socks.
He's got, hey, bro, he's got a steady flow, so you know.
Might say something.
His pressure is 0, so because he has a steady flow, we need to choke him off up the velocity.
Yep.
Yeah, what's up, man?
Fuck with the mass flux, bro. Call it mass flow, mass flux.
Choke him off.
Someone is asking a question. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey,
Like the Venturi effect. Yo.
Dave, what's up, Dave?
You don't even know, bro.
No,
Speak up a little bit.
Gravity.
He started shitting on me, you know.
So what do you
Who's
define?
mumbling, man? Who's fucking mumbling?
I don't know.
No, go ahead.
Einstein's gravity.
Yeah, you're kind of low, Dave.
Only.
Hey,
Sorry?
You're kind
your
of low.
mic. And your mic is like interfering.
Yeah, well, if we don't talk at the same time, his mic is fine. I think it's his mic. It'll cut off if we talk at the same time. Like seriously, that's what I'm hearing. Go ahead, Dave. Watch this.
I mean, Einstein's gravity is a mental concept only. You can't apply it in the real world.
Oh, yeah, it's an abstract then, eh?
Thank you.
Exactly.
So they're
you.
reifying
Like
it
thought
by
experiments.
misplaced concretism. It's illogical.
So I can't ride on a light beam.
What's
Light
it
ray?
you give?
So you're saying
Privation?
spandex doesn't work for gravity?
No, I'm saying weight equals F equals KX equals Hooke's law. That's how all your bathroom scales work, is what I'm saying.
Does that mean time
That's all
travel
I'm
might
saying.
not be possible? I just want time travel, man. That's all I want. That's all I want to be real. I don't care about space. Just let us have time travel. I mean, let that be possible. Come on, Einstein. Right? Superman.
Anyways, man, Mike was about to put that Venturi on his ass. Go ahead, Mike. Venturi this guy real quick. I'm sick of this shit.
I thought that was a pretty good one. You know what?
I'm about to go omnidirectional with my flux and my flow. My top's about to blow. You just don't know.
Woo. He doesn't even know what flux is. Do you even know what flux is? And give me a very specific definition for what is a flux. Any flux.
Like a flux capacitor.
What does flux mean? Flux is a very scientific term. It actually has it has a defined definition. Like just defined.
Are you talking to me?
It means.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Physics guy.
So how we moved on from the conversation of why the atmosphere doesn't pour out of
No, we did not. We did not. We did not. Yeah, we can stick on that. Let's keep going.
Understand the explanation I gave?
What was the explanation?
Heat flux, thermal flux, what?
That was acting on the atoms was not in the direction of outer space. That was the explanation I gave.
So
it means flow.
The reason for this,
I don't know how you got that. Okay, you're gonna have to show me.
That don't make no damn sense.
It's flowing.
Idiot, but
it's rolling. Normal.
I'm the farthest thing from an idiot. I have a very powerful.
You're a flat earther, so you're the closest.
That doesn't make any sense at all.
Here comes the gaslighting,
and here comes the personal insults.
You guys, that's cool. I got this, guys. I can handle being lit up.
Today.
I got this. I'll light up this bong too. Let's go, man. Let's light me up. Go ahead. I'm an idiot.
Yeah, I'm loaded. I've been waiting and sitting here. Yeah, now what?
We come
Who's
cool.
next?
Well, they gaslight us.
Oh no, that's not California. That's not.
Venturi's coming right now. Yeah, and
Adam,
come at me, bro.
False because you're an idiot. I'm not saying that what they're saying is false because they're idiots. They're idiots because what they're saying is false.
No, you're making a generalization.
Imagine the cognitive dissonance you're about to receive.
Saying flat earthers are dumb, right? Because flat earthers are dumb, this argument doesn't hold. Jerry.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
Your
we have demonstrated that we know.
Citation for that claim, Jerry.
Oh, brother. Oh, brother.
Oh my
God,
brother.
What's
You can mute him whenever you want, Roger.
Sorry?
You've been unmuting him. You can mute him if you need to.
Hold her out, Ray.
Muting Jerry. He's been an asshole the whole time.
We were having I mean, we can, like Mike and I, we can handle him. Like we're talking to him. He's cool. We can let him go, man.
Bro, I'm about
He's not terrible.
I'm about to flow right through him from one place to another by unit time, right? An area. We can calculate the unit and time and area it takes me to pass through his ass.
Did we got any measurements of curvature?
I'm gonna blank right through him.
He doesn't want to talk about it. He wanted to talk about the atmosphere.
It rhymes with
perhaps you should ask him that, Roger.
I mean,
he said, I want to talk about the atmosphere, and now he's muted.
He's got massive objects. Like,
yeah, Jerry.
So what is the flux rate of the atmosphere? Can we equate that?
No.
I think we could.
Okay.
After you define what flux is.
That's right. If you know what flux is, you'll spit out the answer right away. Be like, oh yeah, there, boom. This is the atmospheric flux.
I spit out. You're just gonna say, "Oh, you Googled this." So what's the point?
Google it, man.
I want you to Google it. I want you to learn here.
Yep. That's why. Yep. That's it, man.
Flat earthers, dude.
That's why I brought it up, man. That's why I was like, do you know what flux is? Because you don't even know. Like Mike was, Go ahead, Mike.
It will strengthen your argument ability, your argumental ability.
You have yet to respond to my argument, so I don't think it would.
Atmospheric flux is a scientific principle, and if you're going to argue the containment of atmosphere, I think you should cover this.
There is no
You're
container.
An atheist. Are you an atheist, Jerry?
Yes,
come on, man. Come on.
I'm just gathering information.
Let him escape. Don't let him escape.
I'm just trying to figure out who this guy is. I'm just getting to know you, Jerry. Go ahead.
What point is
You're an atheist. Great.
I would like to hear. Listen again. I lost track of what the original premise was. Can you repeat for me what it is we didn't answer?
Sure. So we were talking about, I gave an example of like, you have a tank, and if you open that tank, the gas is going to pour out, which we all agreed on. And I said, it seems to be, whatever. It's gonna pour out. I'm going to say whatever.
Expand. It's going to expand. No, words have this
illiterate
words
motherfucker.
Words have meanings.
Give him the rope to hang himself and let him spit it out, please.
Okay,
what I said that for this was that when there's a container, and a container in this case is just the solid that encloses the space, and there's gases in that space. What I said was that if you open it, that the net force that's acting on those gases is in the direction of whatever lower pressure, it's escaping toward. For whatever reason, that seems super controversial.
Yeah, can I ask you a question? Is there a net force acting on the gases, or are the gas themselves involved in collisions that are creating a force?
Both.
Okay, so what was the answer? Because me and Cyrus both covered this thoroughly on the direction of flow and why the direction of flow is in the rate and the way and the vector that it is.
Right. So, and I think we agreed on this, was that there is an omnidirectional force. Every atom is interacting with every atom. So the force is in all directions. I specifically said net force for a reason, because the net force is only in one particular direction, which is escaping the gas, which is escaping throughout the container.
Jerry, why does that matter what direction it's going?
Yeah, we gave it that vector when we gave it a valve to escape from, right, Jerry?
Yes, and the reason why the direction matters is because in the case of Earth, there is no, solid that's enclosing the atmosphere.
There's no valve.
There's no, there's no solid.
And what if so there would absolutely be a flux rate.
And what if you change the medium so that the opposite, so it's inverted?
Let him answer. Fluid mechanics. Let him answer.
Right. I mean, you just pretty much agreed to this. In the container, there is no flux rate, but there would be. There really would be. It's an exchange. Flux is. And so in the atmosphere uncontained, there'd be an omnidirectional exchange, and it would be a flux rate. And it would be a high rate with no containment.
Sure, if it would be a flux rate. I'm not sure about that, but I do know that there would be a net force acting on the atmosphere, because there's a net force acting on any mass.
Gas creates a force in an omnidirectional vector, so there would be omnidirectional vector of force as gas expands omnidirectionally. As it gets more loosely packed, there would be less force. If it cools, the net force of all of this is directly related to temperature, but there's no container to push off of. And if the Earth was the only surface area to push off of, it'd all push off of the Earth until it could no longer collide, or it no longer had energy. Then it'd fall back down onto itself if it was cooler up there and warmer down here.
So the reason why that doesn't hold is because the net force isn't I believe that the net force is in the particular direction of.
There's no vector. There's two vectors in this, up and down.
There's only one vector in the case of net force.
No, kinetic energy, man. Two vectors, up and down.
Up and down are
Do all gases fall down?
Up or down, these are relative terms.
Do all gases go down? Do they have a preferred vector? Does gas have a preferred vector?
No, of course not.
Right, it can rise and it can fall due to?
Force.
Kinetic energy. From the input of?
Which is a result of force.
No, energy is the result of the input of temperature. The energy in the gas is directly related to the temperature of the gas.
Temperature is a force. It's a measurement of the
temperature. Temperature is not a force. Temperature is not a force. Temperature is scalar, actually.
Yeah, it's scalar.
Temperature is a measurement of the potential energy and the kinetic energy, which itself is a measurement of force times displacement.
Temperature is scalar. Google it.
Entropy means temperature is going to want to be cold, depending on.
Obfuscating the point that we're really trying to drive home.
That's just temperature. But what I was going to say is it's relative. The direction is relative because there's the medium outside of it. Like if you change that medium, then the direction changes.
Listen, we just established there is no vector direction for gas.
There is.
Also, it depends on how much gas is compressed in the container.
Like gases,
but entropy,
they act as a result of the force you put on them.
Not
entropy.
True.
Yes, it is true.
Thermodynamics
no, it's not
always
true.
happening.
It's the input of energy.
Yep.
Oh my God.
And
temperature.
The
Man.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Oh my God! Certain gases change state of matter.
What is energy?
Different temperatures.
What is energy?
Like putting water in a container is not the same as putting gas in a container.
Hold on, man. Dude, bro, please. Yeah, Mike, yeah, go ahead, man. Please keep going. This is exciting because it's very, it's good. Good combo, man.
Look, pick up, Cyrus. I'm already triggered.
Fuck, he just said something stupid right now. Hold on. Let's reverse.
What is energy?
Yeah, bro. The leading physicists do not know. I'm not going to even try to attempt to define it. Sorry, bud. No one can. Can you?
We can define it measurements of work.
You can quantify heat. Yep, that's right. I was about to tell you. Sure. But what the fuck is heat? We can quantify it, but it's this invisible shit. It really is. But we can quantify it.
It's not a tangible thing. It's not like an atom or it's not tangible.
The energy itself, the concept of energy, bro, that's like, okay, you can write PhDs on this shit. So it's irrelevant.
Where does the heat come from anyway?
All I was going to say is red herring. That's red herring. Let's get back to the subject.
What
energy is it's irrelevant to this conversation.
It's really not. Because
it's a cool It's a cool convo. I would love to have it, but it's irrelevant.
Work is force times displacement.
Yep, so I get you. Yep.
So something is proportional to the amount of force that's being
out
to work.
And the unit is joules, and power is work over time. I know.
Right, and the work that gas can do is directly related to the temperature.
Indeed. You want me to run your basic experiment?
Where does the work that produces the heat come from?
We can heat up a propane tank and check the pressure, and we can freeze the propane tank and check the temperature or the pressure.
When you heat up,
it will change.
When you
heat up, do the same thing with a car tire.
So temperature is just the average kinetic and potential energy of a system. Do you agree?
Temperature is always changing unless you maintain it, which requires work.
Defined as. Repeat the question. I'll tell you what it's defined as.
So
it's defined
when you say temperature, what are you talking about? Like the temperature of what?
Of potential temperature of a system is the average kinetic and potential energy of a system.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It is. Okay. Did I say not? Did I say not, man?
Excuse me. Open a basic physics textbook.
So when temperature reduces, the average amount of work goes down. The possibility. But when temperature, when talking gases, increases, the amount of energy and the amount of work increases with it. They're directly related.
Right. Because kinetic energy goes up with temperature.
2 hours now.
So we both agreed. Mike and I both agreed.
The definition of temperature. So
we both agreed.
You guys have a nice
Have you fucking heard what we said, man?
Somebody just.
We both agreed. We agreed to your temperature definition.
Someone
this
just
guy's insane. He's fucking insane. Like, have you? Live stream, man. I've been saying yes in the background. What the fuck?
No, someone said no. So okay, if you guys agree, that's cool. So we agree that
temperature. Yes, that's it. Yes.
Temperature is average kinetic and potential energy.
And you must agree that it is also scalar. Do you agree that it's scalar? It's not a vector quantity.
Well, it's a measurement of force times displacement.
There is no well. Is it scalar or is it not scalar? Since we're gonna get, we're gonna
up and go down.
So force is a scalar, or not force is not a scalar. Force is a vector quantity, and work is force times displacement, which would make work.
Come on, man. Come on. I already know that temperature is a scalar or vector. Let's go.
Actually, temperature.
Since you know physics, thank you. That's it. Keep going now. That's it. That's all I wanted is, yes, I already know it's scalar quantity. I wanted to hear that out of your mouth. I keep going. Because now you can never, ever say it's a force. Ever. Because forces are vectors. So you can never, ever say it's a force. So
pressure,
now let's get serious.
Concentration, density, those are all scalar.
He's not going to accept that. He's going to find a way around it. Go ahead.
No, there is no way around it.
Pressure scalar. Energy scalar.
Charles and Boyle.
Change.
You work that shit up, man. Avogadro. These guys
the reason that is because it's an average, and I don't think averages.
Well, no, temperatures. These things are scalar because they have both a negative and a positive value.
Okay.
But they don't have a specific direction.
Yes. Like speed.
And that would probably
be and velocity, right? It's the same thing. It's the same fucking unit. That's why speed is incorrect. But it's
if it was
speed.
Vector, it'd have a specific direction.
And velocity
and all
being
forces
refer to just its direction. But again, I'm not. What I'm talking about.
Velocity, you're slowing down. That's it. That's where Mike was saying up and down. Well, you chose a node or a datum where you went up and down from, and you're going to call that 0. So you must apply plus or minus so your math works out. So if you go up, let's call it minus. Who gives a fuck? It doesn't matter. As long as the other way, you go the other way. That's it. And you stick with that throughout your entire equations. You'll be all right.
We don't
as long as up is down and down is up, it's all the same.
We don't disagree. I actually love that, man. Okay, carry on.
So in regards to I forget what the fuck we were talking about. Earth? I don't.
Now we cool down. Now, like, okay, what would you like to actually argue for the globe? Let's get serious. What's a really solid argument? What you got?
So I was saying that. I was arguing that no, the atmosphere wouldn't escape from. It wouldn't just like.
Omnidirectional though,
and into right, but the net force is in one particular
area. Yeah, the
net force.
It doesn't have a preferred direction. It bounces off a surface area. You're saying the globe is a center surface area where all pressure would push off from and move omnidirectionally.
I'm not saying
contained, it would only have one surface area, the globe, to push off of omnidirectionally and move.
But it doesn't quote unquote push off.
They collide. They spread out.
But they don't go out because of gravity. It's pulling it in one direction.
Oh, now you're going to have to prove some force that's not a force. That's a warping of space-time and mass of gas and all this other shit.
Okay.
We know. We figured out that forces don't exist alone.
If you know,
assertion, not a demonstration.
This explanation is that it's being held by gravity.
What?
Okay.
Who figured it out?
Can I
That's
crush
assuming that gravity is zero if you.
Oh yeah,
I got this. Yeah. I got this at a high, like I got it worked out at a mathematical level, guys. You're about to claim that gravity can attract a gas molecule. That is fine. Use Newton's equation. There's no problem. Use F of G. Fg equals what? The big G, M1, M2, right? Divided by. Oh, you're fucked. How do you attain the radius of a gas molecule? Go ahead. Let's go. It's never been defined. Let's go, son. Go. You must attain it because that's divided by r squared. That's the radius between the gas molecule and the center of Earth. Boom, between mass number 1 and mass number 2. Let's rock and roll. Holy fuck. You can't work it out. That's right.
Where does radius come in play? Where does radius come in play into that?
Because the radius is the distance. I got you.
No, it's not.
Because it's
I got you.
Mike, let us explain. It's part of Newton's laws of attraction.
R is just distance.
He already walked you through it. M1 and M2, those are mass 1, mass 2.
Yes.
So we're going to equate the attraction from the center of the radius to the center of the radius. What's the radius of a gas molecule?
No, it's not.
No. Let me correct you. That radius squared, is the distance plus the radius of Earth plus the radius of that. So there's that d between the surface and surface plus the radius of the molecule plus the radius of Earth. Don't say fucking no. That's from the center of mass to the center of mass. Don't say no. That's how it's calculated.
From the center of mass isn't.
Post a citation. If that's not how you use Newton's equation, post a fucking citation, dude.
Center of mass isn't radius. It doesn't have to be a circle, buddy. That's a simplification.
Okay. All right. So
well, how do you attain the mass of a gas particle?
Yeah,
you're in the same conundrum.
What conundrum?
It's a cube. I could give a fuck. It's a cube. Give me the radius of the cube.
It doesn't have radius.
Well, dude, any to the center of the mass, right? M1, M2 is in the equation and is defined as the centroid. From centroid to centroid.
My bad if I'm done with things down a bit, but
hand.
Gases
have
weight. Can we agree on that? Do we agree on that?
Yeah, of course they have weight.
Oh my god! I can't believe you said
weight.
And you guys say,
do you agree or disagree?
Laugh at me. You literally said radius. There is no sphere we're talking about here. Holy
My
shit.
guy. No, there is a sphere. Earth is a sphere, and gases are spheres. Let's go. Now you must, if you want to use Newton's force equation, attain the radius of the atom.
Inversely squared from your separation from the center.
Can you prove gases are
inversely squared?
Can you prove gases are spheres?
Red herring. That wasn't my question. Fucking herring.
No.
You invoked attraction. I told you, please give me. I gave you the fucking equation. Even I didn't even tell you to give me the equation. I gave you the equation. Gave you defined all terms of the equations, and I'm telling you to run with it. Spit out a number for me.
Correctly.
Force equals what?
I'll give you the equation for a 10th grader. How's that? R is the distance between the centers of these two objects, and G is the gravitational constant. Come on, man. So it's from the center of mass to the center of mass. You define the center of your mass. That's all we're asking you to do.
I'll give you one center to the surface, 3959 in miles. From the center of Earth to the surface. Now you go whichever level you want to put your gas atom at. Now you go to the edge of the gas atom plus, the radius of the gas atom.
I don't know why
that's your total distance square.
It's just or is the distance between the centers of the two objects.
You guys don't know about the Virial theorem. This is high level physics. This is cosmologist level shit that you guys don't know about. See, this is the problem here. There's a big disconnect. Right? Between your knowledge and my knowledge.
M2 over R2. Right?
What? What are you talking about, dude?
F equals GM1 M2 slash R2.
Slash R2?
This is the equation we broke down in rudimentary form for you.
Yeah, divided by R squared. Radius squared, and the radius squared, you can break that down if you don't know what R is. R would be the distance between the surfaces of the two objects, then the distance to the center of mass for each object. It will be all pluses, plus, plus, plus. Nothing here is negative in the distance.
The distance between the center of the two objects.
You have to attain it in order to use Newton's equations. You have to attain it. Okay. This is where Cavendish comes in and he weighs Earth and stuff like. I gotta know the history of this stuff. So now you invoked it. So I gave you the equation. Now use it. Or gas molecules. You understand? It doesn't apply because you cannot attain the radius of a gas molecule. Science already knows that. So if you know that, you should be like, "Hey, motherfucker, you don't know shit because we have never attained the radius."
Well, the thing about this if this equation were even true, it wouldn't omnidirectional disperse. There wouldn't be a gradient. There wouldn't be layers. It'd be all at ground level.
What would the atmosphere?
All the gas molecules.
So the atmosphere.
All the gas molecules.
Gas molecules.
They would be attracted mass to mass.
Okay, but there are heavy gas molecules, which would mean that they would.
So they'd be built up on the surface in density layers, but they'd all still be on the surface because there's no way the mass of a gas particle could outpull the mass of the Earth.
Okay.
Right?
It'd have to reach escape velocity to leave the ground level.
Sure. So
there you go.
Force.
It's a losing argument all the way you go. You're gonna get. I mean, I don't want to say
I feel bad for you at this
every
point.
way, but you're gonna get slapped with every conundrum there is that goes with this. Because there's a difference between a remedial high school education and a collegiate level, academic college level education. Where in high school you think all things are concrete, and you realize in college you're abstract for application. Through experience you realize you don't even need to apply 90% of it.
Yep. you look it up on a table. You're like, boom, right here. That's it. You're like, all right.
And as an engineer, this will blow your fucking mind because you absolutely, as a child, think if I can't calculate the laws of gravity, I wouldn't be able to build a skyscraper or a bridge over a suspension. Not true. Not true at all. We'll convert it to weight, and we'll build it to bear the weight or the load that we want it to bear. With enough elasticity.
I'm still on you thinking that there can't be density layers for the atmosphere. I have no idea why you think that.
Who said that?
You did.
Yeah.
No,
we didn't.
Listen.
Never heard of it.
Whole of the Earth.
Listen. Before you can have delta X, you got to have delta. Before you can have a gradient, you have to have pressure. So you guys we ask, how do you have pressure without a container? You go straight to a gradient. A gradient comes after you have a container and gas pushing off the walls of its container. It's right in the definition of force. Yeah, it's defined.
So you don't container
define gas pressure. Force per unit area.
Yep.
Okay.
So
Just
once
sigma.
you have force per once you have force per unit area, then you can begin to build a gradient, but not if all the mass of the gas is attracted back to one massive center. Then it wouldn't matter how much kinetic energy the gas had. It'd never reach escape velocity. You wouldn't be able to leave the ground level.
Can you prove that? Do you have a source on that?
All of science says it. We just broke it down on
Not
you.
true.
And, obviously, you didn't listen. So why would I waste my time saying it again?
Did not claim that though.
On the net force that's
hand waving.
It's not a claim. These are fucking principles of science and thermodynamics, dude. They're laws.
Yeah, man. They don't get it.
I've quoted them. I've cited them. If you want the citations, get your happy ass in live stream voice text and scroll up because I put every citation in there.
Hang on, I'm asked. So whether or not a gas molecule can reach escape velocity depends on the net force acting on it. So there's not just one force.
Right.
There's not just one force that's acting on the gas molecule gravity. If that was the case, if gravity was the only force acting on a molecule, then of course it would just
let me put it this way.
But it's not. There's electric.
Let me put it this way: Newton's laws fall down under the three-body N equation, right? But you're talking about a trillion-body equation when you're making gas into a particle of mass. It's a trillion-body equation, and for it to ring true and have a hydrostatic equilibrium, you have to cancel out the mass of Earth. So you, in a sense, have to say Earth has gravity, but it doesn't have no gravity in this case. For the case that these gases can leave and create a layer due to density, and another layer due to density, and another layer for the only way for that to work, for them to lift off, is for you to cancel out the greater mass.
Okay, do you have your math to specify that?
Do I have what?
So you're making a claim because
we just gave you this with M1 and M2, dude.
Well, you didn't.
It's Newton's laws of gravitation.
You're only considering one force. You're only considering one force. There's other forces that are acting.
No. I'm considering the force of gas pressure and the force of gravity as you give it and equate it. Newton's gravitational laws.
So apparently he doesn't know Newton's law.
That's one force. There's electrostatic
gas pressure.
Do you hear that, Mike? He's bringing up electrostatics. This dude. Oh my God. The Globy is bringing up electrostatics.
As an attractive force.
Yeah, they exist.
Holy smokes. Well, okay, all right. Wow.
Wait a minute.
Must be that bad, huh?
In your original assertion, hold on. In your original assertion, I'm not leaving out anything you didn't have in your original assertion that gravity creates an atmosphere and it holds the mass of the particles of the gas onto the Earth. That's your assertion? That's what I addressed. So if you now want to rechange it, restate it, and add your electrostatics into your theory like no other science person on this Earth does.
Here's what I'm saying.
Ahead.
I'm specifically talking about the net force. That includes other forces.
Oh, how about this? Yeah. Net force equals what? Summation of forces. Yeah, isn't that? So stop using that word net like it means something.
I know.
It just, I'll put a sideways M on a piece of paper, which means summation, right? And there you go. And I'll say the same thing in mathematics.
So we're going to say electromagnetic attraction, gas, pressure, gravity. So now there's more forces we have to cancel out for you to be able to build a gradient. We have to cancel out
the gradient.
We have
because
static attraction, electromagnetic attraction, gravitational attraction, which would all be greater for the greater mass. The greater mass being Earth.
Yeah, he's muted. I'm done. I've wasted too much time here.
Yes, you're right.
He doesn't know which gravity he believes in.
Cool, Master Chief. You're muted too. How about that? Boom. You're muted too.
You're muted. I like that. I like that.
When you mute people on the server,
he's muting us somehow.
Well,
Well, he's just muting us on his client, so that's what he's doing.
I know.
Hey, high five.
He just wants to say that.
I'm sorry everybody couldn't keep up with that, but that dude just got his ass kicked all over the motherfucking
lobby. He didn't even understand his own beliefs.
It is. Shred City. That was good.
What a pretender clown.
Where's his buddy at? There's some guy in the background that keeps on backing him up.
Oh, that's MBM, BA. He said we're just saying it.
Yeah, let's go.
You're next. Live stream voice text. Let's take a look at those citations you said I didn't post.
And I posted my citations for you. Did you check them out?
Are you gonna back that electrostatic? Yeah, are you gonna back that electrostatic argument your boy had? Because I'll rip that shit apart.
Or any argument actually you got. I'm ready. I'm just I'm warmed up now. Let's go, man.
See, I'm
reposting this shit.
We're undereducated. That's why high school kids come here and try to beat down college graduates.
It's like, yep. It's like, dude, you hop on around this time of night, you're fucked. You got two grease heads, with a collegiate education, that like to talk about this shit. So it's like, all right, you're fucked, dude. Come on, bring it.
I'll beat your professor down stoned and offer him a hit of my joint.
Yeah.
I'll make him concede he's getting his ass kicked. And listen, he's educated to a level high enough that he probably would concede. Most professors that come here do. Yeah, they say, Mike, no, we can't demonstrate or prove any of that. It's our best guess.
Yep. It does say it shows very little response, but it doesn't say it doesn't get affected by gravity. You claim that it doesn't get affected by gravity.
No. Well, check this out. They were.
I just want you to clarify that.
Listen, man, I know that. What I'm saying is, this is not the only source that states this, right? Okay, I just got one for you, and if you keep reading, they will speak. It tells you, okay, it has no effect, but then gravity is holding it in. You see, just keep on reading. It's fucking crazy. You see? So they have a problem here, obviously, because they double speak in the same paragraphs.
So it says very little response, but that doesn't mean no response at all. You claimed it has gases do not get affected by gravity, period.
I gave you the equation to calculate your response if you're going to claim it. I'm going to nullify it. You claim it, go ahead, here's your equation. Because I'm like, I cannot attain the radius of the atom. So I cannot actually tell you how little is little. So I'm going to say, I'm just going to neglect it for all my equations, and I do, and it works. We don't use any gravity to design engines and that run on whatever diesel cycle, gas cycle, Stirling cycle, gas turbine cycle. It doesn't matter. Go ahead, give me the cycle, and I'll tell you. You know what? Gravity doesn't fucking exist. You need temperature and pressure.
Hey, serious. Jerry says, this server is cringe and blue pill. I'm out. I'll return in 6 years when I'm streaming Discord in space. Hey, you're gonna need some engineer. You're gonna need an engineer like me or Sirius to build you some hydrology shit so you can actually exist there. If you get there.
Yeah, bro. You let that monkey fuck around with your hydraulic system, bro. He's gonna kill himself.
Yeah,
you
we'll
know,
have to build you
a 5,000 psi line.
A closed system that's a perpetual unit. You need a closed system, a perpetual unit where all your energy is stored for work. Because it'll be some work to keep your dumb ass alive. Hope this shit don't break down while you're up there, because who the hell will fix it?
Oh, sweet Jesus. The scary thing is he can breed.
So
well, we can build an artificial pump for that. He won't even have to breathe, bro.
So we have
breed, not breathe, breed.
Oh.
We have Mamba,
well, we can fix that too. You know when we do the hogs, right? We can just put a rubber band around his nads.
Yeah,
I think he instilled himself into it, so I think he covered that.
We're trying to put the choke down too on him, Roger.
So we have Mamba, right? Mamba. How the Earth they claim has a radius of 3959 Mamba. How has that ever been measured? Mamba.
Radius of Earth?
Yes, the radius of Earth.
Measured?
Correct.
I'm sure there are plenty of ways to measure that.
Present it, right?
Do I have to like that?
Well, of course.
Welcome to Shred City.
Yeah. So, Mamba, let me ask you a question. When did you ever experience the Earth as a ball?
I don't believe it's based on my personal experiences.
Or a potato.
That's not what I asked.
Oh, I know. You're asking, have I experienced it as a ball? I'm saying I don't think I have to experience it for it to be a ball.
That's not what I asked.
So you don't know how.
I want a straight answer to your question. I'm thinking about it, and I think never.
Again, when did you ever experience?
Roger, I'm answering that for you. If you want a straight answer to your question, I'm thinking about it, and I think never.
Okay. Awesome stuff. That is the base axiom, right? Every human being on Earth experienced the Earth as a flat, non-rotating Earth, right? That would be the base axiom. So we can move forward from this, and then if somebody claims, well, it's actually a ball, right, rotating in space with the gas sticking on it, then this claim needs to be validated, needs to be substantiated with actual evidence.
I agree.
Measurements of curvature drop over distance.
I completely agree.
Okay, so who has ever measured the curvature of Earth to validate the radius?
I mean, I can't answer that question. I don't know, personally.
That's a great answer.
I'm sure it's out there, but personally, I don't know.
No, the answer is no one.
Nobody. Okay.
Yeah.
So how can it be a ball if there is no radius, right?
Uh-oh.
Pum, pum, pum.
So are you in the live stream? Yes. In the live stream voice text? Am I still here?
Yeah, you're here.
Okay. So the live stream voice text, Mamba, do you see those two oil rigs?
How many times?
Have you seen
this Discord? Yes, I do.
Okay, so where do we see the horizon on this observation? Do I need to make it more easier for you? Is it in front of the oil rigs?
Water meets the sky?
Yeah. So is it in front of the oil rigs, in between or beyond the second one?
Well, it looks like it's beyond the second one.
Right. And it is, right? It is beyond the second one. So if the Earth was a ball with the radius of 3959, then every distance to the horizon cannot, right? It cannot be further than 1.225 times the square root of the observer height in feet. Yet we see it 10 times further than this in this observation alone, right? We can present you hundreds of observations where the geometric horizon is beyond the limitation of the globe, radius of 3959, right?
I'm not claiming, I believe this, but I think I've seen like a Glober mention something about personal perspective. Involving perspective involving this picture. Potentially, I mean refraction. I don't remember what the argument was that the Glober brought up, but I remember someone brought something up about perspective based on this image.
Perspective makes you look around a hill.
You mean?
Well, if the Earth was a ball with the radius of 39, right? If the Earth was a ball with the radius of 3959, then there has to be curvature, right? And when we look at this observation, the horizon, right, the leading edge of a sphere, the point where boats and buildings should get blocked by on the ball with the radius of 3959 should be at 1.225 miles, okay? And now we are seeing the horizon 10 times further than this. So if the Earth was a ball, then this physical location, right, the geometric limitations would be at 1.225 miles, and it is not. It is 10 times further.
What was someone brought up refraction? Is there anything to be mentioned about that?
Refraction? What is refraction?
I honestly don't know, but I'm assuming that it's when light, hits an atom.
Splitting into colors.
Yes. I was gonna say something totally different.
How does that help you see behind the corner?
So, Mamba, I actually have a question for you. Did you know that the man who actually invented this form of refraction that you're invoking, he modeled it on a flat plane? Did you know that?
I did not.
Yeah, he did. And when you talk about refraction, you must know that there are types of refraction. And you have to be specific which kind you mean. Which kind of refraction?
Oh, what's going on?
Mirroring, towering.
What's going on? Flat Earth shit.
And no, answer the man's question. Get was addressing.
It wasn't a question. I don't think he said I need to, specify what types of refraction.
Yeah,
that's not a fucking question. Then come on, man.
Yeah.
No, I think he was just saying I need to specify what type, but I don't think he was asking a question.
Okay,
yes,
man.
I was
asking you what type of refraction. That's
I don't
know.
Yeah.
Specify type of refraction. I mean, yeah, you can follow that with a question mark, maybe. I don't know. Up to you, man. I have a band hammer too. It's like for that type of like stupid shit. It's like, all right, that's not funny. You don't know, you can say I don't know.
So, do you have any counter arguments?
I already said I don't know like 3 times.
Oh, okay. All right.
That's honest.
So, do you have any counter arguments to the fact that your refraction that you're invoking was modeled on a flat plane?
I'm not invoking any types of refraction. I literally only mentioned that a Glober mentioned something about refraction. I don't even claim that position at all.
Okay, so you admit that there's not refraction, or I'm trying to understand.
Well, I admit that I'm clueless on the subject, really.
All right, okay. So can I ask you something? I'm sorry. Go ahead, Sasha. I was just gonna ask this.
No, you Sasha, can go ahead. I was just gonna ask him if.
No. It's just I'm being silly, like logically silly. Where it's like, how can you invoke something or comment about that which you do not know. It's just a very interesting
I was simply bringing it up to ask if there was anything worth mentioning about refraction on the image. If anyone could bring up a point about that, because I'm basically just here to learn, really, and I heard something about
fair
refraction
enough.
at one point and wanted to see if that.
Well, if that's what you want, then that's cool then, and that can be broken down to you, like how you cannot apply that, but okay. Cool. Sasha, go ahead. I cut you off, man.
Oh, I was just gonna ask if he's on the fence, because he seems like he's a glober, but he doesn't actually know enough about his own globe model.
Precisely, yeah. I've been on the fence, then I leaned more towards globe, and I'm basically on that point. I'm leaning it towards globe, but still somewhat on the fence and willing to accept, willing to listen, basically.
So, all right.
Okay.
For
in
terrestrial
this case,
refraction.
Yeah. In your case, I would like to suggest you something. When you will go to read about refraction, if you see the term bending of light, then you should be aware that that is a fallacious term, because light cannot be bent.
What's path? Not?
I'm sorry?
The path light is going on, can it not be changed?
Well, that's a trajectory. So light is moving, propagating. And it's not the same thing like when you throw a piece of steel, yeah? When you take the steel in your hand, you can bend it. And when you throw it, it will go ballistic. If you throw it very, very hard, for a short distance, it will go in a straight line.
Right, until gravity affects it.
No, that's not gravity that affects it, but yeah, we can get there too.
All force pushes it down.
So I just wanted you to know the meaning of the bending of light, because light will be, if you take it as a particle, like that piece of steel you just throw, then how can you bend its trajectory? It will change its trajectory according to its kinetic energy, and it's not gravity, it's not any magic of the air doing that. And when you take light as a wave, like in water or a very long string, yeah, and you create a wave in that string, yeah, that bending of the string will be propagating itself through the string. But the string itself is not the light, nor the water is not the wave,
Yeah, I'm following.
Yeah. And about gravity, I would suggest to search why they do not teach gravity at MIT University in USA, at physics classes. They do teach it at astronomy class, astrophysics and astronomy, but they do not teach it in physics classes. At physics, they teach incoherent electrostatic acceleration instead of gravity. And I think
you mentioned that light doesn't bend. If observed light bend due to gravity.
And that's true.
as well as.
Dude, you're gonna have to attain the radius of a photon now. Don't you play with that gravity word, man?
Yeah.
I'm telling you, you play with that like I will squeeze you into like go ahead. You're gonna go Newtonian, gravity is pulling it, mass attracting mass.
Yeah.
How about photons are fucking massless? We know this. So okay, cool, awesome. How could you attract a massless thing? And it's based on mass. Boom. So you can't. It falls. Your argument falls apart like from the get go. Like you know what I mean? Because it's a massless. Part.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying completely.
Go ahead. Get. Yeah.
Yeah. And about gravity, it's not a force. It's not anything. It's nothing that exists. It's just a nice story and concept because when you look at the formula equation of calculating the big G, in fact, the force F equals G m1 times m2 by the radius square. When you look at that equation, you will see that formula equation is not a vectorial equation. And that's because in the theory of gravity, they say that mass attracting mass. And you don't have repulsion force like anti-gravity. It doesn't exist. You can go to any physicist and ask them about anti-gravity and they will tell you it doesn't exist. Like they will confirm to you and they will explain to you why it doesn't exist. This thing makes gravity force non-existent. It cannot be a force because it doesn't have a repulsion force. It has only attraction. So it's univectorial. It's only one vector.
Well, I agree gravity is not a force. I don't think it's not air, but I agree gravity is not a force.
Because of this, gravity cannot establish a field. When we talk, for example, about magnetism, magnetism is real. You know it. You have experienced it. You have played with magnets in your lifetime. You know that they either attract or they repel each other, according to which poles you point to each other. Correct? And you felt that.
I believe what you said was correct from my understanding. Magnets, yeah.
I mean, when you take two magnets and you put them together, you feel that they either attract each other or they repel each other,
right,
according to which poles you are pointing at themselves. So, with gravity, you don't have this.
The equal and opposite is what he's saying.
Yeah.
Where's your equal and opposite to gravity, you know? If it's attracting, so this is, right? So this is actually an argument, it was an argument for like Einstein's bendy spacetime too, where if mass is causing like the spacetime to bend, wouldn't spacetime then that must have like an internal stress that's reacting to it and trying to straighten itself out? Of course, mathematical nonsense at this point. We're arguing deep Narnia nonsense, which
the only way to have a field is to have binary charges or poles. North, south, plus and minus, positive, negative charge.
Right, so you're saying there should be a repellent from gravity, something should be pushing back.
Yeah, anti-gravity, it doesn't exist. Because, for example, I can point you to make a simple test like dropping a couple of objects, and you will see that gravity is not there. You can take two magnets and glue them together the way they repel each other. And you take another two magnets and you put them together the way they attract each other. And when you drop them from a building, you will see that those two magnets which actually repel each other, they will always fall the last. So using forcing opposing magnetic fields together directly affects the down vector. So this attraction is a manifestation of electricity, magnetism, and electrostatic forces.
Would that still be accurate in a vacuum, though?
Yeah, it will work in a vacuum also. The opposing magnets will always fall at a slower rate than any other element.
With air friction completely taking out the fraction?
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I know, it's very interesting.
I'm going to do more research on that. Do you have a site for that?
This actually is a US patent. It has been discovered by Boyd Bushman, which was in the 1970s, and he was a Martin Lockheed engineer. So this discovery about this opposing pole magnets, it's his discovery. And it is a US patent on this.
Say that name one more time. Sorry about that.
Yeah. Sorry?
Say that name one more time. Sorry.
Boyd Bushman. Then also like Foucault's pendulum, where when you make a pendulum and you swing it, but if you use lead weight, lead is a very funny, weird metal, because as a single atom is diamagnetic, and as a metal it is paramagnetic properties. And because of these two magnetic properties opposite, it has this property to be very, very slightly attracted to each other. So it tends to conglomerates. You know, if you have two balls of metal, of lead, there is an attraction force between them because of these magnetic properties.
So with the go on.
Sorry. Yeah. So this is why they use lead as the weight in Foucault's pendulum, because there is the ground is a negative Gaussian plane in our existence, and vast majority of the elements of nature, they belong to the negative plane. They are attracted towards the negative. And there are elements which are attracted to the positive, like helium. And helium always rises. You know? And even if you create like liquid helium and stuff like that, and you keep it in a container, you will see that helium is climbing the walls of its container, and it will be leaking out, you know. And it's always absorbing energy, any kind of energy, and to evaporate.
So I want to ask with the mention about magnets.
Yeah.
So the two, which one goes slower? Which one goes faster?
The magnets which you glue them together, the way they repel each other.
Slower or faster? Go slower or faster than the ones that
they fall slower. They don't fall with 9.81 meters per second square acceleration.
So
they fall at
what
a
I'm reading is
slower
that
rate.
there's no real peer-reviewed evidence on that. Can you link me another citation? No, it's linked is not peer-reviewed. It's I wouldn't really say it's a solid citation. Also, if magnets fell slower, wouldn't people use it like airplanes, like spacecraft, rockets, etc.? Wouldn't that be used everywhere? Like if they had the ability to go slower than gravity's rate?
You should try right. Like Martin Lockheed will reveal their secrets just like that, right? You know, they have this special kind of paint, which is stealth technology. Do you think they will just sell it to you like that?
Okay, but is there any actual peer-reviewed evidence on that claim that two magnets that are glued together that repel each other will go slower? I have not been able to find any peer-reviewed claim. And it's a very easy thing to test.
There is a video on YouTube with this experiment. It's not a very good video. It's quite very old.
Oh no, I want some peer-reviewed evidence.
You can do it yourself.
Is there any evidence on the claim? Because that would be that's a huge claim, and there would be a lot of peer-reviewed evidence.
And I said, this is a U.S. patent, so you can find the patent.
Which is more important? Which is held at a higher standard, peer review or experimentation?
Yeah.
Which is more valid?
I have to go work.
Sure. Experimentation is more valuable than peer review.
Understandable, and I may at the end of the day test it if I think it's huge. I still don't think it would hold.
More than consensus, and consensus is in science. I will take demonstration over consensus every day.
Okay. Yeah, I hear you. I completely get that. Let me just say my point though. That claims a huge claim. That would be something that would have evidence backed up if it were possible. It is a very easy thing to test.
Well,
and I agree that testing and experimenting is much better than peer review data.
Have you seen any of the tests they do with the neodymium magnets and the tubes and copper tubes? And it's a known fact how magnetics work. A lot of people are experimenting more with them right now. So everything we think.
I'm just saying that the claim that two magnets repelling each other glued together go slower than a magnet that is not repelling each other.
Under what circumstances?
It would have some evidence behind it. Someone would have tested it by now, and it would have a lot of peer-reviewed evidence behind that. And if not, it would be something easy to test. Well, yeah, I agree.
Listen,
I don't think it would work personally.
That's a whole lot of assumption there. They got 1,000,001 patents for great ideals that people research the patents all day long, and they got all these new ideals and concepts, but nobody's tested them, nobody's used them, nobody's reviewed them.
Has anyone here tested that? The two magnets repelled glued? Has anyone here tested that?
Under what circumstance? I tried to ask that twice.
Maybe a vacuum? That would be even better.
Listen. Two magnets together fall slower in the air.
Well, I would say the experiment would. I would say the experiment would be better without air friction, and in a vacuum, it would be a lot more.
No, that's not what I'm asking. Is that the claim that if you just tape magnets?
Yes, that is what he's claiming. He's claiming that if you take two magnets that repel each other and glue them together and drop them, it would go slower than the magnets that.
But isn't that through a copper tube, Gemsy?
They never mentioned copper tube.
It could be through an aluminum tube.
Yeah, you can. That's eddy currents, the copper tube, and that. So it's a known phenomenon called eddy currents, which is actually induction.
Are you talking about
magnet
tube? Did I miss that? Is he talking about like just general airdrop?
I don't know. Honestly, I wasn't. I just tuned in right now. So
Do you remember that guy's name that came up with the patent?
He said, yes, I have the name. Boyd Bushman. And people say there's evidence to claim it other than this one patent. No peer-reviewed evidence. No,
you don't need peer-reviewed evidence.
Proper experiments being done. I mean, what I'm just trying to say is that if there's something that huge, someone in society would have tested it, would have noticed it, and would have released some information on it publicly.
Well, that's
we have fucking 7 billion people, 10 billion people. I could test it at my house right now, and I'm probably sure it wouldn't work.
Hey, we got 100 different patents on the effects of acoustic sounds on the human body. Have you tested any of them? Do you look at the patents and just see what any patent is that's been registered and just test them? I mean, that's a large assumption to make that people are just sitting there reading.
No. It's not about testing a patent. It's about testing something that is absolutely huge to our universe. I mean, that's huge. If something like that was possible, it would be
patents
huge.
always precede science, man. Like the scientific world always tries to reverse engineer these patents. This is where they come in. How the
Fair
fuck
enough,
is this
fair
organized?
enough. But this is something that would have been this is something that would have been absolute leap.
At least give me that. If people knew it existed, they'd test it, right? Give me that first. Before you can test something, you have to be aware of it.
Even if you weren't aware of something like that, that would have been tested by someone in some type of way.
Well, that's
a super easy experiment.
And I'm not saying
right now.
I'm not. Listen, dude, awareness is the biggest thing. So you assume there's a committee there just sitting there looking at every patent that goes through and testing everything. Instead of
That's not what I'm saying, man. I'm saying, look, if I were to drop 2 magnets right now.
I ain't claimed that, man. Mike, are you claiming the magnet thing?
No, I'm not.
I'm not claiming that.
I'm actually trying to reiterate on it, but I can't get a word in.
I'm listening to you, man.
Go ahead, man.
Well, my only point is even if it's a patent statement, that doesn't mean that the right people are going to be aware of it at the right time, so it's going to be tested. You're making the assumption that anything that pops out on Earth is known to everybody and somebody would have tested. That's just kind of asinine to me, to believe that way.
That's not what I think. I think this is something that is huge. If you were able to slower gravity, it would be an absolute leap.
Well, I agree with that, and I don't think it was slowed gravity. I think it's just a phenomenon. For it to slow gravity, gravity would absolutely have to be electromagnetic in nature, but whatever. But people
maybe he was talking about a copper tube, though. To be honest, he could be.
I'm pretty sure he was. I'm pretty sure he was, but it's eddy currents, and people are already aware of these.
Yep. I was saying, that's what eddy currents is what they're called.
Yeah, people are aware of these, but they're not out there doing that testing.
He did mention Boyd Bushman. I wanted to see what the patent was that Boyd Bushman. Because maybe he's not talking about a copper tube, because he did bring up a patent. Boyd B. Bushman.
I do not know.
Bushman, Boeing. Or no, Lockheed Martin.
Boyd.
Lockheed.
What's that? Say that name again.
Martin Lockheed would be the owner. Boyd Bushman would be the submitter.
Isn't it Lockheed Martin?
Yeah. It's interesting what you can find on the patents page.
It is. the oddity of shit that you get on there is why I always thought myself, man, how come somebody hasn't tested this? How come that hasn't been tested? So that's just where I come from, the point of view that that's a large assumption to make, that people would already tested that. We got patents that have been around for 200 years that nobody's done shit with. Or then again, maybe they have, and they just got crushed by big industry that would fall on their ass if you came out with this technology. Like, you know, the minute you come out with a hovercraft, anti-gravity aircraft, you just put Boeing out of business, right?
Boeing, Ford, everybody. You put everyone, all of them.
Yeah, you're absolutely.
Run into a vehicle off of nitrogen out of thin air.
In an instant, every Mach 10, Mach 15 fucking jet on the planet is insufficient, and every fucking military force on Earth is no longer up to par. And in the moment that you just start to produce this shit, or design it, or even try to design your process, the minute engineering starts, all the world is fucked. Everything's about to change, and I mean everything. Just with one large advancement like that. From the ecosystem, you guarantee Wall Street's going to fucking collapse, because they're all going to want to take their money and put it in your shit. And the motherfucker with the most money, well, guess what? He's going to build the first airships out of that shit. And there's going to be a new world order again.
Yep. It happened with the railways, man.
Went from Zeppelins to airplanes.
It all happens to a degree, though. It all happens to a degree. If you were just to take that hovercraft and send it out to 500 people.
Listen, bro. Video killed the radio star. What the fuck do you think anti-gravity will do to fucking air flight?
It's all due to gravity. Not gravity. It's all due to greed. It's all due to greed.
No more bicycles. I want a hover bike. No more roller skates. I want fucking hover skates, bitch. Don't fuck around with that Tyco racetrack. Give me that hover track, bitch. I want that real shit, mama. Santa Claus bitch better not be petty. I don't want a dirt bike no more. I want one of them anti-gravity plane. I'm gonna ride the motherfucking jet.
Hey, who wouldn't, dude? Who wouldn't?
You ever heard of a phenomenon called ion leakage? I just posted an article I think you'd be interested in. It's how to propel a very light craft with just the ion wind from the breakdown of the air that's around.
Oh, yeah. Is that like an asymmetrical capacitor? Yeah, same thing, right?
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, cool. Yep. Yeah, those are fucking badass, man. There's a patent on that with what's his name, Townsend Brown.
Yeah, ion propulsion.
Yep.
Brown's phenomenon.
Yep, it's legit.
And I don't think that's been peer reviewed.
Yeah, I don't think it will be for reasons. Yeah. You peer review that shit at home with your aluminum foil.
Aluminum foil, balsa wood, some Corona wire, and there you go.
I just want to point out that there's a reason a lot of things, some of the best things in the world don't come to light. The same reason why, that's the same reason why we wouldn't want you to live in reality. Because when we let everybody, live in reality, every day you wake up, reality can change and surpass the people who live in it. All technology can be outdated in a day when all men are intelligent. There'd be no limit. No limit to anything we do. If we explored every technological avenue we have, all roads would no longer lead to Rome, and Rome can't have that.
And the largest the largest issue is communication.
Yeah.
Talking between countries?
Yeah.
Between everyone.
No, communication between us and the motherfuckers with the best ideals, the best technologies. Those things that could actually allow humanity to live in a free state. Natural freedom. Not free to do as I say. You guys don't miss it. You don't know what freedom is.
I remember the days before 9/11.
Right now, I feel like the 80s were more free than we are now.
Be able to
And it
just come
probably-
and go on the train as you please. Bus
Yeah,
tickets,
it's
plane
fucked up,
tickets,
man.
no worries.
It's all gravy.
Getting sexually molested at the airport.
Yeah, that's what happens now. That's like,
Yeah.
I used to always hope for the girl pat down.
yeah, what if
You know what I do? Hey, you know what I'd say when they got down on their knees and they start going down the leg? I tell them, hey, while you're down there, why don't you tell me how long it is?
they say, let me see. They go, sir, you need to take off your shoes. And I go, are you sure you want that?
Yeah. That was my dad.
My work boots.
You don't want me to take them shoes off, woman. Let me tell you. Okay, I fucking warned you. That was my dad.
Work boots.
Yeah, good. You can. Red Wings are the best boots there are, but they also hold the sink in while they keep the moisture out.
Yeah, that's what you get for lifetime warranty.
Yeah.
You get lifetime fucking stink with that.
Yeah, the first sweat that you ever sweated in them bitches is in there when you're throwing them out. If they keep your feet dry, they don't keep your feet dry because they hold the sweat in.
Yeah, if you drown from your own sweat.
Yeah.
Fungus, yep.
You get athlete's foot or wrinkle foot.
Wrinkle foot.
Yeah, soggy toe, you know.
Yeah. It still like hurts.
Yeah.
I guess athlete's foot like burns or something like that.
Yeah, athlete's foot burns like a motherfucker. You never had athlete's foot? Oh, that shit.
Not that I can remember.
Itches and burns. Poison ivy, poison oak ain't got shit on athlete's foot, man. Shit. And I feel
you got some more of that tenactin?
Right. Hey, I feel like those dudes that get gout, you know, that's from drinking. Heavy drinkers usually get gout. My foot was itching from athlete's foot one day, and my cousin was crying about gout and limping his ass off. I thought, damn, there is something worse than athlete's foot, you know? I put cream on my shit, and I'm all right. He's fucked. He walking like his heels bruised, and I was like, what the fuck's wrong with you? He's like, I got gout. I drink too much. I had to quit beer. I said, well, how the hell are you making it? He's like, lime vodka. I was like, man, how about you just go sober for a minute, bro? I got some distilled water in the fridge.
Water tastes good and sweet if you haven't had it in a while.
Right, that should be like refreshing to your body, motherfucker.
You probably dilute the gout.
I can tell them city folks that don't do nothing but drink, man. They come out here and get that good filtered fucking well water, run through a softener, and they're like, man, your water's the bomb, motherfucker. I'm like, you need it then. Drink 3 glasses.
Yourself a couple gallons too.
Right, take some home with you, shit. If it tastes that good, dude, to me, it's just normal water, you know what I mean?
Coffee tastes like.
I do taste the difference. I go in town and have coffee with my sister, and I don't like it. So if she says, hey, why don't you come in for coffee? I'm like, yeah, but I'm bringing a couple gallons of well water, you know? Don't make that shit till I get there.
Yeah, but with cherries, you can fart and think it's a fart, and it's not really a fart.
Dude, when I go in the city, and I'm a country folk, right, I got allergies, and my nose is stuffed up. My sister turns the sink on, and I smell the chlorine bleach from the dining room. From the fucking dining room, I'm like, how the fuck?
Dude,
how do you?
I drink reverse osmosis, and I can fucking smell the fucking chlorine in tap water all the time. It's like, what the fuck, man? It smells like bleach, dude.
Yeah, I
Why
told
drinking
my sister,
bleach?
fuck. I got this old 2,000-gallon reservoir container from a Winnebago, man. You want me to hook you up a just drinking water system? Because I can do that, you know. Put a little electrical pump in this reservoir, put a water softener in the basement, run one pipe up, here's your drinking water. Don't fucks with nothing but this. When it's empty, give me a holler. Put that bitch I'll make a pop-up trailer for it. When it's empty, I'll just unhook everything, drag it home, and fill it up. Drink that fucking city water. That shit,
fuck that shit. Never, man. Me and my RO filter go everywhere I go.
I couldn't bathe in it, so I got a question for you city people. When you get in the shower, can you just let that bleach water shit run over your eyes without it burning your eyes?
No.
You know, my softened well water,
Hell
I can sit there with my eyes open and just let it blow all over my face and it doesn't even burn. I can keep my eyes open and stare into the spigot.
You can see if it's clogged.
Stare into the spigot.
I'm serious.
It's just funny, right? You know.
The first time I went to my brother's house, I thought, yeah, I'll get a glass of water. I'll get it from the tap. You know, he's like, don't do that, bro. You won't drink that shit. I turned it on. I was like, what the fuck is this shit? You serious?
Yeah, like if you're in a swimming pool, if you go underwater and open your eyes, they'll burn.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're in the river out here, in the Colorado River, and you dive underwater and you open your eyes, you can see the fish and everything, and your eyes don't burn.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's how I'm living out here.
And that's got like fish pee in it.
Yeah.
That's good for your eyes, probably, man.
Frog eggs and fish pee.
Yeah,
that's the good stuff, I would say.
I can't imagine what that bleach does to your guys' skin and shit, man. No wonder I don't have.
Dries your skin out, man. That's why lotion bills are so big in the city.
Yeah, that's probably why so many kids got acne problems too. When you're drying out all your skin, you get puddles of oil. Instead of it being evenly distributed like it's supposed to be throughout your skin, it's puddles up in spots, and them spots become boils.
Yeah, I had bad acne back then when I was a teenager.
And I relish my water. If I do go to a restaurant in this city and they ask me, do I want a glass of water? I'm like, nope. Coffee, nope.
Thanks.
Yeah, restaurants, like, they get it straight from the tap, bro.
Yep.
Also, the ice in restaurants is like dirtier than the toilet.
Tastes like plastic.
Oh, it's dirtier than the toilet. I'm serious. They don't clean out those filters or those ice machines. They just keep letting it run.
Yeah. I don't think the one place we went, I don't think they even know their ice machines got filters.
Right.
Yeah, those big blue things right next to it with the pipes. There's 3 of them. Yeah, you got to change those things out like every 3 months, man.
What?
Yeah.
What is that?
Fuck, I got 3 Culligan inline filters that come off my pump, and then it goes through a water softener. And I change my filters yearly.
I got a 7-stage.
Yeah.
7-stage RO. I got.
Yep. And then normally for the day I distill water and then I'll drink tap water. So I try to get reverse osmosis.
Tastes the same as distilled to me. I can't tell the difference. Neither can my ppm meter. You know,
if you're going to use it to grow, best to use like a continuous RO. That way you can get up to like 50 gallons a day instead of like gallon.
Yeah. No, that's what I got. Yeah, I can get. My filter is rated. It depends on the pressure of the water. So I can get 100 gallons a day if I just double up the pressure coming in.
When you're getting them, when you're getting them hydroponics and orgoponics, and you're worried about pH levels, doesn't it make you wonder about the pH level of your body?
Yeah, man. For sure.
Well, that's why I go soil, and I like eating the skin on the vegetables.
Yeah, I mean, we're essentially a battery, right? When the energy,
I love the skin.
When the signals stop flowing, when the electrical signals stop flowing, the heart quits and we die.
Yeah.
So wouldn't you want longevity for a battery life longevity?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what's a pacemaker? That's an absolute proof that your dielectric energized battery full of electrolytes.
Yep, that's why you need salt.
It is.
Yep. That's how you live long. You just
and you know if you're
a lot of salt per day.
You know if you're losing salt, 'cause if you've ever been in the desert out here and you start sweating, at the end of the day, you go to wipe your forehead and you just feel like this sandy crust.
Yep.
Green crystals, salt crystals. Yep.
And it's not just salt; it's like all the other like electrolytes that your body uses.
Soup. Yeah, soup of minerals. Yep. Mineral soup that you lost.
Kind of disgusting.
Well, you got to replenish that.
Yeah.
Who's this mod ain't never scared? Who the hell's that? What's up, Neva? Ain't Neva scared? I got a sister named Neva. That don't spell never. It spells Neva. Her name's Neva Jean. She hates it when I Jean her. But she Michael Johns me. What's up, Brad? Fuck you doing? I ain't heard you talking to Coon's age. Cafe Mocha. What's with all these names changed? Look, we're gonna put a board up, man. Before you can change your name, you gotta add it to the board. I don't like not knowing who people are, damn it. I serve wifey. Is that your wife, Am? I serve Diane. Is that your old lady?
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, that's okay. Cool.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that. I couldn't remember her name.
Oh, what are you guys talking about me?
Yeah.
Yeah. I just
I did. I said, "Is that your wife?" But I couldn't remember what your name was. Your last name. Yes, I'm high.
Cool.
Hope everyone's doing well.
Oh yeah.
I'm alive. I can't complain. I never complain when I'm alive. You won't hear me complain dead either. So I hope anyway.
Because that windstorm that came by, like, ripped 4 branches off my plant. It's starting to look like a Charlie Brown Christmas tree. I'm pissed.
Hey, maybe it'll root out and bush out, man.
Nah, it's this thing's like 8 foot tall.
Sirius got a rage quit here, man. Good night. I ain't had nobody get pissed off like that since DJ Come Too Quick.
Who was it that rage quit?
Jerry.
Yeah, that was pretty good, man.
He said, "Fuck you guys. I'll see you in 6 years when I'm live streaming Discord from space."
Hold your breath, dude.
Matter of fact, I'm gonna get me a screenshot of that.
Yeah, that's a Golden Globey, man. That's a Golden Globey award. Yeah, man, how I get that shit.
Hell, that's 1,000 points. This server is cringe and blue-pilled. I'm out. I'll return in 6 years when I'm streaming Discord in space. Woohoo!
Got him.
Yeah, got him.
Yep, got him.
The hydrology fucked him. He still didn't give me the flux rate. What the fuck? I let him go without.
No, man, he didn't answer any of that shit.
He didn't give any like citations at all.
Well, if the atmosphere is like he says it is, it absolutely has to have a flux rate. There you go. You better get you a copy of that, Cyrus.
Oh, yeah.
Wait, I got an idea. I got an idea. Probably a bad idea. But I got an idea.
I know they always go to the macroscopic container. You mean atoms? Where's the container for atoms? Well, atoms would fluctuate and go continuously through materials, so there would be an exchange. Yes, you have to contain atoms. And even then, you can't contain them perfectly. So there's no perfectly closed system, right, in nature. We couldn't cite one, could we? A perfectly contained
closed
system. Right.
Shit.
No.
I don't know. Yeah.
I thought a contained system was a ideal thought.
Well, a closed system?
Or isolated. Well, closed is, there's no mass transfer.
Yeah,
isolated system is really, isolated is fictitious.
Yeah.
Isolated system. Where there's no transfer of anything. It's like, okay, sure. Theoretical.
Yeah, but even in
gonna be an astronaut.
Even in a closed system, there'd be energy leakage. That's the flux rate. It'd go through the walls of the containers.
Mm-hmm.
Hell, he didn't even. He tried to get a right off that. He's like, I'm not going to define that. He asked me to define a couple things. I'm like, man, I asked for that definition and never got it. Okay, boom, right to the next topic. Yeah, okay. We had him cornered there and people were trying so hard to give him that door obfuscation. I was like, hell no, you ain't getting out of this punk.
You mean Bong? Yeah, I think that was Bong. Bong Sao.
Yeah, I need his address so I can send him a bag of weed. Here, smoke this, be quiet while I crush Jerry. Merry Christmas. Happy Hallelujah or whatever. Honolulu. What do they celebrate in Hawaii?
Mahakaliki Maka.
Yeah. That. Is that Samoan? Is that a Samoan holiday?
I think it's Hawaiian.
Okay.
I'm not sure. I know that's how they say, Merry Christmas over there is Mahakaliki Maka, because I paid attention and watched too many times that stupid Chevy Chase movie. You know that one, National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation? Stupid.
I thought the funniest part was when he said, you never answered my question, and I made him repeat it, and I was like, oh no, we answered all that thoroughly, you just disagreed. You tried to give one vector to some shit when you created the vector it escapes out of. So it doesn't have one vector, it's just going to go to the weakest point. The weakest point is lowest pressure through the orifice or the missing surface area, which is what you created. I knew you was going to get him with the hose, though. He didn't get the ideal steady flow. He didn't know that.
Yeah, exactly.
You change the orifice, you just change the velocity. You didn't change the pressure or the flow. It's still a steady flow.
It's counterintuitive, though, right? Because you would think that, oh yeah, right. No, it's that when you put your finger on the nozzle, you feel that momentum trying to push your finger away. You're right. But and the idea is if you create enough resistance to impede the flow, then you'll get a pressure increase. But if you did not impede the flow, exactly.
What he doesn't get is when the spigot's shut off, then you have an increased pressure and it maintains the solid pressure. But once it's open, it has a steady flow, not a steady pressure.
Just like it's the gap in the bearings of your engine that determines the engine's oil pressure.
It is. A lot of people don't know that.
I know.
You can perfectly match all those air gaps, right?
Oh yeah. Blueprint everything out.
Yeah.
Plastic gauge it all.
Bore it all. Plastic gauge. That's one I haven't heard.
The squeezy plastic thing.
In a long time. That company is right here in Jackson, Michigan, Plastic Gauge. Yeah, they
used that stuff back in high school, man.
It's now Han Elastomer Plastic Gauge. My buddy owned Plastic Gauge. His dad owned Plastic Gauge. He was my dad's buddy. And we used to get them bearing gauges where you just press them in there, they flatten them out, and then you calibrate them, with the caliper.
Yeah.
Gauge them. And then you can get the air gap perfect on every bearing for every crank set.
Dude, they had us measure, mic everything down to the fourth digit. They said there's no reason to have that precision, but why not when the tool's reading it for you? Learn how to read the tool,
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, yeah, that makes sense.
I've seen people do that with whack. instead of a plastic gauge. They'll gauge it with wax and gauge the thickness of the wax. But you can't get that close, Josh.
Oh, I know.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
just to measure the gap. That's it.
Yeah, just the air gap.
Then you subtract the bearing, and then
Yeah,
order
it's-
that bearing, and then set it in.
Yeah, and
Mike
it's for
it, do the math.
It's for even flow. And you order it if you're not going to machine it, if you're not going to attempt to machine the bearings you bought to fit that dimension. So the ideal is to have an even air gap down every one so there's no uneven distribution of friction. In other
When
words,
you're making, when your in-laws help you work on their motor, you know, you put the plastic gauge in, you bolt the bearings all down. You're like, all right, now we got to take it off. They're like, what?
Come on, man, just keep it in there. Who cares? Just fuck it.
Or they
Run it the way it
try
is.
to like move the pistons or something like that. Just rotate the engine a little bit. It's like, well, you just screwed that all up.
Yeah, that's my nephew. How many fucking times you got to build this, Uncle Mike? I'm like, well, do you want it right? Or, I mean, do you just want it to rattle them? You'll get a couple good runs out of her. We can just throw her together. Fuck it. Or do you want it to last forever? You know, that's the question. The question is, how much work do we want to do? The question is, what do you want when we're done? That dictates how much we're going to do. I mean, you got to be a dumbass to buy all new parts and just throw it together, right?
How come? I mean, they do realize that there is some variance from the manufacturer to manufacturer. I
Well,
don't know if they realize
yeah,
it.
guys that are familiar with it, yeah, they do, but not the guy you're just trying to teach. The kid that said, I want a car like yours, and then 8 months later when he still hasn't figured out to do this one part right, the one part, and I keep pushing him to do it, he's like, damn, this is a lot of work. I'm like, well, damn, you don't even write it down. I've told you to get this shit right for 6 fucking months. Write it down. What do you think I gave you the notepad for? I told you when we're done, you should have 50 of these. You still got 2. You should have 50 notepads full. Never a question, because you can go to the corpus of the knowledge I gave you right there in your notepads. I got notepads. Oh, do you? I was like, yeah, I broke a whole toolbox out of them. There you go. You go back 30 years, you can read shit that I got from your grandpa. You go back a little farther and you can read shit your grandpa wrote in my notepads. Because he said, look, this motherfucker ain't getting it. Let me write it down for him. My dad was a stickler about taking notes. You should write something about every problem you ever come across. If you're in performance automotive, if you're just change a part when it goes junk, then hey, just live by the wind. Fuck it. I'm not into that. I'm into. It took me 3 weeks to figure this problem out. The next time, I'll know it when I see it. I don't like to do the same shit over and over again. Then try to call myself an intelligent person. No, that.
So what is talking to Globies all the time? Is that not doing the same thing over and over again?
It's my approach I change. And how I kick my fellow members out the way so I can do that approach. I change that too. I get a little style for a blocking elbow, a shoving forearm, a shifting palm, a gentle please. All the way to, hey, I ain't fucking in the mood for it today, or shut up or I'll demote you. It's all in the technique, bro. I fine-tune the technique. It hasn't worked yet, though, so you are technically right. It's lunacy, bro. Now I just pick my battles. Fuck it. No, I want this one. Fuck it. I'm kicking everybody out of the way. This one's mine. I mean, we built this platform because we enjoy to argue with these motherfuckers, and then we argued with these motherfuckers until they come in here. We went on their own platforms and kicked their ass on YouTube and Google Hangouts until They were so pissed off that we mopped the floor with them. They had to come to our place and try to do it to us. They'd come in here and call us by name. We got bored and we passed it along. And now when we get the itch, like, oh yeah, this is one of my flavor here, we just got to muscle our way in there. Because, I mean, everybody's used to just not having to yield the floor to us because we've given them that. So I don't get mad about it no more. That's what we wanted. I can't do this forever. I'm not going to be here forever to take it to the next level. So I got to sit back and motivate other people, right? Like the next generation. But I'm not over yet, you know. I got one more good one in me, if not 1,000. I don't know. But I ain't passed yet, but I'm in the mode of passing, if you're with me. And there are some new people who I thoroughly enjoy the fact that I help teach them stuff. When they come in here, I'll mute my damn self. Because not only can they handle this well, they still got the patience to handle the group mentality that we all deal with, you know. And I know none of these guys mean, you know, bad. They mean well. They just don't know they're not helping. That's all. But for the guy that can give me the floor, I have no problem shutting up when he's got a good debate going on too. So.
Yep. Same here. Same here, man.
Right, and people notice that, and that's why they respect you. There's certain people that I don't have to fight with when I'm trying to get the floor, and I make sure they don't have to do the same when they're doing the same. I try to help them be heard. I just know it works much better when we work together as a team. You know, all together we control the flow of the voice chat. When it was me, Indio, Jose, me, Morvet, and Cass, and Anna Catherium, and Ace Mick Super Loud. Now, Ace, he was a dickhead. He threw a wrench in it all the time. But the rest of us, we were never tripping over each other to make a point. One of us was commanding, and the rest of us were muting or warning people in text lobby so that we could keep it civil. And then when the one that was running it came to a topic that they weren't best at and somebody else was real good at, we just passed it. And it worked fluid like that. And it worked out good, and it was a more thorough ass whooping. Because you didn't have one guy that felt like the burden was entirely on him.
Dude, that's exactly how I feel. And this is my testimony, right? Like, I witnessed that, like, when I first came to the server, right, where I was just chilling, man, you know, and you guys gave me, like, you guys gave us, like, time to shine, where you will get your time. Like, just chill and do whatever you like to argue, and you will have time to shine. And, like, eventually one day I was like, oh, shit, like, oh, hey, you know, your mod's like, oh, okay, cool. I was like, all right, phenomenal. You know?
Yeah. People start calling on you, and dude, that's like right now with me and you just flow together perfect. We come to a point where I know you're ready to open your mouth because we're off in your area. I'm like, no, you go ahead. I already feel you itching. And you're like,
yeah, exactly, man. Exactly, right. You can, and I love that, right? Where exactly, man. Where like I don't know like shit about stars and observations. Like I pass it on right away. Like, hey, Jose, hey, Mike, hey, man, there you go, dude. Like I don't, all you, man. Like I don't, you know, anyone else. I don't go fuck. I'm stepping back.
And you know how well that worked on him, because when it's a 1v1, one person loses intensity. But when you're at the height of your intensity and you pass it on to another motherfucker, he jumps right up to the height of his intensity, and the intensity level on this side stays high. While the other side is the side getting worn down. So I like to cloud motherfuckers in here, and by cloud I mean overshadow. Fuck up their game plan, you understand? There's only one way to do that. It's keep them on the ropes. Keep them fully knowing that they don't have the full capacity on the topic they pick. He already knew that. When he stepped up in that shit, he's like, oh, fuck. These two just opened up 10 pathways. I don't even know what the fuck they're talking about, but I got the feeling that they're so confident that these things somehow apply to what we're talking about. He's talking about one unanswered question. I had 5 different variables that go along with it. Well, you were being hyper specific about one. I was like, yeah, there's still 6.
Yeah, right. Dude, that's what's up, man. That's that synergistic flow. I love it, man. That's why, like, I mute myself unless I find a conversation like this where I can hop in, you know what I'm saying, and play this game at this, like, not like academic level, like this semi-academic level. It's like, all right,
yeah,
let's play this. Let's do this, man. Let's define shit. Hold on, get over here.
Yeah, because we really wasn't proving anything. We were defining everything.
No. Exactly. Like we never really. We were defining every premise in his statement so that he knew he really didn't even know what he was talking about. Just like when he wanted to call the Newtonian force attraction for mass to mass, and you went to centers and you were like, no, I'll give you to the edge, and I'm like, no, it's proportionate to the centers, bro, inversely squared. It's right here in the remedial. I gave him the remedial one. And he's like, but it's not a perfect, it's got a center of mass, bitch. You define it. It's your statement. He's like, oh, can you prove that it's a sphere? I was like, whoa, dude, hold on now.
Why would I?
That's how he's gonna
ask particles in sphere, motherfucker.
What the fuck? Yeah, right.
Yeah, he kept going, can you prove that? Could you get a site for that? And I go, yeah. Where's the site for anything that you're perplexing on, or your thought, like, criming on, or, you know, all of these experiments that you have in your brain that you even said are concrete, because thoughts are concrete. What?
I was going to ask him if we're talking about a compressed or free-flowing particle of gas. Which one? I wouldn't assume that the compressed one would be a sphere. I wouldn't assume either one would be a sphere, but that's just me. But it is.
They have to answer that shit when they invoke like gravitational attraction. Like, okay, come on, man.
I wish they did understand that. You know, I've looked for a way to equate that a long time, and we just walked right into it. But saying that gas is attracted to the Earth, that we can't do a three body n body equation, but you're now into a million body equation. And you want to act like we can easily equate it when there would be no absolution for it. You couldn't give me an absolute anything for it. Not vector, not scale, not anything.
I don't think they know what a 3-body equation would be, man. So it's like, all right, we have to make sure they know that first. Like, do you know what a 3-body equation is? Like,
right.
Yeah.
I wonder what would happen if you were to put a gram of sulfur hexafluoride in a balloon and a gram of helium in a balloon and release them at the same time. I wonder how they would, you know, explain that. Yeah, they weigh the same, but yet one floats and the other one sinks like a stone.
Yeah, and that one vector shit. It's like, dude. Can't invoke kinetic energy and then say one vector.
Right.
There's no way in hell you can do that.
Yeah, I don't know. He's imagining like a red hot piece of steel just chilling there or something. I was like, yeah, that's not what sorry, but that's not how gases behave. It's not what we know.
Right,
sorry,
and he
dude.
said net force. Like, dude, the sum of this shit ain't gonna save you. What the hell?
It's like almost the same thing when somebody brought up a leaf blower, you know, that can change the pressure without a container. And I go, no, the pressure remains the same. All you're doing is you're speeding up the air that's coming out of it. Yeah. You're not changing the pressure in the room.
Yeah, that kind of boils down to velocity too.
Yeah.
The breeze.
The delta.
You've increased the velocity, but you haven't increased pressure.
And I mentioned, like, that's the first, like, when he said some stupid shit about compressibility, I was like, dude, hold on, man. Like, gases are compressible, liquids are not. You know, like, do you know the difference? Like, did you even fucking know that? That's when I noticed, like, doesn't really know what he's talking about. Like, he's got some basic physics knowledge, but nothing. Just like he read the I don't know, the table of contents. Yeah, you know,
the foreword.
He might he might be like in the pre 101, like the 99. You know, the 6th grade. You know, these are the elements. They used to think the elements were earth, air, fire, water, and spirit.
Yeah, right.
You know?
Right.
That kid earlier, Indio just came in and banned him, and then he messaged me on a different account, like, "What's up with that, dude?" And I remember the different account, but I couldn't believe that he actually came in on that other account and got banned, and I didn't even know it was him. I was like, "Wait, what? That was you?" And he's like, "Yeah." I was like, "Damn, how the fuck did I miss that?" I must have got extra high today. I've been working too hard. Damn it.
The guy we were talking to, or someone else?
That Parsi, not Jerry, but the Parsi kid, the 2 kids that were in here.
Okay. Before we hop in, I think.
Yeah. Parsi is a starry, if you've ever heard a starry. And I've argued with a starry quite a few times, and I was arguing with Parsi, and I didn't realize he was a starry. I was like, oh. But he's a polite kid every time, so I don't mind polite kids. I don't get frustrated about the joking around when he's a polite kid and he's making some concessions and actually listens to your rebuttals. That's why I'm just getting a little frustrated about the let's jam pile this dude and be a dickhead or get hyper aggressive and angry and let everybody hear the anger in my voice and then ask 10 minutes later why we don't have a dude to talk to. Well, you just got pissed off at him and threw him out, and he was a kid and you cursed him out on his way. But hey, far be it from me to point any fingers. That's the hardest part of moderating people you like. How do you tell people to stop being a fucking dickhead without pointing fingers at them?
I don't think you can, man. I try to lead by example. Where what's his name? That Jerry, right? The guy we were talking to. Like, he got muted a couple times. I don't give a fuck. Like, I'll mute him. Like, he was okay. Like, he wasn't like. We were just kind of like dogpiling him, so you know he had to get on the defensive. But once I stepped up for him, like, hey, wait, hold on, let him talk. He's just cooled down. He's just like, oh, everything's cool, and we were able to make him, like, you know, rage quit. You gotta apply tactics like that, where, like, just hold on, just let him, let him fucking settle.
That's the main thing. I know the minute they start talking, we all think we know what they're gonna say, and we want to cut them off and rebuttal it right then and there. But what I've realized is that each one of them says it in a different way. You might have heard it before, but if you let this guy finish, at the end of his sentence, he might add on some dumb shit that gives you the rope to wrap around his neck and hang him to death with. But
Exactly, man.
If you don't let this son of a bitch finish, then you just missed an opportunity. They absolutely, with their ego and wanting to compile so much onto what they're saying, to where they think they sealed your coffin and nailed it shut, they usually hang themselves. QE repeats it a lot, you know, and I agree with him. I've seen the same thing. I used to cut people off, but I like to let them finish, because I've let people ramble on for 15 minutes that have said the most horrendous, ludicrous, idiotic shit you've ever heard. And then you just take notes. And then you can systematically tear them down through everything they said. I literally got a notepad here. I take notes sometimes of what people are saying. I just got down
when it gets heated, yep, man. Paper and pen, let's go.
Yeah, you write down 5 points. If he's giving you 50 and you don't want to just ream him on 50, just take the 5 you like and ram him up his ass.
Yep.
But if you don't
let him give you the rope. Yep.
Right. These guys, they give people absolute ways to just run them into the ground, and they go for the simple shit that they can talk about for a fucking hour. It's like, dude, come on, pay attention. The problem, we say, you've been listening enough, you should have heard it. I've torn people apart on that topic 1,000 times. No, they're not listening. They're thinking in their head and waiting for their minute to blurt shit out. That's it. I've realized that a lot of people on both sides don't really pay attention. You know how many?
I'll be honest. Sometimes I don't, man. Sometimes I'll just I know what that guy's gonna say, so I just wander off, and it's not a good habit, you know.
Yeah, I do the same thing. It's just you'll have guys that jump in and try to correct you, and they don't even know where you started from and where you came to. And had they known it, they wouldn't be correcting you.
Yeah.
Hey, can I leave this here?
Triclone. Hell yeah, triclone development. Look, see that one starting
Milky White.
Golden?
Yeah, that one orange one.
That one orange one. You see that?
Is that Mars? Yeah, that's Mars, right?
No.
I see it. It's a sphere. It's globular. It's confirmed.
It's orange.
Earth is a ball.
That's where we want to be now. All these other ones around here, and this really clear one now. You got some foggy ones, but that's not where we want to be. We want to be over here on this brown one.
You want those clear ones cloudy like those ones, and all those cloudy ones orange, if not starting to turn orange, depending on the effect you want.
Right. I would prefer them starting to turn auburn and getting auburn or orange in the cure process.
Yep.
Milky White.
When it's always in the cure, they're all orange. Yes.
Yeah.
Not over orange, but orange.
Mm-hmm.
And you got to have the right light to look at them. You can't just look at the motherfucker. You can use a magnifying glass, but
because he cuts it when it's all clear. That way, it's all pretty much all cloudy, and I'm just like, dude, why? You should have at least starved it for 3 days just to cause those trichomes to change.
Yep, get them all cloudy, and then when you're curing it, it'll go auburn on its own. Hopefully.
He's about your age, Mike, but he's no, he's older than you. He's 65, but he's blind.
Oh, fuck! You should talk him into letting you be the eyes.
I've told him. He goes, I can't just tell him. I go, hey, man. He goes, I just can't tell, but can you check to see? Because I thought I saw something in my plants. And I go, yeah, dude, you got thripes. And he goes, how can you see that? And I go, well, I got good eyes, but you got thripes. You have to get rid of them thripes. He's like, shit, man, I tried to do that. And I go, use neem oil. They're not budding yet, use neem oil. He goes, how did you even know what they are? And I go, let me see your book right here, thripes. They look like
garlic, Tabasco, and mint. I would just grind that up into a hot concentrate and just upkeep. Because I had spider mites and I did well up until the last 2 weeks. Where it's I'm not gonna spray, and where spider mites, of course, they're gonna take hold, but I'm gonna harvest anyway. So it's okay.
Well, at that point, you can still go in there twice a day when the lights are on, and move your hands up and down the leaves.
Just get them off. Yeah, that's yep. Manual. That's what I was doing. Yep. From the bottom side, I was wiping them. Trying to.
But I never had a problem with spider mites.
Oh, that was that one time where I was growing in way suboptimal conditions,
And yeah, anyways, that wasn't terrible. So that was a good organic solution. Tabasco, garlic, blend that shit up, mint, and some other. You can look up some cool recipes. Neem oil, of course, shit works. But if you don't have neem oil, you can, you can do. But you have to apply it frequently. The garlic and Tabasco, it's great. It's great stuff. You gotta keep reapplying it.
Now I heard the way that they found out that neem oil worked really good is because the neem tree is the only thing that the locusts wouldn't eat. When locusts would roll through, I can't remember what country it is, but it was the only tree that they didn't mess with. The only green thing left. So they're like, let's try using this. And I guess it makes it taste bad.
Neem oil is gangster. Works.
Mm-hmm.
Works well. Yeah, Tabasco works well too. It really does. My plants would love it. They would chew up that garlic and Tabasco, it's like, we like that. I'll just hose it down pretty much, underneath and all that, where kind of be dripping that solution. I'll apply it, I think, once a week. Once a week is good.
And see, that's the other thing too.
To do well.
You got to use a soil substrate. You can't go soilless, because with soilless, you have to give it all the miso that it would need, the miso and the micro.
Mm-hmm.
'Cause the big ones, you can just add that to the water, but then again, you're adding chemical. So it's just a pain in the neck. Then you have to monitor the acidity level of the soil when you're using soilless, because
for sure,
psyllium completely takes everything over.
Deep water culture, my preferred method. I love it. Recirculating deep water culture is cool.
I like doing aqua farm, if that's what you can call it, water farming.
Like with like with fish?
No.
Aquaponics?
Where the soil, a major component of the soil in these pots are it's not fish emulsion, but it's the silt from the bottom of farmed
rivers,
fish lakes, like tilapia lakes.
Okay.
Cool. So it's not rivers. It's just
it's mineral rich,
but that smells like really bad. But it's just got everything it needs, and
no, man, that stuff is gold, man. You can grow some really good, and grow everything well with that kind of soil too.
Yeah.
Nice. Do you aerate it? Do you add perlite for aeration, or is it pretty fluffy?
There's perlite and there's bark and peat and all that stuff, but
cool.
It's sitting in a basket. I made a giant smart pot. I took that sun netting, you put it up for screening, and it's different colors.
Mm-hmm.
It's made out of a fabric. Yeah. Anyways, I put that in the bottom of a crate that watermelons come in, right? You would buy watermelons and they would come in this crate, or even pumpkins. It's like a half a pallet, half a unit tall.
All right.
Or a quarter of a unit tall or something like that. Anyways, you just layer that felt shit inside of it and then just put your dirt in. We put a bunch of silt just straight at the bottom and then started mixing it so that there's a good 4 inches of silt for drainage. And then it air prunes it perfectly. I'm pissed though because this windstorm really fucked it up. Broke 4 branches off.
Oh dang.
Now it's looking like a Charlie Brown Christmas tree.
You know what I always wanted to try, man? I gotta try this one day. I always wanted to. I want to graft a pot, I want to graft it onto a tree branch for a season and see what, how it would be.
I want to try taking like the root system of cannabis, by just cutting the top off and then grafting onto that, like taking a scion of tomato. Because I know it'll grow. I just wonder if the tomato will get you high. I wonder if genetic.
Oh, okay. Oh, I don't think so, right? I don't think that would work, right?
I don't think
because
so
it would just
either.
use the root use the roots just for nutrient transport at that point. Yeah.
That'd be neat if I could get it to.
Yeah, it's kind of like I just want to plug it into like a pine tree or some big ass fucking tree where it's got a massive root system where you don't have to water anything. You just boom, graft it onto a branch and just harvest it later on in the year. Flip, whatever. I'll try whatever. One day I have to try that shit. And like I haven't seen someone try it, so.
Because I've done something like that. The hard part was watering it when it was young, but it started taking off, and then it ended up dying from wind of all things. But I went up into this like redwood tree in our backyard, and I drilled a little hole in it, put a seed in it, and packed it full of the sawdust, and then took like a little canteen of water because we didn't have water bottles back then. And I would just water the seed. I would climb up there like twice a day and just water it.
Yeah.
And it started growing. I was amazed. But it got so big and it just like fell over from the wind because you know how they get flimsy when they start growing?
They're weak.
Yeah.
Weaklings.
But you need the wind to get them strong.
It's true. Too much wind, though.
What I want to try is what do they call that? Air cutting. You take soil, you take a branch and you take some soil, and you put the wet soil inside of like moist paper towels, and you wrap the paper towels around a branch, and you can use like red ties or something and get it tied around the branch, and then wrap it in plastic wrap.
Around roots, and then you cut it off.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a cool technique. Yeah. What is it called again? I've read about it. I know I've read it, but I forgot the
air cutting or air rooting, something like that.
Okay, yeah.
It's a cutting, right? But
yeah, correct. You cheat. It's pretty badass. It's cool. Yeah, you cheat. Do things backwards, which it's badass actually. It's kind of cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, humans, man. Like we've done some cool shit.
You can even do that with fruit trees.
Yeah.
Roses.
You should be able to do with anything, yeah.
After the rose is like starting to wilt, you cut this top up, you cut the flower off, and then you take it and you stick it in the ground. Or stick it in a potato. It'll grow roots. Propagate roses.
Yeah.
Still, I don't understand that one kid's prediction, or not prediction, but his outcome on why you don't need a container.
I didn't understand. The vector isn't towards space. That's what he said. That's what my brain, that was my final analysis of what I could, understand from.
Does he understand atmospheric pressure and why it's there?
No, he doesn't understand anything. But it's okay. It was fun though. I must admit, it was nice. I had fun.
What is that? Is that a snow globe with gold dust or some crap? It looks like a bunch of cherries. Don't it?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on in the texture.
Oh, it's supposedly NASA
Phone in my pocket.
did a fire in space, and it looks like a bunch of those images of the black hole, like next to each other.
Fire in space.
Yeah, it looks like a bunch of
Fire in space.
looks like a gang of cigarette cherries just sitting there chilling, and a couple of blunts too.
Those dickheads.
Those arseholes. Hey, there's two types of people in this planet, or on this planet, in this world. Those who like coffee, and the other ones are communists.
I love coffee. Yep, and I agree.
But communist, but coffee's bitter as hell.
Bro, because you haven't had a good cup of coffee, bro. Decent coffee's not bitter. I don't like it bitter either. That's
You like? Can you eat a grapefruit?
nope, no thanks. Can't even do it.
Too bitter?
Nah.
Texas grapefruit.
I don't like whatever that taste is called. I just don't like it. I like oranges, and it's not my go-to
Orange
fruit.
doesn't. Yeah. An orange
it's
doesn't
not the
taste
same.
anything.
No, grapefruit just kind of makes me puke. Actually, like I really can't do it. Not sure. Should I go with the light gray in the bedroom or white? I'm not sure if there's enough white. Fuck. Let me see. This guy leave me with. What do you guys think? Super light gray or white?
Stripes. Just joking. That's a lot of work.
No, I love. Trust me. Like I've got orange. I got gray. The basement is actually striped. Got orange stripes running across on like a bluish, like a silver blue. Like, I don't know. It looks pretty cool. Yeah, that's me. I love high contrast. However, this is a rental, and I guess this wasn't part of the contractor's agreement that he would paint this bedroom. However, he was cool as fucking. We were talking. I was like, yeah, I used to do the same shit, and he left me paint. He was like, yeah, I'll hook you up with some paint if you want to do it. I was like, fuck yeah, I'll paint it. Because why not? That way I got paint, fresh paint over everything. So, decisions.
Called air layering. Layering.
What's that?
No.
Oh yeah, that's it. When you tie up the bag around the. Yeah, is that it? That's the air layering. Yep.
I was like, what is it called?
Air flavor.
You're like, no, it's not. That's not how the atmosphere works. Oh, sorry.
I don't know. Should I light up a cigar? Not sure. Let's see.
It says ficus, rubber plant.
Hey, Cafe Mocha has a good question. Cyrus, what kind of coffee do you like? Because you were talking about having a good cup of coffee, and what do you consider?
Says something about coffee, and she just comes out the woodwork.
Okay, I'll tell you something that I do not do, right? Well, then you would get the beans and you would roast them yourself, and then you would grind it for a decent cup of coffee. It would be freshly roasted, ground beans. So everything is fresh, especially the roast. So that way you wouldn't give them a chance to oxidize. So if you can't do that, then you would get them like whole bean, right? Then you buy a decent grinder. And I don't know what flavor of whole beans you would like. I don't know. It's kind of subjective at that point if you like the sweet sort of stuff or like, you know, I don't. I like the smoky sort of roasts. And I don't like a sweet like bean. But that's not what I do. I drink it's called Seattle's Best. Right now it's called I'm drinking organic fair trade one.
My
Dark
favorite
roast.
is the very cherry, but they got rid of it.
I haven't tried that one. What's that?
Or not very cherry, very vanilla.
So I don't know. I drink that for decent. It's not bitter when you make it.
So you don't like
you can explore. The instant, it tastes totally different. But I do like it. But it's not like I do like it, but it's different.
For some reason, it was like way too strong whenever I make it.
I love Turkish coffee. Turkish coffee is great. Strong as fuck. Like the caffeine will get you high, like by sniffing it. If you just sniff the fucking mug, you're like, oh my god, this thing packs a punch. Yeah, it's stout.
Stop for sure. Coffee talk. I'm craving one and I'm outside.
Dude, Turkish coffee, man. I love it.
Turkish coffee is the best, yes.
Mm-hmm. Make sure you do not burn it. So you do not want to reach 100 C with Turkish coffee. You want to cut it at like, you know, I don't know, a little below that.
Yes, I was looking up how to make Turkish coffee, and it's like with the grains, you're actually leaving the grains in. So I'm thinking it's soaking continuously in that, so it adds to the flavor as well.
Yeah, and it's really finely ground, super finely ground. And they add something else. It's not just coffee grounds too. They have different types of Turkish coffee. Where they got this other, I don't know what this other bean is called. I forgot. Just look into it. It's cool. I like it. I like Turkish coffee.
From what I understand, Ethiopian coffee is really good. I haven't tried that because from what I understand, that one's very expensive as well. Like $50 a pound or something like that. So I never got that one. Yeah. And then on top of that...
Where it was discovered? In Ethiopia?
I don't know. I just know.
Kaldi the goat herder? Yeah, look up the romantic origins of coffee. It was in the Ethiopian mountains, I believe.
Alright.
He noticed his goats were acting goofy after eating the berries and the leaves from this bush. So he went up and he tried the cherries, and they were sweet.
Yes, I like to eat lemons with salt on them, but so I guess I could take the bitterness.
I like that.
Yes, that's good.
Limes are good too. I can actually do it without salt. I enjoy that. But grapefruit is different. Grapefruit is like, ugh, this is disgusting. Why would I eat this? I don't like it.
I guess it's because of that. Because the difference between a grapefruit and a lemon raw without any flavorings is the grapefruit has like a kind of a different aftertaste. Maybe that's what you don't like.
Yeah, for sure. The flavor profile is not good.
Because lemon is just straight, strong, and bitter. But the grapefruit has a subtle, kind of strange aftertaste to me. I still like them though. Not a problem. But I don't like my coffees bitter. And as for sugar, the sugar's not really something I want to add to the coffee. It's more like honey. Honey and not creamer, because all the creamers are all corrupted, basically. There is no real creamer unless you're going to do something like your own
heavy
milk.
whipping cream. Yeah. Well, that's the only creamer that I actually like. However, I stopped doing that because it allows me to like make a really fucking stout coffee and not notice it, and I would end up like consuming way too much caffeine in one day because it would take away the bitterness where it would be disgusting to drink black. So if I add a little bit of creamer, it's like like a heavy whipping cream, which is like 37% or like 38% fat.
Yeah. That
good
sounds
stuff.
good. That sounds good. Maybe I should change because I was just doing like a regular creamer, and then I found out that it's not even creamer; it's like oil or something like that, palm oil. And I'm like, no, that's not something. Not that oil is going to damage my body that I can see of anytime soon, but why have something that's not even milk? If it's, but I don't even know. I kind of put
I don't like milk, but cream doesn't taste like. I don't like milk, but cream doesn't taste like milk. It's very fatty, so it's like it doesn't have the milk aftertaste. Because I don't drink milk. I find it to be disgusting tasting. I don't. Yep.
Right now, I'm doing oat milk. Oatmeal, like
Oh, that's different. That's different. Yeah,
Right.
that still tastes good. Yeah, that's not the same. Yeah, cow's milk is not. Doesn't taste great.
condensed milk. Thank you, Joshua.
Huh?
And thank you, Cyrus. No, Joshua, you said condensed milk.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, they have condensed milk, like regular condensed milk, and then they have sweetened evaporated milk.
Yeah.
Like the condensed milk is a little like thick and sweet, almost like cream.
Coconut cream in coffee. I like it. I enjoy it. I play around.
Yeah, but then you get an aftertaste of coconut.
Yeah, I'm like a tropical dude. I love like tropical stuff. Coconuts, man. I put coconut milk and ground beef and like and anything and everything. Like coconut milk base for my mushroom sauce for my steak. Like, dude, you can play around with coconut milk. It's great stuff. Like coconut cream.
Coffee. I've never had the idea that it was bitter. I always thought it was tart. Am I just crazy?
Well, tart is which?
That's a yes.
Which fruit is that? Which fruit is tart?
Maybe
tart cherries.
Tart cherries, yeah, and maybe you thought they were tart because you were adding a sweetener. Because I kind of associate tartness with sweetness and sweet and sour like cherries. Joshua, the problem with the arrowroot trees, because I didn't do it. I didn't have the talent to do it, but I got a 5 pear trees in one, and they grafted it. And when you're getting that tree when it's very young, my worry was that the winds were going to break the branches off. But I put it I was using like a building and other trees to protect it. But once I put it out in more of an open area, then it might get broken. One of the grafts will probably break off. And I remember you talking about your wind problem.
Yeah, well, we had a pretty good shema earlier today where it was just hot air blowing along, or whatever they call it, haboob. But a haboob, like the sand would be all the way up to like the ceiling, right? But it wasn't all the way up to the ceiling; it was just up to the cloud layer. And then it rained real hard for about 20 minutes afterwards. But it really messed things up. It was like a tornado.
Ooh, yeah.
The tree, the plant was whipping around. I was like, oh my goodness, it's going to snap.
You know, this might sound kind of crazy, but there are actually people out there that think that tree that you were grafting on is actually in motion. They think it's moving.
Oh, I know.
Like not when an earthquake is happening.
Even though the leaves are perfectly still right now. I mean, if you just like move that branch a little bit, the leaves are waving all over the place. But nope, the trees are perfectly still right now. How can it be moving? A little bit of motion, the leaves move. Especially
a little bit of motion. A little bit of motion, the roots wouldn't take.
Right. A little bit of motion, mushrooms would be impossible. Mycelium wouldn't be able to propagate. So yeah, mushrooms, proof of a flat Earth. Yeah, flat stationary plane.
I never heard that one before, man. Can you? I do like growing mushrooms, if you know what I mean. So yes.
Try propagating one of those jars on like a vibrating surface, like a air pump or something.
Never actually tried that, but you do shake them eventually to kind of spread out the mycelium. You know, so yeah, it's a colony.
After it takes hold,
the substrate faster. Yep. Yeah, but I know what you mean. Like during. Yep. I wonder if I put it like on a speaker and just let's say 100 hertz, kind of just buzz it 100 hertz, and
Well, you'd have to listen to it for quite a while. Like it, not just I would, movement, but like a constant movement.
Yeah. I'll isolate it like in a little closet or something, so I don't have to listen to it.
You like
with decent. Yeah, exactly. With like a decent amplitude where like you can visually see the fucking things like shaking. I wonder. I don't think you will.
I don't think it will either.
I'll have to get an All-American again.
Hey,
I give up on it.
That's a valid theory. Then, hey,
if you can get it going 900 miles per hour, and then increase the speed. I'm sorry, 66,000 miles per hour, and then increase the speed by 900 miles per hour, and then subtract 900 miles per hour, subtract another 900 miles per hour. If you can manage to do that with that jar of mushrooms, then we'll truly know.
Or maybe, dude, it might go the other way. Maybe it'll colonize like overnight, man. Right? Right? Depends on the frequency, I think there's some kind of magical frequency, I believe. Which I do not know, of course.
Try it with petri dishes. Try doing like cultures. See.
Yeah. A little culture. Yep, it's easy to vibrate on that. Bro, I got potato agar. I'm telling you, man.
Then you can even
I got
try
petri dishes.
You can even try it with other microbes, like scratch your cat's ear, and it's cat. This is me, and mushroom. That you'd be like, it wasn't just one thing. I did multiple tests.
You know what? I've never. Yeah, that's actually pretty cool shit. Just to kind of try out. Never thought of it. If you smoke weed, sir, it's like this guy. He's got some neat ideas. That's pretty cool, actually.
Yeah, imagine the ideas I come up with when I'm high.
Right. You'd be amplified, man. In the stratosphere.
Hey, you ever watched Conan, man? You ever watched Conan on weed?
I'm not. Sorry.
Yeah, that way I don't get a copyright. Because I heard Chappelle's looking for work.
What were you saying earlier? You said some funky words, man. What language was that?
I'm not sure. I think it was Hawaiian. Mahakalika.
I don't know. Well, no. You were talking about storm or something like that.
Oh, the haboob, the shaman, the hot wind that dries out the desert.
Oh, and what's haboob? Is that
Haboob's a sandstorm that blots out the sky.
Okay.
It's like darkness in the middle of the day. I mean, we even get monsoons here. But when we get the emergency weather forecast, it just says dust storm. Oh yeah, tomorrow there's going to be a nationwide test for the United States. Emergency response systems, the emergency alert systems, that'll be going off in conjunction with an EMP test.
Oh, so there's a test tomorrow? A drill?
Yes.
Bound to...
Or today, actually.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay, well then... It's going down then, right? Everybody, whenever there's a drill, then there's shit going down.
This is a nationwide EMP test.
EMP test. Wow. How interesting. All right. Oh boy.
And then we know enough, right?
Yeah, right.
People seem to be freaking out about it, but I'm like, okay.
I'm chilling. I'll just keep my.
What are you talking about, Philip?
No, I'm not talking about anybody in here. I'm just talking about people posting in other servers. They seem to be acting like it's a big deal. They're like, turn your phone off, take your SIM card out.
Why? That's the best thing to happen.
They're talking about like they're way off out there in left field or right
Yeah,
field.
I know, but like if there was something that goes off, that's the best thing that can happen. Because that means all records are wiped.
No, they're not talking about EMPs. They got some weird theories, man, on like signals and whatnot. Your phone putting off some type of signal. They're playing videos from some movie and just
Oh, I think he's talking about 5G.
Well, there's something completely else about the 5G. Not allowed to talk about it.
Are we not allowed to talk about that?
Well, from what I found out about it, yeah, we're not allowed to talk about it.
Oh, okay.
Live stream. You could go to Chill VC or somewhere else.
Yeah.
Anybody seen the movie Kingsman? Where they where they
I like that movie.
Yeah, where they gave out free SIM cards for free internet, and then.
Yes, sir, Roger. I have not seen that movie, but it's got that famous darker colored skin character. And the guy's in a church arguing with his wife when they turn the signal on. Yes, Roger? Is that the movie?
Samuel L. Jackson. Yes, Chris. That's
Yes.
the movie he's talking about.
Yeah, that's yes. Clips of that is also what people are playing, and what I'm calling fear porn.
I think the government purposely makes some fake conspiracy theories to distract from the real ones.
I think
Trust
that
me,
there's
your
some people
system
out
is-
there that are just pretty out there and they paranoid and don't have nothing to do, so they just like connect all these dots that aren't really there, but to them they add up.
Trust me, if your system was compromised, you would know it.
Because the movies tell us everything.
I think that people are waking up to a lot of things that are not flat Earth. I'll give you an example of this taking, as it would reflect in the world. I was just recently, watching that Alex Jones show, all right? And he's talking to this other guy, and the other guy's basically, they're talking about Project Bluebeam. And they're basically looking right at the camera saying, if something odd shows up in the sky, just a bunch of holograms, somebody's trying to pull one on you, they are lying to you. And we're going to be there to expose it if it ever happens, But all the time they're talking about this, they never mention a word about flat Earth. And I think it's really boiled down to just a lot of people have woken up about a lot of things, and the establishment, the big they, won't have it. And even though they're not waking up to flat Earth, they're just going to do whatever they can to stay in power or save their necks or whatever.
So what I heard, I don't know if it's a friend of mine pointed me to it, and he said that there is a law coming in the criminal.
Oh, you're breaking up, man.
Roger, buddy, we can't understand you. All we heard, there's the law
Criminal law.
coming. No,
Am
sir.
I still here?
Still not there. Now you're here.
Okay,
We
so-
heard about the criminal law, and that's it.
Yeah, so it will be criminal law.
Oh no!
He just goes out. He just criminal law. Cut his signal. Cut his signal.
Yeah, I got $10 on it.
Shut it
Same
down.
shit again. Criminal law.
Shut it down! Shut it down!
No. It's the EMP. It's the EMP.
All right, you're back. You're back
Yeah,
now. You're back.
So a friend of mine told me that there is a law coming in the US where it will be
Oh, you guys
Don't
are gonna be
say
fans.
criminal the next time you try to tell us, Roger.
so there will
Don't
be a
say
law.
that.
No more.
Don't say that. Say evil or something.
You will be deep evil when you deny science. By law.
And so it'll be criminal to deny so-called science.
Yeah. A friend of mine told me this, but I need to do some research because it was by a Dutch blogger that said something like this. So I need to check it out. But I don't know if you guys heard something like that.
And so science is going to become illegal, right? Because isn't that what you're supposed to do with science? Question everything?
Well, it seems like that law would violate the First Amendment, though.
Well, it kind of is the same when people say it is evil to deny the Holocaust, right? So that would be it's a kind of the same thing. When you deny science, you deny, yeah.
Existence of the scientific body.
Why don't they just come out and just be honest about it and be like, if you deny our narratives,
gonna fuck you up.
And to a certain degree, I think they are at that point. I mean, I guess it's just not obvious to stupid people.
if you don't agree with us, we're going to kick you in the nuts. Make you like it.
Good to see you again, Antifa.
Well, that killed the chat.
Yeah, Antifa does that.
They don't gain too much ground here in Texas.
Oh, this guy's in Portland.
Nor here in Arizona. But I was watching Eddie Bravo lay it down to Alex Jones, and Alex Jones just loses shit.
I used to live in Portland. It was a fucking crazy place.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I remember.
Yeah, but you gotta look at it this way.
Years ago, like back when Burnside was the hot spot. Then you had the Roxy and Vaseline Alley.
If you're amongst a bunch of crazy people, then that just means that there's more targets for you to tear out of the matrix.
Yeah, but they're in like their own like matrix, like, you know.
Well, you can find people like this in every state of the union. You can find people like this all over the flat earth. But the thing is if you're surrounded by a bunch of leftists and you're trying to teach people to not be leftists, you can do a lot more good if you're surrounded by a bunch of leftists.
Dude, Antifa at this point, they're not even leftists. They're just like radical liberals at this point.
Well, I mean, I don't know. We could look up the dictionary definition, but no, I think they fall into the category of leftists. I mean, they're terrible. They're just outright communists. I mean, I've had so many people admit to me face to face they're just outright communists, and I should be arrested for my freedom of speech. It's crazy. They're just like that. People my own age, men and women my own age, they're mid-20s.
Yeah, it's crazy, dude.
In like real life was when I went to go check out the ACA that was happening in Dallas, Texas, and I was like, it was pretty much all it was. Out of everybody there, like hundreds and hundreds of people, I only met 4 other libertarians. Everybody else was claiming to be communist or socialist.
Wait, where was this? Where was this? I serve Islam.
It's I serve the one I am, not not lamb. Anyway, Dallas, Texas.
Kelly, I can't hear you. Maybe it's mine.
I just had to leave and come back, or like reconnect my Bluetooth. I don't know what happened. It was weird.
Yeah, I couldn't hear you. I saw your light, but I couldn't hear you.
Oh, okay. Sorry. It's just background noise anyway. That was just my children and stuff.
So I think I've figured out something important when it comes to waking people up, whether you're talking to random people on the street, your friends, or your family. It's very easy to get people to realize that the burden of proof is on the Glober's side when you point out to them that we observe the sun moving across the sky. And since we see the sun going across the sky, we observe the Earth is stationary. The burden of proof is on the other guy's side to prove to us that the Earth is moving, that the sun is relatively stationary. And I don't know. I've just come to realize that just saying that to people has the potential to just wake up so many other people that would otherwise not be awake if you said other things to them. Like even if you spoke to them about, measuring the curvature and, pointing out that it's on their side, the burden of proof is on their side to measure the curvature and show you that it's curving, or talk about gas pressure without a container. That might be over their head, pun intended. Gas is omnidirectional. It might be over their head. But when you point out the sun moving across the sky and, say, yeah, it looks like it's moving across the sky because it is moving across the sky. Prove to me it's not, It's a great way to wake people up.
Over the last many months, I guess, on Reddit primarily, so this is, consider that. But even when I come across as a globe skeptic, people will still come at me and say the burden of proof is on you. Show me that it's flat. And I usually just, cordially respond and say, well, I'm not making any claims here. I first started looking at how is it that there is curvature to the Earth when I can see these distances that, these objects should be obscured by a large amount in many cases. But, how it goes on the Hive Mind site like that, I generally get downvoted and people will just yell at me and insult me. But it is true. The burden of proof is on the globe since that's the claim and it's being taught in the majority of all academia and schoolhouses across the land. I do often take it a notch further, though, and I will say, well, it certainly looks flat. It's obviously measurably and observably flat over this, so I guess the burden of proof is on me, when I take it in that direction with whatever, thread or conversation is going on there. And I can show my reasons why. And a lot of times response is gravity, refraction, and sometimes people try to say the curvature formula is wrong, and that's about it.
It's a fascinating thing how it's different from person to person, because I can think of very specific instances where I can tell by someone's reaction that, effectively speaking, they might not be a flat earther, quote unquote, but they sure as hell don't think they live on a globe anymore. And it's either after you get to the first point with them, asking if they know of any direct measurements of curvature, how anyone really solidly proves that it's curving, or the second point, the axial rotation, or the third point, what proof there might be out there, hypothetically, of gas pressure existing without a container. I just think it's a fascinating thing how I've seen it, where it's either the first, second, or third, but, they can be like kind of skeptical about one or kind of think one thing about another, but there's just, it's, I don't know, maybe it's just different personality types, different things that people can comprehend. But yeah, there was this one moment where a young woman was on the side of the street on a park bench, and I only went through the first point with her because she was waiting for her friends to pick her up in a car, and I just handed her my flyers, and she got into the car. But she basically became a flat earther right then and there, just by me asking her, "Do you know of any way that anyone's made a direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth?" Her reaction was basically like, "Wait a second. When did they ever do that? They never did that." And basically the way, I don't remember exactly word for word what you said to me, but basically from that point onward in the conversation, she would not, it was in order for me to get her to think that she lived on a globe again, I'd have to show her direct measurement. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. I know a certain percentage of individuals I've met over the last 6 or 7 years had questions in their youth about the globe and everything, but for me, I never even thought about it. I figured, somebody else figured that out, and until the question was broached in my mind at the right time or whatever, back when I first heard about this concept, I was like, oh wait, I never really thought about that, and so it clicked for me then, and everybody's got their moment, I suppose. Some doubted it all along. I've heard, who comes to mind? I guess I've heard Morgile and Eric Dubay, and many other individuals have said that when they were in school, it never really jived with them, and they had some questions. But for me, we never got a globe lesson. I just remember I went to Catholic school, and there were pictures of 1492 Columbus sailed the ocean blue and he figured out it's round. I just never thought of it. I thought, oh well, somebody else figured it out, like I said before. But au contraire. Regarding the gas pressure without a container, I'd have to dig for a while on my other Reddit account. This was probably 4 or 5 months ago. In the there's a subreddit. It's a pretty small one, but it's called Globe Skepticism. Everything gets infiltrated by a bunch of people just talking crap always. But anyways, the point was some guy did try to go through a process with me in a series of comments where they were trying to show that you can have gas pressure without a container. I remember that it got into kind of territory that I didn't necessarily agree with, but I told the guy to just continue, and he was trying to get confirmation from me. He kept asking, so do you accept that you can have it? And I was like, well, I don't really know because I don't comprehend everything that you're saying here, but there is some sort of superfluous kind of series of steps that at least a percentage of these guys are trying to say that you can have it. I want to say that plasma was involved somehow, and
it was
okay.
Because I know some some tricks up my sleeve too, but I keep them holstered, and they have to do with plasma. You can show some cool stuff with it. But it doesn't really prove, because the whole thing is still in a container, right? So it's kind of weird. But yeah, I think I know what they're talking about. I don't know if you're into like the Electric Universe stuff. There's stuff about that over there.
I think if the Earth was really a globe, there'd be a theme park called Curvature Land, where they'd, have roller coasters powered by the acceleration and deceleration, the orbit and alleged rotation, and they'd have large structures that extend off into the distance so you can see the curvature, see where the Earth is actually deviating from this straight edge that's been created. Such a thing does not exist. They would sell balloons that look like globes. But they'd probably do that at NASA.
I'm not sure if anybody's been paying attention to any of this, but probably many of you saw the Hibbler Productions Level film. Well, he started up a podcast, and he's been doing it on Rockfin, but he had Eric Dubay on there a week or so ago, and Rockfin actually took down the Eric Dubay thing because they said moderately okay things about Hitler. They weren't even like... I don't know what it is. Like, you must vilify Hitler or otherwise you're evil. I don't really know how that works, but to me, life is a bit more shades of gray than black and white like that. But yeah, that's kind of funny.
What about the grandchildren of the people that financed the Third Reich and Hitler? You allowed to make fun of them? You allowed to criticize them?
No, you have to contact the ADL or something. I really don't know how it works.
That would be George W. Bush.
Ah.
Oh, wait a second. No, that'd be the grandchild. I mean, that would be the child, not the grandchild. So yeah, Prescott Bush, his father. Oh wait, no, I'm sorry. I got confused there for a second. No, that would be the grandchild, yeah. So Prescott Bush, George W. Bush's grandfather, funded the Third Reich. And he owned, I think, 40% of the war factories here in the United States at the time. So when the war kicked off, he was making a lot of money.
It seems to me, in an extremely summarized way of me saying this to you, that the people who had the chunk of the funding for everything have funded both sides of everything for the last 300 years or more. Pretty screwed up.
Yeah, it makes me wonder how some of these space agencies might be in contact with each other, or patting each other on the back, or coordinating with each other. You know, I mean, they might be. You got to keep all their lies in line, right? Stick to the story, man. Stick to the story.
That's generally my response when you'll get somebody saying, "Oh, there's no way the moon landings were faked because the Soviets would have said something about it." Well, it's a little more complex than that, and I have my doubts about any sort of Cold War, and all that too.
I can think of a perfectly logical reason of why it would be against the Soviet rulers' interests to let their people know that the Americans faked the moon landing. Because you see, communism and thinking that you live on a globe, being an atheist and all that sort of stuff, thinking that there is no direct evidence of a creator, these things all go hand in hand. So if they told the Russian people, "Oh yeah, the Americans, they faked the moon landing," then they might be more likely. The Russian people might be more likely to catch on to the fact that the Earth is flat and stationary, and you can't have gas pressure without a container, and that these container walls may in fact be direct obvious evidence of a creator. If they came to that realization, they might cease to be atheists. And if they ceased to be atheists, then maybe they would cease to be communists. And if they cease to be communists, then maybe the Soviets in control at the time would lose power.
But what's the difference between the communists and the moderates?
Define moderate.
AOC.
How do you think of? Oh, I mean, okay, I guess I can kind of see what you mean by moderate, but I don't know. With the legislation she's been pushing, I don't know. I'd kind of, maybe barely, but yeah, I'd put her in the communist category.
Yeah, radical left, right? I mean, see, I think a lot of people forget to remember that the KKK not only persecuted the South, they also persecuted all Republicans from the South. And they pressured everyone to vote Democrat. There's really no difference between what happened back then in Antifa, burning the city down, right?
Wait, I'm sorry, what did you say about Antifa?
Them burning the cities down and harassing people because, they want to support the Republican Party or whatever. They're all for people supporting the leftist ideals or whatever the whole paradigm is that they're supporting.
Yeah, indeed. It's, the divide and conquer kind of leftist sort of thing. I mean, they're doing their best to get as many police to quit, and then doing their best to make sure they're, underfunded, and I don't know. It's just weird stuff. But Portland's looking not too bad, these days. I actually was just driving through downtown Portland just a little while ago, and yeah, in fact, actually, it was on my way back from that nude bike ride. Kind of think of it, and I was trying to pull over and hand out a few extra flyers to these people dressed in all black marching down the street, but they were, I was kind of tired and I kind of lost track of them. But it's like they weren't Antifa though. I don't think, even though they were dressed in all black, like they were. I don't know what they were, some kind of leftist thing. But the point is, they were few in number, and at least they weren't smashing any windows.
The AFC or whatever they call it, American Football Champs.
See, I like to go right to the leftists sometimes, right to the hardcore leftists, and then try to talk sense to them.
So how does crypto get hacked?
I still on here, or did I get booted? Y'all just all quiet? What's going on, Joshua?
You're still on. Yeah.
Just came back in the room. What's up? I can hear you.
Nobody's talking.
Yeah, it's USA sleeping, so that's why it's a bit quiet.
I was going to ramble about something, but I didn't know quite what direction to go off in, so I decided to stay mute for the moment.
Yeah, when I start rambling, it goes down a dark hole. It kind of
do try to stay on topic and conversate with people, but sometimes, rants happen.
So they're making the flat Earth seem ridiculous, but yet the flat inner Earth is perfectly fine. If you've watched the new Godzilla versus King Kong movie, it's all about the inner Earth and it's flat. In case you didn't notice it.
I had a brief conversation with Cathexis. Some of you guys might know him from years ago. Cathexis thinks that both flat and hollow Earth are true, and I can't deny it. I don't know much about the hollow situation other than stories. We can measure and observe the lack of curvature anywhere, but when it comes to actually going into inside the Earth, I mean, the Earth is definitely hollow-ish. I live in Indiana, just a couple hundred miles south of me, one of the biggest cave systems in the continental United States. Obviously there's huge pockets, and many of us have probably looked into the underground military bases and everything, and stories about how you could fly around planes and stuff inside of some of these that weren't even dug out, just natural caverns. But when it comes to the hollow Earth topic, I don't know where to really go other than stories from long ago. It seems like, how could a person do that?
It's a movie. I don't know.
Well, right.
But it's
I'm saying the actual topic, yeah.
So, automatically I'm leery about it. So, I mean, there are those YouTubers out there that'll sit there and make like a whole series of videos about movies and try to decode it to figure out, what's going to happen, like there's soothsaying from it or something. I go, you could sit there and watch any movie and go, oh, look at that, because the theme's been used over and over and over.
Yo, anyone down to play some Fortnite? No? Okay. Just checking.
Hey, didn't they, with the new Battle Pass in Fortnite, isn't there something where this giant smashes the firmament or something like that, smashes the glass ceiling?
That's what I was going to mention. A couple years, this was 2 or 3 years ago, there was a update to where this giant crack in the top of the sky happened. I saw the more recent one was like a UFO came down into the Fortnite thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I remember seeing something about it, and like you guys can like sit there and dance in the lobby, and you're like in the stars or something like that.
Yeah.
I still don't even know what Fortnite is.
Like,
that's what y'all said about it.
It's a cross.
I don't care. It's fine. Thank you.
Builder Bob and Army. Bob the Builder versus the Army.
Sure. Yeah, Bob the Builder.
Well, in Fortnite, the game is actually flat. Same with Minecraft.
All the
yeah.
I can only think of one game where it's not for the most part. That'd be crap. What do they call it? Oh yeah, No Man's Sky.
Super Mario Galaxies. That one too.
Yeah, I think there's also a couple other like real-time strategy games that use a very, very small globe, like it's extremely curved. It would be nowhere near the, alleged dimensions of the hypothetical ball Earth.
Yeah, it would take a lot more to animate
And have you ever
circular
played those
Earth too.
games where you create a rocket and you like make this moon lander and you take off and you try to land on a moon that's spinning?
Yeah, the moon spins.
Kerbal Space Program is one of those. Yeah,
you'll crash like 85 times.
The moon spins at 10 miles per hour in the heliocentric model.
Oh.
Right. I remember seeing that video. I can't remember the creator of that, but I know exactly what you're talking about. And so the situation of Neil Armstrong actually putting down the Eagle, it would have had a whole lot more of a ruckus than that.
First time shot, that's perfect landing. That's inhuman.
Yeah, and the fact that he was sitting next to the rocket engine, right? There was like a few millimeters of aluminum between him and the rocket engine. And you hear him, Eagle has landed, right? It's nothing of it.
Hey, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Who founded this Discord?
A bunch of people. Why?
This sounds like the Doctor. Is the Doctor in?
Why?
I'm not the doctor, but
No,
is it
Honey Badger don't give a shit.
Yeah.
Have you guys
Why
seen
would
that
you-
video of the Honey Badger?
Yeah.
Like, Honey Badger don't give a shit.
Why do you give a shit about who founded this server?
it's just interesting. I mean, there's a lot of moderators, but I thought maybe
Yeah,
we
there are a
just
few
have ops on.
admins, but it was a collaborative effort, right? So, of course, you need some admins, but a lot of moderators were here when it was first created. So,
Yeah, that's on a need-to-know basis, Honey Badger.
It's just a simple question. I'm not.
yeah, it's really irrelevant. I mean, it's not a one-person effort here. So,
Okay.
admins are really there for the server administrations, right? So they have control and can do it. But it's not that they run it, right? It's all of us.
Interesting.
Now, now I'm curious if it's Roger or Rogue R.
Yeah, it's Roger. But at April Fool's Day, we all changed our name.
Yeah.
And then I wanted to change it back, and then it wouldn't allow me because there were too many people with that name. So then it's Roger. Yeah. I can change my name. Let me check.
Well, you're gonna have to change the cell tower.
Oh, that man.
I was just curious because I was like, Rogue. I wonder if he plays roguelikes.
A follow-up question. I guess I'm just specifying who gives out roles. That's what I'm trying to reach.
Square root of 3.
Huh?
Huh?
What?
Oh, I'm sorry. You said you had a question, and I just
Yeah. Who gives out roles?
I'd be the producer or the director. I don't know. Figure it out.
I am trying to right now.
Did you go through the casting for the role? Are you trying to get the lead heroine or the lead hero, or perhaps the best supporting actor?
Yeah, if you have a role you're looking for, I can give you a kind word to those who do.
Oh, yeah,
I think the government started giving out roles because they sure are pushing us having to call people certain roles.
Yeah.
I'm all for support. I don't need the lead or anything. Okay.
Is this your first time here, Honey Badger?
Oh no.
Oh, these were like brewing questions in your mind. Okay.
No, I've just been here for a while, so I was wondering, like, what point do I get rolled? You know. That's it.
Yeah, what are you looking for? What are you looking for?
Like participate, man. Like, are you a flat earther? Are you a globe earther? You on the fence? I mean, what's up?
Do I need to apply, or like just say what I am and then I am what I say?
How do you? What is your opinion on the nature of reality? Like, do you think it's a ball in space or a plane?
I mean, if I say, I would just warp my own thinking. So I'd rather listen to the opinions of others and then.
Well, no, we're not.
Come
We're
to
not like asking you to warp your own opinion. We want to know, like, these roles. They're like, kind of important, but there's other things too. Like, like, for instance, Google Earther. If you're always on Google looking for stuff, you need to figure out, how to use it first of all, and know that Wikipedia is not a valid source.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Wikipedia itself considers itself vandalism.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, anyone can edit it, so it's.
Yeah. That's
But
why you use it as
Wait, hold on a second. Does that mean that somebody gave me Google Earther as a role ironically? Because I'm always telling people to go to DuckDuckGo.com, and I haven't used Google in years.
I don't know. I was thinking Google Earther because thinking it's, using Google Earth to look things up. I'm not sure. You've been here longer than I have, all right?
I don't know. I was just thinking that'd be really extra strange if they gave me that role. I think they just gave me a whole bunch of them just for, like, the hell of it at one point in time. But I'm not really taking it that seriously.
You got space aids, space criminal.
Is DuckDuckGo giving you quality results? Oh, sorry to cut you off. Is DuckDuckGo still giving you quality results? I heard a few whispers a couple months ago that it might have been captured in a certain way by people. Use a variety of search engines.
Results.
I feel like I noticed a difference of some kind, but I can't remember specifically what it was. But I think it just kind of depends on what you're looking for and what you're doing on there. Yeah, it just all depends on what you're looking for.
Oh,
sorry to cut off whoever was just speaking. Sorry about that.
No, that's fine. DuckDuckGo is just like it's Tor run instead of like normal internet websites. Like it's not a .com. It's in the deep web basically. So the claim is that you can't get tracked unless you have like key logging.
It still uses the same spiders as Google. There's only so many web crawlers out there. Like, there was one that got absorbed by Yahoo. So you have Bing, Yahoo, Google. The basic one. Like Jeeves is now Yahoo.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure about AltaVista. I think AltaVista is Yahoo as well now.
You can still use Google with a proxy. Those startpage.com used to be ixquick.com, but I guess that was not a very catchy name, so they just went with startpage.com, and it's a proxy for Google. So it's like using Google for the first time without the search result algorithm from the past, because Google will give you different results based on what you searched in the past. So it gets rid of that, but it also gets rid of the other part of the algorithm. And so, yeah.
Yeah, it says altavista.com/search. We would like to show you a description here, but the site won't allow us. So you click on it, it takes you to Yahoo homepage. Everything's been taken over. Dang algorithm. Too bad we couldn't on the fly manipulate the logarithm of it. Besides that, the tracking, it doesn't matter because, yeah, the website might not track you, but your IP internet provider is still tracking you and logs all the traffic.
Oh, they offset some of their finances, right? Don't they sell that to the bottom line?
Especially the cable company. Suddenlink is a big one. They cut my internet off because I was playing a game on my phone, and they said, if you want to play that game, maybe you should get a console. And I go, the hell, why'd you cut the internet off? Oh, because we can. I go, turn it back on. They're jerk. And it's not like you have another choice. Where are you going to go with a line of sight Usenet? Limitations. Too expensive. There's no more phone lines out here. It's all cable.
Actually, I did use Google, I think a few weeks ago, maybe about a month ago, just once, because I was wondering what would come up if I just tried typing in the words flat earth to Google, you know? It was just page after page of bullshit, man. And DuckDuckGo has got some bullshit, you know, even near the top, you know, like the Flat Earth Society. But, you know, you can go down one or two pages and find some actual flat Earth information, you know.
Tried to bring this up a couple weeks ago on a different site, but I'm sure many of you have seen this person that runs a website called flatearth.ws.
Yeah.
And they create all these things to where they say that they're clarifying flat earth misconceptions or whatever. But whoever this individual is, or this, I suspect a agency, to be honest with you, but they've got their SEO, their search engine optimization. They come up near the top. And it comes up on multiple search engines, at least a few that I tried. But one of their memes or their link to their website about whatever issue for like dozens of different, you know, points to come up in the low versus flat thing, to put it succinctly. Whoever does that, though, I suspect it's more than just somebody trying to, you know, clarify misconceptions. I think that there's a whole lot more in that basket.
Run a trace on the host IP through the DNS. Find out exactly who is registered to. And the IPs they use to log into the editor.
Yeah, they got a few gems on there where they say, remember when Neil deGrasse Tyson told us that we wouldn't see curvature from the Felix Baumgarten side? And then they made a meme about it and saying, well, Neil deGrasse Tyson is wrong, and I'm sure that he will admit his mistakes. So funny.
Looking at this website, their recommended YouTube channels are Soundly, Wolfie6020, Slice Barkane, Cyman Dan, Red's Rhetoric. So, yeah, we already know what's going on here for those of us who aren't fresh out of the box.
Ooh, I noticed that the live stream didn't have Flat Earth tag today.
Doesn't that website also claim that air under an airplane wing is proof of gas pressure without a container?
Never heard that one. I'll have to look into that.
It's on the website. I was talking to Gas Pressure with the Glover once, and that dude sent me the meme about that, and it's just ridiculous, man. Because it's another non sequitur. Like an airplane wing has nothing to do with gas pressure. So it's pretty embarrassing that they claimed that on the website.
On top of that, what's bothering me is CO2 is a heavy gas. It wouldn't be up in the atmosphere. It's heavier than oxygen, heavier than nitrogen.
These WS guys are crazy, lads. You know, if you scroll down the server, we've got a whole section. Where is it? I'm sure it's there somewhere. WS near the bottom. Hang on.
Somebody asked for the link to the website, so I gave him the link to join the server. I go, there you go. Some of these globe questions are okay. If this is this and that's that, can you explain cats? It's like, wait, what?
Are there any Globers in the chat, or did our only Glober left already?
I do see him. I don't recognise Callie. Who's Noesis? Can you open your mic, Noesis, and say hi?
Hello.
Hi, how you doing? I see you're VC verified. What brings you to the Flat Earth server?
A friend link sent me the invitation.
Cool.
A person sent me an invitation.
Good. Good.
Just listening.
Well, feel free to ask any questions if you have any curiosities about Flat Earth, or if there's anything that you're not understanding about the globe Earth that they've told you about all your life. Feel free to ask, because we can answer most things about that too.
I have another kind of perception about the Earth.
Sorry, can you say again?
I have another kind of perception about Earth.
Another perception on what Earth is. What do you think Earth is?
Well, the shape of the Earth to me is shapeless. It is not defined.
It's not defined. Is that from ancient text? Is that from religion? Or have you tested it to understand that it's not been defined?
Is that from the dictionary?
It's from biocentrism.
Biocentrism?
It's the perception that we have from our senses. If you change something, perception change.
From a personal perspective, you mean? Then what happens when we measure what we've been told and it doesn't measure out as what we've been told? Surely does that not change our personal perspective when we put things to the test?
Well, measures are like the agreement that everyone can test because their senses.
Yeah. So if I measure flat where I am in Britain, and someone in America measures it flat where they are, and you sound like you're somewhere in Asia, so if you measure it flat there, then where is it curving? If everybody in every different place measures the same thing, then where is it curving? Why is it not showing a curve? I would agree from a personal perspective. From what we are taught as children, we grow up thinking the Earth does curve. We do see things disappearing at a horizon. We do seem to see boats disappearing. Yes, it all does seem to curve from our perspective. But when you learn the mathematics and you learn how to apply that over distance, you understand that with optics, you can see further than we are able to, according to the globe Earth mathematics. And the reality of our perspective, our personal perspective, then becomes hard evidence of the place that we live. That is not what we've been told as children and as a massive society. It actually measures in reality to be a flat, level, stationary Earth. But I will agree that from personal perspective, if you just look out there, it does kind of look as if it's curving away from you. Yeah.
I'm born with a syndrome that I can smell colors, I can hear them. So that perception changed all my life, everything. So what you and the majority perceive is not exactly the same I do. To me, the mathematics is different. Everything's different. So I can perceive under your perceptions that it looks flat. But if I change something like the way I see it, its stability can be anything. The mathematics doesn't the mathematics are just a model of the reality of the majority. So to me, it's irrelevant.
I think I understand that, yeah, the mathematics is a model, yes, but it does play out, it forms the parameters of the reality that we live in. Did I hear you right? I can't quite hear you. Did you say you were blind by any chance? I heard you say that you said something about colour.
I thought my ears were playing tricks on me. Did he say that he can smell colors? We got some like synesthesia going on?
Yeah, I thought I heard that too. That's why I'm thinking he said he was blind.
Yes.
Got you. Okay, that's interesting. So have you been blind all your life, my friend, or did you lose your sight, if you don't mind me asking?
Well, because the majority have another kind of senses, I have like a treatment or something like that to see the things that others do.
Okay, I understand that then. So your other senses will be heightened then?
Yeah, the other senses tell me that everything that we have, like mathematics and every knowledge, is wrong, or this information is not accurate enough.
I think I understand, yeah. I do think I understand. But that's again where, when we apply the mathematics in reality, when we test what we've been told, we find no curvature. And we don't just apply the mathematics in thought. We apply it over distance. We go to laser tests to confirm straight and level. And it's the curve of the Earth that we've been told that we live on is not there. We're not moving. We're not spinning. If your other senses are heightened, you'll be aware that if you move at all, or if you turn in any direction, if you spin, you feel it. This Earth is stationary, not moving.
Yeah, it feels like not moving.
Sorry, guys, I've got to jump out for a minute. If anyone else wants to join in, feel free.
Mic check.
What's up, Indio?
What's up? What's up, Raj? You read that?
All good. Sorry?
The DM I sent you? Did you
Yeah,
read it?
I did.
It's brief. It's nothing important.
Yeah, I think you sent it to the wrong one. Because I have another alt here. I don't know if you send it to that one. I'd send you a DM now, Indio.
Ik heb je net gezegd, ik wil dat je eerst even gaat eten en even gaat uitrusten. En daarna kunnen jullie... Nee, maar... Wil je een koekie? Ja, en dan ga ik naar links. Ja, ik kom al. Je gaat eerst even eten. Ja, dan uitrusten, 2 seconden.
Like that child said, don't argue with the policeman.
Mic check again. Yep.
33.
My internet went kablooey for some reason. Yeah, anyway, that Charlie dude, man, he was... One thing I can't stand is the infinite loop. Going right back to the beginning where he started 2 days ago. I don't got time for that.
Which
Was
order is
Charlie
this?
somebody
Oh,
you
sorry,
were
Hub.
debating with? Sorry about that. Who was Charlie?
Some ass clown. Some dude that was in here for 2 or 3 days is just full of crap.
Okay.
So we were like everybody for the couple days we're all going back and forth. Eventually he just like looped right back from the beginning to the crap we debunked days ago. Was gonna start that debate all over again. Like, nah, we're good.
Are you going to take him up on the IQ test, Indio?
I thought it was the physics SAT.
Is that where it ended up?
Yeah, I think that's what he said.
Aye. He's got plenty of money.
This wouldn't be fair because IQ is chronological age over mental age, or vice versa.
Right, yeah. Right.
So I'm older than him, so I automatically have a disadvantage. So I got to have the mental age of a freaking 100-year-old person. That's why children score high, because if you're 5, you got a 200 IQ if you have the mental age of a 10-year-old.
Yeah, right. Okay, never get it. That's why all the kids are screaming about, oh, my IQ test is so high. Oh, I get it now.
Yeah.
Wow.
Anybody feel like talking about Coriolis?
Here, give me a second. Okay, I'm back.
Right on.
About Coriolis.
Oh, I had watched. I put out a video, or I posted a video from Kyle Adams talking about. He's got a series he's got going on of fictitious forces or whatever. He has it's like an 8-minute video about Coriolis, and he points out that sometimes tornadoes go in the opposite direction of what they normally do in the northern hemisphere sometimes. So it's not like a guarantee that all formations of storms go this one direction. Sometimes they go the opposite direction in either the northern or the southern hemisphere. So I just wanted to ask anyone's opinion who wanted to talk about it. Like, basically, I've been able to convince the naysayers and the zealots and everything who come at me and call me all sorts of names all the time on the internet, that the whole toilets spin one way, they've recognized now that that is a falsehood, that you can get water to spin depending on how you pour the water in and the shape of the container that you're pouring it in. However, then they bring up, well, what is it about storms to where they flow one way in this zone of the earth and the counter direction in the other? I was just wondering people's opinions on that and how you generally answer that question.
Okay, I'll start with the toilet first and the sinks. So there's a video on YouTube called the title is "Two Hemispheres, One Sink." So they take the same sink and they go to Australia and they do it in UK and it doesn't match the predictions of the Coriolis effect. So that's one. Another one, I read a paper where over half the tornadoes, so like 51% of tornadoes in Mexico, spin in the so-called wrong direction. So hold on a second again. I'm going to another store.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, the sync thing is demonstrably like untrue, and people say that it must occur this way, in this southern zone of the earth or whatnot. One of the responses I got was from that Destin guy from that something every day, learn every day or whatever. That Destin
Smarter
guy
every day.
Smarter every day. Yeah, he ended up striking Jaren years ago from his ISS video where he was basically suckling upon the breastises of Don Pettit or whatever, and if there's a leak, we got a leak. He was like, yeah, it's fine. There's no engineering issue there.
Last night in here. I was playing it.
Oh, for real? Right on.
Yeah. There's a leak there. Guy, the best and the brightest. He's got the right stuff for something. or something. And yeah, so there's a paper that says over half the tornadoes in Mexico, this country of Mexico, spin the so-called wrong way. So that ruins that right there. And sometimes they'll say the jet stream, but there's also, hurricanes, but there's anticyclones. So the anticyclone, the pressure is inverted. So it's high pressure in the center and low pressure on the outside, and it just blows in the opposite direction. There's also jet streams in India and in the Azores that spin in the so-called wrong direction. So, they're cherry-picking data is basically it. And as far as the Coriolis goes, just generally, right, it wasn't discovered. You know what I mean? They weren't like shooting rifles at the range and the bullets were deflecting and they were like, oh my God, how is this happening? Oh, let's figure it out. Let's take some data. And they're like, this is exactly matches what we think the spin of the Earth is. That's not what happened. What happened is they have the globe model and they say, we should observe this effect. But to my knowledge, it's never been systematically measured and documented like there's this Coriolis effect thing, right? They didn't take like a gun or something that shoots projectiles and fire it over and over and over again, collect data and say, yes, this matches, our prediction. That's never been done. So Coriolis is a joke. It really is a joke.
That's been the extent of my observation and experience with all this information as well.
It's just a what do we call it? It's a consequence of the model, but there's no real world data to support it. It's kind of the deal with that. Sometimes you'll have somebody bring up the Paris gun, right? I don't know if you've heard of that.
Familiar, loosely. Is that the one that was supposed to hit London or whatever?
Yeah, World War I artillery piece. So people say, yes, they accounted for the Coriolis effect to fire this weapon, right? I researched this hard. All of them go back to, like this claim goes back to a single citation in a book about World War I. In like, if you read any other book about it, they all cite that one book. And that one book has it's just something they say, right? There's no actual evidence for it. It's not like they have the firing range tables and and that's what they use. They didn't use anything like that. It's just a claim, another Glover claim without any evidence to support it.
What's a claim I just got here?
That the Paris gun had to account for Coriolis effect. Paris gun was a large artillery piece.
Pretty obvious it didn't.
But whether they did or didn't, there's no evidence one way or the other. It's just, someone wrote it down in a book, so it's good. They just take it as gospel truth because they want to believe it. I think the one thing I've noticed about Globers is they believe a lot of this stuff because they want to, not because of the evidence. They just want to believe it.
Yeah, I've noticed that too with the years I've been here.
My viewpoint for a long time, but recently I've kind of tried to nail it down in my responses to certain individuals out here across the internet, is that, well, if your worldview is like where it has to be a certain way, then of course any explanation is going to suffice if it fits the glove of what you're trying to say. For me, I'm kind of freeform. I don't know what the Earth is. It blew my mind when I figured out that it's never been like absolutely evidently shown that there's any curvature years and years ago. And this plays into other things other than the shape of the Earth as well.
California, you're hot micing. Yeah, thanks.
There we go. Just as a brief example, people who look at the Mandela phenomenon, right? For me, I have my qualms with that, but it's about people remembering things a certain way. But you'll have a whole bunch of debunker people who come in, and no matter what, since it has to be a false memory, it must be confabulation, then any sort of example will always fit if you're coming in so rigid like that. So, my name is Hoosier Flatty, but that's only because it came to me in the shower, and it's kind of funny because it's like, who's your daddy, right? And I was looking into flat earth at the time. But for me, I don't know what's going on here. I just know that the earth has never been scientifically validated to be a globe. I haven't seen it anyways, and I'm out here all the time, in my ins and outs trying to figure it out.
Well, perfect example to me of them wanting to believe there's a ball is when they say they saw curve from an airplane, or that you can see curve from an airplane or a hot air balloon. Now, the math works out that they wouldn't see any curvature from that altitude. And even if you tell them this, they still will go, well, it still shows curvature from an airplane. You say, hey, well, guess what? It shouldn't. If it is, and if that's what you actually saw, curved horizon from an airplane, then you're on a ball that's much smaller. It's something like 400 kilometers in radius. And they're just like happy. At least there's a ball.
Many of the people who have written to me or said to me that they've seen curvature when they're at the top of some mountain. There's some guy a couple years ago told me that he was in a mountain in like western Texas or somewhere at the southern portion of the Rocky Mountain things, and he said that he saw curvature there. And I don't think he's actually lying. It's a measure of his perception and the way that our vision works. I don't think he saw much curvature, but like his own mind was thinking that it was. I don't think if I climbed on that mountain knowing what I know now, I would see any, but that's just how it goes.
Well, there's only the model, and the model says you wouldn't. Especially, I've heard Globers say that they've seen curvature from the top of a building. So they like I said, they want to believe it. That's all there is to it. They want to believe it to the point of delusion.
I don't take any of that seriously just because myself as an individual, I've climbed Mount St. Helens twice, both times before I ever, even thought that the earth would be flat, And both times when I was at, it's not that high of a mountain, it's 7,800 feet top of it, the top blew off. But still, though, standing on top of Mount St. Helens twice, like, I was very suspicious. Like, I was thinking to myself, well, damn, I don't see it curving at all. Like, this does not look like a planet at all. So when they say they see curvature, I'm like, what are you talking about, man? Even when I thought I lived on a planet, I thought it was strange that I didn't see any curvature.
Well, say we were going to make a 2-scale model of the Earth, right? Except we're going to make this ball 6.5 feet tall, right? An airplane would be 1/100th of an inch above that ball, flying at 47,000 feet. You're not going to see curvature from that altitude. It's just impossible. So when they say this, it's just ridiculous. They believe it. Some of them actually believe it. They believe they saw curvature. Not accounting for, like, maybe they did see something curved, but that curvature isn't the figure of the Earth. It's, the glass, their perception, who knows. Most likely the glass. Because airplane windows are 3 panes of glass. You shouldn't see curvature from the International Space Station.
I wonder why they need all that glass on the plane.
So the pressure equalization.
You don't need a barrier for that.
Oh, yeah, of course. They just have to have a vacuum outside. They just make a hole, put a vacuum outside the hole, and the air will just stay inside.
There you go.
Haven't you heard of these new gravity windows? I think Elon Musk is making them for his new cars.
And Musk is busy thinking up a new scam.
Yeah, exactly. Gravity windows.
Well, the government's giving out a whole bunch of money for something. What are they giving out money for? Like infrastructure? I'm sure Elon Musk will be all over that. He never saw a government buck he didn't like.
What happened to his boring company?
Oh, who knows?
It just wasn't exciting enough.
I think he conned Las Vegas into like keep funding it, but he changed everything. So there was the initial. It's going to be a vacuum tube like the banker's tubes, right? And you're going to fly around like that, and all that changed. Now it's like it's not going to be evacuated, and it's only going to go like 250 miles an hour, and he changed like everything. But I gotta get up because my phone is going to die. I'm on 1%. So I'll talk to y'all later.
See you, man.
See you later.
Later.
See you, Neo.
Does the Coriolis effect happen on Uranus?
Apparently, they know exactly what all the wandering lights smell like down to the nth degree, so there's probably some sort of hypothesis towards that, I'm sure.
That's so funny. Uranus might actually smell like farts.
Don't they say that Uranus smells like farts? Because of the methane?
The graphic now, it was so dumb. A few years ago, they came out with this ridiculous thing. They say the moon smells like gunpowder or whatever.
No, the best one is when they've got pumpkin or jack-o'-lantern meteors flying past in Halloween.
Remember last year they released like a turkey nova or something like that.
What the fuck?
Yeah, it was in the shape of a turkey. It was really funny. I think it's called I think they called it a turkey supernova or something. No, sorry.
No,
it was a turkey nebula. Yeah, nebula. Yeah, thank you. The nebula.
I was looking it up.
I like that
Yeah,
name
please.
better though. Turkey Nova.
Yeah, for some reason I thought it was a supernova, but no, it was a nebula.
No, and the funny part is that they admit it's fake, because if you read the description, they just say it's fake, it's created, it's imaginary. But it shows you how easy it is, right? Look, we made a turkey nebula for you.
It's really funny too because the Globers actually believe that's real. Even if you show them that, they still believe it's real.
Yeah, I had one glower in the Science versus pseudoscience. When you flipped out. He flipped out when he saw it.
Of course, if it comes from a flat earther, they must be lying. Flat earthers are the liars, you're not the government. Remember that, guys.
I can't believe there's globers out there that, they've supposedly done tests themselves, and they'll see a boat going out to sea, and then they get binoculars out, and then it goes, it goes behind curvature, supposedly. Then they get binoculars out and bring it back in, and then they say, yeah, but then if I get a more powerful lens out, it does go behind the curvature once it reaches the end of that lens. How can you hash that out?
You just can't. It's just illusion by that point, dude.
It doesn't work. We have groups like PBS or National Geographic coming out with their tests to go ahead and prove globe Earth, and yet they show a ship, and yes, the little line on the bottom, they had a flag with multiple horizontal lines on it, and yes, like the bottom one or two lines do go down, but you can see the horizon well behind the ship, so it's not curvature that's doing that. If you can see the horizon behind the thing by many, many hundreds of feet, or even longer, I mean, it's a preposterous example, but they just said, hey, that's curvature, and they have not retracted. There it is. Good job, Roger. You're on it, man.
Yeah, and the thing is that there was that guy yesterday, Sammy. I think he said exactly what I'm saying. Like, he's done a test, and then it actually does go behind the curvature if he's got a more powerful lens, but it's just ridiculous. And the guy's nice. He's a cordial guy. So you'd think he'd be able to think this through, but, man.
Have you ever thought to point out to him that it's not a measurement, from one stationary piece of land to another, if he's just staring at a boat going off into the distance?
I mean, I haven't. I wasn't talking to him, but again. Sorry.
I mean, with the body of evidence that most of us in here currently, I don't think there's been anybody to the contrary, at least at this hour of the day. With all that we've gathered over the last however many years, for me it's been like 6.5 or something. All the crap that we take from people being like, oh, I caught a flat earther out in the wild. I get that all the time on the internet. People who happen to see a comment from mine and they come out of nowhere, start talking crap with really no, substantiating, weight to it. But anyways, it takes so much crap, even though there's all these examples. But people who talk about Zeta Reticulans and the Pleiadians and the blue chicken cult and the Velociraptor humanoid saviors or whatever, they don't get nearly as much, even though that's based entirely on anecdote and tall tales and not a sliver of anything that we come with. It's really strange, isn't it? That actually encourages me to keep on going. I would anyways, just because I think it's true, but that's an even further kick in the booty of like, oh man, this is something that is really, really hated, even though there's a lot of quality towards it. Utmost quality, I'll even say it. Obviously, coming from me, you'd hear that. I guess I'm a bit biased, but only because of what I see as evidence. I'm not sold to one idea or the other. I'll be Hoosier Globy tomorrow if that's what it is. It'll be a fun adventure because I finally know it, But man, it's just weird how much crap I take out there when I can just, we can get into 55 different topics of, the kinds of things you guys talk about in here every single day, I'm sure. But other conspiratorial zones don't get nearly the flack, the absolute writhing hate, the visceral reaction from people that this does. It's amazing.
Yeah, you should just drive them this way. See if they'll join.
I often do recommend to people, especially those who are like coming from a position of zealotry or staunch globe belief, it sounds like, when they start ranting at me and calling me all sorts of names. I do often advise them, and some people will say, "Oh, I don't go in there. They just ganged up on me or something." So I think there's like a bit of a talk amongst at least a certain circle of globularists to where they don't want to come in here and roll. I don't know if they'd go in the arena. I know Miggy was doing that. That was a long time ago, though. I don't know if they would do it in certain positions, but I guess some people don't want to come in and actually freely discuss it.
Yeah, agreed.
Well, people that use that excuse usually it's a sock account. They don't want to expose themselves. Right? So they've been here. They know how they know the arguments. So if they're going to say, "Oh, it's just the gang up," right? Chances are you're dealing with a sock account. It doesn't want to expose himself.
Does anyone have any, sensational opinions on the moon map? Been looking at this for a while now, and I think it's a real stretch, but has anybody looked into this? Do you even have any clue what I'm talking about, or do I need to explain it further?
Explain further if you don't mind.
I'm not sure if you're familiar. There's a channel called Vibes of Cosmos, who's been presenting over a while now. Essentially, the working portions that we see on the face of the moon are a reflection of continents on Earth, but a lot of continents that we don't actually see.
I've heard of this, but yeah, carry on. I like to hear this.
I'm by no means an expert, and I think it's a real stretch, so I can't even speak very proficiently upon it, and maybe if somebody else is more into it, they would poo-poo me for not getting it right, so I don't know how much further to go. There's some people who have extrapolated this into being in a crater on the moon, and it's somehow reflecting. I don't know if Vibes of Cosmos is actually in league with that, but I don't know. It just popped into my mind. It's something I've asked a few of my other closer friends about, and they've looked at it but don't have much of an opinion either. For me, I just don't see it. It seems like a major thing that has no measurable basis. It seems more like a nifty idea, but I can link the channel. I don't know what the best summary of it, but I can put the person's channel just in case anybody's hearing me who has no clue what I'm talking about. Give me a moment.
Yeah, I've heard what you're talking about. It's a really interesting idea that to think that the moon could possibly be like a plasma map of the Earth. And supposedly, according to that guy you're talking about, he thinks that the other craters or supposed craters on the moon could be like hidden land beyond Antarctica.
Necessarily conflate the two people, because there's this Vibes of Cosmos channel, and then there's a different one that's like a German guy, I think. The name escapes the tip of my tongue at the moment, but he's got more extraneous kind of ideas about the crater situation, so I'm not sure how much of that is aligned. To me, these things aren't something that have to me been anything more than sort of fantasy. I'll put it that way. I know maybe the creators of these think it's more so. I'm not really sure. I'd like to talk to these people, actually. Maybe I could do for some education actually hearing it. But watching their videos, sometimes it just seems to me that it's just kind of like a creative session as opposed to actually what's going on here on Earth. Because if you look at the map, this is the reason I say that, if you look at the map that Vibes of Cosmos puts out, I think they've tried to clarify it at times, but a lot of it is very malformed and distorted, and there's like a lot of other land, and then they name it and everything. I don't know. If you feel like going down that direction, go for it. I was just wondering if anybody was like on board with that, who could set me straight, or commiserate or whatever. I remember this idea coming up very early on in like 2016. There was this chick who, talking to like Bob from Globebusters at the time, Flat Earth on YouTube was a very different thing in like late 2015, early 2016 as compared to where we find ourselves now. But this woman at this point was talking about, without a lot of specific detail, was talking about how perhaps the moon is a reflection of Earth. and I kind of looked at it and I could see it like extremely loosely that like it, you know, Rorschach test sort of way, it kind of looked the same, but and that's still my opinion now. But like I said, I'm open to any and all explanation or information otherwise. I don't mean to poo-poo on anything.